In a cave far from the village, a red-headed woman lay in a hospital bed. The red-headed woman was strapped to her bed as her husband held her other hand. "What's going on? Am I going to lose my daughter? Please save her, please," she begged. "SSSH, calm now Kushina, they'll do the best they can, please don't worry yourself dear." Minato the Yondaime Hokage said, "I need you to calm down now Kushina-san." Bawako said, "Tsunade-san, Orochimaru-san, how is it going along?" "We're working on it, but we don't know if it will work." Hanami, the matriarch of the Hyuga clan, and Makoto, the matriarch of the Uchiha clan, both gazed at the sobbing Kushing as their best friend sobbed uncontrollably at the thought of potentially losing her child. Bawako said, "Tsunade, she's bleeding again." Tsunade responded, "Shit." Tsunade returned to Kushina and used her mystic palm technique, placing both of her hands on top of the sobbing woman. Minato also covered the Kyuubi's seal with his hands, but for some reason, it began to come loose. Tsunade growled, "Orochimaru, do it, we have no other choice at this point." Orochimaru grasped the specimen vials that had been delivered by Makoto, Hanami, and Kushina after comprehending what was being explained to him. "But we don't know what it's going to do, I haven't gotten that far yet." "What if this kills the child?" said Orochimaru. "At this point the baby and Kushina will already die if we don't intervene," said Tsunade. "I haven't separated the DNA or micromolecules yet. I need to know if it'll even play well with Kushina's blood. That is something we don't have time for at the moment. Get it in her and then we'll see her reactions. Hopefully it'll give us some extra time and we can work out whatever this comes out about it. Luckily it'll only be an allergic reaction that I can subdue." Knowing full well that his only option was to hope for the best, Orochimaru was becoming enraged and his blood was boiling. "Fine, let's see if this will work." Minato questioned, "What is that?" "Essentially these are cells acquired by both Makoto and Hanami. They are the only two at the moment that we were able to get samples from without alerting anyone with what's happening here. Only one's aware of the current situation that we could ask to give these samples. Essentially, we wanted to extract cells from both of them and insert them straight to the baby to give her extra cells to help fight off whatever is going on. We aren't sure if it has to do with the Kyuubi or Kushina's body itself, but it's attempting to attack the baby. And that is why I wanted to test it out before. Unfortunately, we have no other time now." "Is that why you have all three of their cells and blood?" As he prepared the vial, Orochimaru said definitively, "Yes. But now I have to make a cocktail of sorts and give them straight to the baby and hopefully it will work and protect and give her strength. Hanami-san or Makoto-san, I need one of you to knock out Kushina for what I am about to do," he said as he prepared the needle. Kushina whirled around, protesting, "No." Because she didn't want to be knocked out and wanted to stay awake to see what would happen to her baby. "I'm afraid I'll lose my baby," Kushina exclaimed in pain. However, before she realized it, Hanami was grinning down at the red-headed woman and giving her a quick tap on the head while Kushina passed out. With a deep sigh, she said, "Hopefully this helps." As Hanami nodded, Orochimaru gave the order, "Now I need you to guide me with your Byakugan. I need to insert this directly into the baby's heart, specifically the left ventricle, to make sure it goes to her body immediately." When Orochimaru began the process, he applied Tsunade's mystic palms technique to Kushina's body, which causes her body to heal instantly whenever he finishes. However, when Orochimaru was nearly done, he noticed that Kushina's body was visibly relaxing her vitals, and the baby's vitals appeared to relax down to their normal limits as her breathing changed from heavy rapid breathing to relaxed peaceful breathing. After 5 months, "It's done," Minato informed Kushina. "The entire Kyuubi has been sealed inside our baby. Oh Minato, I wish I could see our little girl grow up. I love you my Naru-chan, don't ever forget it. I wish I had more time to see you grow up into a beautiful powerful kunoichi. I am sorry for putting this burden on you my baby," Kushina told Naruto. "Minato, who's going to watch over our baby? She's going to be alone in this cruel world." "Don't worry Kushina, my Kachan is going to watch over her." "Who, your Kachan?" "Yes, I found out my Kachan is Tsunade. So I have this scroll that I was going to give to my Kachan when she arrived, but looks like I won't be able to. The Sandame will have to do it." When Kushina learned that Minato was a member of the Senju clan, she was astounded. She felt her life force draining quickly, but she had too many questions. She wished she could live to see her daughter as she turned to face Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandame Hokage. Sarutobi yelled, "Get the medics to Kushina and Minato." The Anbu called out to the retired Hokage, "Sir." Lord Third, please give this to Tsunade my Kachin and this to Jiraiya my Otu-san. Tell them I am sorry I wasn't able to tell them sooner since I barely found out myself not that long ago, and it was meant to be a surprise after Kushina gave birth, but looks like fate had other plans. Hiruzen's eyes widened at what Minato had said, and this scroll will explain everything. As he was taking his final breath, Minato said, yes, Lord Third. At the same time, Minato Kushina's hand gradually released her grip on Naruto. As she looked down, the Shinigami removed her mask to reveal a stunning woman with porcelain skin, long white hair, and dark eyes that resembled the night sky. From above, the dying couple was still watching intently, and a white silhouette with long white hair was swaying with the wind. Knowing full well that her deal was null and void, she examined the chakra she had taken mixed. She had unintentionally stolen chakra from both Minato and Kushina. She turns to face the family beneath her and notices the infant resting on the altar. The Shinigami raised her hand, took a small amount of chakra from the nine tails, split it in two, and placed it inside Minato and Kushina. Your future looks full of sorrow, and pain and total destruction is imminent if you shall lose everything. If I should intervene now, looks like a savior was just born. Even though my deal is void, they will not survive unless I intervene. Kami will be my pain for this. Hiruzen noticed the Shinigami as he glanced up at the chakra being extracted from the infant girl lying in front of him. The sight of what was happening made him pale. Worry not, Sarutobi, my deal is void from Minato. I believe you will hear of a prophecy from the toads later on. This is me attempting to make sure that prophecy doesn't go through dark times. Hiruzen gave a nod. What are you doing with Kushina and Minato? I am implanting a bit of chakra from the nine tails into both of them. The babe received the entire nine tails within her, so in order for me to make sure they survive they need chakra in their bodies. I am going to seal them both in scrolls and shall not be allowed to be opened until this little one gets of age 10 inches. Why are they being sealed away in scrolls? Because Hiruzen, in these scrolls they shall heal slowly. Minato doesn't have many organs left, and neither does Kushina, along which she would eventually die with having the nine tails extracted from her. In this scroll with the Cubus chakra as well as healing seals implanted, they will regenerate, but it will take some time for them to completely heal. I see, but 10 years. Yes, Hiruzen, 10 years. Then on her 10th birthday you can give these 3 scrolls to her and she'll need to unlock them only with blood. At that age will you be able to? If anyone attempts to unlock before then, the seals will kill the hosts living within the scrolls. With concern in his eyes, Hiruzen questioned, who's in the other 3 scrolls? Naruto began to glow a little as the Shinigami directed some white energy toward the infant resting in the altar. They are someone who were sealed away long ago. One was the one who created these seals. I think I've kept her long enough. The Shinigami vanished from existence after that. Hiruzen gazes at the infant lying in front of him and the 5 scrolls. Because of what the Shinigami had done to it, he noticed that the seal Minato had placed had a slight glow to it. Naruto's hair began to turn from blonde to the crimson red that all Uzumakis are familiar with as the seal began to glow. Meanwhile, the slug princess Tsunade, a busty blonde woman in a green robe, traveled incredibly quickly to the Hidden Leaf village with her apprentice Shizune. Although she detested returning to her former home, she wanted to be present when her niece by Uzumaki blood Kushina gave birth. Sadly, she discovered the terrible devastation the Hidden Leaf village had endured when she finally made it there. She observed the village's distress as she strolled down the street, choosing to move in the direction of the Hokage Tower. At the Hokage Tower, in the meantime, we must kill the demon and finish what the Yondaime started. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain, exclaimed Haruno and other civilian council leaders. Sarutobi's killing intent, which the civilian council and even some members of the shinobi council found intolerable, calmed her down. Even Tsunade gasped as she entered the council room upon learning that, we will do no such thing, this baby is the Yondaime's and Kushina Uzumaki's daughter. Minato had decided to seal the Kyuubi in his own daughter. She had no idea what she had entered. And Tsunade said, what are you talking about, sensei? Sarutobi wanted to kick himself in the rear for disclosing that final piece of information. He had wanted to keep it a secret, but with all the chaos and rage, it all just came out. Asking his pupil, Tsunade, what are you doing here? Sarutobi asked. Well, I came to help deliver Kushina's and Minato's baby, but when I arrived I saw the village in ruins. So, I came to investigate and I hear that the Kyuubi was sealed inside the babe and yet I don't see Minato here. The Sandaime is being fooled, princess. The demon is messing with his mind and is making him think that that thing is the Yondaime's daughter. We must kill it while it's in its weakened state. Shouted a different civilian council member. Tsunade's anger surged at that moment, and she unleashed a killing intent far greater than the Sandaime could muster. Everyone was on edge because they had no idea what Tsunade was going to do, and the entire council room was filled with fear. They were aware of her strength and how easily her temper could spiral out of control, so they knew she could quickly level this building. Tsunade snarled as she walked over to the Haruno Council, channeling chakra into her hands and cracking her knuckles. Will you touch the child before or after I separate your head from that body? Even though she was dragging them, it took Shikaku's shadow possession jutsu, Shosa's body expansion arm, Anoishi, and other shinobi council members to stop her. Enough, Sarutobi yelled, bringing everyone's focus back to him. As of right now I will be making a law that if anyone lets out that this girl is Minato's and Kushina's daughter and attempts to bring harm to her they will be executed. Do I make myself clear? Sarutobi told the entire council. Fugaku inquired after everyone had calmed down and muttered to themselves. What of the girl? What will happen to her now that her parents are gone? Before anyone else could say anything, let me take the girl Sarutobi. With my help I will train the girl, raise her and have her become the greatest asset the Hidden Leaf will have. Danzo said. Hiruzen assessed his former teammate's level of opportunism by looking at him. Knowing full well that Danzo couldn't be trusted, everyone turned to stare at him with suspicion. The Leaf Village would fight numerous other nations under the leadership of that ancient warhawk. The girl was soon offered for adoption by Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha, Hiyashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga, and Shikaku, the clan leader of the Nara clan. Hanami and Makoto were Kushina's old teammate and friend from Tsunade's squad, according to Fugaku and Hiyashi, and both of them wanted to raise the child to be a respectable shinobi that her parents would be proud of. That won't be necessary, Tsunade informed the leaders of the clans. Tsunade said, Sensei, what is the baby's name? Naruto Uzumaki, was the name given to her by Kushina and Minato before they passed away, replied Sarutobi. Why not Namikaze? Tsunade asked, a little perplexed. Because of all the enemies that Minato had, imagine the daughter of the Yellow Flash and a Jinchuriki on top of that. Minato wanted to make sure that no one would come after his heir or put her life in danger. Iwa and Kumo would definitely want to come after this girl, so I rather keep it hidden until a later date. Sarutobi replied. Fugaku boldly asked, what do you intend to do? Tsunade? He didn't like being turned down for something his wife would have desired. Naruto is my family. Kushina was my niece by Uzumaki blood as I am Mito Uzumaki's granddaughter, so that makes me her last living relative. I will take Naruto and I will adopt her, Tsunade stated to the council. Tsunade addressed the civilian council directly, saying, and if anyone were to attempt to speak any bile at her, I will not hesitate to kill any one of you. Do I make myself clear? Danzo informed Tsunade, you cannot adopt the girl, you don't even reside in the village anymore. Homura and Kaharu shouted, the Nine Tails cannot leave the village, we will not allow that. Sarutobi flared his chakra and informed the council before anything else happened. I will address with Tsunade anything that I have to and I will see to the best of the girl's future. At that, Fugaku stood up, bowed slightly, and faced Tsunade. If you shall adopt the girl Yusenju, Tsunade, count with the support of the Uchiha, as I know Makoto would not let me live if I did not extend my clan's support to her old sensei and best friend's daughter. Hiyashi also got up and faced Tsunade. As the Hyuga clan, Tsunade-sama, we extend our support for whatever you might need, as how Fugaku-san stated. Hanami would not do well if I did not show our clan's support. Before long, Tsunade received support from the Yamanaka, Nara, Aburame, Akamichi, and Inazuka clans if she were to adopt the girl. Neither the civilian council nor any of the smaller clans chose to participate. The elders were being stared at by the civilian council as if their appearance could kill the demon's chance to flee the village. As the doors swung open, Hiruzen said, since her heritage has already been compromised, I think it. A long, white-haired man with a grim expression entered, curious about what was happening. Tsunade questioned, Jiraiya, what are you doing here? I got word from Ma that the village was attacked. I had the toads do a reverse summoning on me and then summon myself to the village to see what was going on. Tsunade said, I see, and Lord Third simply nodded. As I was saying, I have news that no one can oppose in regards to Naruto and proof. Wondering what the third Hokage was talking about, everyone turned to stare at him. Hiruzen pulled out 2 scrolls, one for Jiraiya and one for Tsunade. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both perplexed by this, so as they began reading the letter, Tsunade unrolled the scroll. When Tsunade dropped the scroll, her eyes were watering, and Jiraiya was speechless and in complete shock. Tsunade asked, "What is the meaning of this sensei?" The council wanted to know what was in those scrolls because they were becoming impatient with the situation. From what I read in the scroll Minato left me. After some medical clarification with DNA he found out he was yours and Jiraiya's son. They had a senju the entire time, and everyone in the council room just gasped when they heard it. He wanted to wait until you both arrived in time to deliver Kushina's baby and both were present to tell you both the findings, but like Minato stated, fate had other plans for him. As he tasked me with apologizing for not being able to tell you sooner. During the last war one delivered a son, but I always thought the father was Dan Kato's. Dan took my son to be cared for since we were in the middle of a battlefield before he was able to tell me where he had taken my son. Dan was killed and I presumed him to be killed in all the destruction. To think that he was here in the village in front of me the entire time that I had him in my arms I would have never imagined. Tsunade said as she wept. I understand, said Saratobi, but how is Jiraiya's son doing? With a cheeky smile on his face and a hand behind his head, Jiraiya said, we were both drunk that one night sensei. However, given Tsunade's reputation, it wasn't entirely implausible to some council members. Knowing that his only son was constantly around him but that he was unaware of it caused Jiraiya's smile to fade and he was on the verge of crying. To know that I had my son at my side, that I trained him, I would have never left him. A member of the civilian council questioned, how are we to know that he was truly the son of the Sanins? The hospital records here that Minato acquired he had done DNA tests from Jiraiya and Tsunade and compared them to his. And the hospital results confirm that he was indeed Tsunade's and Jiraiya's son. Everyone gazed at the infant and the Sannin, fully aware that they had no claim to her and were helpless against the Sannin's actions. Saratobi said, the meeting is over, I need to talk to my students in private. Everyone stood up and departed. Since Danzo was the last to refuse to leave, he looked directly at Sarutobi. I need help getting up to leave Danzo, Orochimaru said, suddenly showing up with a kunai to his neck. With a glare in return, Danzo reluctantly stood up and left the council room. Section 2. After picking up Naruto, Tsunade turned to face her. My little one, sensei, I will take Naruto, and what I do, if I should stay or leave, it's my decision. You will not dictate where Naruto goes. Me and Jiraiya are after all her last remaining family members, and we have more rights to what happens to her than any cage or village says. Do I make myself clear, sensei? Jiraiya said as she walked behind Tsunade, rubbing the baby's head and staring at his sensei. Sarutobi let out a sigh. They have a point, sensei. With the villagers you won't be able to tell what they'll do. Orochimaru state. I understand, but at least wait a couple of days so the council doesn't come after me while I control the situation with the village at hand. Tsunade asked the elderly Hokage, why is that, sensei? The village is in turmoil, I need to set something straight before I can work out the paperwork. Tsunade claimed that Naruto was fine, as she cradled him against her chest and gave him a tight hug. As she left the Hokage office, Tsunade got up from her chair, wrapped her tiny Naru-chan in a blanket, and held her close. Orochimaru and Tsunade were walking when Jiraiya stayed behind to assist their sensei in working out some of his belongings. With Shizune at her heels, Tsunade left with Naruto, delighted to have a sister. Shizune has always desired a sister. They headed to the Senju compound, which had survived the Kyuubi attack unscathed. As they entered, they saw that everything had been cleaned and stocked in anticipation of their arrival. Tsunade's voice cracked as she said, Minato must have had it cleaned for our arrival. Tsunade, I will leave some of my snake summons and make sure that no one attempts anything, said Orochimaru. Thanks, Orochimaru. If anyone attempts anything, have the snakes kill them. Naruto, who had been silent until then, began sobbing uncontrollably. Shizune exclaimed, I had no idea a baby could scream so loudly. Tsunade told Shizune, silence up, Shizune. She's probably just hungry, aren't you, my little Naru-chan? Master, we don't have food for Naruto. You're a world-renowned medic and you didn't think to get milk, Tsunade. Orochimaru snickered as he said, I forgot about the supplies that we would have needed for Naruto. With everything that went on in that council, I kept thinking on what those cruel council members stated, that I lost my mind, argued for Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade pondered her options. She wouldn't even know where to start looking for baby supplies because it had been many years since she had returned to the village and a large portion of it had been destroyed. Then she recalled the jutsus she had previously made for mothers while she was employed at the hospital. She knew it had worked when she felt her breast swell after making the required hand signals. She pulled her shirt down and put Naruto to her breast, latching on and beginning to eat. Tsunade was relieved to see that Naruto was eating and was at last silent. On the other hand, Shizune and Orochimaru were stunned by what had transpired. "Tsunade, are you sure you're not feeding her spoiled milk from all that sake you drink?" asked Orochimaru. Shizune and Orochimaru were escorted away by Tsunade, who appeared amused. As the evening wore on, Tsunade began to update Shizune and Orochimaru on everything that was going on with the information they had discovered and what lay ahead. Tsunade woke up as the night drew near. "I'm going to take Naru-chan to bed because tomorrow is just another day of fighting this village." Tsunade was rudely awakened in the morning by a man who fell face first from her window. She was prepared to kill any intruder, but her anger was heightened when she saw the white long hair in front of her. "You pervert, Jiraiya!" As he fell back into the garden, a snake wrapped itself around Jiraiya, hissing to his face. With a snap of fingers, the snake released Jiraiya as Orochimaru stood nearby. "You never do change, Jiraiya." All you heard were screams of pain as Tsunade punched him through the wall. Jiraiya had finally fulfilled his life's mission to see Tsunade's breasts while sober. Although he couldn't see it completely, the sight was enough to send this mega pervert to heaven. As the days progressed in the village hidden in the leaves, news about the Kyuubi being sealed inside Naruto had already spread like wildfire. Of course the villagers never did anything while Naruto was with Tsunade or any of the other legendary Sannin. But whenever Shizune was alone with Naruto, the villagers would glare at her and mutter nonsense under their breaths. Tsunade advised Shizune to not pay attention to them since the villagers wouldn't do anything since they were under her care. Unfortunately, Danzo was not happy that Tsunade was going to take Naruto out of the village. Hiruzen, being the weak-minded fool, letting himself be persuaded by his students yet again. Danzo thought. So he devised a plan that later on in the week, when Tsunade and Jiraiya were both busy with the Sandaime getting affairs in order so that they can take Naruto outside of the leaf, the villagers would attack Naruto and Shizune, weakening her, and that is when Danzo would act and have his Anbu steal the baby from her so that he could raise Naruto in his root so he could control the most powerful weapon for the leaf. To imagine a Senju baby, with Uzumaki blood and the granddaughter of two legendary Sannin and a Jinchuriki at that. What do you mean that everything is paid for? It's a good thing Naruto will now be well taken care of without your debt causing problems for you in the roads ahead, Tsunade said to Jiraiya and Sarutobi-sensei. Your son paid for it. He used his money to pay off all of your gambling debt, which in reality didn't even make a ding to his bank account. His adoptive parents were very rich. Yes, Tsunade, regarding the terms of your departure from Konoha, I am letting you leave the village but not the Fire Country. Sarutobi told Tsunade. After all, Naruto was left for me to protect her from Minato's and especially Kushina's enemies. In addition, Sarutobi said, I will have Anbu or Orochimaru make special rounds every now and then near you, but not near enough for some time, just to make sure that everything is going well. I have to make sure the baby is safe, but you have to know that Naruto will return in time to take the Academy's graduation exam. Only if she receives training from the three of you. If not, she must return to start at the Academy. Tsunade, should I make myself clear? I'm offering you the opportunity to train her and return at a later date. Oh, and I want to keep track of my visits as well, so please let me know whenever you move. I wouldn't want Kushina and Minato to believe that I had simply left their daughter behind. Tsunade, do you agree? Those are the only demands I'm making of you as the Hokage, and you can train and raise her however you'd like, Sarutobi said. If you agree, then sign, as long as she is returned at that time. Tsunade sighed and concurred with her sensei, saying, otherwise, she is entirely yours, Jiraiya, and you too have a big responsibility now. Smiled, Tsunade said, Naruto Senju Uzumaki. They all heard a loud explosion outside as soon as she felt relieved and proud, and as they all looked out the window, Tsunade's heart fell when she realized it was coming from outside the Senju compound. Find them. As soon as Sarutobi pulled out his crystal ball to see where Shizune and Naruto were, Orochimaru and Jiraiya leapt out the window with lightning speed, and Tsunade growled at him. Meanwhile, as Shizune went to the market with Naruto in her arms, she planned to buy some groceries to start dinner because it would be the last meal she would have in her former home. Despite her happiness at returning to her birthplace, she was relieved to be leaving the hatred the villagers were showing her baby niece sister. On her way back, she noticed that the villagers threw objects at her and yelled at her, "Kill the demon brat, it's going to corrupt you. It shouldn't be alive," until one of the shinobis eventually blocked her path and instructed her to turn over the brat. It's a monstrosity, Get back or I'll make you. He yelled as Shizune sneered at the shinobi as she drew Naruto closer to her. The shinobi laughed and threw a kick at Shizune, but she was skilled enough to block it with hand signals, so she released poisonous gas to get away. Unfortunately, he let out fire style before she had a chance to collide with her poisonous gas, which exploded. Shizune took advantage of the situation and ran, holding on to Naruto tightly. Unfortunately, she was caught up by some shinobi and villagers cornered where she was thrown kunai from the shinobi, bottles, and other objects. She let out a loud cry of pain as the kunais struck her leg. When the villagers and shinobi were punching the ground, killing 7 civilians and 4 chunin who were standing close to Shizune and her granddaughter leveling houses further, Tsunade had accumulated chakra in her fist landing. She then went to protect the girls. While the Root Anbu and the Hokage's Anbu arrived to tell Tsunade to stop her assault or face arrest, Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived behind her to check on Shizune and Naruto. Tsunade knew no limits as she gathered even more chakra than ever before and told the Anbu to back down or die. Before Jiraiya could say anything, a shinobi from behind the Anbu threw a kunai at Tsunade. The Anbu cowered inside as Jiraiya and Orochimaru stepped next to Tsunade, also amassing enormous amounts of chakra, but they knew they had to hold their own against any threat to the village, and at this point, not just Tsunade but all 3 of the legendary Sannin were the threat. Orochimaru extended his arm and unleashed hundreds of snakes to restrain everyone in the vicinity, protecting Shizune and Naruto from the debris. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't know who it came from as she caught the kunai, and the Anbu themselves gasped in shock. However, Tsunade had lost all sense and unleashed her most powerful punch on the ground, injuring all Anbu and killing more civilians. Before Tsunade could go on a rampage on the village, Sarutobi arrived, grabbing her attention and forcing her to stop. The villagers, Anbu, and shinobi cowered in fear as Tsunade was barely able to be restrained by her previous sensei, but she eventually stopped. Sarutobi saw that Tsunade was making the necessary hand signs for the summoning jutsu, and before she could finish, Sarutobi bowed deeply to Tsunade and asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, Shizune and Naruto were all dead and beheaded. At that point, Tsunade calmed down and looked down on Sarutobi and the Anbu. Fuck this village, I hope my grandfather was here to destroy it all. She immediately healed Naruto and Shizune when she went to check on them. Anyone else want to harm any of these? I myself can kill you lot. Jiraiya glared at the villagers as she turned around. The villagers were horrified to learn that not one, but all 3 of the legendary Sannin were threatening to kill them. Even the clan heads of the Yamanaka, Hyuga, Uchiha, and Nara who had come to aid the Sannin shunned away because they did not want to be involved in the chaos created by the damn villagers. Orochimaru was standing aside Jiraiya, grinning and licking his lips. As more Anbu arrived, including the Root Anbu Sarutobi, he kneeled in front of the fabled Sannin and begged the villagers for forgiveness. The other Anbu followed suit as the Hokage kneeled. Tsunade picked up Naruto, turned, and walked away from the villagers, Jiraiya and Shizune trailing behind. The Hokage gave the Anbu orders that night to collect all of the escaped civilians who were causing trouble, sent them to Ibiki Morino, the head of the torture and interrogation team, and had them all publicly beheaded shortly after. When Tsunade woke up the following morning, she was already prepared to leave the village because she had heard from the Sandaime himself that they were already taken care of and that the villagers knew that breaking any laws pertaining to Naruto's safety would have dire consequences. Tsunade simply sighed, "Sensei, if you were going to kill them anyhow, you should have let me do it. It's not like they didn't deserve it." With a sly smile, Hiruzen asked Tsunade, "When did you overcome your fear of blood?" When she healed Shizune and Naruto yesterday, they were covered in blood, and the blood that one shinobi got on her when she punched him killed him. Tsunade stopped in her tracks, not even realizing that she had moved past it. "I suppose that when I healed Shizune and my little Naru-chan, my only concern was their recovery, and I was unaware that I had moved past its sensei." "All right, Tsunade, I assume you're prepared to leave the village. Keep in mind my requirements, Tsunade. You must stay near enough to the village and cannot leave the fire country. I would prefer that you remain in the village." "No sensei, I'm not going to stay in this godforsaken village. I'll leave and think about it later, after my Naru-chan has had some time to mature and the villagers have had time to forget about the Cubus attack. My new heir to the Senju Uzumaki clans is my little Naruto Senju Uzumaki." Chapter 3, As the years passed, Naruto had grown into a beautiful little girl with crimson red hair, with the tips of her hair a golden yellow, reminding everyone of a beautiful red sunflower, and warm rays of sunshine over her beautiful light sky blue eyes. She was the spitting image of Kushina, but with the combination of both parents' hair. Throughout the years she had birthdays where the Hokage would attend, as well as Katsuyu, Ma and Pa, and some other toads, some friendly snakes, and even Monkey King Enma and his kin. She was living in a small town with her Obachan, Ne-chan, and her Ojasan whenever he wasn't out getting to his spy network. Naruto was growing up happy as any loved little girl could grow up. The Sandaime would give her very pretty monkey pajamas, and books with dancing singing monkeys. Jiraiya had given Naruto a cute frog pajama that resembled his old students from Hidden Rain Village. Orochimaru would give her shed snake skin that he would make into cloths. Tsunade hated that they were trying to persuade her Naru-chan to be the monkey's, snake or frog summoner, but she knew that she would be Katsuyu's summoner. Unless hell froze over, of course. The garden she had grown would be lush and vibrant with color when her Naru-chan was happy, but when he was sad, crying, angry, or hungry, the garden would be dull and waver in color. Tsunade noticed that her baby girl, who was only 3 years old at the time, was already manifesting chakra abilities in the Mokudan ability whenever Naruto was happy and laughing. Tsunade was unsure of why Naruto was able to grow flowers and small little saplings that grew quickly. After Tsunade gave the snake that was always watching over Naruto the task of dispelling and bringing Orochimaru and Sensei here, she had a toad send a message to Jiraiya. Hiruzen, along with his most trusted Anbu, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, had left at breakneck speed after being informed. When Naruto saw her favorite Gigi strolling down the street in the village they were currently living in, she ran to him and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Gigi! How are you doing, my little sweetheart?" The Sandaime asked, laughing at her and giving the lovely young girl a hug. "Did you bring me some awesome new monkey stuff, Gigi? I'd like to play with Enma, the old monkey. I see if one of his kin wants to play with you right now, but after I see your grandmother, she has some important business to discuss with me." Sarutobi laughed aloud when he heard someone refer to the Monkey King as an old monkey. Jiraiya flew through the door and saw that Naruto and her Gigi were having tea and conversing in the living room. "Sensei, you're also here to confirm, aren't you?" "Yes, Jiraiya, this is a very serious issue." Naruto looked up and went to her Obachan as the other elderly people were getting up. "What's going on, Obachan? Do you recall what you did with the flowers, Naruchan?" Naruto gave a head nod. "Well, Naruchan, your Gigis would be really happy if you could make some flowers grow like that, and I am sure they will get some of Monkey King Enma's family happy to see and play, and I think even Jiraiya could get some toads to come explore your garden." Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Could you get that colorful snake back?" Orochimaru grinned and said, "I see she prefers snakes over all the other summons." After making the required hand signals, he called forth Uni Naruto's snake, which reflected a rainbow in shimmering colors. Naruto ran straight for the snake, grabbed it by the throat, and fled out the door. Everyone's perspiration dropped, and as he began looking around, he said, "The poor snake. I want the others too, you know," Naruto said, glancing back at the 2 older men with a starry eye. The 2 older men nodded and grinned. At that point, Naruto sat on her knees and grinned as she touched the ground. Like the snake, her body appeared to glow with green chakra that changed into a rainbow. Soon after, blooming flowers surrounded Naruto, and the sweet scent of the flowers filled the air, calming everyone with the sight of color. Orochimaru noticed pink crystals beneath Naruto as his hand raised, and he went to pick him up while he picked up the crystals he requested. Jiraiya questioned, "What is it, Orochimaru?" Naruto glanced at them and said, "No, but they're pretty. I could have sworn that these crystals weren't there before." She put her hand down. "It's nothing, I suppose." "Tsunade, when did you first realize that she had inherited the Mokudan ability?" replied Hiruzen. Tsunade began to describe the training that contributed to the Mokudan emerging, saying, "Well, I was training her in reflexes and evading when it hit her." Flashback. "But you hit too hard, Obasan." Tsunade was shouted at by Naruto. "Don't be lazy, Naruto. If you don't attack me, I'll attack you." Tsunade leapt at Naruto's leg from a great height and struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a small crater that Naruto could hardly avoid because of the ceiling weights she was wearing. Before Naruto could react, Tsunade grabbed a nearby weighted ball and threw it at him. Since Naruto couldn't avoid it in the air, Tsunade mustered all of her chakra and punched it with all of her strength, returning the ball to Tsunade with twice as much force and speed. Tsunade simply grabbed the ball and grinned. That's my girl. Tsunade gave Naruto a proud smile. When Tsunade landed on the ground without realizing it, flowers and grass grew around her feet as she charged at her Obasan to deliver a powerful blow, causing Naruto to lose all control. Tsunade was grinning when vines began to grow around her, tightly encircling her as she looked ahead at Naruto, who was already close to her and ready to deliver a powerful chakra-induced punch. Knowing that the blow would be painful, Tsunade broke free of the vines and grabbed Naruto's punch, pushing her back a few inches and feeling the force of the chakra and wind blowing her pigtails back. Tsunade grinned even more, knowing that this would be enjoyable. Lost in pride that her granddaughter had gathered so many punches against her, Naruto kicked Tsunade in the side, sending the Sennin flying with a powerfully chakra-induced kick. Not dazed, Tsunade flipped and looked up, only to be startled by Naruto's green aura of chakra encircling her as she approached. Tsunade's fists glowed a menacing green with a hint of red, and she focused chakra in her hand to stop the punch. A small crater was created around them by the force of the howling wind, sending a shockwave of power everywhere. Naruto emerged from her tunnel vision as if it didn't exist and inquired. Naruto exclaimed, "Obasan, what did you do? Look at how you destroyed my garden." With tears in his eyes. With a bewildered expression, Tsunade said, "What do you mean don't you remember? You did this Naruchan." "Me no way, I don't remember that. What is the last thing you remember?" "I remember the ball coming at me with force and I closed my eyes and then something made me feel funny inside and warm only to wake up here to you holding my fist." Tsunade said, "I see. We're probably done for the day. Naruchan." The flashback has ended. At that time, Naruto's Mokuden ability was confirmed. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, you two know that with this you two will have to move back to the village as soon as possible. If this gets out she will be in danger. No child can hold a secret like this. Especially a child as emotional as Naruto." Tsunade was prepared to claim that she was more than capable of defending Naruto, but she was also aware that it was the best course of action to ensure the safety of her tiny bundle of joy. Tsunade murmured, "All right sensei, although we will not return as of now, but we will return to the village in time for her to start the ninja academy. I will start her training as of now. You three better start on her training, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, as well I send monkeys to help in her training. This girl will need all the help she can get with all that chakra she has inside of her." Orochimaru questioned, "You want me to stay as well sensei?" "Yes, if it were to get out that she has Mokuden I will feel better that you were here to help in protecting her," replied Hiruzen. Tsunade turned to Naruto after making that declaration. "Naruchan, do you want to become a strong kunoichi like your Obachan?" "Yes Obachan, I want to be super strong to punch my pervy Ojisan through the walls like you do." Orochimaru, Saratobi, and Jiraiya all burst out laughing at that remark. "Well, if that isn't motivation enough I wouldn't know what is," Sarutobi exclaimed. Since Naruto was exhibiting strong indications of prodigy levels of ability, Tsunade began teaching her the art of physical strength and chakra control. Since he was now spending more and more time close to ensure that they were never attacked, Jiraiya had also assisted Tsunade in teaching the child chakra control and various physical strength exercises. She was being trained by Orochimaru in both throwing and endurance exercises using kunai and shuriken. Shizune had imparted knowledge about their heritage and educational topics to her younger sister and niece. Chapter 4. Fast forward 6 years. She cracked her knuckles, gathered chakra in her hand, and grinned broadly as she saw her Gigi crouching down with her long white hair, greeting her, and observing some women at a bathhouse. Jiraiya didn't realize Naruto was standing behind her, grinning broadly and drooling as he was punched with monstrously little strength. Jiraiya then broke through the wall and entered the women's hot tub, where she was further jumped and clobbered by the women attempting to take a bath. At 9 years old, Naruto was the most attractive girl in the area, but nobody was aware of the monstrous strength she had acquired through training with her Obasan. She had waist-length crimson red hair with sun-kissed golden tips, sky-blue eyes that gleamed when the sun hit them at the ideal angle, and porcelain skin that appeared delicate to the eye. Because of her Senju ancestry, Naruto had nearly perfect control over her chakra by the time she was 9 years old. Her coils were always flowing smoothly, and the Cubus chakra and the reserves of her Uzumaki side circulated her, making her a formidable force. By the time she was 6, she was performing the mystical palm, learning a moderate level of medical ninjutsu, and beginning to store chakra to obtain her Obasan meiotic regeneration seal. With the amount of chakra she was pushing in, it would only take another year or so long for her seal appeared on her forehead. Using the Kage Bunshin to expedite her training, Jiraiya began teaching her about seals. She developed a hybrid fighting style that combined elements of Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen's monkey style. Even though it appears that Naruto's forte was fuinjutsus, it seems natural for him to willfully incorporate specific seals when sparring. With the help of scrolls that her Gigi gave her and brought back from the Senju compound, Naruto practiced her Mokuden alone most of the time, with the occasional Anbu lending a hand. Her family didn't know how to support her with this specific look. Her Gigi Hiruzen assured her that his Anbu would be able to assist her with her Mokuden training once they returned to the village, but the majority of the Mokuden techniques simply came from the Nine-Tails' assistance. Everyone else was unaware that she had already begun working on her ice and crystal releases. Since her grandparents and Oji always became overly concerned when she practiced her jutsu skills, she made the decision to keep it a secret. She raised her hands and made a crystal flower in one hand and a pink and clear ice flower in the other, which she thought was very lovely. Naruto went outside to spend some time meditating while sitting in her garden. As Naruto sat down to focus on her meditation, a voice inside of her said, "Oi, brat." Naruto questioned, "Who's there?" as she was drawn into her subconscious. So finally I meet my jailer. With its tail wagging from side to side and a snarl that seemed to be developing, Naruto gazed with wide eyes at the demon beyond the bars. Before the Nine-Tails had a chance to speak, Naruto yelled, "So CQT," as she dashed into the cage and onto the fox's muzzle. Kurama, who wasn't known for being a cuddler, was shocked that a child would just run at him in that way and wanted nothing more than to tear this girl to pieces. But right now, the fox was calmed by her joyful demeanor and the chakra laced with Mokuden, so he sat down and stared at her while she cuddled and patted his muzzle. It felt good, he had to admit, but he wouldn't talk about it. "Your fur is so soft. Oh my Kami, I love it. I am Demon Fox. I am not soft or cute, I am hatred incarnate," yelled Kurama, deadpan. "But look at your ears, how pretty pointy they are, look at how soft your fur is, and this orange is beautiful, you're amazing." Kurama shut up and closed his eyes because he was unable to reach this girl and because he had no control over her chakra. She calmed him more and more by releasing more Mokuden as she became more excited. "So what's your name?" Kurama opened his eyes and gave her a look. "Aren't you afraid of me?" With both hands on her sides, Naruto bossily remarked, "I think I asked what's your name first. My Obasan says introductions are important, you don't want to be rude." Kurama, so pretty like you, and no, I am not afraid, I think you're cute, I always wanted to have a companion around." Naruto climbed onto Kurama's head, which was resting on it, and gently patted and scratched a tiny area of his ear. He closed his eyes and had no choice but to let the girl go on. "It's really gloomy in here. Why are we inside a sewer? This is my jail, we are inside your mind. Inside my head. Yes, I was sealed inside by your father, technically this is your mind. Who's my Otou-san?" Then Naruto turned on her back and closed her eyes, and Kurama felt more chakra radiating from her as his eyes opened to reveal that he was no longer lying on water or in a small cave, but rather in a wide opening surrounded by a lush forest. He looked around and saw that the sky was blue but sunny with large trees that were partially cloudy, allowing him to lie beneath them, and the grass was soft and lush with life. Naruto got up and said, "Don't you, Kurichan? I like this better." Kurama raised his head and glared at Naruto, saying, "I said my name is Kurama." He cried out, "Don't be angry, Kurichan, I adore you. You're also very adorable and fluffy." Following a brief period of silence. "Do you hate me, Kurichan?" "No, I supposed I can't hate someone who had no choice in the matter." Naruto leapt to meet Kurama's gaze. "Have you had an impact on my Kekkei Genkai training? And you haven't responded to my inquiry about my Otou-san. You observed. I'll address that in a moment. Yes, I've always felt someone guiding the hand seals and feelings when sparring against Obasan, Oji-san, Oji Snakey and Gigi. Yes, well, I couldn't let my Jinchuriki be a loser. I have pride and an appearance to uphold as the strongest." "We're the strongest, then?" Naruto asked, grinning as he peered down at Kurama, who was still lying on his head and drawing circles over his eyebrow. "Not yet, brat, but if I am going to be jailed inside of you, I am not going to allow a weak woman to be my jailer. Is it possible for us to become friends? Or companions?" Kurama gave her a look. "Tisk, you're already laying on my head, isn't that partnership enough?" Naruto grinned down at him and gave him another hug while radiating chakra. "I like that we're friends, Kurichan, so who's my Otou-san?" Why don't you ask those wretched people you live with? You are the daughter of the fourth Hokage and the Red Death of Konoha. With wide eyes, Naruto exclaimed, Hokage. Like Red Death and Jeej. Am I a demon's daughter? No kid, that was the nickname she got as she was a ruthless kunoichi. I didn't like her but I respected her power, Kurama said, laughing as he saw the small girl terrified of who she believed her mother to be. Naruto looked down at Kurama and said, I see. Kurama cut her off before she could say anything more. You understand, don't tell anyone we're talking. Don't tell your family that we are chatting, just as they will advise you not to use Mokuden. Put it off for later. Why not? Because I am the demon fox, I am hatred, and they will think that I am trying to control you. Well, are you trying to control me? No, I can't. Your Mokuden chakra calms me down and quite frankly I've never been this relaxed, so no, I couldn't control you even if I tried. So you're going to continue helping me? In fights and such? Yes, like I said I won't be partnered with a weak woman. So need you to live up to the reputation of your mother and your great Obasan. Oh really? Who were they? They were Uzumaki. Your great Obasan was the strongest kunoichi of the clan, only followed by your Kachin. Really, that is awesome. Yes, your Obasan got some of your great Obasan abilities, but you actually have a lot of their abilities, you just haven't been able to unlock them. But I can sense that you have them. What abilities? The Mokuden. No, you are a sensor naturally, but with me your senses will be heightened just like theirs were, plus you have your great Obasan and mother's adamantine chains. Adamantine chains? What's that? They are chains that can protrude from your body and you can either form powerful barriers with them or attack a person, killing or binding, along with defending yourself with them. So it's like my Mokuden. Yes, in a sense, but these are stronger than your Mokuden. Your great Obasan was able to defeat your great Ojasan because of them, just like your mother was able to defeat your father. How can I use this ability? Your body isn't ready yet. You're storing chakra for the meiotic regeneration seal. Once the seal forms you'll have your normal flow of chakra in your body and then your seals will start to develop. I see, my Obasan said I have about a year to go. Maybe less, I can tell that it's already almost full. I suggest you leave now, we have company. Okay Kurichin, I'll be back. Naruto stretched out and got out of her meditation. She wondered how long I had been in there. Come in, Naruchin, Shizune said. Coming. He glanced at her as she stooped to retrieve her uni, saying, SSH, don't tell OG Snakey, okay? The snake simply nodded as it slid up her arm. Since using her Mokuden skills could lead to her kidnapping, her family had advised her to keep them a secret and not flaunt them. Jiraiya and Tsunade both applied a reverse summoning seal to her as a backup plan. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would all be called upon if she were ever in danger and her chakra flared to a certain degree. Now that Naruto was in a nearby city with her Obasan and Nei-chan, they planned to stay and unwind there before returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. She was told it was for the best, despite her Obasan's misgivings about staying. But before returning, she had some fun. Since she was skipping a few years and the Ninja Academy wouldn't start for her for another 3 months, they were now planning to spend a few months in this village. Naruto wore a dark green mid-thigh kunoichi dress that hugged her body on top but opened down with a black sash on her abdomen. She also wore black spandex pants that reached down to her black shinobi sandals on her right thigh. She had bandages with a kunai holster, but she preferred to have sanbons in her holster. Naruto's crimson red hair with sun-kissed golden tips flowed behind her. Naruto was devoted to his training. She cherished it. Particularly after she realized that punching her Ojasan Jiraiya for being a big pervert was making her stronger. In an attempt to train, she ventured into the forest close to the city where they were staying. When she was ready to practice with her, she released some sanbon needles and began throwing them at specific locations on trees where she had set up targets, hitting the bullseye. Just as she was sitting down to focus and bring her awareness to the ground around her to practice her control of Mokuden, she heard teenagers talking and chatting and even the flare of chakra. She leapt onto the trees as she stood up and moved in the direction of these individuals. She saw Cloud Shinobi when she was a certain distance away. She saw that there were 3 genin and 2 jonin. She examined them and saw that the man had dark skin, was tall, had many swords, and had strange-looking small glasses. The woman jonin was tall, blonde, and had braided hair. She was attractive and strong. She also noticed that the Jonins had a certain quality that attracted Naruto's attention, but she was unable to determine why. Then, as she turned to face the other 3 genin, she noticed a blonde with large breasts who she knew was going to compete with her grandmother's. She also noticed a red-headed woman with a short fuse who was beating the guy, which she believed the guy deserved. Last but not least, a short, white-haired boy with spikes was sucking on some candy that was clobbered. The blonde woman and the sensei with all those swords were the only two that drew her attention. They seemed like serious individuals. Kurama said, "They are just like you. How can you tell? I am the strongest after all, they are my siblings." "I see. Both of them are Jinchuriki then." "Yes. Yugito, we're being watched. I sense a strong power near us. It's familiar but yet unknown, it's calming, I can't quite explain it." "Do you sense it, Gyuki?" "Yes, it's coming from on top of the trees and I can't quite explain it myself." The blonde woman saw her just as she was ready to leave, so she fled, only to be pursued by the three genin while the jonin stood there staring in their direction. Before long, Naruto was evading kunais that were hurled at her, so she paused to confront her pursuers. In order to avoid waking these genins, she made 3 illusionary clones and left in different directions while maintaining the proper hand seals. While the other 3 went in different directions in an attempt to avoid the clones, the real Naruto continued to leave the forest in the same manner that she had entered. Since Sumui was the fastest and most skilled fighter in her group, she had no trouble defeating one of the clones. She then turned to face the other Naruto who was sprinting in the opposite direction. The other 2 clones were soon defeated and moving in the direction of the original. Karui was furious that a simple brat could easily fool her. The Cloud Shinobi were pursuing her, closing the distance with massive chakra. The man standing directly behind her had his katana up, ready to cut her. She felt some kunais being thrown at her as she was dodging slashes and jumping from tree to tree. She turned and released some senbon needles, blocking a sword attack from the boy with the girls. However, as he was falling to a lower branch from his attack, she saw the red-headed woman with her sword threatening to cut her in half, but before she could bring her sword down, the blonde one yelled, "Don't kill her, Tisk, I know." She simply hurt Naruto by flipping the katana around. Naruto leapt forward, channeled chakra into her fist, and punched the red-headed woman, sending her flying towards a tree, just as she was about to accomplish this. She landed on another tree after her attack, pulling up her senbon needles in a fighting stance. The man then ran towards Naruto, katana in hand, ready to slash at him, but Naruto flipped and landed onto the katana, smiling at Omo, and kicked him in the side of the head, sending him reeling backwards. Karui was about to launch another attack when the blonde girl intervened on behalf of her teammates. Chapter 5. What were you doing spying on us? Naruto simply sighed and glanced at them. "Well, if it wasn't for the red loud one you have there I wouldn't have noticed you all were here, so thank that one right there, she was so loud I heard her near the entrance of the forest." The blonde girl said, "I see." Karui attempted to pursue Naruto in order to beat her, but Omoi stopped her. "What is your name and what village do you preside from?" replied Sumui. Naruto was relieved that she wore a green robe like her grandmother's to conceal the Senju symbol on her back. "My name is Naruto and I am not from a village." "Not from a village? That is impossible, you're a shinobi from the way you fight." "Yes, I was trained in the arts of shinobi but I am not from a village. Since I can remember my family and myself have been traveling. You see, my Kachin is a medic and a big-time gambler, so we travel around as she gets more in debt in her gambling habits. She only trained me because I am a girl, and with her debts she told me that some collectors might try to kidnap me. In order to keep up with the appearances of her younger brunette so that people wouldn't ask too many questions, Tsunade was Naruto's Kachin. She used transformation jutsu to dispel any rumors that might start. Omoi began to imagine this lovely red-haired girl being abducted, taken from her Kachin, and held for ransom after hearing Naruto's story. Karui told him to calm down after giving him a hard time. They turned for killer bees before Karui could clobber him once more. "That sounds crazy. My name is Omoi, and we're from the Hidden Cloud." "Fools, ya fools. This girl beat Yosari behind Omoi and Karui. It's unbelievable from such a small girl. My name is the Great Killer Bee and these are my subjects. And I am Yugito. We are the Jonin sensei of this group of genin." At first, Naruto was wary of the 2 jonin. "You don't need to worry about them, they won't try to do anything to you, in fact they are trying to figure you out," Kurama said. "What do you mean figure me out? Can't they sense you like I can sense them?" "No, they can't. Your Mokudan ability masks my chakra. You see, my chakra is wild and untamed while your Mokudan acts as a soothing agent for it and calms it. So they can feel your Mokudan but can't tell what it is, and they probably can feel a slight presence coming from you but don't know what it is." "Okay then, Should I let them know I know who they are? No, you'll raise more suspicious. Okay Kurichin, thanks. Naruto bowed slightly and said, nice to meet you, Killer Bee-sama, and Yugito-sama. You look very familiar, Killer Bee, I've heard your name before. You must have heard of the great Killer Bee, the awesome Jinchuriki of the Big Etho. 8-0, the Eight Tails girl, get it together. Looking at Yugioto, Naruto narrowed her eyes and said, I've heard Cloud Jinchuriki traveled together when out of the village. You're right, Yugito said with a smile to the young girl, I am the demon cat, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. I see, well, nice to meet you too in Eight Tails. My name is Samui, the blonde genin said, glancing at Naruto and then Karui. And I am Karui, so your Kachin is a big-time gambler, I guess I can see the fun in that. When Naruto noticed Omo's gleaming blade being replaced in its sheath, he blinked to get behind him. Omoi yelled, what are you doing? As he was startled to see Naruto standing behind him and examining his katana in an instant. This is so cool, I've always wanted to learn how to use the katana, it looks so pretty. Said Naruto. As he watched his students and Naruto, Killer Bee couldn't help but be impressed by the strength of this young girl, who was younger than them. In the mindscape, Gaiki the Eight Tails and Matabi the Two Tails demon cat were interacting with Yugito and the Killer Bee on an internal level. The revered tailed beast called to their partners, Yugito, Killer Bee. This girl is special, I can't put my finger on it, but she has immense chakra reserves, but there's a calming affect, yet there's something familiar to her. I've never been drawn to another human like this, exclaimed Matabi. Yes, replied Gyuki, she possesses some type of power that calls to us, it's relaxing, she seems like she has immense untapped power with potential that rivals even as the tailed beasts. How can that be? Yugito inquired. We don't know, said Matabi, it's just a presence from what I can sense, I can't explain it, but it's familiar but yet warm. As they talked, the Killer Bee remained silent. Yugito, let's train that girl and see what we can find out. You know, if Lord Raikage found out about this, he would have our heads. Who's going to tell him? You, Matabi and Gyuki both exclaimed, I think it's a good idea to uncover some of the secrets this girl has. So what you doing out here, by yourself? Responded Samui, aren't you afraid of being kidnapped or killed like you said your Kachin was? No, I come to the forest to train, since my Kachin is gambling in that big casino, I rather train than just sit around the house and be lazy, replied Naruto. At that moment, the Killer Bee pulled out a scroll and opened a cache of weapons. He had acquired this mid-length black, precious metal katana, which was well suited for fighting with elemental or chakra. His style was different, so he had no use for it. Yo girly, you want to train with us? This way it will be a 2 versus 2 and none of these fools will sit around, replied Killer Bee, and if you surprise me I will gift this katana to you. When she hurried to take the katana from him, Naruto's eyes widened, and Killer Bee was taken aback by her quick reflexes. Naruto exclaimed, this is amazing. Look how shiny it is. It's black and it shimmers. And oh so pretty. While staring at the katana in front of her, she looked at the ceiling arrays on the katana, taking a mental note of it for later. Listen fool, ya fool, this is no ordinary katana. The katana Omoi has is made to fight in Kenjutsu, it can definitely take a beating and give it back. While this katana is made of precious metals and can be used to fight in Kenjutsus, but it's meant as an extension to complement fighting styles. Your style can infuse your chakra and used as an extension of your body, especially with how great your chakra control is. Plus it's made for killing blows or moves with lethal force. Naruto asked, if it's that important, why would you give me this? You don't even know me. How do you know I have excellent chakra control? Well, you see, only medics along with the Hyuga clan confuse chakra to their hands in the manner you did because it requires a great deal of control. I know you're a medic because I don't see a Byakugan, Killer Bee said, glancing at the girl in front of him. A Byafut and the who? Naruto asked. You have no idea who the Hyuga are? Asked Yugito. No, I don't. Are they meant to be well-known or something? Don't worry about it, Killer Bee said. He suspected she might be from Konoha because she was dressed like the fabled slug princess Senju Tsunade, but that couldn't be true because she doesn't know who that clan is. The girl is a fast learner, she's very flexible and nimble, Killer Bee thought as he assisted Naruto in the first few lessons, teaching her the fundamentals of Kenjutsu, including stances and dodge techniques. As the days went by, Yugito and Naruto became very close, and no one looked forward to Naruto in the mornings as much as Yugito did. Yugito Ne-chan. As she moved toward the Cloud Shinobi's camp, Naruto let out a scream. After just 2 months of training, Yugito couldn't believe how much she had grown to like and love this annoying little redhead. She gave Naruto a hug. "How are you today, Naruto?" "Nei-chan, I am here to train and trash Karui like I did yesterday." "Punk, what did you say?" Karui shouted. Naruto made a Karui out of her tongue. As the days drew to a close, Naruto had developed a level of skill in Kenjutsu that was impressive for someone her age. She loved the lightness of her katana as it glided through the air to reach its target, and she could hold her own against Karui and Omoi, but she was far behind Samui, who was far superior to all of them. By night's end, everyone was huddled together. Yugito and Killer Bee were cooking dinner, and Killer Bee took out a piece of paper and glanced at Yugito before grinning and saying, "Let's do it. While we wait for the food to be ready, why don't we test you guys?" Yugito said. Thinking she was going to spar again, Naruto leapt to her feet, but was quickly stopped when Karui pulled her back down from her hair. "Sit down, we're all tired, no one can keep going like you, you freak." As Naruto approached Karui, he declared. After clearing her throat and grabbing everyone's attention, Yugito produced some chakra paper. Omoi asked, "What's that?" "Is the chakra paper being used to test our affinities?" Samui inquired. Yugito said, "Yes, so each grab one." Each of Samui, Naruto, Karui, and Omoi took a piece of paper. "Now what?" Karui inquired. Killer Bee said, "Channel chakra into it and we'll await your results." When Samui channeled her chakra into her paper, half of it soaked and the other half crinkled. "Nice that you have water and lightning," Yugito said. "I wonder if you'll be able to get the storm release, and if so, if Darui could teach you his Kekkei Genkei." Samuus's eyes slightly widened. When Karui channeled her chakra, it burned and turned to ash. "The fire chakra nature, Killer Bee." Omoi's chakra wrinkled as he channeled it. "The proclaimed lightning chakra nature, Killer Bee." Yugito said, "Okay, you're up, Naruto." Both Yugito and the Killer Bee went pale as Naruto channeled her chakra. 4 equal pieces of Naruto's chakra paper broke apart. One side was wet, another wrinkled, one crumbled on the left, and the final one caught fire. Naruto said, "I think my paper is broken." Yugito said, "No, it's really incredible." "What does it mean, Nei-chan?" "Well, it means that you have all 5 chakra natures." "Let's do it again," Killer Bee said, glancing at the girl. The outcomes were the same once more. "Well, Naruto, this means you are a special person," said Yugito. "I don't think there has been a person that has had all 5 chakra natures, and it seems they are all equal in strength. So that makes me special then, Nei-chan, even more special than Karui." Karui simply stared at Naruto in amazement and rage at her comment, but also at how a girl could possess so many chakra natures. "It's sad you don't come from a shinobi village. It would be great for you to keep training. Imagine we have Kekkei Genkei users in the cloud and I bet they can teach you to use all your affinities," stayed Omoi. "Yes, but the problem is that she wouldn't be allowed in unless her Kachan was to be no more, then as an orphan she probably would," replied Samui. Karui said, "Yes, the Raikage wouldn't allow it." Naruto was silent, unable to discuss what had transpired with the chakra paper, and then she glanced up at Yugito, who gave her a warm smile. They continued to eat dinner that evening before Naruto started to nod off. Yugito picked up her younger sister and gave her a hug. Yugito said, "I'll be back. I'm going to take her to her mother." Yugito leapt and headed for the village. Going to the inn, they had followed Naruto to and knocking on the door. To ensure that no one knew who they were, Tsunade and Shizen always traveled with transformation jutsu on. When Tsunade opened the door, she was startled to see a cloud shinobi and was ready to attack when she saw Naruto dozing in the kunoichi's arms. "I apologize for troubling you, ma'am. I'm Yugito Ni, a Jonin sensei for the hidden cloud, and I came to take your daughter home. I apologize for bringing her home at such a late hour." After dinner, Naruto dozed off in our camp, where she has been training with my team and me. Tsunade didn't perceive any hostility from the woman in front of her. Instead, she saw only love for her granddaughter, as evidenced by the way she held her like a baby. "Would you like some tea, and could you please bring her in? Is your team waiting for you outside?" Tsunade asked. "No ma'am, my team is back in the forest about to sleep. I just wanted to bring Naruto home so you wouldn't worry." Naruto hardly said, "Yugito Nei-chan," because she was still largely asleep and had barely moved from her bed. "You have a special girl here," Yugito exclaimed. "However, I did not know that Princess Tsunade Sama of the legendary Sannin had a daughter." Tsunade dropped her transformation and flared her chakra at that comment, but Yugito extended her arms as though in surrender before she could move. I don't intend to harm your daughter. Only my teammate Killer Bee and I are aware of her origin. Your daughter is like a little sister to me. I've come to love her, and I want to keep her safe as if she were my own. And I am aware that Killer Bee and my team share the same sentiments about her. I see that she affects people in that way. However, how did you get to know her? For the last 2.5 months, your daughter has been training with us. She actually went out of her way to spy on us while we were training one day after we arrived. As Shizune poured tea for the two of them, Tsunade led Yugito to the kitchen. How were you aware that she was related to me? Well, it wasn't difficult per se. Her incredible chakra control and medic skills seemed to be too precise to be the daughter of any typical medic nin, and during one of the trainings, she removed her coat to reveal the Senju symbol. I believe she realized what she had done and put it back on. Only the Killer Bee and I saw it. I see. Naruto told us that she didn't belong to a village and that she was a traveler with her mother, who was a gambler and a medic. She never lied to us, so we didn't ask any more questions. By the time we discovered which clan she belonged to based on her striking appearance and wardrobe choices, we were already really fond of her. Again, since I am aware that you haven't visited the Leaf Village in years, she never lied. I see. As per Naruto, she's actually my granddaughter. We only have this story to prevent suspicions, not that it worked. I didn't know you had children, Tsunade-sama. Well, I had a son during the war, but we were split up and didn't know who he was until Naruto was born. He was supposed to surprise his father and me, but he never got the chance. I assumed the baby was lost in battle, so no one knew I had a son until I learned he was adopted by Konoha. Well, this at least indicates that the world is small, isn't it? Indeed it does, Tsunade asked after Yugito, and she sat in awkward silence. What type of training did you do with her? She was so amazed by our abilities that she was keen to learn, especially Kenjutsu. In fact, Killer Bee handed her a katana he had picked up. Yugito took the katana from her back and handed it to Tsunade, who was fascinated by the black blade's shine and glimmer when the light touched it. Another thing, Tsunade-sama, your granddaughter has the aptitude for all 5 chakra natures. As Shizune dropped a plate containing some sugary biscuits, Tsunade dropped the katana. What do you mean all 5 chakra natures? As I mentioned, we had to confirm it twice. Her affinities are all equally strong. I don't see how that would surprise anyone considering your ancestry is Uzumaki, which includes both your grandfather and grandmother. One young girl from such a prestigious clan. Tsunade-sama, may I ask you a question? What is it? Who are her parents? I thought she was your daughter until you said she was your granddaughter. Now that you say she is your granddaughter, the only other kunoichi she resembles is the fabled Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death, who was married to the late 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, as we all know. Would I have the audacity to believe that those are her parents? You are a smart one, aren't you? Tsunade said, stunned once more and unsure whether to kill the Cloud Kunoichi for learning this. As I stated, Tsunade-sama, I have no ill intentions to your granddaughter, she said. I cherish her. Looking back, it makes sense that those are her parents because she demonstrated a talent for seals like her mother and father when we believed she was a spy, and I can see that she now follows in her mother's footsteps with Kenjutsu. Additionally, her hair sways in the same manner as Lady Kushina's. The final response from Tsunade was, yes, they are her parents. I see, Tsunade-sama, we are returning to the Lightning Country in the morning. Would it be okay if I said goodbye to Naruto and kept in touch with her? I would like to write to her to inquire about her progress and well-being. Tsunade leaned back and said, despite being aware of her heritage, you have been a teacher to her and have brought her home safely. To someone who respects my granddaughter and cares for her, I would be foolish to deny that. Therefore, I do give you permission to write to us. But when we return to the village, how will that continue? You're going back to Leaf Village. Yes, we are. Unfortunately, my Naru-chan wants to become a shinobi and she obviously can't do that while traveling, so I decided to take her back in time to start on the 4th year of the academy. Yugito grinned affectionately at Naruto's moniker, Tsunade. You know, I never would have imagined you, Tsunade-sama, being so loving to anyone given your reputation. As my tailed beast has told me, she will surpass you as kunoichi and grow even stronger, and I respect your legendary status. I want to keep in touch with her and will write to her regardless of the village in which she lives. Thank you, Yugito. If you shall ever be near the Leaf Village, you may come and visit Naruto. I will have the Hokage know that Naruto will have special visitors every so often. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I will visit Naruto when I'm in the Fire Country to take advantage of this freedom. And thank you for your hospitality. Before I depart, my tailed beast would like me to give you this. If Naruto is ever in danger, place this seal in a kunai or something similar, and I will be called upon to help her as she pours chakra into whatever she chooses to place the seal in. Once more, Tsunade was unable to speak and merely nodded. Travel safely, and tomorrow, I'll see to it that Naruto says goodbye to her. Yugito and her teammates then returned to their camp. Section 6. Tsunade was drinking tea when she looked up, while Shizune was preparing breakfast. Naruto woke up in a hurry, brushed her hair, dressed, and ran out the door, tossing her sandals and putting on her shinobi sandals. Tsunade-sama, it's all right Shizune, she'll be back. When Naruto arrived at the camp, she shouted as she jumped through the forest trees. Yugito-ne-san. Yugito caught the young girl as she fell on her, turned around, and embraced her. Hey Naru-chan. Yugito hugged Naruto tighter as she sensed Naruto's tension, and Naruto knew that Yugito understood who she was and was okay with it because of that nickname choice. You made it in time. We were about to head out towards the Lightning Country. I am going to miss all of you guys. Well, in order to stay in touch, your Kachin gave me permission to write to you. Naruto, what are your thoughts? Naruto brightened and grinned. I like that Yugito-ne-chan, but ne-chan no poems from Killer Bee ni-chan. With the exception of the Killer Bee, who was not amused, everyone began to laugh. Nobody knew why Yugito and Naruto were so fond of one another, but it always made Karui smile. After they said their goodbyes, Naruto headed back to her house, thinking about what Yugito had said. As Naruto entered, Tsunade slapped her across the head. Obasan, what was that foe? Tsunade's embrace cut Naruto off. You idiot, causing me such anxiety could have landed you in serious trouble. Obasan hugged Tsunade in return. You don't have to worry, you trained me well, and besides I know I have the seal to contact you in case I am in trouble. Tsunade shoved Naruto in the direction of the kitchen while nodding. Eat your breakfast and then go pack, we have to head out towards the Leaf Village. Tsunade received some visitors while Naruto was packing her packs, including a worn-out Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Sarutobi with a group of Anbu encircling the town. What's happening to him? Jiraiya inquired. Yes Tsunade, what is the meaning of sending word of an emergency meeting? Tsunade motioned for the guests to take a seat. I have no idea how to start this, but you both know that Naruto has the Mokuden ability. Both of them said, yes, as Shizune was bringing tea to everyone. Well, these past 3 months Naruto has been training with Cloud Shinobi that she met in the forest near the village. The news made Jiraiya and Hiruzen tense, but Orochimaru simply sneered while glancing at his rainbow-colored snake, asking, why didn't you tell me? Since Uni is mine, said Naruto angrily, the snake only hid inside Naruto's clothing. Hiruzen interrupted, go on. Well, apparently Cloud Shinobi who she was training with were the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud. Sarutobi and Jiraiya went pale at that final information. Yugito, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, actually sees Naruto as a little sister, so at the end that gave me a little comfort, but that's not all. They tested Naruto and she has all 5 chakra natures. For the first time, Orochimaru simply looked amused, and Jiraiya and Sarutobi could have been mistaken for ghosts. How is that feasible? Questioned Jiraiya. Tsunade said, I don't know. Sarutobi simply stared at the two without saying anything. Given that Minato's abilities were lightning and wind release, I would assume that she inherited these traits from her father. You are aware that Kushina had the bloodline boil release while receiving fire and water from her. You have earth and lighting with you, Tsunade. Jiraiya has fire and earth, but she should have all 5. But I've always heard kids get affinities from parents, never the grandparents. Tsunade-sama, maybe by breastfeeding her you induced that break milk with chakra, maybe it was in there and somehow your Senju Uzumaki chakra awakened something else, said Shizune. We still don't know all the skills this young girl will possess. She might even surprise us once more in the future, the Sandaime said, adding, that is a good possibility. However, there is no longer any question that we must return to the village, Tsunade. I won't accept no as an answer, so we're heading out. I am aware of sensei. Tsunade spat, I just hope you're prepared for the consequences if the villagers try to attack my Naruchan like they did all those years ago. I will kill anyone who even disparages her. Jiraiya looked directly at Sarutobi and said, I'm pretty sure the toads along myself would be happy to level the village if that were to happen. I won't let the snakes miss out on all the fun, now will I, sneered Orochimaru as his rainbow snake emerged from Naruto and hissed. No worries Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The villagers had time to forget, and they will do right to remember that if they try something, the Anbu will not allow any disobedience. Your funeral, sensei, Tsunade said. With assistance from Sarutobi and Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune packed their belongings in scrolls, and when Naruto saw the Sandaime, all he could hear was screams. Gigi, Naruto, how you been, sweetheart? Gigi, did you come to escort us back to the Leaf Village? Yes Naruto, I did. I had to make sure my granddaughter made it home safe. A messenger ninja showed up at their door before any of them could depart. When Shizune opened the door, a Fire Lord's royal guard welcomed her and said, I have a message for Tsunade-sama of the legendary Sannin. Shizune referred to Tsunade-sama as. Tsunade nodded as she got closer to the door, reached out, and opened the letter. When Hiruzen saw the guard, he began to perspire, anticipating impending disaster. What did you do, sensei? While tossing the letter. Well, you see Tsunade, it was a slip of the tongue. You know that I cannot lie to the Fire Daimyo. Well, he's asking for an audience from all of us. What is it, Haim? It appears that Sensei revealed the truth about the daimyo's desire to meet Naruto. He stated that he is requesting an audience for today. Well, Tsunade shouldn't be a problem, we are only a couple of hours away. Chapter 7. The Hokage and Sannin were welcomed with affection as they arrived at the Fire Daimyo's palace. As they entered, the palace servants made room for them because the Fire Daimyo was waiting for them. Greeting Daimyo-sama, they all said, bowing slightly. The daimyo nodded and motioned for them to join him in his rest area so they could have tea and engage in small talk. Tsunade, I have to admit that I am completely shocked and disappointed to learn that you, along with Jiraiya, have a granddaughter and have not chosen to inform me. The Fire Daimyo remarked behind his fan, actually, I had no idea that you even had an heir. I apologize to Daimyo-sama for not disclosing Naruto's existence because of potential adversaries. She is both Jiraiya's and my granddaughter since she is the only heir to the Senju clan. To Sannin spectacular, I can expect great things from her then. What is your name, child? I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki, Fire Daimyo-sama. Tsunade, you have a lovely girl who is courteous, attractive, and has a powerful presence. It makes me very happy that you are no longer the last member of the Senju clan. Should I assume that your travel days are over? Yes Daimyo-sama, before we were requested to come to you we were on our way back to the Hidden Leaf Village so Naru-chan can attend the academy. I see. I will undoubtedly brag about this. I am thrilled that the world will learn that I am the granddaughter of 2 Sannins and the future heir to the Senju clan. Now, Tsunade, I do remember receiving a letter from Danzo years ago regarding your attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. Could you elaborate on what this was about? Daimyo-sama, can we discuss this matter privately without Naruto's presence? Naruto pouted as she glanced up at her grandmother and heard the Fire Daimyo reply. Guards, why yes, mister. Please take Naruto Haim to the gardens to play. I believe my grandson is there, as we have business to discuss and make sure no one lays a hand on her as she is the heir to the Senju clan. As Naruto led her out of the chambers, the guards tensed up and bowed to her. Okay Tsunade, as you were saying. Naruto is the daughter of Kushina Uzumaki, the princess of Whirlpool, and Minato Namikaze, also known as Senju because he is my lost son. When Naruto was born, my son sealed the 9-tailed fox inside of her, so the villagers and some civilian council members yelled for her to die because they believed she was the demon fox itself. When Shizune was only a few days old, some villagers had the audacity to attack her and Naruto. I see, then I wonder why you didn't destroy the Leaf Village and started anew. Sarutobi tensed up and looked at Tsunade. Sensei was there to calm me down, but believe me Daimyo-sama, it was something I wanted to do. As I see fit, I will announce to the world that Naruto Haim is the new heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and that any efforts to ensure her welfare will be illegal. I refuse to permit the last royal Uzumaki and such a prestigious clan to be spat upon. Said the Fire Daimyo. In addition, I will go with you to the Hidden Leaf Village and discuss this issue with the council. I would also like a celebration. We will be strengthened at the top of the power structure when the Sannins return to the Leaf with an heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clans. I therefore want the entire country to celebrate. Daimyo-sama, I would not want Naruto to be celebrated as a princess as I do not want her spoiled rotten as other clan heirs. I want her to be a dutiful heir. Nonsense. Tsunade Naruto Hime has already been left out of accommodations. She will be treated as such. Can't you imagine the publicity, the envy the other nations will have at the knowledge that we have such clans once thought of extinct to be alive and strong in such a little girl? Guards, sir, I want you to send guards ahead of us to the Leaf Village, notify the council members of our arrival, and assign them the duty of organizing a celebration for Tsunade's return to the village and announcing the new heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clan. Additionally, prepare my belongings because I'll be heading there in an hour, so get moving. As you wish, Daimyo-sama. Chapter 8. Kotetsu and Izumo, the two eternal Jonin Gate guards, were sitting on the table at the hidden leaf, keeping watch over the Leaf's entrance. Dude, this place is really dull. How did we get this job? Kotetsu said. Well, you wanted an easy job and I don't know why I listened to you. Izumo replied. Well, as long as something occurs to end the day quickly. I'm growing weary of merely sitting down. Well, just take a nap and leave me alone. Envious of the Nara family, they were sitting back to unwind and observe the clouds when they suddenly heard loud noises coming from the path. When they looked up, they saw a messenger shinobi from the palace. Kotetsu jumped out of his chair and rose as quickly as light. Izumo said, State your business. The guard gave Izumo the documents and said, We are messenger shinobi from the feudal lord and we come to assemble the shinobi clans by the order of Daimyo-sama. Izumo gave Kotetsu a nod, telling him to inform the clan heads. Tell Shukaku that the feudal lord and Hokage-sama will be arriving in an hour. He also wants the clan leaders to wait for accommodations. After a few hours, everyone was permitted to enter the council room where the fire daimyo and the Hokage were seated. The Anbu and royal guards of the fire daimyo were displayed on the walls, and the shinobi and civilian council were seated in their designated chairs, with the exception of the Hokage, who stood to the right of the fire daimyo and Jiraiya to the left. There was silence regarding the reason for the fire daimyo's visit. I know you're all wondering why I'm here at this point. First and foremost, I am here to celebrate with the Senju and Uzumaki clans. I recently learned that Tsunade Senju has a son named Naruto Senju, and I'm overjoyed that one of the world's oldest clans will have a successor to carry on creating Senjus and Uzumakis in the future. At that point, Tsunade and Naruto entered. The demon has returned, Citizen Council member Haruno yelled, and the fire daimyo quickly made a hand gesture, and one of the guards killed council member Haruno while removing his body. She wasn't that impolite now. What a waste of room. I'm sorry. Fortunately, my shinobi are excellent at picking up trash. Is there anyone else? With a giggle, the fire daimyo opened his fan to blow himself some air. While Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru grinned, the council room was silent and in complete disbelief at what they had just seen. Now that I've been rudely interrupted. God, I detest being interrupted. What was I saying, anyway? Yes, we are celebrating Tsunade's return to the village, and since it is my right to brag about my nation's achievements, I will make the announcement to the world. May I speak freely, Daimyo-sama? One of the lower civilian councils inquired. And you are, if you have to, what do you want? Rudely cutting me off once more. Yuma started to say, Daimyo-sama, my name is Yuma Chen. I was partner with Counselor Haruno. Our tasks are to protect the civilians of Konoha from any threats, and that includes the... However, the fire daimyo interrupted him by raising his hand. Isn't this village in my country a shinobi village, Hiruzen? Sir, all right, so do you have advisors for this kind of thing? Sir, for what purpose are these civilians? What brings them here? I simply see chairs filled by individuals who aren't eligible to be in a shinobi village that I sponsor. What a waste of room. Daimyo-sama, they were founded back in the last war to help with assistance in lesser areas of work in the village as well as the shinobi academy, though they have usurped more power than needed. To silence Hiruzen, the daimyo held up his hand. That is sufficient, Hiruzen. Since we are no longer involved in that conflict, I don't understand why they weren't dealt with earlier. Am I missing something? No, Fire Lord, they have kept control since the age of wars. No matter, as of today in this village the civilian council will be no more. I am funding a shinobi village and shinobi is who I need to be running it in the councils, not civilians. When one of the civilian council members attempted to stand up to protest, a royal guard behind him put a kunai to his throat before he could fully stand. The other members of the council were in complete shock. Oh no, I feel a draft of complete disappointment. Will my guard pick up the trash? I will now address this directly so that you can disseminate it throughout the village. As you are all aware, Kushina Uzumaki was the princess of Whirlpool prior to her exile, making Naruto the next princess of Whirlpool by blood. Tsunade Senju is back, along with her heir Naruto Hime, the granddaughter of the two legendary Sannin. Additionally, there will be a celebration for the return of said legendary Sannin and for an heir to not one but two prestigious clans, Senju and Uzumaki. And I will enact a law that states that this girl, whether she is a shinobi or a villager, will be publicly executed if she suffers any kind of physical, psychological, or financial harm, including being sneered at, discussed, harmed, or denied service. Believe me, I don't mind if there are no more civilians in this village because I think I can expedite the permits of those who wish to relocate to Konoha. However, you cannot control what takes place in privately owned establishments. A civilian council retorted, your Hokage cannot dictate, however, I have the authority to dictate anything I want. If I decide to expel you from Fire Country, I will expel you to Wind Country's deserts, assuming I don't murder you right now. If no civilians remain in this village, then so be it, after all, I am funding a shinobi village. Do I make myself clear? The fact that the civilian council was deprived of their authority, compelled to depart, and even welcomed this demon into the village made them pale. I don't understand why you are all here, as I did say that we no longer require a civilian council. The Fire Lord said, I will have you all killed for disobeying my command if this chamber isn't emptied in a second. He closed his fan. Reluctantly bowing to the Fire Daimyo, the entire civilian council left the chambers at that comment. Now at the other matter at hand, Hiruzen, you have 3 advisors, Danzo, Homura, and Kaharu, is that correct? Yes, Daimyo-sama. Is there anything else implied by the name advisors besides advisors? Does that name imply authority of any kind? No, Daimyo-sama. As we just established, the advisor's sole responsibility is to advise the Hokage on any urgent matters that he or she is unable to decide on their own. At this time, no other council has the authority to influence the Hokage's priorities. In the end, the Hokage has the authority to act however they see fit. The only person with any authority over the Hokage is me or a representative I designated. And that's it. Although Hiruzen's advisors were upset about losing their authority, they remained emotionless and displayed a stoic expression. The other council members simply grinned at the old jerks for having to lose at last. Now, if I may say so myself, why don't we resume organizing the celebration? The Fire Daimyo said, I do love a good party, as he stood up to gaze out the window. Due primarily to the fact that not everyone remembered the existence of the demon breath, the village rejoiced as the night wore on, passing a feast and cheering for Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the heir to the Senju clan. As the weeks went by, Tsunade, Shizune, and Naruto made their home in the Senju compound, which was enormous compared to the few people who lived there. As they entered the compound, they saw a lush forest with the main house in the middle, and Naruto was getting into her nightgown and getting ready for bed. She had picked a room on the 2nd floor with a view of the trees, barely able to see the street lights of the village. She was thrilled to be attending the Ninja Academy the following day, and her Jiji had stopped by to give her a letter to a shinobi named Iruka, which would allow her to enter the class and skip the years she had missed because she had been trained by her Obasan, Auntie, Ojisan, Oinaki, and her Jiji when he visited. As she lay there, she couldn't help but wonder who her classmates were, and how school would be. She was both anxious and excited to meet new people her own age. The following morning, Naruto was excited to start the day and hurried down the stairs where Shizune was preparing breakfast after running from her Obasan's room to wake her and her Ojisan. Go get ready for school, Naruto, so you can come back down and have breakfast. Okay, Nichan. After running up the stairs once more, Naruto showered, brushed her teeth, and combed her hair. When she came back downstairs, Jiraiya and Tsunade were having morning tea. Over the years, they had developed a romantic interest in one another after realizing how happy Naruto was with them. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Shizune stopped at the school's entrance as the other parents looked around and saw Makoto Uchiha, Hanami Hyuga, and other mothers bidding farewell to their kids. Tsunade was devastated that she wouldn't be spending the entire day with her granddaughter. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed the door handle and pulled, making sure to conceal the rainbow-colored snake in the top half of her dress before Naruto entered the classroom. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Naruto handed Iruka a letter as he read it aloud to the class. Everyone, please calm down. We have a new student in the class who recently moved to the village. She will begin working with us today. In the classroom, murmurs broke out. Why can she skip 3 years? A girl with pink hair grumbled, that isn't very fair. She is allowed to skip a year because she was trained outside the village and has permission from the Hokage himself. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, glancing at the girl. The question of who had the Hokage's approval to skip school made everyone tense. That just means the Hokage is showing favoritism. With this girl, Naruto was growing agitated. Enough Sakura, if you continue I'll send you to the office. Iruka said, would you like to introduce yourself? Hello, my name is Naruto Senju Uzumaki. I am thankful to be part of your classroom and hope we can all get along and be friends. Everyone gasped when she revealed her identity as a Senju. As Naruto ascended the stairs, she heard that many of the girls were jealous of her beauty, and the boys were also fixated on it. Sakura said, Senju, so you must feel special, you don't look special. With that pink hair and that forehead I wouldn't talk. Looks like Kami forgot to stop when he made your forehead. Sakura was embarrassed and wanted to kick that redhead's ass because everyone was laughing at her. What, can't handle it? My Obasan said if you can't handle being teased or trolled then you shouldn't do it yourself. Sakura inquired, and who is your Obasan? My grandparents are Tsunade and Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. As if they saw a star, everyone turned to face Naruto. You're the granddaughter of the legendary Sannins that we've all heard. As she punched the air, Naruto yelled, that's them and this is me, I'm just their granddaughter, but I will nevertheless surpass both and become even stronger. Shikamaru blushed as he looked at the girl. He was at a loss for words, so he just spoke, troublesome. The murmurs continued after Sasuke narrowed his eyes at her and blushed a little too, but he reasoned that, so she's a Senju, doesn't look tough at all. Quiet, said Iruka. I know we're all excited to have a new student but we must continue class. Now we are in the portion to go outside and check everyone's progress in the kunai throwing test. Followed by a sparring session. Naruto waited to leave as everyone went outside, but she was approached by a girl with short indigo hair and pale lavender eyes. Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I am the heir to the Hyuga clan. I would like to extend my friendship if you were to need anything. Thank you. So kind of you. I am Naruto Senju, as you already know. I would really appreciate your friendship. The two girls noticed that everyone was staring at Naruto as they were leaving, while everyone was receiving 10 kunais and shuriken from Iruka and Mizuki. We will start with the kunai and shuriken throwing contest. You will all be given 10 kunais, then we will continue with the shuriken and do 10 as well. Each person received the following score. Hiba received a score of 6. Choji received a score of 5 out of 10. Ino received 7 out of 10. Sakura received a score of 3 out of 10. Hinata received a 9 out of 10. Shino received an 8 out of 10. The rest of the class continued until Shikamaru was finally called. When Shikamaru heard his name, he went and picked up his kunai. Seeing that Naruto was watching him, he signed and blushed a little. Troublesome, he said as he prepared his kunai and launched them, hitting 8 out of 10. When Iruka saw that Naruto was staring at Shikamaru, he blushed a little and grinned. I see, Iruka muttered. You're finally doing something right, you lazy bum, shouted Ino. Iruka was called by, now Sasuke Uchiha. When Sasuke approached and collected his kunai, the horde of fangirls yelled at their Sasuke-kun. One of them, the pink girl Sakura, squealed so loudly that she sounded like a banshee. Unable to control her anger, Naruto cracked her knuckles, accumulating chakra in her fists, but before she could act, she heard someone call her name. According to Obasan, Naruto detested fangirls and thought they were a disgrace to Kunoichi. When she looked up, she saw that Sasuke had tied Hinata with 9 of his kunais. God, I hate fangirls, was Naruto's loud statement, drawing the attention of all the girls, who then gave him a death glare as it clicked in their minds. Naruto grabbed her kunai and glared back at the fangirls as her kunai struck their target without looking at the target. When Iruka said, 10 out of 10, the girls all stopped laughing. Sakura let out a furious roar and questioned why she had missed 9 of 10 targets. Turning to face Naruto, Iruka asked if she wanted to do the honors. Naruto simply glanced at Sakura's booming voice and, since apparently you can't tell, the obvious of this exercise is to immobilize. And to do that you have various options. The joints in the ankles makes them unable to walk, cut out the wrists they can't throw weapons or perform hand signs, cut out the shoulders they can't swing an arm, the chest kill them, the head they're dead, the neck you paralyze them from the neck down, and if you hit the mark on a male's groin he'll be down long enough for a turtle to kill them. Was that dumbed down enough for you? When the red-headed girl said that, all the boys simply grabbed their family jewels and started to perspire. Iruka was beaming at Naruto. Very good Naruto. Normally shinobi want to go through the torso. It's good to see someone thinking differently for once. Sakura attempted to approach Naruto, who had just passed by. She couldn't believe that this stranger was making fun of her, and what infuriated her even more was that her Sasuke-kun was merely gazing at her with wonder in his eyes. Now class, let's get going to the spars section of the class. When asked why, Shino said that he was a distance fighter and that his clan's jutsu was the only way, so he felt that it was unfair. Shikamaru and Shino were the sparring partners, and both of them gave up. In response to Shikamaru's question, well, I'm a distance fighter too, and my shadow is a jutsu, so it wouldn't be fair either. Choji defeated another boy in a match. Sasuke defeated Kiba in a split second. When Hinata and Ino faced off, Hinata embarrassed Ino. Now for the final spar. Naruto and Sakura make your way to the field. Sakura assumed her Academy Taijutsu stance as the two girls approached the spot where they were standing across from one another, while Naruto simply eyed her without indicating that she would move. Naruto knew Sakura would attack blindingly because she could see all of the girl's weaknesses. All she needed to do was wait. Sakura charged at Naruto with a raised fist as soon as Iruka yelled to begin the match, screaming incoherently that he should hit her for embarrassing her. However, Naruto made a last-minute dodge and kneed Sakura in the stomach, causing Sakura to bend over in agony. Before Sakura could get far enough, Naruto lifted her up by her index finger and punched her on the side of the face with her palm, sending her flying in out of the arena. Recall the release of Android 18 on Vegeta. Everyone was amazed by Naruto's power and speed in defeating Sakura. Sasuke asked Iruka if he could return as Naruto was leaving because he didn't have much of a challenge. Would anyone like to spar against Sasuke? Iruka then asked the class. Time was running out, and since no one had volunteered to spar with the Uchiha, Naruto looked up at Iruka and noticed that Sasuke was examining her closely. Since girls and boys don't typically spar against one another, Iruka was apprehensive. But all he said was fine. Both Naruto and Sasuke made their way back to the arena. The two made the seal of confrontation as they leapt back, eyeing each other. When Iruka yelled to start, Sasuke suddenly launched himself at Naruto, throwing a roundhouse kick at his face. However, she was able to block it, grabbing him by the ankle and pulling him down to her fist, ready to punch him. Sasuke blocked it, but not before flinching and shaking his arms because they had fallen asleep from the hard punch this girl had thrown at him. Sasuke said, "You're strong, aren't you?" Naruto remained silent but grinned. Before Sasuke realized that Naruto had disappeared, he appeared behind him and kicked him in the side, sending him flying. Sasuke was able to recover and get back up as he charged at Naruto, throwing a barrage of punches. Unfortunately for him, Naruto blocked the attack once more, jumping. She kicked Sasuke with her mother's signature kick, dropping it on him. As he leapt back, he saw that Naruto's kick had left a small crater on the ground, but before he could react, Sasuke then called out while passing through the hand seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Sasuke brought his fingers to his mouth while inhaling, only to unleash a massive fireball straight at the Senju girl. Before Iruka could stop the jutsu, Naruto stopped at the sight of the fireball approaching her, so she too responded by going through her own hand seals and calling out, "Water style." Water wall. A massive water wall formed around Naruto, causing a massive stream of mist to surround the two fighters. Sasuke had no idea what was going on, but he was astounded by the girl's sheer power. Sasuke was thrown out of the arena and into the tree by the girl's chakra-infused punch, which she delivered before he could find her through the mist. Everyone gasped when they saw Sasuke fly out of the mist and strike the tree with such force that his admirers rushed to him. Naruto simply turned around as the fog cleared. Unable to speak, Iruka went to see how Sasuke was doing and helped him get up. "Okay, winner Naruto, and now you too, it's time to do the seal of reconciliation." Sasuke and Naruto approached each other and performed their respective seals. Sasuke was not overly thrilled that a girl had just defeated him, but he blushed and turned away from her when she smiled and congratulated him. "Good job," was all Sasuke could say. Iruka let everyone leave class to go home as the day came to an end. When Iruka declared that, "Class has ended," everyone hurried to leave, with Hinata leaving with Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. Every parent was waiting for the children outside. Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha hurried over to Makoto Uchiha. Sasuke noticed that Jiraiya and Tsunade were waiting for Naruto while conversing with his Kachin Makoto. Naruto yelled, "Obasan," as she leapt on Tsunade. How was your first day of class, Naru-chan? Obasan, it was great. I won 2 of my fights, one against a pink girl who's a fangirl, and another against Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke tensed up and turned to give Naruto a fierce look. Itachi, Makoto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya chuckled at Sasuke's response. Itachi asked Sasuke, who was laughing at him, is this true, Otudo? She just got lucky the mist covered her up. Mist? Jiraiya inquired. Sasuke used the fireball jutsu on me, so I used the water wall. Even thought I could have dodged it easily but decided against it, and when the mist formed I sensed for his chakra, and since he wanted to use ninjutsu I used grandmother's technique to send him flying. Makoto and Jiraiya simply chuckled as they winced at the memory of Tsunade's blows. That's the way to do it, Tsunade said, raising her first hand. As the children bid each other farewell, everyone grinned. Tsunade turned to see Hiashi and Hanami heading their way. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama, it's good to see you two doing well. How are you doing, Hanami? Better thanks to your treatments. Good, although I thought I told you to be in bed rest, even coming out here I did not allow. Yes, Tsunade-sama, we only wanted to pick up my daughter, then we're heading back. Hisashi Hyuga bowed to them when they saw Neji leaving the academy as well. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, elder brother, Hanami-sama. Rewind. As the years were progressing, a faction within Kumogakure was staging to kidnap Hinata Hyuga from the Leaf Village, so they sought to take advantage when an attempt for peace was brought upon. This faction was still in their ways from when the third Raikage was in power and hated that the fourth wanted peace with the tree huggers of all people. As the Kumo ambassador was leaving back to his hotel, he was pleased that the talks were as fruitful as they were. Peace within the Leaf and the Cloud would be beneficial for both countries. Meanwhile, back at the Hyuga compound, Hiashi and Hisashi were talking in the study, planning on overthrowing Hyuga elders to move past the archaic practice they force upon in the clan, when suddenly something didn't feel right as they both activated their Byakugan and saw that one of the Kumo shinobi was inside Hinata's bedroom, throwing her inside a bag in attempt to run away with her. Both Hiashi and Hisashi made a run for it. Both darted out. They ran into the shinobi right before he left the compound. As the ninja, he was visibly displeased that he was caught, so he brought the bundle up and held a kunai to it. Choose carefully what you do, Hyuga, or else she dies. Right. Before he was able to continue, he was struck multiple times from behind, immobilizing him. When he dropped, they saw that it was Hanami who had struck him, rendering him immobile. You'd think me a fool that I would allow anyone to take my daughter, stated Hanami. Guards. While the ambassador was sleeping in his hotel quarters, he was abruptly taken from the Anbu that swarmed his room and taken to the interrogation department, denying any claims that he had any part of it, so word was sent to Kumo. Hiashi yelled as branch members went for the Hokage, where the Kumo shinobi was apprehended and questioned. The fourth Raikage in Kumo A was doing some arm curls in his office because he was getting tired of his brother's constant rapping when Mabui entered and said, Raikage-sama, we have a problem back at the Leaf. What is it, Mabui? It appears that a member of the Lord Third Believers fled with the ambassador, tried to abduct the Hyuga heir, and was apprehended. The Leaf currently has our shinobi and ambassador, and they want an explanation of what's going on. That idiot. Send word to the Hokage that Kumo has no part in this and set up for us to meet so we can take care of that imbecile ourselves, shouted as his expelled chakra broke some of the windows. The Hokage and met at the designated meeting place on the border of both countries, and after retrieving the prisoner, the Raikage had him executed immediately to dispel any suspicion that they were involved. Hokage, I do believe that for the moment the Cloud will need time to deal with this faction of usurpers before the Cloud can sign an agreement to prevent any more mishaps again. Hiruzen said, I would agree. As time went on, Hanami became pregnant and became ill. Hiruzen had summoned Tsunade and managed to catch it in time to save the life of the Hyuga matriarch. The flashback has ended. Chapter 9. In the coming weeks, Naruto got closer to her classmates. She sat in a row of her friends. The closest to her were Sasuke, who barely talked but liked having the redhead around. He would say that Naruto kept the fangirls away. To the class's surprise, he sat to Naruto's right. Since her arrival, Sasuke had been more open to talking, while Shikamaru, who used to be the last dead of the class, sat to Naruto's left, which since the redhead was in school he was actually putting effort in school, making him rank high up to being placed in third behind the second top student in the classroom, Sasuke. These two had sparked an unspoken rivalry for the redhead's attention. From them sat Hinata, who was the fourth top student in the classroom, then Choji, and Kiba sat next to the Hyuga heir. The top student's place was taken from Sasuke, making Naruto the top student in the classroom thanks to Shizun's teaching and the Sannin's training. Naruto was the top kunoichi, followed by Hinata. This friendship has sparked for Hinata to leave her shyness behind and become more confident in herself. Sasuke always worked harder to beat Naruto as well as Shikamaru, but they were unable to beat her in spars. Every day after class Naruto would run home and be trained by her Obasan the slug princess Tsunade, if not Orochimaru as well as Jiraiya. But being back in the village, Hiruzen had started going to their home more often and helped in Naruto's training majority of the time. However, he would summon Monkey King Enma's kin to help with her training. Tsunade hated that Jiraiya and Hiruzen were trying to persuade Naruto to their summon. She was going to make sure that Naruto inherited the slug contract after her Obasan, but Jiraiya always told her that Naruto's father's summons was the toads. Then Hiruzen would interject that Naruto's close combat matched that of the monkeys. Orochimaru then stated that Naruto had a closer bond to the snakes since she never left without Uni. Tsunade had enough and ended the conversations. In the meantime, back in the Uchiha district, the elders and the older Uchiha were gathering in the Naka shrine to plan their coup d'état. Most of the Uchihas opposed the coup d'état, but the power-hungry older generation had none of it. They wanted the Uchiha clan to be the only ones with power, and they detested the Hyuga clan's boasts about how strong they were in the village and how Sarutobi was the leader instead of a proud Uchiha. Fugaku should have been the Hokage, not Minato. Makoto Uchiha would constantly argue about the coup d'état in their home, arguing that it would only serve to divide rather than to bring the village together. Later that evening, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha met with the Hokage to discuss their predicament. There was animosity in the Uchiha district, where some people preferred to live in harmony in the village while others were power-hungry. Shisui had devised a plan to subjugate everyone under his genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami, the most powerful of all genjutsus, in order to persuade the Uchihas to stop any more corruption and potential bloodshed. Itachi was to help Shisui in carrying out his mission. Lord Hokage, I plan on using my Sharingan to place them all in the genjutsu to unite the village. Are you certain that this will succeed? They will be aware that they are under a genjutsu, don't you think? Even if Shisui would be found, I will be there to make sure that it works out. Two Mangekyous working together will make sure they are all placed. Lord Third. I see. What happens if this doesn't work? The Uchiha district is divided. Some people don't want to do this because they prefer the leaf the way it is. Trust us, Lord Hokage, this will work. Although they are not on good terms with one another, others, particularly the older and power-hungry ones, want to take away the authority. All right, when are you going to execute this? In the Naka shrine they are to meet tomorrow night. I shall prepare myself for this and make sure that it goes on without any problems. Very well, but we still need to devise a plan as a fail-safe to make sure everything works out. Hokage-sama, I would handle the Uchiha myself if things didn't work out. I realize that what I'm saying may sound unrealistic, but Konoha is my village, and I will defend it against any threats, whether they come from within or outside. Hiruzen and Shisui both looked at Itachi. As I will assist him, Hokage-sama. You too, let's not let it go that far. We have to ensure that this is carried out amicably and without needless fatalities. Both Uchihas simultaneously said, yes, Hokage-sama. They were unaware that a plant figure on the wall was listening in on their conversations, recording everything, and relaying the information to Madara. The following day, Itachi and Shisui were both present at the meeting in the Naka shrine, along with Fugaku and all of the power-hungry Uchihas. They were yelling about attacking Konoha, and as Shisui and Itachi sat next to Fugaku, nobody realized that Tobi had sneaked in under a genjutsu with help from Zetsu, making him one with the wall. Before anyone realized what was happening, all of the power-hungry Uchihas took out kunais, fled the Naka shrine, and began attacking their own clan members, calling them traitors and weak-minded idiots. To prevent her husband from killing their son Sasuke, Makoto activated her Sharingan and launched her own attack. Hiruzen sent the Anbu to assist Makoto, Shisui, and Itachi after seeing through his crystal ball all the chaos that was occurring. Where is Sasuke? Itachi yelled at his mother. He's at home, I told him to hide. What about Otosan? He's been dealt with, Makoto said, her eyes stained with dry tears. When Itachi saw his mother in the moonlight, he saw that she had activated her Mangekyo Sharingan that night. Makoto had seen Fugaku about to kill Sasuke, who was slowly walking away from his father while carrying an open wound from a kunai cut on his arm. When Izumi realized what was happening, she activated her Sharingan, leapt into the air, pulled out a kunai, and planted it on a traitor's back before he could defeat Itachi. Surprised, Izumi-chan, declared Itachi. The influenced, power-hungry Uchiha was encircling Makoto, Izumi, Itachi, and Shisui. Shisui, What's going on? Makoto questioned. I don't know, I was about to activate my jutsu when it seems I blacked out, when next thing I know I hear screams coming from outside. Are these the last ones from the shrine of Naka? Izumi inquired. Yes, the rest were dealt with, but not before they took out a lot of clan members. Makoto and her small group noticed that Anbu was encircling the Uchiha's outlaw just as they were getting ready for the fire jutsu's onslaught. That's sufficient, Hiruzen said, but instead of stopping, the Uchihas were obsessed with killing Makoto, Itachi, and themselves, so Hiruzen was forced to give the Anbu orders to deal with them. After a battle broke out, fireball jutsus were hurled back and forth while earth and water-style jutsus were fired back, until all of the renegade Uchiha were eventually defeated. Back in the Hokage office after the whole ordeal. In the Hokage office, with Makoto, Shisui, and Itachi in front of him and Inoichi and Shikaku by their sides, Hiruzen asked, what went wrong? I don't know, Hokage-sama. I activated Koto Amatsukami to instill love and high drive to protect the village and all its civilians for better peace, and all of a sudden everything went black, which has never happened before. Only to when I snapped out of it they had launched out of the Naka shrine and out to the streets to kill out clansmen. I see, Itachi. Did you notice anything unusual? No, Hokage-sama. Shisui activated his jutsu and I too just blacked out for a second. I am not sure what happened. Okay, I am going to have Inoichi take a closer look. Is that alright, Shisui? Yes, Lord Hokage. Inoichi. Inoichi began his jutsu by placing a hand over Shisui's forehead. After a few minutes of searching through Shisui's memories, he let go of his jutsu. Shisui's jutsu was tampered with by another source. Everybody glanced up at Inoichi. Explain, advanced the Hokage. I felt someone enter Shisui's mind with their own Mangekyo Sharingan as he activated his Koto Amatsukami and Mangekyo Sharingan, putting him in a genjutsu and influencing the genjutsu to change the works to kill anyone in their way, whether or not it was Uchiha. The same person turned to Itachi to do the same, but they couldn't figure out why the genjutsu wasn't affecting Itachi. Shisui then blacked out after he left the body. Why do you think you were unsuccessful with this? Itachi had his Mangekyo activated the entire time because I had already made sure that everyone using regular eyes or Sharingan would be affected before I activated my jutsu, Hokage-sama. There wasn't enough power in my jutsu to affect the Mangekyo Sharingan. I understand. Who could be powerful enough to subdue your jutsu, Shisui, I wonder? Apart from the three of you, is there anyone else in the Uchiha district with Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku, Itachi, and Shisui had Mangekyos prior to tonight, that we are aware of. As a Mangekyo wielder, I now take the place of my late husband. That would mean that the threat came from someone outside the village with either a Sharingan or powerful genjutsu capabilities. This is what I wanted to avoid. The Uchiha clan has lost nearly all of its people, dealing a heavy blow to Konoha as a whole. Every other shinobi from the Uchiha clan had vanished, with the exception of Makoto, Itachi, Shisui, Izumami, and Sasuke. During the massacre, only the elderly who were inside their homes perished, and a few Uchiha families who were civilians. Makoto assumed leadership of the Uchiha clan after its size was drastically reduced. Her first action as clan leader was to relocate the Uchiha clan deeper into the village, where they would no longer require such a large compound and the remaining members could more easily adapt to the new environment. Even though some of the Uchiha civilian families chose to leave the clan and relocate to Konoha's civilian districts, they eventually settled into a new compound that included several homes for the living Uchihas as well as some additional homes for future Uchiha families. The Uchiha compound was now comparatively close to the Senju compound, which was becoming a lovely compound with all the gardens Makoto had planted around it despite not being as tastefully encircled by forest as the Senju, making it lively and cozy for the clan members. How do you find your new home? As Makoto told Tsunade, believe it or not, I like it a lot better, sensei. That's good, you have to love where you live or else it's a prison. I agree, the last compound was just that, never felt mine, but what could I do? How's Sasuke taking all the changes and the loss of his father and clansmen? He won't speak much about it, but I think that after seeing his father that way and the way we were about to be slaughtered, he feels as though things worked out in the end, I suppose. I see. Well, I am here next door, so if you need me you can come to me. Thanks, sensei. Naruto said, do you guys want to get some ramen? Sasuke questioned, do you always have to eat ramen? Shikamaru said, yes, ramen isn't good for you. Hinata said, I'll accompany you, Naruto-chan. Me too, exclaimed Choji with joy. She told Shikamaru and Sasuke, You guys don't know the best part life has to offer. As she and Choji began running towards Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto yelled, Choji, let's see who can eat the most. While holding his fist high. As her friends arrived, Naruto ran inside Ichiraku Ramen and sat on her favorite chair, yelling, Chuki-san, Ayame-san. At the top of her lungs. Chuki and Ayame both grinned at Naruto and asked, Naruto, how are you doing? I am doing great, but I am starving, I need some of your godly ramen. Naruto, do you want to start off with 2 miso pork ramens? Chuki and Ayame grinned. Yes please, said Naruto, his face sad. While everyone else placed their orders, Choji saw that Shikamaru was staring at Sasuke and hurling daggers at each other, and that Shikamaru wanted to sit next to Naruto. The fact that his best friend had discovered a girl he liked and was bringing him out of his slackness made Choji smile. Naruto finished the meal with 10 bowls of ramen, 4 bowls of miso with pork, 4 bowls of beef, and 2 bowls of soy sauce with extra chasu. I feel stuffed, Naruto said, as his friend consumed 2 more bowls than him. Choji lamented, even if I tried, I couldn't eat another bite. Shikamaru said, I don't understand how you two can consume so much of that, and Sasuke concurred. As she finished 4 bowls, Hinata said, well, it was actually delicious. As everyone stood up to depart, Sasuke and Naruto were going to follow Hinata, Choi, and Shikamaru as they headed back home. Shikamaru detested having to walk the other way after eating this lunch because the Nara clan lived on the other side of Konoha. On the other hand, Sasuke's compound was nearer the Senju's. Good night everyone, Naruto exclaimed. As they turned to return home, Shikamaru was glaring daggers at Sasuke, and Sasuke was grinning in a way that only Shikamaru could see. She told Sasuke, that was delicious. Yeah, it was good, although I don't think it's so good that you can eat it every day. You just don't have good tastes, that is all. I'd say I have better taste than you since you only enjoy that. You wish. As the two walked past the Uchiha compound on their way to their own compounds, Naruto was ready to bid Sasuke farewell so she could proceed to the Senju and, I'll walk you home. You sure, Sasuke? Naruto asked, blushing slightly. Yes, I am sure. My Kachan wouldn't let me live it down if I let a girl walk by herself at this hour. The head of the Makoto clan of the Uchiha said, I would definitely think I raised you better than that. Sasuke said, Kacha, in surprise. Good evening Makoto-sama, Naruto stated, bowing slightly. How are you doing, Naruto? I am doing well. We had Ichiraku after we all trained and now we're heading home. My Obasan might be waiting. Well, would you like to come in? I made cookies and Tsunade-sensei is here. Cookies? Naruto shouted. Well, if Obasan is here I don't see why not. You might gain weight if you keep eating, said Sasuke. When Makoto realized what was about to happen, her eyes widened. As she approached Sasuke, Naruto cracked her knuckles. Every time Naruto cracks her knucks, Sasuke gets scared because she knows what will happen. As she leapt and struck the ground, creating a crater. What did you say, Sasuke? Sasuke barely avoided it. I am sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean it like that. Before Sasuke could dodge again, Naruto landed a punch at him, sending him flying inside the compound. Well, you definitely have your mother's personality and sensei's power, Makoto laughed. You knew my Kachan? Naruto asked, jolting out of her reverie. Yes, me Hanami and your mother were trained under Tsunade-sama. It was an all-female team. I had no idea. That is truly incredible. Could you elaborate on her? I also believed that all-female teams were discouraged. Naruto was my best friend, so of course I could. Technically speaking, they are, but when you combine a Hyuga, the red-hot habanero, later dubbed the Red Death, a Uchiha, and the sensei, Tsunade Senju, people tend to be afraid of the female team. That's fantastic. I'd like to play on a female team too. I can already picture myself with Hinata-chan. Izumi-chan is currently a member of a team. Because, for whatever reason, the other girls dislike me. How about my son, then? Sasuke. Indeed, Izumi is a member of a team. Well, Makoto-sama, he's no girl, besides I don't like him right now. When Sasuke returned to Naruto and Makoto, Naruto turned away from him and glared at him, and Sasuke's expression simply said, I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke was merely making fun of you, he didn't mean it that way. You are aware that boys who like girls make fun of them in this way. Kachan, Sasuke cried out, his face flaming and flushed. Before she could reply, Naruto turned red again and said, I knew I felt my Naruto-chan's chakra out here. Obasan. At Tsunade, Naruto leapt. Yes, Sasuke called me fat because I like food. No, I didn't, said Sasuke, sensing three women's gazes. The main thing that scared him was the stare that Makoto and Tsunade were giving him. Tsunade crackled her fingers and said, well, Naruchan, if he hurts your feelings like that again, you know your Obasan can break every bone in his body, right? And I can heal him enough to do it again and again, right? Tsunade glared down at Sasuke while Makoto stood behind her. Calling a girl fat? Well, Tsunade-sensei, I can hold him down for you. Sasuke turned pale as the two older kunoichi made fun of Sasuke's situation. Naruto didn't even glance at Sasuke as they all returned inside to enjoy tea and cookies. Before the adults got up and went to the other room to have some sake, Sasuke was growing irritated. He grabbed Naruto by the arm, who was blushing, and pulled her outside. I said I was sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean it like that. It's fine, I guess. Sasuke's expression darkened slightly. I guess you have to get your wins whenever you can since you can't ever beat me in spars. Sasuke's glared at Naruto. That's not true, I've beaten you. Yes, when I let you so I don't hurt your little Uchiha pride. Sasuke was growing agitated. You know what, come to think of it, you are getting fat with all that ramen you ate. And I think those cookies are already making their way to your puffy cheeks. Looking like a red tomato. Sasuke was sent flying after taking a chakra-infused blow before he could process what he had said. When Sasuke realized Naruto was gone, he stood up and muttered something unintelligible. I suppose I was due for that, said Sasuke. From behind him, Itachi said, you sure did, Ododo. You like that girl, don't you? No, I don't, was Sasuke's reddened face. The question, then why are you blushing, from Izumi made Sasuke even redder. You guys don't know. You know girls don't like to be called fat, and they will hate the boy that does that. You think she'll hate me forever? Sasuke stiffened. So you do like her? Was the last thing that Sasuke said before leaving and returning to his home. I don't care that she left. You know, Ododo, I think you hurt her feelings. I saw her with a pained look on her face. Feeling guilty, Sasuke turned to face where Naruto had left and wanted to pursue her. Why don't you go apologize to the girl you love? Replied Izumi. Sasuke scowled. I don't like her, and I don't care if my honesty made her feel bad. Like you got butthurt because she beats you in spars. Sasuke became enraged and entered his compound, but not before pursuing Naruto. His antics made Itachi and Izumi laugh. My cheeks aren't bigger, they're the same they've always been. Naruto told herself, I don't get why Sasuke was mean to me. Well, I don't need him as a friend. Naruto was so furious with Sasuke that all she wanted to do was kick him into the ground. Chapter 11. Even though it was the last day of their weekend, Naruto got up early the following day and went to see her Gigi at the Hokage's office. Gigi. As she stormed through the front door, she said, how are you doing, sweetheart? I am fine, Gigi. I came because I want you to teach me some cool jutsus. Well, that would be fine, but unfortunately I can't at the moment. Why not? Because I have a lot of work to do at the moment. Gigi, please, you don't teach me anything anymore. Well, how about this, when I get off work we can train. Naruto's expression brightened, and he said, okay, Gigi, that sounds like a plan. Meanwhile, I'm going to see Hinata. As he was about to knock on the door, Sasuke sighed, I hope she's over being mad at me. He had left the Uchiha compound and was making his way to the Senju compound. Shizune opened the door after Sasuke knocked. How are you today, Sasuke-kun? Shizune-san, I'm doing great. Is Naruto home? No, she went off to see Lord Third. I see, is she still mad? I don't know, why would she be mad? I called her fat, and she got upset. She then gave me a punch and turned to leave. Shizune wiggled her eyebrows and grinned broadly as she said, I see, so you like my Imoto. The statement, I don't see why everyone thinks that, made Sasuke flush. Shisui said from behind, well, if you weren't blushing, people wouldn't lead to that. Well, now that I think about it, I don't care where she is. Shisui, why are you here? Well, she didn't eat breakfast, so I think you would know where she would go after seeing Lord Third, Shizune said, giggling at Sasuke. Shisui proudly said, I'm here to pick up Shizune. Are the two of you going out? Asked Sasuke. Shizui said, unlike you, I make it known that I like a woman. Shizune blushed as well. Well, yeah. Sasuke waved his hand and said, yeah, whatever. Unknowingly, Sasuke left the Senju compound and headed for the Hokage tower, but before he could reach it, he heard two banshees yelling, "Sasuke-kun," as they ran in his direction. "Get lost, losers." Sakura put her arm around Sasuke's and squealed, "Oh, don't be like that. I want to spend time with you." "Forget it, billboard forehead, he's going to spend time with me," declared Ino. With their Sasuke's arms, both girls glared at danger. Before they could object, Sasuke shoved them so hard that they both fell to the ground because he was becoming agitated and pulling his arms back. Annoying fangirls. Sasuke turned his back on them. Sakura looked at him with tears in her eyes, and I was shocked that he would do that. "You guys are a bunch of weaklings. Perhaps you should use that time to improve yourself if you had so much free time to engage in such foolishness. I find weakness intolerable." Before they could call their Sasuke-kun back, he was already racing off, heading inside the Hokage tower, while the two girls just stared at each other, thinking they weren't doing enough. Sasuke knocked on the Hokage's door and waited for a response. "Come in." Sasuke entered and bowed to the elderly Hokage. "What brings you in today, Sasuke, my good boy?" "Hokage-sama, sorry for the interruption, I was looking for Naruto but heard she would be here with you." "Naruto was here not too long ago, but you just missed her. She had left to get some food and then to find some friends to hang out with while she waited for me to get off, so we could do some training." "Are you really teaching her?" "Yes, I've actually helped in her training along with her grandparents since she was a lot smaller." As he turned around and headed for the door, Sasuke bowed slightly and said, "I see, thank you Hokage-sama." As this was going on, Naruto noticed that Shikamaru and Choji were making their way to a dango shop and waved to them, asking, "What are you guys doing?" Choji said, "Hey Naruto, we're going to grab a snack." Shikamaru said, "What a drag," fully aware that Naruto would want to participate. "May I join the two of you?" "Yeah, come on," said Shikamaru. When the three of them went to sit in a booth, Choji sat by himself on one side while Naruto sat inside the booth and slid over for Shikamaru. Shikamaru blushed a little because he had to sit next to Naruto, but he didn't try to move and smiled at him. After they had decided to have a snack, Choji and Naruto ordered 5 sticks of dango, while Shikamaru ordered 2. When the dango arrived, Naruto reached over to grab her plate, getting very close to Shikamaru, touching him on the chest, brushing his shoulder, and her leg brushing his. Shikamaru's face turned crimson at having Naruto so close to him. "Shikamaru, are you feeling okay? You look a little red," she said, placing her hand over Naruto's forehead. "Oh, you feel fine," she said. Choji simply grinned while staring into Shikamaru's eyes. "I'm fine, it's just hot in here," Shikamaru said, aware of his best friend's actions. Naruto remarked, "I guess it's a bit stuffy," as she sat back and picked up her plate. Shikamaru had ordered extra sauce and poured some on his, then went to pour the rest on Naruto knowing she liked the sweet sauce. When Naruto saw this, he became very happy and said, "Thank you, Shikamaru." Shikamaru stiffened at this but felt his heart race inside. "Troublesome," was all Shikamaru said as she tugged on his arm and rested her head on his right shoulder while watching him pour that sweet sauce. They were strolling outside after eating their snack at the dango shop. "Want to go train in the forest, guys?" "Why the forest?" Choji asked. "I don't know, I just really like training in the forest, makes me feel at peace. But going all the way towards the forest, that's such a drag. I don't think I can make it, my parents are waiting for me to continue doing some clan training," said Choji. "So you'll go with me?" Naruto asked, turning to face Shikamaru. Shikamaru said, "Sorry, Naruto, it's our dad's hosting a training." "Sounds good, guys, maybe next time," Naruto sagged. Shikamaru said, glancing over at the Hyuga making her way to the bakery, "Hey, there's Hinata, maybe she would want to go." Sasuke spotted the Hyuga heiress just as Naruto was about to leave to catch up to her. He saw her embrace Shikamaru and Choji before he fled, and he folded his arms in jealousy and glared at the two boys before he watched the blonde catch up to the lavender-eyed Hyuga. He was going to keep walking slowly so he wouldn't let her know he was following her. "Hinata," Naruto screamed as she approached the girl. "How are you, Naruto-chan? What a nice surprise." "Hinata, what are you doing? Do you want to train in the forest with me?" "Why in the woods?" "Because it's different to the training grounds and it's peaceful." After giving it some thought, Hinata nodded in agreement and said, "Sounds like fun." A moment later, she was grabbed and dragged into the forest. They both assumed their taijutsu stance once they were in the forest, saying, "Okay Hinata, let's go all out." With a nod, Hinata activated her Byakugan and assumed her taijutsu stance. She laughed and said, "Okay, Naru, let's do it." Before running to Naruto, she turned and winked in the direction of Sasuke. When Hinata was not engaged in combat, she was a timid, anxious girl that her clan despised, but when she was engaged in combat, she was a fierce, determined, and powerful kunoichi who was every inch the prodigy and worthy of her heiress title. "You're not going to get me with your gentle fist Hinata," Hinata said, having to leap back as she got close to Naruto because of the chakra he was accumulating. He then punched the ground, causing the land formation to slightly shift and become uneven. "Maybe not at this moment, but it'll shut down your chakra points." Naruto ran towards Hinata, who was punching the heiress with chakra-laced hands. She dodged each blow, then ducked at the final one and gave Naruto a sweeping kick, knocking her down just as Hinata delivered a Juken strike to Naruto's abdomen, which caused it to go up in smoke. "A clone. A roundhouse kick would have sent her rolling," she said before dodging from behind. Before Naruto flips backwards and performs some hand seals, he says, "Nice dodge Hinata." "What, is elemental ninjutsu familiar to you?" Hinata asked. "Obviously. How will you respond?" As 10 fireballs appeared in front of her, Naruto grinned and said, "Fire style fox fire." "Ready, Hinata." As Hinata was about to run towards Naruto, she was stopped by the fireballs that began to approach her at his command. She managed to avoid all of them until he finished another set of hand seals, and before the last one was sent, she noticed that a snake made of lightning was rushing towards her. Hinata's eyes widened, then narrowed as she tried to think of the best course of action. She saw a small dot inside the snake's forehead, and her eyes glassed over. Out of instinct, she ran towards the lightning snake, raising her 2 fingers to deliver a Juken strike at the snake's head, instantly dissolving the jutsu. Naruto was dumbfounded, her jutsu was undone, and she asked, "What did you do, Hinata? How did you accomplish that?" "I don't know, I saw no way out and I blacked out." Naruto said, In the interim, Itachi said, "Spying on your girlfriend." He saw Sasuke tense up at his comment. "She's not my girlfriend." Itachi grinned and said, "Well my little Ototo, why are you spying on the Naruchan?" Shisui said from next to him, "Yeah Sasuke, looks like you like her." "Oh shut up you two, no I don't." "Well judging by how fast your heart was racing, and that mad look you had on your face as she hugged the Nara boy, I'd say you have it bad for her." Shisui was also astounded as he watched the battle, as he was taken aback by the Hyuga heiress's ability to cancel out the jutsu, saying, I wonder if the Hyuga could do that the entire time, I'll have to talk to Lord Hiashi." Sasuke swung at his brother, who simply broke into a flock of birds, laughing as he disappeared. Sasuke stopped and looked back towards the direction Naruto was at, whatever, as he continued on his way home. "This is nice after a good spar," said Naruto as he and Hinata lay down on the forest floor and watched the small clearing cloud. This was Shikamaru's favorite activity. "It is. Do you believe that love exists, Hinata?" "Why do you inquire?" "I believe my Obasan and Ojisan secretly love each other, even though I don't know why they fight so much. As if I occasionally catch them glancing at one another." "What kind of looks?" "Well a couple weeks ago my Ojisan was taking a shower and my Obasan walked in, she screamed and ran out the door." Hinata laughed. "And after that day my Obasan blushes whenever she's in close proximity to my Ojisan, well kinda like you or Sasuke blush for no reason." At this point, Hinata was as red as a tomato. She exerted all of her willpower before uttering the words, "for no reason." "Yeah." Naruto turned to face Hinata, who was lying face down this time. "Sasuke gets moody. I don't get why he has to be a pain in the ass, but you blush and stutter when anyone compliments you." Hinata became distracted and began to blush once more. "See how you're blushing right now, which I don't get why you're blushing. We have to work on your confidence Hinata, you're a beautiful girl and a strong one too, we're going to become rivals so we can each get stronger together and become the Leave's most powerful kunoichis." The two were walking back into the village as they stood up. "Gigi should be getting out of work soon. Is Jiraiya-sama employed?" "No my Gigi, the old man Hokage." "Oh, why are you holding out for him?" "Well he said he would train me." "More instruction." Naruto turned to face her and said, "Why not? Besides there's things Gigi can teach me that my Obasan nor Ojisan can teach me." Hinata turned to admire Naruto. "Why do you work out so hard?" "I want to become Hokage. but on top of that I want to be stronger than my Obasan, Oja-san, Gigi, and my Nisan. Shizune-sama. No, I have a Nisan somewhere else. Shizune Nisan wants to be a medic instead of a combative kunoichi. I understand. Nisan, where do you live? Elsewhere. You're not sure where. I do, but she's not of this village. She's actually a Cloud Jonin that I trained with during my travels with my Obasan. I see, she's from a rival village. Yes, you can say that. Is that the only reason why you want to get stronger? No, I want the village to acknowledge me, that I can protect them and not be a menace to them. Why would you pose a threat to them, and why would they need to recognize you? Well, the villagers hate me. Hinata looked at the glares directed at Naruto at that precise moment. Prior to this, he had assumed that they were directed at all of the unruly children, but now he knew that Naruto was the target. Why does the village hate you? I can't express it, but the villagers despise me, which is why my Obasan and Oja-san removed me from the village. They attempted to murder me and Shizune-san when I was just born. Why would they attempt to murder a child? I'm not allowed to talk about Hinata because it's a secret. However, they despise me and demanded my demise. Gigi had the Anbu kill some villagers, and my Obasan killed some as well. The only person who completely abolished the civilian council was the fire daimyo, who actually had a member of the council killed on the spot when I returned with him. I didn't know that had happened. Hinata's eyes enlarged. Yes, from what my Nei-san had told me, it was a standoff between certain angered shinobi, Anbu, and villagers against my Obasan. You mean Tsunade-sama was facing off many people? Yes, my Obasan destroyed a building and injured many people, and shinobi killing a couple with just one punch. That is unreal. No wonder she is a legendary Sannin. Yes, until Gigi assured her that the threat was over, she was going to call upon Katsuki to destroy the village. Then, Oja-san and Ohisaki got up and addressed the villagers, threatening to call upon the entire Toad and Snake clan to destroy the village if anyone tried to kill me. Shikamaru remained silent while Naruto went on. You see, I want the villagers to respect me on their own initiative, not because they feel threatened by the fire daimyo or the Sannins, even though the fire daimyo threatened them that if they were unfair to me, it hasn't stopped. Hinata had a fresh perspective on Naruto. I will help you in any way I can. Naruto grinned at him while giving Hinata a tight embrace. Thanks, Hinata. Hinata trailed behind Naruto as he turned and proceeded toward the Sarutobi compound. After Hinata reluctantly agreed to train with Naruto and the Hokage, they warmed up with push-ups, sit-ups, and running before moving on to chakra control exercises. They skipped the customary procedures and went over to spar against the Hokage, which would be a 2 versus 1 match, since Hinata was already trained by her clan to be able to walk on trees and perform other manipulations. Hinata, we will engage in a full-on, no-holds-bar spar. Furthermore, everything that is seen in this compound remains there. Do I express myself clearly? Yes, Hokage-sama. No one in the village aside myself and her grandparents know of this, so breathe one word of this and I'll be forced to execute you. Before she could turn to face Naruto, Hinata turned to her and winked, saying, we got this. She paled but nodded, feeling dread and not wanting to be in the battlegrounds any longer. A fresh feeling of power surged through Hinata. Ready, Hinata, ready. As Hinata leapt above Naruto and used her family's taijutsu to attack the Hokage, Hiruzen leapt a few meters back and made hand seals. Suddenly, a small crater appeared on the ground as Naruto ran at the Hokage at a speed he had never seen before. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Jumping back, Naruto performed hand seals. Earth Style. Earth Wall. The two were hidden by a huge earth wall that appeared. Earth Style. Underground Projection Fish. The two descended, and by the time they rose above the earth, Naruto had completed his hand seals. Forest Style. Frenzy Plant. As vines soared up at the Hokage, piercing him, but then the Hokage puffed in smoke. Earth Style. Earth Spikes Jutsu. As a flurry of spikes ran towards the Hokage as he leapt before he could make hand seals. Naruto slammed the ground. As Naruto growled, Shadow Clone. When Hinata first saw the Mokuden ability, she was confused and shocked. Hinata, snap out of it and help me out. Right. As Hinata looked around the arena. Can you make trees? On it, Naruto executed a few, wood-style, hand seals and a spontaneous tree summoning. Hinata used the shadows as cover and caught the Hokage as Naruto slammed her hands in a prayerful motion, causing several trees to spring up from the ground and grow quickly. As the Hokage saw that the Hyuga heiress had delivered a Juken strike to his shoulder, he said, I must say this was unexpected. I did not think you would catch my clone and myself. You tried to strike at me by hiding your chakra and using Naruto's large trees and vines to divert my attention. You were definitely underestimated by me, but won't occur once more. Naruto quickly executed the required seals, a forest-style leaf shuriken, in which a large number of leaves glowed from the trees and fell upon the Hokage, with Hinata immediately following to launch an attack. Hiruzen was avoiding the leaves when he saw Naruto approaching from behind and Hinata approaching from in front of him. He was about to jump when a vine caught his foot, holding him in place. He was then struck by a Juken strike from in front of him and a punch from behind, landing him in a slight daze. He grinned, not bad. Speeding through her hand seals, Naruto said, I hope this works, crystal style, crimson fruit. As a dome of pink crystal began to form around Hiruzen, Naruto called out. His expression was one of shock, but the jutsu stopped before it could fully envelop him. I had it that time, damn it. Regardless, Naruto launched chakra into her fists in the manner of her obasan, but before she could punch, Hiruzen emerged from the crystal prison and deflected the blow a few inches. Excellent, Naruto, you nearly succeeded this time. You and Naruto make a great team, I must say, Hinata, utilizing Naruto's trees to hide your footprints. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I'm already completely depleted of chakra. What was the last technique, and was it really another Kekkei Genkai? Yes, sweetheart, Naruto has 2 Kekkei Genkai at the moment. Naruto gave her a wink and sat on the ground, saying, aren't I awesome, Hinata? I'll say, however, how are 2 Kekkei Genkai possible? She has all 5 chakra natures, she has potential to have more Kekkei Genkais, but as of now her strongest is the Mokuden and Forest styles, which in reality it's the same but she identifies them differently, and she's learning her crystal release. I understand. What distinguishes wood and forest styles? However, I also fail to see why you are opposed to this being released. Well, Hinata, began Naruto, for me wood style is using my trees, and other jutsus I have. But forest style it's life itself, I can control vines, leaves, or the solar power of the sun. In regard to your other question, Hinata, it's Tsunade's decision as of right now that no one but a select few are able to know about this. As she plopped down beside Hinata, Naruto declared, I'm exhausted. And I actually have 3 Kekkei Genkais, I have started on the ice release combining my water and air affinities, she said, releasing the jutsu to allow the created trees to be absorbed back into the ground. The Hokage said, show me. Naruto collected her chakra, molded it, closed her eyes, and concentrated on her palm, causing an ice flower to appear. She then created a shadow clone, went through hand seals, and used killer ice spears as she slammed her hand on the ground. The Hokage said, it's fascinating how marvelous. I will tell your grandparents about this. How frequently do you train in this manner? Every day. Why? Well, I know why, but do you really have to go this far? Unfortunately I do. I want to make my parents proud. Who are your parents? As she sighed, Naruto turned to face her Jiji, who simply nodded. My Kachin was Kushina Uzumaki, and my Otosan was. With wide eyes, Hinata cut Naruto off before she could say anything more. It all makes sense now, Minato Namikaze, you are the daughter of the Yellow Flash, you are the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, he was the lost son of Senju Tsunade, and that is why you can use wood style. I'm not sure how Hinata got all of that, but Naruto and Hiruzen shot in her direction. Naruto was about to inquire, how did, when Hinata went on. Since you returned as the Sanin's granddaughter, I have been asking myself questions and searching the archives. You mentioned that your birthday was unknown. This new information was sufficient to solve all the other puzzles when you told me about the way the villagers treat you and how your Obasan successfully attacked the village. The Kyuubi had attacked back then because the villagers wouldn't attack a baby simply because they would have to think something was different and harbor hatred. The fox was sealed inside his only daughter by the Yondaime. The Sanins, who just so happened to be their granddaughter, should be the ones raising her. It is understandable why Lord Third would frequently leave the village on specific days each year. Actually, it's quite easy. Hinata stared at her as though he had just been kicked in the gut. Why would I hate you, Naruto? Naruto said, looking down. And you don't hate me. I understand why you have to prove so much to everyone and why you're working so hard, she said, drawing her in for an embrace. I could never hate you. However, you don't need the villagers' approval because they don't deserve your love if they can't see how amazing and valuable you are, Hinata said. This girl has her head on straight, doesn't she, sensei? She is an expert in everything. and she is aware of the consequences of discussing it in any way outside the compound. Moving away from Hinata, Naruto said, "She won't say anything." "I know she won't, Naruchan," Tsunade said as she knelt down in front of the two and cupped her Naruchan's face. Hinata gave the Hokage and Sanins a quick nod. "We have important business to discuss with Sensei, so why don't you two hurry along?" Hiashi was returning to the Hyuga clan's compound as Hinata and Naruto were leaving the compound and heading back. "How are you two doing, Hinata and Naruto?" Naruto bowed slightly and said, "Hiashi-sama. We're doing well, just finished some training with Gigi." "You two received training from Lord Hokage?" "Yes, Gigi promised to train me, and since me and Hinata were already training in the forest, she promised to train with me against the old man." "I see, so she's the one that has had Hinata actually putting in effort in her training," Hiashi thought as he grinned down at the two. "Why don't you join us for dinner?" he asked Naruto. Naruto smiled at him. "I would love to. Shizune-chan is out on a date and I know Obasan and Ojisan are gonna stay with Gigi for a while, so that would be great." Hinata grinned as she glanced up at her father. As the days went by, Tsunade watched Naruto train with Hinata in the Senju compound. In addition to learning that her chakra nature was water with a smaller affinity to wind, Hinata was also taught how to control Tsunade's monstrous strength. She was able to use Tsunade's punch, but she was able to push it further with her gentle fist. Depending on how much chakra she put in, Hinata was able to create a more powerful version of her vacuum palm that would destroy parts of her surroundings. She also learned that her chakra affinity was water, and she could use simple water jets to enhance her gentle fists and use her chakra affinity to attack her opponent's chakra network. As both Kunoichi assumed their fighting stance, Tsunade thought back to how shy Hinata had been when she first met the Hyuga heiress. However, Naruto helped her come out of her shell and become more self-assured. Instead of flinching after hurting her opponents, she stood proud as a Kunoichi that she was able to fend off her opponents. Additionally, sparring with Naruto changed her father's perception of her. She was no match for Naruto, but Hinata was no slouch. As the girls leapt forwards, Hinata activated her Byakugan. Naruto saw that, narrowing her eyes, only to see that Hinata stopped and called out, 8 trigrams vacuum blast." A blast of chakra raced towards Naruto. Good thing for Naruto was that the vacuum blast was a focus attack and not a wide range, so she jumped. Not expecting that was what Hinata was after, Hinata readied her next jutsu, adding wind chakra nature to her hands. 8 trigrams vacuum slash. Hinata's hands glowed. She started to spin and directing blades of chakra laced with wind hurled at Naruto at top speed. Wind-style violent whirlwind. Naruto screamed as a power wind-style wind shot out of her mouth, decimating Hinata's attack and heading straight for her. Fortunately, Hinata's Byakugan saw where the attack was going to land, so she went and took cover. But before Hinata could get far, Naruto performed the necessary hand seals, landing on a praying seal and released fire-style fox fire. 10 balls of fire appears around Naruto as she stretched out her hands. She sent the fireballs towards Hinata. Hinata backflipped, focusing her Byakugan, seeking the chakra points in the attack. She extended one finger out and called out, "Vacuum bullet," as she hit the chakra points on the fireballs, making the attack vanished. Naruto was shocked. "You're getting better at finding the chakra points in techniques. Alright, then try applying that to this." As Hinata attempted to get close enough to attack Naruto, Naruto executed the hand seals. Forest style. Leave shuriken. Tsunade looked up, perplexed by what he had said, and noticed that a number of leaves glowed around the trees and were hurling through to Hinata. As Kunai needed to flee, Hinata jumped out of the way and made a beeline for the water, but before she could, Naruto had completed her second set of hand seals and had gathered shuriken from the ice and crystals surrounding her. Hinata, on the other hand, couldn't find any chakra points on the leaves themselves, but they appeared sharp. Tsunade said, "That's enough." "What was that, Naru-chan? How about my forest style?" "Yes, well, it's technically wood style, Obasan, but I am not using wood but leaves or vines, so I changed it to forest style." "We're done for today, so tomorrow you have the day off from training since we're getting ready for your 10th birthday. "I see, that's what Sensei meant." While Naruto was heading to the training grounds to train with Orochimaru and Anko, Hinata was heading home because she needed to continue honing her clan technique. She always enjoyed going to train with Ohisnaki because he always taught her really cool new jutsus. At this point, he had taught her various wind, water, and lightning styles, while her Ojisan Jiraiya had taught her earth and fire styles. She had at least 2 or 3 jutsus of each element under her belt. Orochimaru grinned and said, "Naruto-chan, it's about time you got here." Sorry, Ohisnaki, I was sparring with Hinata-chan. The Hyuga brat. Yes, she's my best friend, Anko replied. Enough with the small talk. Naruto-chan, I want to concentrate on something else. You mentioned that the shinobi from the hidden cloud possessed a Kekkei Genkai that could be trained using lightning and water, correct? Yes, Oji Snakey, she had those two affinities, and Karui said that there was someone in Cloud Village that can train her in the storm release. I understand. It uses the same principle as your Mokuden, ice, and crystal release, so why don't we try to replicate it? How are things going with your crystal release? Well, my only options are my crystal prison technique, the jade crystal blade, and shurikens, based on the scrolls you provided. I see. One of my subordinates, who uses crystal styles herself, is returning to the village. I gave her the task of teaching you the crystal release as a gift for your 10th birthday. Naruto's eyes lit up. That's fantastic. What's her name? Her name is Gurren. She has a lot of skill and is deadly with her crystal style. I'm going to be the greatest Hokage ever. Grinned Naruto. Don't get ahead of yourself, Gaki, you're nowhere near being a Hokage, laughed Anko. Naruto retorted, we'll see who's boss when I have you doing my chores. Nice try, Gaki, appeared on Anko's face with a tick mark. Orochimaru said, enough you two. Naruto, please sit in a lotus position and concentrate on your lightning and water chakras. Before you do, though, I'd like you to combine your hands and channel your ice release, then your crystal release, and finally your wood style. Once you've figured out how each of those combinations feels, concentrate on your water and lightning, and let's see if you can successfully create the storm release. Yes, sensei, Naruto said as he sat eager to pick up a new jutsu. Do you honestly believe she can handle another Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru-sama? This girl can, in my opinion, and if she can master another Kekkei Genkai, I want to advance her to the Kekkei Tota and, if possible, even further. My goddaughter won't be a slouch after all. Naruto felt her ice release combine as she sat, and she then smashed the tiny ice flower that had formed. She dispelled her crystal flower after noticing the slight changes in how it changed as she began to form the crystal version of it. When she proceeded to her wood or forest style, she made a vine to grow and a bright red sunflower appeared in front of her. She observed that her wood style uses the most striking combination of natural shifts, beginning with earth and ending with water. She believed that the physical manifestations of this were a physical characteristic of nature, since her crystal and ice release were solid formations that required no anchor other than herself. She became aware of how her natures refused to cooperate and would overpower themselves as she got ready to combine the lightning and water chakras. However, after 6 hours with 50 clones, she caught a glimpse of a successful combination. It would be difficult to control this nature. She crossed her fingers and yelled, Kage Bunshin Jutsu, as she formed her signature hand signals. 500 more Narutos appeared, all of them sitting in lotus positions. All of them are combining the chakra natures of lightning and water. She hadn't made much progress by the end of the day. Crystal, ice, and wood styles came easily to her, but this storm style was refusing to show up. At the end, all she could sense was a flicker of light. Orochimaru said, that is enough for today, Naruto-chan, after he and Anko had just concluded their sparring session. The day after tomorrow, we'll resume. Well, one bowl won't hurt, said Naruto with a cheeky grin. Hey Naruto-hime. Naruto turned around and saw Itachi and Izumi heading towards the ramen shop. Itachi Onisan, Izumi Nichan, what are you two doing here? Well, we wanted to get a bite to eat and when we saw you we chose to accompany you. Naruto ran out of the training grounds over to Ichiraku's for her beloved ramen, even though she considered getting it because she knew Shizen would clobber her if she didn't eat at home. You've never met a better person than ramen. Itachi and Izumi laughed at Naruto's matter-of-fact statement. Are you looking forward to tomorrow's big party? Yes, I am so excited to play with all of my friends and Gigi there. I hope I get to play with the monkeys and frogs once more. I hear you're going to get a big surprise. Keep an open mind, Naruto-hime. I hear there are big surprises in the horizon for you. Well, I'm excited because Ohisnaki is getting me a personal trainer for my crystal release. In the meantime, you old monkey, what are you saying? Hiruzen signed, aware that it would not be good for him to keep such a secret from both of his students, asked Tsunade. I'll give Naruto 3 scrolls that only she can open at midnight today. She can only use her blood to open the scrolls after midnight. There are 5 people inside. Who are they? Orochimaru inquired. They are Minato, Kushina, and 3 unknown people who the Shinigami stated would be a great help to Naruto. Jiraiya's, why are they sealed in a scroll and why haven't we been told about this, and Suon's anger both increased. The Shinigami herself gave me the scrolls and instructed me not to open them until Naruto is 10 years old. They are alive in the scrolls. All 5 would perish in the scrolls if they were even tried to open before she turned 10. Given your medical expertise, do you really think you would have the self-control not to open the scrolls and try to save them? Neither Kushina nor Minato had any organs. The Shinigami sealed them both in the scrolls to heal their wounds and regenerate their organs because she would have died even if the 9 tails hadn't been removed. I don't think you would have waited and would have tried to unseal them to heal them yourself, Tsunade, even though I know you're the greatest medic in the world and I am aware of your temper and lack of patience. I believe that Sensei made the right decision. And you would have been thinking about it the entire time if you didn't know. And not be able to focus on Naruto, Orochimaru said. Fair right Haim, I know I wouldn't have the patience and I definitely know you wouldn't have it either. Replied Jiraiya. Although I can't help but be angry that we weren't told but I can also see logic. Precisely so why don't we get Naruto to open the scrolls and have the best birthday ever, replied Hiruzen. What worries me Sensei is who is on the other 3 scrolls, we don't know if they are friend or foe. It's the chance we have to take in order to free Minato and Kushina. Very well. Later that evening, as Tsunade was finishing her tea at the Senju residence, the Hokage and Orochimaru arrived with all 5 scrolls. Her nerves prevented her from drinking sake at the time. Do we by any chance have a clue of who could create so scrolls? Tsunade was asked. I have no idea, but they may be formidable and we must be on our guard just in case. Jiraiya replied. Agreed. I actually tasked the entire Anbu to surround the house in case someone else emerges that we can't control. A swift end, said Hiruzen. Orochimaru asked smugly, do we really think someone can outfight 3 Sannin, the Hokage, Minato, and Kushina? I don't know but I won't take chances with Naruto. Thus, Hiruzen stood up, rearranged the furniture, placed the scrolls, and drew the sealing formula that the Shinigami had ingrained in his brain. Okay, all we need is Naruto now. Just as Naruto was about to fall asleep, she heard her Obasan call from downstairs. After coming to see what they wanted, Naruto headed down to help set up banners and other decorations. It was getting late, and all she wanted was to go to bed. Let's see what they want at the university. She picked up her rainbow-colored snake and put it on her shoulder and around her neck. Gigi, Ohisnaki, Ojisan, Obasan, and Kakashi Onisan were in the living room. For background, I'm making Tsukumo the son of Tobirama and Kakashi a Senju, making him the grandson of Tobirama. What's going on? The redhead inquired. Naruto, we have a special surprise for you but only you can open it, said her Gigi. Right now, Gigi. Yes, my little Haim. Tsunade, we can't explain it at this time, it's just for you to see, okay. Tsunade stepped back from Naruto's front view and noticed 5 unfolded scrolls on the ground. Okay. Naruto said as her Uni noticed his uneasiness and emerged to rub her head against his face. What is that? Naruto asked. These are sealing scrolls like the ones we've been practicing. All right, do you want me to open them? Yes. As she approached, she noticed the smaller scroll with the Fuinjutsu for ki, while the scrolls on the right read Kushina and Minato, and the ones on the left read Uzumaki. Naruto let out a gasp. Kacchan and Otusan. As soon as Naruto saw the scroll that served as the key, she became excited that her parents had left her gifts in these scrolls. Following the instructions, she lit the candles around her and the scrolls using fire jutsu. She then grabbed a kunai and slashed her palms, allowing blood to seep onto the scrolls. After the required amount of blood seeped, she began performing the necessary hand seals, finishing with placing both bloody palms on the squares on the key. As it proceeded to the 5 scrolls, her blood began to glow, her hair began to lift like her mother's, and her body began to glow a bright green with crimson at the end, all of which were signs that the key was draining her of chakra. When Tsunade tried to stop Naruto, she was pushed back from a barrier that the unlocking process had put up, and everyone stared at her in shock because they never thought it would drain her chakra. Sensei, it's going to suck up her entire chakra. Naruto, stop this. No, Tsunade, look at her forehead. Tsunade watched in disbelief as Naruto's meiotic regeneration seal spread to her entire forehead and down her cheeks. Inside the barrier, Naruto's chakra was now blowing like a hurricane. When all 5 of the scrolls began to glow, Naruto's eyes opened, but no one saw that she had changed. Her pupils turned white, and veins around her eyes swelled with one tomo each. As the sealing scrolls began to resonate, she fell to the ground, exhausted from chakra. Everyone gaped at the 5 people sitting on the sealing scrolls as Kakashi appeared behind her and caught her before she hit the ground. He saw the bags under her eyes begin to disappear as he lifted her. Kakashi's eyes widened as he looked up from the familiar sensation. "What's going on?" demanded a red-headed Shizen with a great deal of murderous intent, and Kakashi passed out while holding Naruto. The fabled Sannin and Hiruzen were on guard when it abruptly stopped. The red-headed person said, "You've turned into an old monkey." Another began to chuckle. The final one simply said, I'd like to know what's happening." Tsunade and Hiruzen froze. "Kasen, Otusan?" inquired another. "Sensei, what's going on?" the final one inquired. Jiraiya was unable to gather himself, and Tsunade began to cry, falling to her knees. The 4th Hokage Yellow Flash of the Leaf, the Red Death, the creator Lord Tobirama, the god of shinobi himself, and finally the mistress of death in the flesh Mito Uzumaki, said Orochimaru with a grin. Kushina looked up as she and the other 4 stood up. Kushina couldn't stop babbling, "Naruto. My little girl, what's going on? Why are you looking so old, you old man?" "I believe my sealing scroll was used, was it not?" replied Mito. "Sealing scroll?" Tobirama inquired. "Yes, Mito-sama," Hiruzen said. She looked at Hashirama and Tobirama and said, "And by the looks of it, not at the correct time." "In fact," she said, "as I would like to know, not that I'm complaining, but how do you 2 end up in my scrolls?" "What do you mean?" Hiruzen inquired. "I was supposed to be unsealed in time to help Uzushiogakure, but by how old you look, Hiruzen, I can say that I am decades late." Mito laughed and joked. On top of the silver-haired Jonin, Kushina noticed a girl with red hair. "Naruto, Kakashi?" she asked, noticing her little girl and picking her up. "My lovely little girl." Minato instantly sided with Kushina. He was pleasantly surprised by the Byakugo seal on her forehead, which resembled both his mother's and Kushina's, but he couldn't help but admire his student's lovely face. He raised his head. "What's happening? The last I recall, Kushina and I were on the verge of death. We were done saying our goodbyes. I'm sorry I didn't get to tell you sooner, Kacchan and Otusan," Minato said with a smile as he embraced both of his parents. Suand and Jiraiya sobbed as they hugged Minato and Kushina, saying, "We thought we'd never see you again." As she approached Kushina, Mito said, "I think we should have a seat so I can explain everything that's happened. Kushina, you've developed into a beautiful woman, my darling, and I can tell you're my great-grandson as a strong man," Mito said. "But this little beauty, my goodness, could not have prepared me. Is she also my granddaughter?" As she shoved Minato and Kushina aside, Mito said. Tsunade said, "Yes, grandmother, she's Minato's and Kushina's daughter. How wonderful that our line continues, and strong does it not love?" Hashirama said as he teleported beside Mito. "Yes, dear, I see the ideal Uzumaki, a lovely young lady with stunning red hair. However, I feel that she is more complex than we realize." "And who's this one here?" Tobirama asked as he approached Kakashi. "He seems to have Senju ancestry." "That's your grandson Sensei, the son of your late son Tsukumo," replied Hiruzen. As he gazed at Kakashi, who picked him up and placed him on the couch, he said, "I see, so my line as well has continued." Kakashi and Shizune eventually joined everyone as they sat on the living room couch after everyone had recovered from their shock. "I created the sealing scroll using one of our masks from the Uzumaki shrine, and in order to bind life itself to this sealing formula, I called upon the death god to assist me. You see, I made 5 because I wanted to make sure that I, Tobirama, and Hashirama were still alive when Uzu was about to be destroyed. The scroll is a one-time trip that heals your body and restores enzymes and DNA to bring you back to your younger self. I had already sealed Hashirama in his weak state by the time I finished making the scroll, and he had just managed to seal Tobirama before passing away at the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers. Regretfully, the Shinigami escaped my grasp, sealed me inside, and took the scrolls for herself. I see that is why we never were able to find your body or those of my senseis," said Hiruzen. "Exactly. When Minato summoned the Shinigami, I could see everything from next to her and knew what she was trying to steal, so I pushed out my chakra and attached both mine and Kushina's. As the Shinigami pulled the chakra and was about to take all 3 into her intestines, she realized her error and cancelled the agreement. We're all 3 being expelled. At that point, She began to consider my granddaughter's potential. She pulled out the scrolls, sealed Minato and Kushina with a sliver of the Ninetales chakra with me, and added some of her essence to Naruto. I'm not sure exactly what she saw for her future, but I do know that she said it would be filled with loss and never-ending battles, and that unless something was done to correct it, the shinobi world would end. In order to help fight the evil in the world and the impending destruction, the Shinigami claimed that Naruto would be able to summon all chakra natures and their combinations in time. And I was only permitted to live in order to assist with her training. There was silence in the room as everyone thought about her. So, I would like to know how my granddaughter is doing in her training. You had better not have been neglecting this young girl, Tsunade, Mito said. With concern in her eyes, Tsunade said, No Obasan, we have been training her since she was 3 years old and she has your Mokudan abilities grandfather. She claimed that the only person who could truly frighten her to death was Obasan. Hashi's ability Mito grinned. Mokudan. Kushina and Minato simultaneously asked, Well, isn't that something special? Hashirama smiled proudly. Plus she has your manifestation in water control uncle and I dare say she surpasses it. Really now? Tobirama grinned. Technically speaking, she currently has 4 Kekkei Genkais. We are trying to get her storm release to materialize, and she has Mokudan, Crystal, and Ice. Smugly, Orochimaru said, I've called back my subordinate who has crystal release to teach her the art of crystals. Kushina gave Orochimaru a smile. Mito laughed. Splendid, and I see she has my meiotic seal already. She is a force just like an Uzumaki should be. Looking at Naruto, everyone grinned. What else is she trained in? Kushina inquired. Minato and Kushina were amazed at their little girl as the Sannin explained how they had aided in her training, but then Kushina screamed. Kumo! How could you allow Kumo to get close to her? Kushina yelled. The rainbow snake hissed at Naruto for disturbing him while he writhed in her arms. What is this? A snake with rainbow colors? Kushina inquired. That is my summons, Kushina-san. As my goddaughter I have a summons on her at all times to either assist her or summon me of any possible threats, and I must say they are inseparable. That snake especially thinks of her as her own child and will not allow any harm to Naruto Haim. I guess I can like you too then, Kushina said, grinning and petting the snake. Tsunade produced a black as night katana with fuinjutsu etched through the center of the blade and shimmering specks all over, saying, Kumo actually trained her in the art of kenjutsu. They even gave her this. They do know who she is, the 2 Jonin sensei discovered, and one in particular, the Jinchuriki of the 2 Tails, calls her a sister of hers, and even Naruto writes to her occasionally. She has even come to see Naruto in the village whenever she is close to Fire Country, and each time she visits, she teaches him new skills. I see, Kushina said. Well, no, Kumo is going to teach her in kenjutsu. There is no kenjutsu better than that of the Uzumaki. And what about her taijutsu? Said Mito. She simply uses a combination from all of us. She doesn't have a formal taijutsu. She doesn't move as fluidly as the snakes, toads, or monkeys do. However, she utilizes and modifies each of our methods, said Tsunade. Well, she'll begin learning kenjutsu and the Uzumaki Hashoken then. The strongest kunoichi will be her Hashoken, Kakashi inquired. It is essentially identical to the Hakusho gentle fist style of the Hyuga. The primary distinction, however, is that our taijutsu prioritizes power and speed over accuracy. We cause it to explode when the Hyuga's gentle fist depends on shutting down the chakra points in their opponents or their organs. Simply visualize a vacuum palm aimed at your body each time you kick or punch. We can also deflect ninjutsu by expelling chakra from our arm or leg chakra points using the same chakra output. There are 3 stages to our taijutsu. Tsunade uses her strength in the first stage. Our second step involves fine-tuning the chakra to concentrate in specific body parts, such as our arms, legs, or any other part we decide to attack with ease during combat. Stage 3 involves concentrating chakra around our bodies. Depending on the chakra input we do, complex seals will appear and our blows become 5 to 10 times stronger. If we fine-tune our chakra, we can make any well-placed hit explode with a burst of power upon contact. Think of Rin Tasaka versus Lovia. If that would be the case, grandmother, she isn't compatible since I can't get her to implement it completely, said Tsunade. According to Jiraiya, and she has Tsunade's monstrous strength. Well, it's understandable why she didn't learn from you. You're too slow. You only used power instead of focusing on the speed component of this taijutsu form. You can tell by looking at her body that she is a quick kunoichi with powerful muscles. Mito laughed. She builds up her chakra like Tsunade and unleashes it, so I would say that is an accurate description of her fighting style unless she is certain she has a winning technique. If she doesn't, she combines the other styles we taught her, which is actually Orochimaru. With Naruto in her arms, Kushina rose and said, I'm taking Naruto for the night. It's quite late, and Naruto is asleep. I must lay her down. You have your rooms upstairs. Tsunade replied, this is the Senju Uzumaki compound and in this house alone we have enough rooms for all of us. Are you sure? Kushina asked, staring. I haven't had any of you near for years. Do you think I want either of you out of my sight? Tsunade said, my room and Shizune's are down here, and upstairs we have Naruto's and 2 extra bedrooms. Grandmother will take back her and her grandfather's room, and uncle will take back his old room. Minato inquired, where does Otusan sleep? Jiraiya smirked and said, with her, with a cheeky smile as Tsunade flushed. Jiraiya was abruptly thrown out the window. So you're finally getting your old bones dusted off, aren't you? Mito laughed, as did Minato and the others. With Naruto in their arms, Kushina and Minato went upstairs. As they entered the room, they saw how beautifully decorated it was, with a desk on one side and a bed by the window with a book on the windowsill. However, they were astounded by the flowers and vines that covered her ceiling, which was glistening with pink crystals. Kushina started crying as they pulled the covers over Naruto and caressed her face while they put her to sleep. Minato, we're actually with our daughter, we're so late. Her 10th birthday, I can't believe I missed out on so much of her life already. At least we have a second chance with her, Kushina. Tomorrow we're going to make up for everything we have missed with her. Mito, on the other hand, only said, interesting, after picking up the katana and running her fingers over the fuinjutsu engraved on the blade. Orochimaru questioned, what is it, Mito-sama? This sword, it came from someone with fuinjutsu knowledge, not Uzumaki, but very extremely well made. I would dare say much better than what we as Uzumaki would make. This katana, whoever gave it to her was a fool. They don't know what they gave up. This isn't an ordinary katana. Explain, Orochimaru said, drawing attention away from Tsunade, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kushina and Minato, who were descending from the stairs. This is the legendary Tessaiga, also known as the Sword of Heaven. Jiraiya said she had never heard of it. Kushina questioned, are you positive? Minato inquired, what is it? This blade is probably one of 3 of the most dangerous weapon in existence. Of course it could be fragile if it's not infused with chakra of its master, but when it is, it could be the deadliest of them all, stronger than the 7 legendary swords of Kiri, and more deadlier than your poison sword of snakes, Orochimaru. How so? Hiruzen asks. Well, this sword, its sheath alone can be used as a weapon, nulling chakra-based attacks for a certain amount of time before cracking and breaking, but the sword itself, if you look at the fuinjutsu on both sides, they each serve as their own function. The sword can change in shape to whatever its master needs it to be at its moment. Fusing the sword and sheath, it can form into a bow, where then the master can fire chakra arrows at their opponent. It can transform into a whip or snake sword, or even a scythe if not a staff. On top of that, it has the capabilities to be used with chakra natures, which, if I am not mistaken, can combine with the chakra natures of the wielder and transform into that substance and expel techniques for focused attacks from the user. And if you check the ceiling tags along the line, it can create focused barriers from oncoming attacks. It leaves your sides and back exposed, but for focused attacks it's undoubtedly a strong weapon. The only drawback is that this sword needs to be kept in a seal to be continuously given chakra, otherwise if it's not the moment that she draws the sword out of its sheath, it will start to consume chakra from her. And you said the Kumo shinobi just gave it to her? Yes, grandmother. She said that the one who bought it couldn't figure out what it was for, and it seemed weak for his capabilities, and Naruto could benefit from utilizing a sword to learn from before advancing to a proper katana, replied Tsunade. Well, my child, I would say Naruto just got herself one of the most powerful weapons in existence. Only 2 other weapons can match the capabilities of this weapon. One I know Madara had, but it has been lost. The other was considered a myth until this moment, since this was considered a myth in Uzu as well. And the last one is the sword of Totsuka, which can seal anything in its path. But my Naruheim has to bond with this sword before she can wield it. When they heard a knock on the main door, everyone stopped staring at the sword. They were all suspicious of who it might be, so Tsunade went to investigate. 2 Anbu and 2 other females trailed Tsunade as she made her way back. When she saw the red-headed Uzumaki Kushina, the Anbu squad captain stopped in her tracks. Well, I would say the both of you followed my footsteps, didn't you? Kushina laughed. After Yugao removed her mask, she ran to her old sensei and hugged him, saying, Sensei, I thought you were gone. Gecko, her fiancé copyright, knelt behind her and said, Sensei, I thought my senses were wrong when I felt your chakra. Thinking that I was deceived, we rushed from formation to make sure with my very own eyes. The final two females jumped at Kushina and hugged her, sobbing at the sight of their old friend resurrected. As she gave the girls a hug in return, she exclaimed, Makoto-chan, Hanami-chan. You two have gotten old. Both of the girls had tick marks on their heads, but they refrained from rubbing against the red one. They all sat in the living room as the evening wore on, discussing all that Minato and Kushina had missed over the years. The Ninetails fox called out to Naruto as she sat up in bed in the morning, feeling dazed from all the chakra that had been stolen. Kit, Naruto entered her mindscape while sitting in a lotus position. Hey Kurichan, she exclaimed as she sprinted over to jump on the large fox and give him a firm embrace. Have you felt them? Who? Your parents? Naruto's eyes widened. My gifts. My parents left me some gifts. I was unlocking them, then I passed out. No, your parents were sealed inside those scrolls. It took all of your chakra in order to release them. Why were they sealed? Wait, are my parents alive? Yes, they are alive. The Shinigami made sure they were kept alive and were sealed in the scrolls. I don't know the specifications as to what happened or why. But they are alive. Naruto remained silent. She was playing with the fox's hair while looking down. What's wrong? I thought you would be happy. Well, I don't know how to feel. I grew up without them. I don't even know who they are. I've heard of them from you, but no one has ever talked about them. I am nervous, I guess. Well, you can either jump out the window and go train or head downstairs where everyone is waiting for you. What do you mean they're all waiting for me? Focus. You can sense them, they are all in the living you, and you can feel two chakras of people that are anxious. That is them. I see, I can feel them. One of them looks like it's getting out of control and barely able to be contained. And the other one looks like it's just calm and collected and unmoving. That would be my last jailer. Your mother. She may be strangling your father. My mother was your last scroll. Yes, so I know exactly how her chakra feels. I see. Would it be bad if I just jumped out the window and leave? Eventually you're going to have to face them. They are your parents after all, and as much as I hate them, I will say that they love you. I know that it's just that I am nervous my entire life without them. I can't imagine heading straight down there to them and then just act like my life hasn't happened until now. Naruto rose from her bed and walked to her clothes. I need to train Kurama. I don't know if I can stay here. I will say hi and then excuse myself to go train, otherwise Obasan will scold me. They'll understand those two, but I do know they are anxious to meet you. Before leaving, Naruto completed her preparations by donning her shinobi sandals. She slowed her pace as she descended the stairs, sensing that the chakras in the space were becoming uneasy, which made her even more uneasy. She took a deep breath and continued walking down the final step, which led to the living room. When she arrived at the living room, she saw her Obasan, Oji-san, Jiji Snakey, Jiji, Shizune Nessen, Kakashi Oni-san, Makoto-sama, and Hanami-sama with Sasuke and Hinata. She then glanced at a red-headed woman, a long black-haired man, and a white spiky-haired man who resembled her Kakashi Oni-san. Finally, she saw the final two, a blonde male staring at her with the same blue eyes. Knowing that they are her parents, she felt compelled to run to embrace them as soon as she saw them, but for some reason, she was stuck to the spot. Her Obasan fortunately approached and knelt down in front of her. Naru-chan, good morning. I must imagine that you already know. Naruto gave a nod. I see. Well, come here, let me introduce you. Tsunade kissed Naruto's Byakugo seal as she leaned in. As her grandmother rubbed her seal, Naruto grinned and said, Obasan, I finally got it. Yes, Naru-chan, last night it manifested on your forehead. Tsunade dragged Naruto with her as she stood up. As Tsunade introduced her, she saw Naturo squeeze her hand more firmly. Naru-chan, this is your great-grandmother Mito Uzumaki, and your great-grandfather Hashirama Senju, your great-grand-uncle Tobarama Senju, this is your cousin Kushina Uzumaki. And this is your Otusan Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Before she uttered a sound, Naruto gazed at them restlessly. Sasuke remarked that it seems like she's finally speechless for once. Naruto turned to face Sasuke angrily after receiving a tick mark on her forehead, causing her hair to begin flapping in the air. Say what? She asked, raising her fist to crack them. Sasuke laughed. You were acting like how Hinata was acting way back when she would fidget and couldn't say a single sentence. Her hair flailing like that, she is definitely an Uzumaki, Mito said with a laugh. Naruto felt a pair of arms embrace and draw her near to her, and she clammed down. My Naru-chan, Kushina cried. As Naruto allowed herself to feel her mother's embrace and the warmth she had never experienced from anyone else, her body relaxed. Even Uni chose to leave the young girl, despite the fact that she felt like she was being crushed. However, before Uni could flee, Naruto felt another pair of arms embrace them both, crushing the poor rainbow-colored snake. At that moment, Naruto experienced a level of peace she had never experienced before. Just like that, though, her life was flashing before her eyes, and she felt anger building inside her fist as she slammed it into Kushina and Minato, sending them both reeling backward a few feet. Everyone was stunned, unsure of what had happened to Naruto. Before Tsunade raised her arms and stopped everyone, Jiraiya and everyone else were ready to intervene and soothe her. Where were you? She yelled. Naruto was crying and feeling angry. You were gone for so long. You left me, she exclaimed. Chakra swirled around her hair and she stood up again. You made me into the Jinchuriki. You made me into the being that the entire village hates. You made a decision without thinking how it would affect me. Don't you think that every time I walk out these doors I can't hear how the villagers want my death, how they wish they could do it themselves? I was attacked with Shizune Nichan. Naru-chan, I am sorry, we didn't mean for anything of this to happen. I never meant for you to be the Jinchuriki, but we were under circumstances where we had to make a last-minute decision and we didn't have time to make any other choices. Kushina was crying as Minato looked down, embarrassed. Naruto's final willpower just collapsed as her emotions overflowed and she began to cry while radiating crimson-rimmed green chakra. The floor around her feet cracked, and her eyes turned from ocean blue to pale with a blue tint around the edges. With a single tomo, her remorse and rage flared. Everyone gasped at what they saw in the young girl, but then Kushina and Minato appeared right in front of her, hugging her and pleading with her to forgive them for putting her through all of this. While everyone else relaxed due to Naruto's recent display of power, she calmed down and allowed her parents to take care of her. Makoto and Hanami had their dojutsus activated as her breathing relaxed and her sobs subsided. They looked at each other and saw that the bulges around her eyes had lessened, and they knew that the tomo had also vanished. Orochimaru grinned, aware of what had transpired but not believing it to be real. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hiruzen were also aware of what had happened. Naruto said, Kurichan says that I'm his favorite Kasan. Kushina asked, surprised, you can talk to the Nine Tails. Naruto gave a nod. Since when? Tsunade inquired. Since I was 3, I think. And why haven't we been told of this young lady? Everyone fell silent when he said, well, 'cause he asked me and said you wouldn't understand, just like no one could know of my Mokudan abilities. Naruto was stunned as they parted ways, and before Sasuke and Hinata could come to see how she was doing, she left the room and vanished. They exchanged glances and nodded. Hinata made her way to the former Hokage's stone heads. They both wanted to be there for her as Sasuke made his way out of the village and into the forest. Naruto would go meditate at a location that Sasuke was aware of. Chapter 13. When Naruto reached the forest floor, she entered a clearing with a lone tree standing tall and proud, surrounded by short, lush grass and a light breeze. As she relaxed, she felt her chakra seep out and manifest itself around her in a green aura. The trees and plants around her began to glow green, giving the forest a luminescent aura. She walked to her usual spot, sitting on the tree's trunk in a lotus position and digging her fingers into the ground. As he approached the forest, Sasuke couldn't help but be amazed by what he saw was something Naruto had never shown him before. Now encased in a chakra flow, Naruto's body was surrounded by flowers, vines, and trees that grew higher and brighter, glowing in pink, blue, and purple hues. Naruto stood up on her as he attempted to approach, and before she opened her eyes, the chakra visage vanished. Can I help you, Sasuke? He asked. Sasuke stumbled. I was worried about you. So I wanted to check up on you. Naruto turned around and began to move away from Sasuke in the direction of the pond behind the tree, saying, I am doing fine, I was just overwhelmed so I wanted to relax in the forest for a bit. Sasuke trailed after her. He nervously wrapped his arms around her and drew her in for an embrace as he eventually arrived at her. At first reluctant, Naruto eventually caved in and allowed Sasuke to hold her and comfort her. Her tears flow. I don't know what's going on with me. I should be happy to have my parents back, but I can't help but feel betrayed, angry that I was lied to by Gigi. My own Obasan never told me who my parents were, by everyone, even your cousin. She knew my cousin and Odo-san, and no one ever told me. I can expect it from Hinata-chan's family the way they act, but not yours or my family. Every time I think back to my parents and everyone back home, I get so angry and I just want to let loose and lash out. She curled up on Sasuke as he sat with her on his lap and began to pat her back to calm her. It's okay to be angry, I know how you feel. You don't have to apologize for it. I would have been angry too. I would have fireballed them all. Sasuke laughed, which made Naruto laugh too. She lifted her head and nuzzled her face beneath his neck, feeling his warmth, taking deep breaths. Thank you, Sasuke, but remember that I still need to scold you for calling me fat. Maybe I might forgive you. Sasuke froze and went pale for a moment before he calmed down. If it will make you feel better, I wouldn't mind. Naruto laughed again. Naruto looked up at Sasuke as she was ready to get up, intending to kiss him on the cheek. When Sasuke turned to see what she was doing, their lips met. Rather than retreating, Sasuke acknowledged that he needed and desired it. Naruto didn't know if it was the fog or what had happened, so she didn't pull away at first until her thoughts cleared after the gentle lips had touched hers. A moment later, she realized what had happened, and she pulled away, beating red Sasuke as well. You did that on purpose, exclaimed Naruto. I did not, replied Sasuke. Besides, you're red as a tomato, means you liked it. Sasuke grinned at her. I did not. You want me to clobber you? Yelled Naruto. Sasuke smirked as he looked down at Naruto and said, well, you know that I love tomatoes, don't you? And besides, you're still in my arms. Looking at her situation, Naruto saw that she was actually on top of Sasuke in his arms. Her face was red, which made her even more crimson, and her hair was accumulating chakra. She punched Sasuke, sending him flying, before vanishing into the trees. Hinata was spying on the two when Sasuke flew past her. To ensure that Naruto didn't cause more harm than was required, chuckling, Hinata pursued Sasuke. Sasuke, are you okay? Hinata asked, her smile still intact. Hinata, what are you doing? Wait, were you watching? Ow, she punched me really hard this time. As she laughed, well, I was looking for Naruto-chan to make sure she was alright, and when I found her with you only to see what you had done. I didn't do anything. I wonder what Tsunade-sama would say. Sasuke paled as he considered an enraged Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and worst of all, an enraged Tsunade. Don't say anything, it was an accident, I promise. Sasuke defended. I never said I would say anything, Sasuke, but Naruto had uni with her. I think Orochimaru-sama already knows. Oh no, was Sasuke's thought as he went blind. Meanwhile, she probably needed time to think. It is a lot to take in all of a sudden to know that your parents are alive out of nowhere. Especially when none of us knew. Tsunade glanced at Hiruz. As I said, you don't have the patience to have been patient. I needed to make sure this was a success. He's right, if you would have unlocked me I would have stopped you myself, but if you would have unlocked one of them you would have killed them and would have gone into depression. Not a decision to have been made by an emotional mother, said Mito. What manifested in her? Makoto asked, nodding. Hanami. Hiruzen asked, glancing at the others, I saw that too. Orochimaru smiled and said, if I am not mistaken, that was a combination of both the Byakugan and the Sharingan. A combination? Minato questioned, how would that be possible? Do you all remember way back when I had inserted that vial with DNA from all three of you? Before I was able to extract any of the unnecessary stuff and keep only the vital stuff for her survival, with everyone nodding. I was compelled, Orochimaru said, looking at Tsunade, to put it into the infant before conducting any tests or extracting any particular DNA from each of you. Jiraiya questioned, what are you saying? Minato explained, in essence she has both the Sharingan and Byakugan aside from whatever other else she has, but how is this possible? While also expressing curiosity. I don't know, Minato-kun, I did not know how that test would affect her, and here I thought that the test that I implanted into her was what led her to have all 5 chakra natures, but this is quite remarkable. If I would say that her Senju genes plus Uzumaki are binding the rest of the genes. In theory making her a part of Hyuga and Uchiha. Tsunade grumbled, that is all fine and dandy, but I will head out and look for Naruto so I can talk to her and explain what happened, as I would suggest you all start with her birthday party celebration. Are we to tell her about our findings? Orochimaru was arranging a vase of flowers while conversing with the other residents when he suddenly froze and dropped it. He was radiating intent to kill. Jiraiya asked, what's got you riled up? Little sweet innocent Sasuke-kun has decided to take it upon himself to take advantage of my goddaughter in a time of confusion, taking advantage of her as she had a moment of weakness and throwing himself at her, kissing her, Orochimaru said, turning to face everyone with a dark gleam and red eyes. At that moment, the room was in mock confusion, while Makoto and Kushina were ecstatic and gushing that it was happening. Killer intent was leaked by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, and Tsunade. Tobirama, Mito, and Hashirama were unconcerned, while Hanami prayed for Sasuke's survival. "You are all acting like you've never kissed anyone," said Mito. As she stamped out, Tsunade yelled, "I'm going to go look for her." Minato, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru vanished. XXX. Suddenly, as Sasuke and Hinata were searching for Naruto, he felt a snake wrap itself around him until only his head was visible. Then, as another landed beside him, a flash of yellow appeared in front of him, and all three of them looked down at the Uchiha heir with a sinister gleam in their eyes. "Anything to explain little Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru hissed in a low voice. Sasuke yelled, "It was a mistake," as Hinata hurried in front of them before he could be targeted. Before Minato could reach Hinata, Minato sneered and said, "Oh really, so now my daughter isn't good enough, and you think you're too good for her?" It was a mistake. Naruto-chan was going to kiss Sasuke on the cheek for being there for her, but he turned to see what she was going to do, only to them kissing on accident, said Hinata. All three exclaimed, "I see. Well, let me tell you a little thing, Sasuke, if you hurt my little girl." Minato said, "I will. We will." Orochimaru growled, "Cut your little precious Uchiha family jewels and feed them to my snakes." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed evilly. Sasuke was bound by a snake's breath on his neck when he finally passed out from the sight of the three men encircling him. XXX. As Naruto slowly made her way back to the Senju Uzumaki compound, she passed the playground and sat on a swing, observing the other children playing. She saw that one girl in particular was waking up in her direction. It was her class's pink banshee. "Mika-san told me that you're the reason why the feudal lord had my aunt murdered." "You're the demon fox," shouted Sakura. As Sakura looked up, she was shocked to see the Senju matriarch standing in front of her with a finger in front of her. "I hate you, you monster, because of you my family member was killed. You should be dead, not my aunt." Yuni jumped out of her sleeve and transformed into her full-size, 10-foot snake before Naruto could react. Her Obasan then appeared in front of her, emitting hatred and intent to kill. Before Sakura or anyone else could react, Tsunade threw her finger with such force that Sakura flew across the playground, hitting and shattering a tree before landing on a rock and cracking it. Little did Tsunade know that she had dislocated her left hip, broken a few ribs, and broken her right shoulder. Suand asked, "Are you okay, my little Haim?" as he turned around. With tears in her eyes, Naruto threw herself onto her Obasan and embraced her. Sakura was taken to the hospital by a ninja while other onlookers simply turned away to avoid being targeted by the fabled Senju woman's fury. Naruto cuddled with Tsunade, who said she, "Want to talk about it?" "No, Obasan, I know the villagers hate me because Kurichin is inside me, and I understand why, so that doesn't bother me." "So is your mother and father coming back upsetting you?" Naruto gave a nod. "I am happy to have Mika-san and Otusan back, but I was just surprised and it was too much at the moment. I was just taken by surprise. I would say it would have been better if it would have just been us and not everyone else." "Am I being selfish?" "No, you're not being selfish. I think no one thought about how this would appear to you. But you have to understand that your parents had a lot of friends and family members that are happy to know that they are alive. You know that after a couple weeks so your Otusan can get back to full strength he'll become the Hokage again." "Really, he's taking the Hokage mantle back?" "Yes, your Gigi is an old man. He needs to take a break and relax before he crumbles away." Naruto laughed. Naruto smiled and raised his fist in the air, saying, "Well, I'll just take the hat away from my Otusan then." A Hiruzen appeared out of nowhere as Tsunade was making her way back to the Senju Uzumaki compound. "Okay, Obasan, hi Gigi," she said, running back to the compound. "Naruto, why don't you go on to the compound and go get to know your Kasan and Otusan?" "I'll be right there." "Well, old man, I told you anyone who threatens my granddaughter I will end them, be it child, ninja, or adult." She knew about the Ninetales since her mother was the one that told her in anger since the daimyo killed her aunt. Hiruzen vanished into thin air and returned to the Hokage office. XXX. As he looked down at the ground, Naruto whispered, "Kasan, Otusan." She felt arms encircling her before she could respond. All she could see was a slightly lighter shade of red hair. When she finally drew back, she saw her cousin grinning down at her, saying, "My beautiful girl." She also noticed her Otusan grinning down at her from behind, and Naruto ran to her, jumping on his arms and embracing him. "Happy birthday, my little Haim. I am glad you are all having a great family moment, but we have a celebration to get ready for," said Mito. Tsunade says, "Obasan, give them a moment." "Nonsense, we have a celebration. A strong family has now been brought back and a lot of things are going to be changing from now on." Naruto's birthday party was attended by a larger number of people than she had anticipated, including people she did not know who were there to verify whether the Red Death and Yondaime were truly alive. However, the Senju compound was bursting at the seams to celebrate the fact that the first, his wife, and the second Hokage were also alive. Naruto was having fun with a lot of friends at the party, which was attended by many clan heads, wealthy individuals, and clan heirs. This time, Naruto received more gifts than she had ever received before. Mountains of presents. Everyone was truly taken aback when Akumo Kunoichi entered the room carrying a scroll strapped to her back. "Yugito Nisan," exclaimed Naruto as she threw herself onto the Kumo shinobi. "You made it, Naruto-chan. Oh, I'm so glad to see you." Yugito hugged Naruto. "Happy birthday, little Imouto." "Nisan, I have to tell you something. Come." As Yugito entered the celebration, she saw that most of the clan members were staring at her indifferently, with the exception of the Hyuga, Hiyashi, Hizashi, and Neji. Only Hanami was friendly to the Kumo Kunoichi. When she saw what was before her, Yugito stopped walking because she was in disbelief. When Kushina realized who this Kumo Kunoichi was, she grinned and said, "Kushina-sama, the Red Death, how is this possible? You must be Yugito ni, my daughter has told me so much about you." Yugito bowed in response. "How is this possible? We've all heard that you had perished in the Nine Tails attack." Looking up, Kushina saw Minato. "Yondaime-sama, you as well, Lord First and Second Hokages, the legendary Mistress of Death. Long story. Thank you for caring for my daughter while I was away." While playing with her friends outside, Naruto was called in to open the gifts. They all gathered behind Naruto as she climbed onto the chair to take a picture of the large cake that was baked from her Mito Obasan. On both sides of her were Minato and Kushina. On the Minato side were Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizen, and Orochimaru. On the Kushina side were Mito, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and Yugito, and on the back were Hashirama and Tobirama. As the photo was taken, everyone could see the enormous smile on Naruto's face, with her red hair pulled up in two buns, just like her Obasan Mito, wearing a long black and forest green kimono. As everyone began to eat the cake, she began to open her gifts, getting more and more excited as she did so. Yugito picked Naruto up after the party ended because she had fallen asleep on her after hearing stories from Yugito about her missions and how everyone else was doing in Kumo. Yugito began escorting her to her chamber. Everyone in the compound began talking when Yugito returned, and in the living room, Kushina was seated with Minato and Mito on one sofa while Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya drank sake on the other, bullying Asuto, Kakashi, and Shizen. Across from her, Makoto and Sasuke were sleeping on her lap. Yugito waited on the couch for the inevitable interrogation from the living legends in front of her. The Yondaime inquired, "Does your Kage know who she's related to?" "No, Yondaime-sama, only Killerby-sama and myself know who she really is. No one else in the hidden cloud know that she is related to Tsunade-sama." "I see." In all honesty, the Raikage has been getting whispers as the heir to the Senju Uzumaki clan heir has emerged and that she is a powerful kunoichi. Although he has no idea who it is, his curiosity has been piqued. But I would have never known that she was not only the Red Death's daughter, but the Yondaime's himself. No wonder she is such a promising young kunoichi. Kushina grinned. "Well, I would say thank you again, but it's a party," she said, shaking her head as Hiruzen laughed on the corner with his pipe while Kushina grabbed Yugito by the arm and pulled her to the center table. Makoto and Hanami then got up and took Sasuke and Hinata to Naruto's room, where they laid him down next to Naruto before heading back downstairs to continue the festivities. As the night went on, everyone was inebriated and Mito looked at everyone with disappointment. Everyone was sprawled out in the living room in the morning, bodies lying on the floor in chairs or couches, Makoto and Hanami on the couches, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya all inebriated on the table, Hashirama and Tobirama behind the bar, Kakashi cuddled up with the Cloud Shinobi, and one by one they all began to wake up, with Yugito and Kakashi immediately parting ways and Kushina and Makoto heading upstairs to see how their children. Kushina woke Naruto up by making Makoto squeal as they were taking a picture, but Minato, Yugito, Orochimaru, and Kakashi were all emitting killer intent. When she woke up, she saw that she was lying on top of Sasuke's chest, with his arms wrapped around her. Before she could scream, though, he jumped out of the bed, looking up and seeing tick marks on everyone else's faces, and his face turned pale, especially after noticing that Orochimaru's arms had multiple snakes peeking from his sleeves. After they all had breakfast, Makoto and Sasuke left, leaving Nito, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato in the room. "Naruto sweetie," asked Kushina, "what is it, Kasen?" "Well, your father and I wanted to discuss training you with you. We were informed that your Obasan and the others had trained you, but if you would allow it, we would also like to train you." At that declaration, Naruto became excited. "What am I going to be trained in, Kasen? Plus Mito-sama along with Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama want to partake in your training as well." "Well, your father, Hashirama, and Tobirama will train you in ninjutsu, but Mito Obasan and I will train you in the Uzumaki Taijutsu and Kenjutsu plus in the greatest Kekkei Genkai that is only known in the Uzumaki." "Do I really have another Kekkei Genkai?" "Yes, you do, my dear," Mito said from the door. "I can sense it in you. Your mother's and my strength is equal to your adamantine chains." Naruto leapt from his bed and said, "Let's go, you know." "Wait, Naruto, sit down, we need to have a talk," said Mito. "What is it, Granny?" "Well, you see, when you attacked your parents in your rage we all noticed you activated a dojutsu," Mito said, lowering her gaze to her granddaughter. "A dojutsu, similar to Hinami-sama and Makoto-sama." In actuality, it was a mix of the two females mentioned. "We're not entirely sure, but it appeared to be a Byakugan and a Sharingan. Could you please activate it for us?" Well, sure, if I have it, but how would I go about activating it?" "Send chakra to your eyes." In an attempt to send chakra to her eyes, Naruto closed her eyes, but she was unsuccessful. Her eyes bulged, then relaxed as she began to send more chakra around them, saying, "I'm trying to do that but I can't." As both women assisted Naruto in activating her dojutsu, they were taken aback by the power of the dojutsu. Later that day, Makoto and Hinami were invited to accompany them to the Senju Uzumaki training grounds. "I have never seen this type of dojutsu before," Hinami said. "I don't think there was another incident like this one today." Makoto said, "Naruhime, what do you see?" "Well, I see everything in detail. I see you, but if I look more closely, I think I can see chakra flowing through your entire body. I can also see behind me. Without me, Iruka-sensei is receiving Ichiraku." Naruto let out a startled gasp. "Are you moving slowly, Makoto-sama?" "I see, so she does have both dojutsu capabilities." Hinami grinned. "Indeed," Makoto agreed. Kushina scowled as she looked at the two kunoichi. "Don't worry, Kuchi-chan, it wasn't your fault, this is a blessing after all." Makoto and Hinami agreed. "I just wonder how all those old cripples of the council will take it." Hinami said, "So Naruto, what would you name this dojutsu of yours?" Makoto said, "How about Minakengan?" Hinami asked, grinning, while Naruto grinned at the older woman. As time progressed, Naruto was now a big sister herself. Now caring for her younger brother Menma, he was a solid 2 years old. Menma had blonde hair with violet eyes. He was a big boy compared to 1-year-old twins Mito and Ashina. Clearly Minato and Kushina wasted no time after they were released by the seal, but he turned out into a handful. Anyhow, Naruto, trained by her relatives, Yugito's gift had been the biggest surprise, a copy of how to create storm release and lava release. Although she wasn't able to get an actual jutsu, she had instructions as to how to create storm release herself to create her own jutsus. Along with it, she had jutsus for other Kekkei Genkais, since Yugito knew about Naruto's ability to use multiple Kekkei Genkais. As the final weeks for the student academy, Naruto was a powerhouse, being the top student in the academy, with Sasuke being the second, with Hinata being top third. All three were the most powerful academy students in their academy, with Shikamaru following just below them. Thanks to her family, Naruto had mastered all 5 chakra nature manipulations with the help of her Oji Snakey, Guren Sensei, Oji-san, her Jiji, and her uncle Asuma. And even Makoto had taught her the Uchiha signature fire style techniques and how to control her Sharingan portion of her dojutsu, while Hinami had helped her in implementing certain gentle fist techniques with her Hashoken and multiple jutsus learned from her other senseis. She was able to master the wood style, crystal style, and Ice style being her dominant Kekkei Genkei's, but thanks to Yugito Nissen she was able to create some storm release jutsus. Unfortunately lava release wasn't able to come to fruition, but she was to keep working on it. Working endlessly for the past 2 years, Naruto was able to make strides with her Hashoken. She was on stage 3 able to master her family's style of taijutsu. Her Kenjutsu was far away from mastering it, but she was showing promising signs. Unfortunately, she was so in tune to her chakra natures that Kenjutsu always fell behind. But she promised Mito Obasan and her Kasen that she would become and make the Uzumaki proud. Minato had trained her in the Flying Raijin and started her on the Rasengan. As per her Fuinjutsu, she had mastered her seals to a certain degree, being a level 6 seal master out of 10 to be a complete master. She was able to create her own seals but was slow to implement while in combat. Thanks to her shadow clones, Naruto was able to make strides that her classmates weren't able to. As per Sasuke, he was very prominent in the Interceptor Fist from his clan. He had learned the Great Fire Ball Jutsu to mastery level along with other fire-style jutsus like the Phoenix style. Unfortunately Sasuke didn't have the chakra necessary for this jutsu yet. As Makoto and Itachi would train him, he was also trained by Kushina and Yugao in the art of Kenjutsu. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke was meant for Kenjutsu, he excelled in it. When it came to straight taijutsu, he, Hinata, and Naruto were tied to one another until Hinata activated her Byakugan or Naruto implemented her Hashoken with her own dojutsu, is when Sasuke started to lose power. As per Hinata, her gentle fist had come a long way. As her Hanami's request, she was training with Tsunade as well. Her gentle fist packed power and she now implemented her wind and water release into her attacks. She was doing away with the tradition of the Hyugas to just use gentle fist. She was implementing attacks. Her gentle fist with wind chakra was deadly, especially when she added used techniques from Tsunade herself. As finally the academy exam was upon her, Naruto was excited to finally be able to graduate and be an actual kunoichi. Chapter 14. As the academy students were waiting outside of the classroom, everyone was anxious to get to the exam. As students were getting called, some were walking out with their Hitai-8. Soon Hinata went in and walked out. Couple of minutes later, as did Shikamaru. Finally Sasuke went and came back as well with his Hitai-8. Lastly, the last person to go inside was Naruto. She was nervous as can be. Her first exam was to make a clone jutsu, replacement jutsu, and a transformation jutsu. As she was able to perform all 3 of the jutsus successfully. She had created her clone jutsu without fail. As for her transformation, she transformed into her Jiji, and finally replacing herself with Mizuki-sensei, the one she did not like. After successfully doing her jutsus, she was taken outside as Iruka was handing her the kunais and shuriken. She was able to throw them and get 10 out of 10 for each one. Lastly, she had to fight Mizuki-sensei. Unfortunately, no one knew that Mizuki was attempting to jeopardize Naruto's passing grades. But before he knew what was going on, Naruto was cracking her knuckles. As she jumped towards him, she disappeared from sight only to reappear behind him, landing a kick to his face, sending him flying to the nearby tree. That simply indicates that you defeated Naruto. But did you really need to strike him so forcefully? Iruka said. Iruka-sensei, well, I got too excited. Naruto chuckled. When Iruka gave her the Hitai-8, she was ecstatic and ran outside before opening the door and placing her Hitai-8 on her right shoulder. She was thrilled to be a kunoichi and couldn't contain her joy as she went outside. I did it. After the commotion subsided, they went outside to find her Obasan, Ojisan, her Kasen, and Otusan waiting for her along with Makoto-sama and Hinami-sama. Sasuke and Hinata made their way to them as well, and they all received congratulations. Finally, they arrived at the shinobi. They had a week to find out who their teams would be, and they were anxious because they didn't want to be paired with Sakura or Ino because they were his fangirls. As for Naruto, she liked everyone in the class. Hello dear, said Kushina. Hokage-sama, said Makoto, and, I can imagine what this is about. Kushi, Makoto, and Hinami. Oh really, husband of mine, and what is it? Kushina, Hinami, and Makoto mischievously made their way to the Hokage's office with Iruka being dragged by adamantine chains. Once they were inside, Minato was speaking to Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, and when they turned around, they saw all 3 kunoichi standing with a tied-up Iruka. So you want Sasuke and the girls to play together? Hinami said, I guess he really is a smart one you got there, Kushichan. Unfortunately, said Minato before he was interrupted by the appearance of a Sharingan, Byakugan, and adamantine chains sprout Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru, who vanished from the room. If you'd let me finish, I was going to say that unfortunately I'm not able to discuss team assignments with you, but that just to know that you all would be happy to know that I had already considered a heavy hitter team regarding the previous heavy hitter team. Makoto laughed and said, I guess he's not all looks now is he girls, while the other two grinned together. Kushina said, I'm glad you thought ahead, my dear husband, as she approached the Hokage and kissed him on the cheek and rubbed up his arm. And may we know who their sensei will be? Minato began, I can't tell you more. Hanami then said, wouldn't be a shame if my vacuum palm would hit a sensitive male spot. Minato began to perspire, it's Kakashi okay. Kushina kissed her husband and said, thank you, Minato-kun. As she and her friends left the house, she said, unaware of why he had been brought here, Iruka was unconscious in the Hokage Tower. Minato. For a girl with bright red hair, the following morning was particularly memorable. She leapt out of bed as soon as she woke up and began preparing for her shinobi selection exam. She wanted to upgrade her wardrobe to a full-fledged shinobi after speaking with her family. Naruto was wearing a black elbow-length mid-thigh kippah that split on the sides like shinobi clothing as she left her home. It had a dark green border around the edges and down the middle, and it had the Uzumaki Swirl clan symbol in the center of the Senju clan symbol on her back. Her favorite weapon at the moment was a pair of black shinobi gloves with seals on the back of her hands, which she used to seal poison-laced Senbon needles on her left side. On her right hand, she had another seal with her specially made three-pronged kunais. Being the second largest girl in that area after Hinata, she had a dark green sash around her midsection to secure her kippah, which hugged her body and highlighted her impressive developing bust. There was a seal containing her tessaiga in the rear of her green sash. She wore black shinobi boots that were just above knee height with bandages on her right thigh, which held her weapon pouch, and dark green shorts that hung halfway down to her mid-thighs beneath her kippah. She had elaborate seals on the side of her boots that extended from her knees to the tip, holding chakra that could be used in an emergency. She also had seals for additional poison-laced Senbon needles on each of her ankles. On her right shoulder, Naruto wore her Hitai-8. Her red-crimson hair fell down her waist in small locks, framing her face. Her blue eyes were bright with excitement. Her Byakugo seal was proudly displayed, but it had turned red like her hair. She got up and finished tying up her boots. Kurichan, Uni were ready, let's go. Naruto exclaimed as she headed downstairs, giving Menma a forehead kiss and bidding everyone farewell. When Naruto and Hinata arrived for their team selection day, everyone was staring at the two kunoichi, Sasuke and Shikamaru, getting red with inappropriate thoughts. Even some girls were admiring the two girls' confidence. Kiba couldn't help but make an appreciative sound, receiving glares from Sasuke and Shikamaru as they sat down on the only two chairs left in the far corner of the room, where they were greeted by Iruka for the last time. He began his speech by making his way to the middle of the classroom, congratulating everyone on passing the exams, wishing them luck in their future endeavors, and advising them to exercise caution in the outside world. Iruka began by selecting the team. Before it reached her friends, Team 1-inch Naruto had fallen asleep. Team 8 Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame all sobbed in exasperation. Team 10 Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamichi once more let out a frustrated cry. Iruka said, Team 7 Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Senju Uzumaki. Every fangirl screamed at their disapproval for not being with their Sasuke-kun. Iruka-sensei not to complain with the horde of fangirls, but isn't Team 7 unfair? The three top students are placed together. Well, Shikamaru, you're right, but this team selections have been made separately for a reason. Seeing as your clans specifically wanted to keep you guys together since the Ino-Shika-Cho formation is valuable for Konoha. As per Team 8, they are meant for a tracking team with Inuzuka and Aburame main trackers, as with Haruno the support. Team 7 is a heavy-hitting team as per the Hokage's thought. Hinata has shown to be the main frontal assault. Then Sasuke as the distance support with ninjutsu if not kenjutsu, followed by Naruto who's all around from taijutsu to ninjutsu and finally medical ninjutsu. The other teams were built as specialized team. As per Team 3, they are a reconnaissance team. Team 1 shall be specialized in assassination, while Team 6 is to be part of the interrogation team. As per Team 8 and Team 7, they were going to be different, but your parents had gotten to the Hokage first to make sure the Ino-Shika-Cho formation was to stay in formation. Shikamaru said, such a drag. Okay everyone, now that we got that out of the way, I suggest that you all go get some lunch since your Jonin-sensei shall be arriving to pick you guys up in an hour. Do you guys want to get some? Sasuke and Hinata both said, ramen, simultaneously. As he laughed, Naruto said, Well, I was going to say barbecue and cinnamon rolls for something sweet, but let's go, you know. Sasuke and Hinata palmed their faces, but they ought to have kept their mouths shut. Adamantine chains were being used to drag them out. Sasuke's expression was irritated. You know we could walk, let go of me. No, because you're not fast enough. Naruto replied. Before long, every genin was returning to the classroom and sitting with their teams. They were all aware that they had an exam coming up as they waited for Jonin after Jonin to arrive for their students. When Naruto noticed a shadow approaching her, Naru-chan, while she was playing with Uni, she looked up and exclaimed, Uncle Asuma. Before leaping up and giving the Jonin-sensei a hug. So you're Shika-sensei then? Yes, I am Naru-chan. By the way, this is Kurenai Yuhi, the sensei for Team 8. Oh, so this is the lovely Kurenai you can't stop talking about. Hello, my name is Naruto. I don't know what you're talking about, Asuma said, choking on his saliva. Oh, so he talks about me, doesn't he? The Kunoichi asked, grinning at Asuma with pink cheeks. Naruto laughed and said, I would say a lot. I know he has a major crush on you. Well, since you're blushing, I'd say you two are boyfriend and girlfriend now, aren't you? Asuma and Kurenai said. With a deeper flush, Kurenai said, well no. You're blushing even harder now. By the way, you're so lovely. Thank you, Naruto-chan, but I best be going now. Team 8 with me. Aide said, I'm going to get you for this. Naruto was challenged, saying, well, consider it payback leaving me hanging on top of a pond. Asia replied, Team 10 with me, let's go. By the way, Naru-chan, Kakashi is your sensei, I think you know where he's at right now. Naruto palmed his face and said, thanks, Uncle Abe. Naruto stood up because Team 7 was the final team remaining. We're going after Kakashi Onisan. Sasuke was asked, you know our sensei. Naruto punched her hand and said, yes, he's going to be another 2 or 3 hours late, might as well get to him before we rust away here. The memorial was visited by all 3 genin. Kakashi Onisan, exclaimed Naruto. Kakashi drooped his shoulders. What are you 3 doing here? Well, I know how late you're going to be, so I decided to come to you unless you prefer. I told my cousin that you were 4 hours late. Kakashi grinned. Fine. Let's head over to training ground 7. Better be there in 15 minutes. When the 3 of them arrived at the training ground 10 minutes early, Kakashi grinned down at them and said, good, I see you made it in time. How about we start with introductions? Naruto grinned and said, let's show him. Sasuke said, but we all know each other. True, you 3 know each other, but I don't know you, Sasuke nor Hinata. Naruto inquired, what do you want to know? Likes, dislikes, goals, and what you bring into the team. Asked Kakashi about it. Why don't you go Lavender? Hinata struggled with her new nickname. Well, my name is Hinata Hyuga, my likes are my friends and I love cinnamon buns, I dislike bullies, my goals is to make my clan proud of me and be a strong leader for the Hyuga. And I bring my gentle fist style with my Byakugan. Now you duck butt. Sasuke scowled at the word choice. My likes are tomatoes, my family and friends, I dislike traitors, my goal would be to bring back the full honor of the Uchiha clan, and I bring my Sharingan when I awaken it and my interceptor fist with fire style techniques. Now you Naru-chan, how about you Onisan? Sasuke and Hinata don't know you. Fine, I am Hitaki Kakashi, you don't need to know my likes or dislikes, my hobbies are Aikaicha Paradise, and my goals, well. You don't need to know that. While Naruto was cracking her knuckles, Sasuke and Hinata began to perspire. You pervert, as she launched herself at Kakashi. XXX. Chapter 15. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, normally I would have an exam in the morning, but since I know you 3 have been training together, I know you guys have some skills, so I will test you right now. The purpose of the test is to get these bells from me. If you guys don't show me what I am looking for, I will send you back to the academy. Hinata said, but there are only 2 bells. Precisely, that means that one of you will be sent back to the academy then, don't it? Each of the 3 genin perspired, and were now concerned that one of them won't be moving forward. And I suggest you come at me with the intent to kill. I will not be going easy on any of you since I know you all have gone through some training. All 3 of them vanished into the trees together as, begin, was filled with silence. The purpose of the test is teamwork. Hinata inquired, how do you know? No genin team has 3-man squads, they all have 4, so this is a test to see how we all work together. Said Sasuke. Hinata asked, so what do we do? I'll attack him first, creating the diversion. Sasuke, you come up behind him and attack with both of you in hand, distracting him. Hinata will be the surprise with your gentle fist to knock him out, and we should get the bells. You think it's going to be that easy? No, but we have no idea how strong he is, and this would be the best way to test his skills as well. All right, Hinata said. Knowing where they were hiding, Kakashi stayed in the clearing. Since they had been trained by powerful shinobi, particularly Naruto, he genuinely expected better from them. He will have to demonstrate to them that arrogance can be fatal. He was about to move to start this when he saw Naruto leap out to the tree. She had crossed her fingers and used Shadow Clone Jutsu, which he thought would summon 50 clones, all of whom were smirking and encircling Kakashi. While 10 of the others were using the underground projection fish technique, 30 of the clones rushed in to attack Kakashi, failing to notice the hand signs they were making. 10 of the clones then began creating their own hand seals. When Naruto said, water-style hidden mist jutsu, he summoned mist to envelop the battlefield. However, those same 10 clones began creating another set of hand seals, fire-style, fox fire. Each clone summoned 10 orbs of fire around themselves, grinning as they all looked at Kakashi before the mist completely covered him. He began to perspire when he saw the 100 tiny fireballs, and his hands itched with anticipation before they were approaching him. When Kakashi noticed that the fireballs were getting close to him, he began to leap to avoid them while using his own hand seals and a lightning-style technique to destroy the jutsus. The Naruto clones rushed in when they noticed Kakashi jumping and trying to dodge the fire style. As her clones dispersed, she could see that Kakashi was struggling to repel her clones, who were using her clan's Hasoken fist against her. Fortunately for her, he had taken 2 blows, one to the abdomen and one to the right leg. After surveying the remaining 4 or so clones, Naruto used her Minakengan to fight Kakashi. At the perfect moment, he activated his Minakengan and, as he did, he and Sasuke exclaimed simultaneously as they both used their fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu, to expel a massive fireball that was directly aimed at Kakashi. He was gazing at the fireball in front of him and the one behind him with wide eyes. 8 trigrams air palm, Hinata yelled, sending a burst of chakra directed at Kakashi. Unfortunately, Kakashi only had time to block the attack, which didn't make it any less painful as he was sent flying down to the ground. As he landed slowly getting up, he heard. She saw what was happening with Hinata, and she jumped from the tree above the mist just in time to see Kakashi jump up in the air. Uzumaki vacuum wave, Naruto exclaimed as she also thrust her arm, sending her own burst of chakra straight to Kakashi. Despite his ability to curl up to avoid the blow, Kakashi was still struck in the ankle. I see I am going to have to get serious now. Kakashi raised his Hitai-8, exposing his Sharingan. XXX. As she, Makoto, Tsunade, and Hinami watched the fight, Kushina asked, what's going on? While relaying the battle to Kushina and Tsunade, Makoto and Hinami both had their dojutsu activated. XXX. Before any of them could approach, Kakashi was going to use hand seals to release a lightning jutsu. However, before he could finish, vines began to sprout from the ground, trying to trap him. No matter where he jumped, the vines were after him until he finally unleashed a Chidori on the vines to stop them. Kakashi was about to go on the offensive when he noticed that all 3 were approaching him from different directions, Naruto from the back, Hinata from the side, and Sasuke from the front. At that moment, Sasuke, who was grinning at him, sent another fireball jutsu down on top of him. When Kakashi used the substitution jutsu, Hinata attacked him in an attempt to block his chakra points. Naruto then used her adamantine chains to try to trap him while protecting Hinata. Just as he thought he was avoiding Hinata, 10 clones emerged from the ground, screaming, Crystal Style. Crystal Pentagonal Prison, as they slammed the ground. As Kakashi was almost caught, he heard the main Naruto, Wood Style. Tree Bind Flourishing Burial, Roots Sprout, trapping him as a tree formed, preventing him from moving. When Kakashi looked up, he saw that Hinata had 2 fingers ready on his heart, that Sasuke was pointing a kunai directly at him, and that Naruto had hundreds of crystal shurikens in the air, pointing at him from all directions, one of them specifically pointing at his throat. Kakashi sighed heavily and realized he had no other option. As soon as he gave up, Sasuke turned around and unhooked the bells. Sasuke grinned and said, guess we all win. Kakashi's signature read, yes, you all passed. So your mothers are trying to recreate their old team back together through you 3, said Kakashi. I knew you Naruto had the Mokuton and all 5 chakra natures, but I did not know that you had developed them this far. In actuality, Naruto said, well, that's what happens when you're out on missions a lot, you miss out on my trainings Onisan. After dispelling the crystals and releasing her jutsu, Naruto waited to hear Kakashi Onisan's next words. Her teammates stood beside her. I guess that didn't take long. I have to go report back to the Hokage, be prepared to start missions this coming week. Makoto, Hanami, and Kushina all gushed and picked up their children, embracing them as he disappeared in a joyous manner. Tsunade then took a turn at Naruto, nearly choking the red-headed girl. Naruto collapsed as she was settling in because she had expended too much chakra. Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke exclaimed. She's fine, she used her dojutsu plus her Kekkei Genkais. She knows her Minakengan uses a lot of chakra. XXX. Kakashi observed that the majority of the Jonin sensei had frowns on their faces as they all appeared before the Hokage. The Hokage questioned, so I imagine that we have results from the Genin test. Every Jonin gave a nod. Describe your findings in detail. Team 1's sensei declared, Team 1 fail. Hiruzen nodded. Team 3 fail Hokage-sama. Team 6 fail Hokage-sama. Kurenai took the initiative. Team 8 passed Hokage-sama. Team 10 passed Hokage-sama, was another example of Asuma's leadership. Kakashi smiled at his former sensei and said, Team 7 passed sensei. Minato gave his former pupil a smile. Good work everyone. Minato was pleased that his daughter had passed her exam as the Jonin sensei were dismissed. I yelled, what do you mean he's back? Yugito simply froze, her face going pale, and she prayed to Kami that no one would find out that she knew they had returned. Those are what the reports that we've gotten, sir. The Yondaime the Yellow Flash is back along with his wife. And apparently it's been revealed that the Yellow Flash's parents are 2 of the legendary Sanin Jiraiya, and Tsunade and the heir to the Senju Uzumaki clan Princess Tsunade had with her is actually their daughter. According to the Hidden Cloud Shinobi. How can this be? I never imagined in my life that the Yellow Flash was actually their son, nor that they had a daughter whose reports her to have multiple Kekkei Genkais, said I to himself primarily. While debating in his office, he consulted Yugito Ni, his brother Killer Bee, and his advisor Mabui. What do you two think of this new revelation? RyugaXD, why don't we kidnap the heir to the Senju clan, breed her to give us more Kekkei Genkais? Both Yugito and the Killer Bee growled, being aware that he was referring to Naruto. This is the Yellow Flash daughter, do you really believe that is wise? Don't be a fool with 3 Sanin, both of them back, and plus they have Mito Uzumaki back, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. Mito alone is problematic enough, she was one of the main reasons why my father had decided to attack and demolish the land of Eddie's Uzushiogakure, but to have all 3 of them back, it goes to show you how powerful that clan of Uzumakis are. RyugaXD, that's not it. We have reports that Hashirama-sama, and Tobirama-sama the first and second Hokages are back as well. What? Cried A. How can this be? They were to be long dead. We don't know. We believe that whatever brought back the Yellow Flash must have brought the others back since they all came back on the same day. What do we do, bro? The Killer Bee wondered. Mabui nodded in agreement when Yugito asked, why don't we ask for an alliance? Wouldn't it be better to have them as allies rather than foes? I'll have to think about it. I've already tried that and it was a failure. I don't want another failure. The Hidden Leaf has not just become even more powerful. And I know they are allies with the Hidden Sand, but they are helping the rebellions in Kiri, so I know if they succeed they will have not 1 but 2 hidden villages as allies. The Raikage considered his choices. He summoned Anbu by snapping his fingers and saying, call an emergency council meeting now. Everyone had chosen to follow the alliance path after the meeting. Having an ally was preferable to having an enemy. Yugito, Mabui, and 2 additional shinobi were in the ambassador group. Thus far, the Raikage has not made any requests. Instead, they have suggested a mutually beneficial alliance in which both parties would support each other in the event that one fell to an enemy in battle and would support the new ally in any conflict. As they approached the Hidden Leaf village gates, they were granted entry, escorted to their hotels, and given 2 hours to settle in and take a quick nap before being led to the Hokage Tower, where a Hokage and his council would be waiting for them. Mabui also bowed to the Hokage, and Yugito said, Hokage-sama, it is an honor. We come to deliver Raikage-sama's scroll on the alliance that he would like to go with on the Hidden Leaf village, although he is aware of the previous happenings and thus he will be open to negotiations. Mabui said. Minato and his council were sitting in the main council room with their advisors when he said, "Ladies, please sit." After examining the treatment, Minato gave it to the council members so they could decide whether it would benefit the Leaf Village or what would be the best course of action. In the interim, with Naruto, while her clones were practicing the sealing arts and others continued to manipulate ninjutsu or chakras, Naruto spent the day training with her grandmother Mito and her cousin in the Hashokan taijutsu style of the Uzumaki. By the time her training was over, she had been exhausted by almost 1,000 clones and had almost been whipped out in the Hashokan style. She was taken to bed tucked in after being picked up by her mother. Tsunade and Shizen were still in the hospital, with Tsunade finishing up some paperwork and Shizen just finishing up surgery and writing the report for Tsunade. Jiraiya was training Itachi to be the spy master while she was away from the village. Before going to bed, Mito had taken it upon herself to take a bath and do some light reading. In the meantime, Kushina made the decision to knead some dough in order to prepare some rolls for breakfast the following day. At the Hokage Tower, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Hiruzen were discussing the treaty that Kumo had sent over with Minato. Sasuke was walking home from the market to pick up some tea his mother had requested for the morning. It was a dark night with a cool, gentle breeze in the Hidden Leaf Village, and he was annoyed that he had been asked to get the tea at this hour. He caught a glimpse of a shinobi infiltrating the Senju Uzumaki compound out of the corner of his eye. Since the gate's seal flashed a crimson red, Sasuke knew the shinobi were not welcome. The seal was made up of a surveillance seal that began recording any activity from intruders while warning the occupants. The fan that Mito always carried with her and had the receiver seal on was in her room while she was taking a shower. Kushina's mirror was on the sofa across from her, but she was elbow deep in flour and didn't know what was happening. Due to her Uzumaki ancestry, Tsunade also possessed the seal. As her seal began to glow, she looked at her sake cup, which she was filling with water to create a mirror-like surface, and noticed an intruder entering the compound. Tsunade instantly stood up and flew out the window. Following the intruder to see what he was going to do, Sasuke discovered him at Naruto's window tapping her forehead and applying hand seals. Sasuke deduced that this was a sleep-inducing jutsu, so he grabbed Naruto and fled the compound. Makoto ran out the door to see what was happening as Sasuke, wide-eyed and screaming at the top of his lungs, leapt over the fence. Naruto was taken from a cloud shinobi, Sasuke simply shouted at her. As Sasuke hurried away, Makoto became alarmed and yelled, "I'm going after her cousin, get Kushina-sama." Makoto leapt over to the compound and hurried inside, yelling that Naruto had been abducted. "Naruto has been taken, sensei," screamed Makoto. Makoto screamed as a freshly showered Mito and Kushina full of flowers ran out the compound door after Makoto saw Tsunade rushing towards them. "By who?" exclaimed Tsunade. Makoto said, "Kumo Shinobi." As Makoto obeyed Tsunade's order, he sent up a massive fireball that caught Minato's attention while he was seated in front of Yugito and Mabui. Makoto aimed a fireball towards the sky to alert Minato, grandfather, and granduncle of what's happening. He got to his feet. As he turned around, Minato said, "That's coming from home." Mabui-san and Yugito-san, didn't you two have another shinobi with you two aside from him? Minato asked. As Mabui was explaining, Yugito understood what was going on. "Yes, Hokage-sama, unfortunately he stated he fell ill from some fish he ate at the market and stayed back at the hotel. Why do you ask?" Mabui said. "Naruto," exclaimed Yugito. Incredulous at what was happening, Mabui exclaimed, "Can't anyone use the door?" As she and Minato leapt out the window, followed by Kakashi, Tobirama, and Hashirama. This reminded her of her Raikage's habit of breaking windows back at the Raikage's office. "Shit," exclaimed Tsunade. "What?" Kushina yelled back. "The seal that me and Jiraiya placed on Naruto, it's not activating to summon me to her. She must be in a sleep-induced jutsu." When Sasuke arrived at the shinobi's hiding place to pick up Naruto, he saw that 2 more shinobi were waiting for him. One questioned, "Were you followed?" "No, but they already know that she's missing. While I was making my way out, a fireball was blasted in the sky, so I am sure that they will be here soon, so we might as well leave." "What about Yugito and Mabui?" "Leave those wretched bitches back there. With this prize here we'll make her into a sex slave and have her breed new shinobi for the Cloud Village after we have some fun with her. That is, we can overthrow the Raikage and take control of the village." The shinobi in question laughed. "There's no way we're going to allow that fool of a Raikage to betray the hidden cloud and become allies with these leaf dogs." At this point, Sasuke was so furious that he grabbed a kunai and threw it at the bag where they had now placed Naruto, causing her to fall out before hitting the ground. The Cloud Shinobi saw Sasuke arrive, pick her up, and leap into the trees. As he settled her down, Sasuke looked down at them with his Sharingan activated, 1 Tomo on one eye and 2 on the other, all of which morphed into 3 Tomo due to his anguish and rage. The words, "You will not take Naruto anywhere," were spoken by Sasuke in a growl of rage. "Well, look what we have here, Uchiha, and by the looks of it it's her boyfriend. Well, no matter, we can take him too. Scared of what we'll do to your little girlfriend? She not worth anything else but to be used as a breeding livestock for the village. We're going to make sure of that," stated another shinobi to Sasuke. "We now have an Uzumaki Senju bitch and a Uchiha scum. We'll definitely overthrow those fools now." A shinobi appeared behind him and kicked Sasuke into a tree just as another shinobi grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up, only to release him and punch him in the gut and face, sending him flying. Sasuke had lost all control as he leapt into the air while making hand signals for his grand fireball. "You think we, the remaining subordinates of the Gold and Silver Brothers, will fall to a mere genin?" The 3 shinobi all chuckled. The Kumo shinobi laughed and said, "Ah, you think you'll get your little girlfriend back?" Uni had slithered out of Naruto and transformed into her original size of 14 feet just before he punched Sasuke again. She then leapt and bit the man on the neck, shaking from side to side before launching him into a tree. One of the men yelled, "What the fuck is up with that snake?" While his other comrade executed some hand seals, lightning style. Thunderclap arrow. Uni raced in the direction of the second man, but before she could get to him, the man she had thrown returned and threw a mill shuriken at her, stopping her before she could attack the man in front of her. One of the men questioned, "Do you think that's a summon?" Sasuke leapt up and used a fireball jutsu while the 3 of them were staring at the snake hissing at the men. Sadly for Sasuke, all 3 men dispersed. One appeared behind Uni brandishing a katana, another kicked him in the back from behind, sending him to the tree trunk beneath Naruto, and the final one fell next to Naruto's sleeping form. When the snake suddenly realized that the man was once again beside Naruto, it went into an attack frenzy. Before he could grab her, Uni slithered up the tree toward the man and slapped him with her tail to get him to move away from Naruto and Sasuke. Why is this snake protecting the 2? The 3 men froze when they heard someone behind the snake while they were attempting to figure out how to handle the situation. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows and said, "Kukuku. You see, snakes can be very aggressive when their territory has been invaded and their young ones are threatened. And you nickels have invaded my treasured land here. Sasuke, why don't you be a deer and check on Naruto while my snakes feed on these specks of dust?" With a bruised face and bloody mouth, Sasuke rose in obedience to Orochimaru and picked up Naruto, holding her close. When he turned around, he noticed that in addition to the rainbow-colored snake, Orochimaru had also called forth 2 other snakes. Sasuke noticed that the rainbow-colored snake desired to tear the man to pieces. The 3 men flinched when they saw the 3 snakes with Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin. They attempted to flee, but Orochimaru grabbed their leader by the throat and lifted him, saying, "You see, that little girl you tried to kidnap is my goddaughter. And I always keep track of my little ones, and this snake is always with her, and you have angered a mother at this point." The Cloud Shinobi screamed in agony as his comrades watched in horror, knowing that they would soon perish by the same hand. The Cloud Shinobi looked up at the snake in fear, and as soon as Orochimaru gave the signal, Uni tore into the man, separating limb from limb and just bleeding out. Sasuke cupped his ears and closed his eyes because he didn't need to see what was happening any longer. The man's bowels were torn from him by Uni, and he fell to the ground lifeless. Orochimaru smiled sadistically as Uni tore the man to pieces, just as he had done the previous one. "Now I know that you were the one that kidnapped her, so we're going to leave you to last," he said. Throughout the forest, screams could be heard, prompting Tsunade and everyone else to flee in the hopes that neither Naruto nor Sasuke were making the sounds. Just like Kushina and the others, Yugito was feeling murderous intent the more nervous she became, because when they arrived, the most gory scene in front of them stopped them cold. A rainbow-colored snake died in crimson blood, and Orochimaru had a crazed expression with a sinister gleam in his eye. 2 of the 3 shinobi's bodies were strewn all over the ground, with pieces of their feet, legs, heads, bowels, hands, arms, and torsos. Mito showed up beside Orochimaru. "Leave the last one to me." He saw the kunoichi approaching him as she got closer to the final shinobi. He only uttered the words, "Mistress of Death," as she made hand signals and then put her hand on his heart and forehead. "Fuin, Uzumaki Infinite Death, Mito said as her hands glowed darkly. Seal markings appeared all over the man's body as he screamed, his body stiff from the extreme pain and his eyes turning white. Cuts and gashes appeared all over his body and were immediately healed. Disappearance of transformation jutsu. We have a screamer, Mito said, such an annoyance. She then put another seal on his throat to stop him from screaming by clamping his vocal cords. Mito grinned and said, now that is more like it. Orochimaru asked, would you mind teaching me this amazing sealing jutsu? Glad to. Mito returned the smile with joy. As he tried to cover his eyes and ears from the terrible scene that had just been shown, Makoto, Kushina, Tsunade, and Minato approached where Sasuke was holding Naruto on top of him. You will not have her, screamed Sasuke angrily as Makoto tried to touch him and swiped at her with a kunai. Sharingan blazed as he opened his eyes and realized that he was staring at his mother, Tsunade, Kushina, Minato, and Yugito. Before he could let her go, he began to cry uncontrollably. Kasen, he exclaimed, the things they wanted to do to her. They said such horrible things that they wanted to do to her, Kasen. Sasuke sobbed as he gave Naruto a tight hug. I can't believe people would do that to her, why are they so cruel? Yugito understood what he was talking about as her eyes flashed black, blue, and yellow as her monster cat approached the last man still standing. The words, I know this wasn't your doing. Leave him be, he is suffering way more than any snake or shinobi could do. Besides, this is clan business now, were spoken by Mito before she could approach. Mabui approached the scene and observed the two shinobi on the field. Orochimaru intervened just as Uni was about to attack her, saying, explain before I let this snake rip you to shreds like she did them. In order to get to the final one inside a seal from Mito lifting up his chest to see the mark, Mabui flipped the shinobi over as she got closer. I see. Mabui pivoted and made a deep bow to the family in front of them. Hokage-sama, and everyone else, I am sorry, deeply sorry for what happened. Just as the rainbow-colored snake hissed, poised to strike, Orochimaru sneered, explain. Mabui bowed once more. These are remnants of the Gold and Silver Brothers' followers. The day the Raikage had arranged to become allies with the Leaf, there was a small uproar from a faction that used to follow those two. Lord Second was thought to have killed them all, but unfortunately he missed some. They wanted to kidnap Naruto, leave you two to get put in jail, and overthrow the Raikage, stated Sasuke. Mabui questioned, how do you know that? I heard them as they were about to leave just before I attacked to save Naruto. I see, this changes everything. I will let the Raikage know that, as I imagine terms have changed due to circumstances, stated Mabui. Yes, they have, Minato said. Mabui wrote a letter outlining the specifics at that very moment. The Raikage should be here in a couple of days. The letter vanished as Mabui executed her hand signals. What happened? Tsunade inquired. She has a jutsu just as the yellow flash where any objects she can send through her jutsu and it travels instantly. At this point Raikage-sama should have received the letter as is, stated Yugito. Mabui gave a nod. What about that one? What's going on with him? Oh, he's in my infinite death seal, Mito said, quite literally. Mabui glanced at her to clarify. This seal encases his body in a status phase. You see, it takes two seals, one on the heart and one on the mind, to protect the two from dying. As the seal travels, each neuron in his body is sending electrical signals to his brain that it's being attacked and penetrated. Basically at this moment he's feeling that he's being stabbed over and over and over at each nerve, and this seal will change the pain from a stab to burn, or severing slowly. Plus this seal turns the user's blood into sickles, so it attacks every vessel in his body. That is why he is rigid from the pain that he is feeling. If I hadn't severed his vocal cords he would have still been screaming as of now. You can see gashes appear on his body and are healed instantly just to be replaced. It really is the perfect sealing formula. Yugito and Mabui shuddered, not wanting to experience what he was. Wanted kill him. How are we supposed to get information out of him if he dies? Asked Mabui. Oh, he won't. I am protecting his heart and mind for the same reason. As I remove the seal he will have remembered everything he went through. His heart and mind will be as if nothing happened, but he'll be wishing to have died then, just as how he is now. Makoto questioned, are you going to keep those bodies? Yugito and Mabui both nodded no. The Mangekyo Sharingan erupted as Makoto opened her eyes, urging Amaterasu to destroy the two shinobi's remaining flesh. Everyone was about to turn around and head back when they noticed that Sasuke had fallen asleep with Naruto hugging him tightly on his chest. Most of Sasuke's wounds were already healing thanks to Tsunade's mystic palm. For once, there was a gentle smile on everyone's faces. Minato touched Sasuke's shoulder. He flashed back to the compound inside Naruto's room, where Sasuke and Naruto were both asleep on her bed, just as everyone was touching Minato. "Everyone hold on to me," Minato said. "I think it's best if we let them both sleep." Kushina smiled as she walked up to him and asked, "Does this remind you of anything?" Minato grinned back at his wife, "The day I saved you from Kumo yourself." Kushina laughed and gave her husband a kiss, causing Yugito to perspire. "Again, it's been a complicated history with your village," said Mito. The two Cloud Shinobi nodded. Uni was thrilled to get back into bed with Naruto after Orochimaru reduced her to her tiny form and cleaned the snake. As she entered Naruto's sleeve, everyone gazed at the snake with joy, knowing that Naruto always had a guardian. Mito said authoritatively, "Let's retire, it's been a day and unfortunately an eventful night." Mito touched the wall on either side of the mirror with his hands as they were leaving the room. As the Fuin binding fortress faded, a seal array covered the window, glowing green. Makoto questioned, "What did she do?" "It's a seal that if anyone attempts to jump in through the window with a chakra signature that hasn't been known to the house will burn the shinobi to dust in a matter of seconds." According to Kushina. Makoto continued, "I see, why hasn't this always been there?" "Well, if the chakra signature hasn't been in the house for weeks on end, it disappears, meaning that that person could be killed instantly as well," replied Kushina. "I get it. It's best then." When Naruto woke up in the morning and realized she was lying on top of someone, she lifted her head just as she was ready to scream and punch Sasuke through the wall when she saw his face with his fist raised in the air. The haze of sleepiness was dissipating. She traced her fingers across his busted lip and swollen eyebrow. He opened his eyes to see her staring at him, and as he began to flush, he couldn't help but freeze. "What are you doing?" he asked. She replied, "Sasuke, what happened to you? Who did this?" Sasuke asked, "What was the last thing you remember?" When Naruto got up, "I came to bed after training with Mito Obasan and Kasen and I passed out." "Well, that is at least a relief," said Sasuke. "Why is that?" "Well, last night you were kidnapped by some rogue Kumo shinobi." "No, I wasn't. I would have woken up if I was," Naruto exclaimed. "They put you in a sleeping jutsu, that is why you didn't wake up. When I saw, I thought that you had realized, and that was why they had knocked you out and then placed that jutsu on you." Naruto had cuddled back to him as Sasuke went over everything that had happened, and Uni had reached out of her sleeve to go to him. She rubbed her chin in appreciation of what he had done, saying, "I guess Uni likes you now." "Yes, she saved me from being killed yesterday." Chapter 15. A group of shinobi appeared as the days passed rather quickly. A tall, dark man with tan hair, big gold braces, and a white shirt that was open to reveal his bare chest made the two eternal gatekeepers tense. Two shinobi, one with white hair and the other with yellow hair, flanked the man along with a group of genin and his brother, Killer B. When the Raikage reached the Hokage's office, he was escorted into the conference room, where Mabui and Yugito were waiting for him on one side and Tobirama, Hashirama, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Mito on the other. He moved to the chair and sat down across from the Hokage as they all bowed to the Raikage. "After completing the formalities, I got right to business." The Raikage was asked, "So care to explain what happened?" The Raikage couldn't help but tighten his grip as the details and recordings from the seals surrounding the Senju Uzumaki compound were revealed to him. His anger grew stronger by the moment. "Where is the traitor?" The Raikage roared in a fit of wrath. Mito silenced the Raikage by raising her hand before anyone could speak. "It would do you well to clam down, eh? After all, it is I that has the traitor in a stasis seal." "Well, get on with it and get him here," I yelled, glaring at the red-headed woman. "It would do you well to know your place and not order me around, if you know what's good for you," warned Mito. With a sigh, Mito executed her hand seals as she slammed her hand on the Fuin table. The seals extended through the middle of the table, creating the appearance of a male shinobi with seal marks all over his body, white eyes, an open mouth, and twitching whenever he could. I was a little alarmed by the sight of horror on one of his shinobis and asked, "What is this?" Mito grinned and looked directly into the Raikage's eyes, saying, "He is in a seal where he is being tortured endlessly." She got up and went to the shinobi's head to perform a series of hand seals. After removing the seal from his vocal cords, she allowed them to heal, causing him to cry out in agony and beg for death. She licked her lips and said to the Raikage, "I do love hearing a man plea for his life." After the last seal was removed, the man's body went limp and he turned to the Raikage, sobbing, saying, "Raikage-sama, please end this." I can't live like this, please end it. I was taken aback by what he had just witnessed. You fool, how dare you betray the hidden cloud and cause this to happen? I gave explicit orders. He said, his anger rising once more. The man was crying uncontrollably. Who gave you the order to attempt to steal the Yondaimi's daughter? The council want nothing with the treaty. Maba and Yoki were the ones that orchestrated this attempt to kidnap her. I see, the Raikage said. See, Darui, take care of him. Mito got to his feet. This is clan business, why don't you let me handle him my way in front of your eyes? I stared at her, curious to see what she would do. Go on. Mito grinned at the now crying man who was trying to leave her. The man began to scream and wail like never before as she completed the hand seals, Fuan. Otherworldly incineration, and tapped him. The seals spread over the man's entire body and glowed red, but they quickly vanished and turned into ash before turning into tiny molecules and nothing. I winced as the screams became too much for him to bear, and Darui and C both looked horrified and pale. I don't play when it comes to my granddaughter, Raikage, Mito said, giving the Raikage a stern look that made him feel afraid but prevented him from showing it in front of these people. On the hidden cloud side, however, they would definitely not do anything to enrage this woman. I can see why all those villages decided to wipe your family off the face of the earth. As the meeting went on, they eventually discussed the alliance. Hokage, are you still wanting to create an alliance? Asked I. We will accept an alliance, but the terms shall change, said Minato. I was asked, what are your new terms? A wedding, Minato exclaimed joyfully. Darui, C, and Raikage all stumbled and fell to the ground. A wedding, the Raikage asked, trying not to choke on the absurdity of this man's proposal. A wedding with who? A wedding between Yugito-ni and our own Kakashi Senju. This will bind the two villages with two important people. Your adoptive sister, and our own adoptive son turned nephew, said Minato. C was furious and said, you can't be serious. I said, so you want my Jinchuriki? No, she will be married to Kakashi Senju and reside in the village, but will be a permanent ambassador to the Cloud Village. She could be called for only important political exchanges between the two villages. She will be a kunoichi for the Leaf Village as per the duties of the wife of one of our own. And I know that this is the second time the Cloud has attempted to form an alliance, and both times your shinobi turn on you. And as you know, this time, it was someone from our family. I think it's time for the Cloud to be more approachable to the conditions. Though he didn't like being placed here, I thought that this blasted kidnapping attempt would either result in the Leaf retaliating or, given the people in front of him, it wouldn't be good for the hidden Cloud, especially Mito, who can cause the most trouble for the Cloud Village even though they have the first and second Hokage. As the Raikage said, Yugito. Yes, Raikage-sama. What's your opinion? I saw the look she gave Kakashi and the little flush he gave her. At your beckon, Raikage-sama. If it'll help mend the political calamity this kidnap attempt happened at Naruchan and Sasuke Uchiha and forge a strong alliance, I will do as I am to be told as a kunoichi of Cloud. He glanced down at the copycat ninja Kakashi and the kunoichi. Yugito's recent display of affection for this girl was not permitted by the Raikage. Naruchan, but he was still unable to identify it. I want to meet Naruto. And then I'll make my decision. When Kakashi and Yugito went outside to pick up Naruto, the Raikage saw that Yugito was already near Kakashi and assumed that something else was happening there as well. Naruchan, called Yugito as she and Kakashi approached Naruto. Naruto hugged her siblings and said, Kakashi Onisan and Yugito Nisan, what's going on? Kakashi said, the Raikage is here and he wants to meet you. Sasuke began to ask, why? I don't know, but no worries, everyone is there and we won't allow anything to happen. Itachi is in the room hidden, so you know your brother won't let anything happen either. Sasuke said, I still want to go. Just in case. Yugito teased, want to protect your girl. Red-faced and pouting, Sasuke said, whatever. We're just friends. As they made their way back to the council chamber, Yugito and Kakashi giggled and entered, followed by Sasuke, surprising everyone. As Naruto entered the council chamber, she noticed that Omoi, Samui, and Karui all had bugged eyes. As soon as Karui got to her feet to scream at the declaration that Naruto had betrayed her, Omoi and the Killer Bee grabbed her, covering her mouth with their hands. Samui turned to Karui and gave her a cold glare, telling her to stop talking before she was forced to do so. Naruto simply nodded at her. Karui simply stood there, collected herself, and looked at Naruto. They both gave each other a nod. Naruto bowed and said, Hokage-sama, Raikage-sama, you called for me. Now that everyone is here I need to know. How do you all know each other? Asked the Raikage. What do you mean Raikage-sama? Don't play coy with me brat. Yugito has been taking longer on her missions when it comes to be near the fire country. B stiffens every time I bring up the new heir to Tsunade. And just now Karui's reaction as well as Omoi and Samui's means that you have a history with my shinobi. Stated the Raikage, and don't lie to me. It's apparent that you all know each other. Karui, Omoi, Yugito, and Killer Bee all went pale, while Samui maintained her composure. Samui walked to the front of the table so she could get everyone's attention as she looked around the council chamber. Well, it was back then. Samui began a conversation in which Naruto, Yugito, Killer Bee, and Karui all explained things, with a few small additions from Omoi and Karui. The Raikage growled, gripping his chair until it broke. I see. So you decided to train a foreign shinobi without my knowing. Well you see brother this little one. The Raikage yelled, shut it. Hokage. The Raikage yelled. If your daughter defeats Samui in a spar I'll accept your conditions. As he turned to gaze at Naruto, since you've been trained by my shinobi as well I want to see how far you've come. Naruto asked, what conditions? Naruto's starry eyes shone with joy as she was informed of the circumstances. Yugito Nisan. As she leapt on Yugito and embraced her, Samui, you're going to be melted. Naruto cried out. Remain calm, Naruto, said Samui with a smile. I won't make things simple for you. When I noticed Yugito laughing with the little Senju Uzumaki brat, he said, I see so this is the dynamic you created Yugito. Yes Raikage-sama I deeply apologize for all of us going behind your back. The Raikage said. Let's get on with it then. Samui said, show me how far you've advanced, you better not have been slacking off. Naruto and Samui were staring at each other resolutely on the training field. Naruto said, you wish. Standing on opposite ends Naruto stared at Samui mentally preparing herself last time she went up against Samui she was no match. This time however she was going to make sure she gave Samui a fight to remember. She had trained and was about to put all of her training on display. As they both got on their fighting taijutsu stance Samui was impressed that Naruto wasn't rushing in like she did all those years ago, so you've matured, glad you're not running into a fight head first. I'll show you how much I've progressed. Stated Naruto, so I am taking this seriously. Just as Naruto finished Samui took off towards Naruto. Before she got too close Samui jumped up in the air spinning behind Naruto as she turned attempting to punch Naruto only for Naruto to duck but not before getting into stance Samui noted that a ceiling array started to form glowing blue. Uzumaki spinning bird kick. As she spun sending barrage of kicks at Samui laced with chakra but before she was done Naruto pushed up by her hands into the air spinning upright as she lifted her leg like her grandmother's, Uzumaki heavenly foot of pain. Naruto brought her kick down to the ground with brute strength Samui barely made it out of the way as Naruto came crashing down creating a crater from impact. Samui was shocked at the impact still wincing from Naruto's earlier attack. As the dust cleared everyone saw Naruto just standing there looking at Samui performing her hand seals. Storm style, laser circus. Stated Samui a barrage of beams raced towards Naruto just as Naruto slammed on the ground, wood style. Wood dome. As a dome of wood erupted from the ground covering Naruto from the attack taking it upon herself she activated her dojutsu immediately being able to spot the projectiles as they were on their way to her. She performed another set of hand seals while leaving a shadow clone she disappeared to the ground. As the storm style hit the wood dome it shattered making the Naruto clone jump out of the impact as she performed a new set of hand seals, fire style. Fox fire. Naruto screamed as 10 orbs of fire appeared and racing towards Samui. Only for Samui to evade the techniques. As she was going through another set of hand seals, water style, before Samui could finish her technique the real Naruto appeared form behind her, wind style. Violent whirlwind. Releasing a powerful gust of wind from her mouth sending Samui flying towards a tree until she slammed on it. Getting back up Samui glared at Naruto. That was cool, but try this. As she unsheathed her sword Naruto released her sword as well from behind her seal. I can obliged, stated Naruto unsheathing her black katana that was given to her from Killer Bee. You see Samui after we departed I trained in the art of Kenjutsu from Killer Bee sensei's scroll but then my family taught me in the art of Kenjutsu the Uzumaki way. Samui gave Naruto a cool look. Show me. Just as Samui believed she was gaining the upper hand over Naruto, all you could hear as they separated was metal slashes striking each other. Infusing chakra into her sword, Naruto leapt to the air and began spinning quickly, allowing her to launch chakra strikes at Samui. Samui had just a moment to plan and anticipate the direction of the projectiles as she ducked the attack. Samui was unaware of the sword's secrets, though, as everyone was taken aback when Naruto transformed her sword and thrust it in Samui's direction as she descended. Killer Bee's sharp eyes narrowed as he watched the sword transform into a snake and move in Samui's direction. "What kind of sword is that?" she asked, turning to face Kushina. "The sword you gave her is called the Tessaiga." While observing the battle, the Raikage dropped his teacup and said, "You gave her that sword." "In defense bro, I didn't know what that sword was, it ain't my style, I found no use for it besides what is that bro?" Was the only thing the Killer Bee could do but flinch. Mito initiated the conversation this time. "It is called the Sword of Heaven. The sword can be infused with chakra and the user can use it with whatever element she manifests, in Naruto's case all 5 natures. Furthermore, the word can change shapes to whatever the user requires at the time, to about ascend chakra arrows, the snake sword, axe or whatever it needed. The drawbacks to the sword is that it needs to bind with the user with seals and it needs a constant flow of chakra, which we devised sealing seals for that sword to receive a constant flow so it doesn't drain Naruto while in a fight." "So basically it's a multi-use weapon then?" inquired B. "Precisely. The sword you gave her, it's one of 3 legendary weapons. The ultimate defense against ninjutsu, the gunbai known to Madara, then the ultimate sealing sword with gourd, the sword of Totsuka. It's an ethereal sword once belonged to the Uzumaki but has been lost after the destruction of Uzu, and finally the most powerful of them all is Tessaiga. The sword that can manipulate its design and enhances the user's abilities in ninjutsu." Killer Bee said, "Damn bro, I screwed up." When Karui saw Naruto wielding that sword against someone as skilled as Samui, she exclaimed, "Well, no harm, no foul, it was clearly meant for her." Unfortunately, Naruto hasn't had that much training in Kenjutsu, see we've had to train her from the bottom up in the arts of Uzumaki, so unless she changes tactics she won't win this spar on Kenjutsu alone," Mito said. Returning to Samui and Naruto. Samui avoided the attacks and approached Naruto, who appeared behind her and slashed down at her before the clone was dispelled. Naruto said, "Forgot about my clone didn't you?" Before Naruto could slash at Samui, she had already used a kunai to stop the slash. Narrowing her eyes, Samui turned and swept her legs, nearly dropping Naruto in the process. "You better not lose Naruto," Sasuke said in a low voice, his jaw clenched. With a deep breath, Naruto was able to sunshine away from Samui. "You've gotten better, Samui-chan, that hasn't changed, but what has changed is the tricks up my sleeve." Samui narrowed her eyes, not knowing what was going to happen, but she was shocked to see Naruto. The others all gasped as they saw Naruto's dojutsu come into play. "What dojutsu is that?" Omoi inquired. "It looks like a Byakugan but then again like a Sharingan," stated Karui. I inquired, "Is this a new dojutsu?" "It's called the Minakengan. It's a combination of the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Unfortunately we don't know the full extent of its powers just yet since it's new to us and we have no idea how she manifested it." Was Aiza's response. Naruto described, "Water style, hidden mist jutsu." Samui was beginning to lose her vision and was gritting her teeth. She inhaled deeply and concentrated her chakra. Unfortunately, she hadn't had much experience with the art yet, so being a censor in this circumstance would put her skills to the test. "Have you forgotten I am a censor, Naruto?" Naruto said, "I did actually. However, are you able to foresee every attack I'll make?" As Naruto rushed in towards Samui, all that was heard again was metal hitting metal. Samui's more pristine control of her sword outmatching Naruto's, spinning around as Naruto came in for an attack. Samui hit Naruto with the hilt of her sword. "You're no match for me, Naruto." Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "I agree, my Kenjutsu needs a lot of work." "It's time to end this," thought Naruto as she sheathed her sword back up, going through some hand seals. Shards of ice were appearing around Naruto as if in a cocoon floating around her. "In this mist you're inside my field, I can manipulate the moisture," smirked Naruto before attaching ice style, driving chains, as Naruto starting to feel her ice chains started to form and about to surround Samui. Before Samui had a chance to react, she saw that ice was forming all around her, jumping up to the sky just as she saw Naruto making her way to her. She was performing her hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu, roaring to life, blasting towards Naruto. She extended her arm out, converting the dragon into an ice-style dragon of her own while sending it back towards Samui, who was performing another set of hand seals to combat the ice dragon. Storm release. Laser circus. Beams of blue light headed towards the dragon, but Samui was shocked that from behind the ice dragon beams of light were heading towards her as well. Naruto had copied her laser circus jutsu and neutralized her own jutsu, leaving the ice dragon upon her. Samui replaced herself with a log, but before she realized Naruto was on her from behind. Crystal style. Crystal pentagonal prison. A prism crystal appeared around Samui. "You're done," stated Naruto with a smirk. With a cool expression, Samui looked up at Naruto and said, "I don't think so." "I'm not done yet," she said, finishing her seals, storm style, laser circus. As the prism exploded and broke, she fell to her knees from exhaustion and blood gushing from her mouth. "Enough!" the Raikage shouted. "Hokage." In turn, the Raikage faced the Hokage. "You got a deal. Raikage, may I ask you what made you want to accept this deal?" was said as everyone returned to their seats in the council chamber. The solution is simple. There was more to this than first appears, as far as I can tell. And I was suspicious of how casually you all looked at Yugito. There was no atmosphere of people with animosity when I arrived. Additionally, based solely on our interactions and the atmosphere of the room when I entered, I knew that you were all acquainted. All I wanted were the facts. And for once, hear the truth. Agreed, Minato said. Preparations for the Senju-ni wedding were underway as the days went by. Makoto, Kushina, and Hanami were in charge of Team 7, but none of them enjoyed Mito taking charge and training them to the ground. On other days, Itachi and Shisui would train Sasuke, Hinata would train with Hanami and Tsunade, and finally, Naruto began receiving training from Tobirama and additional family members. "The day has arrived," Naruto said as she hurried out of bed to get ready. The village was already occupied by the Raikage and his companions. Kakashi was enthralled with Yugito's beauty as they stood in front of each other, and Yugito was astounded by Kakashi's stunning face because he was not permitted to remove his mask. The marriage of Kakashi and Yugito sealed the alliance between Kumo and Konoha forever, and the entire village was thrown into a flurry of celebration as their copycat ninjas were getting married, with the hope that more little Senjus would soon be running around. The Hidden Leaf was poised as the strongest hidden village with one alliance with the Hidden Sand, helping the rebels in Hidden Mist and securing Maid Terumi as the Mizukage. All that remained was for her to come and complete the alliance with the Leaf. Lastly, the strongest of the alliance was the Hidden Cloud, a marriage that was difficult to break, especially when two of the famous ninjas were bound together. They made the necessary arrangements for Kushina to formally take over the team's missions and training while Kakashi and Yugito were on their month-long honeymoon. Makoto, Hanami, and Kushina were all prepared to make the team as successful as they were during their genin days. Chapter 16. After a week, I returned to the Hokage's office and said, "Dad, I want more than D-rank missions. I am not training for the sole purpose of running errands." Naruto yelled at her dad. Sasuke said, "I have to agree with Naruto." "As do I," joined Hinata. Saying, "What do you think, Kushina?" "I do think they are ready," she said, grinning down at her charges. Sasuke is developing nicely, Hinata has made great strides, and Naruto has advanced to the point where I feel comfortable taking them outside of the village. Minato said, "Fine, I do have one C-rank mission left, it's nothing flashy, it's just an escort mission." "Where to find an escort?" Kushina inquired. He gazed at the land of waves in Kushina. "I see, could we have time to explore that area?" Kushina tensed. "Yes, I think Mito would also want to go there. I do believe she would like it. I then give you all permission. You never know what might be waiting for anyone in Uzu, so I would advise taking someone else." Kushina gave a nod. "I'll ask Makoto or Hanami and see if either one wants to go with us." "That is fine by me, I'll have the client be brought in then." An older man entered the room as the door opened, and he said, "Tazuna-san, this will be your escort." The room smelled strongly of sake. "So you're giving me 3 brats and a woman as my escort?" he asked, glancing around at the woman and the genin. "I thought I asked for actual ninjas, not a mother with her children, especially that red-headed little brat, who doesn't seem to even be here." "Want to repeat that, old man?" As he concluded, Naruto had her fist ready, her teeth clenched, and a green aura of chakra swayed around her as the floor cracked and vines slithered up Tazuna's body. Naruto asked. Sasuke was a little surprised by this and thought, Naruto just got scary. Hinata also took a step back. "Do you really believe that my wife and daughter wouldn't be sufficient to accompany you, Tazuna?" Minato inquired. Tazuna said, a little alarmed now that she was sober, "I would say they are." "All right, You guys will depart in 2 hours. As all of the shinobi in the room shone brightly, Minato said, so go get ready. Mito-sama, we have been tasked on an escort mission outside of the village near Uzu. Turning around, Mito said, oh, and you do know I am coming, right? Yes, I said, laughing. I had already informed Minato that you would like to go. I have to go ask Makoto or Hanami if they would like to go on the mission with us. What is the mission's rank? Mito inquired. C rank. Why ask for other Jonin to join? Matano is wary of when we go to Uzu there might be trouble and he rather us go prepared than to lament later. Well, that was a smart move. Have Jiraiya and Orochimaru returned from their mission yet? No, they aren't back. All right, then ask one of those two. What about the twins and little Menma? Minato will be occupied at the Hokage's office, as you are aware. Menma had drowned all over Tobirama when Hashirama arrived, scowling and laughing. I think I found my solution, said Kushina. Besides, Tsunade-sama will be here as well. Mito gave a nod. When Naruto reached the gates, Sasuke, Hinata, and Tasuna were already there. I wonder why Kasan is taking so long. Normally, she never arrives late. Suddenly, behind them all, 4 females appeared. Are you all prepared? Kasan, Sasuke and Hinata asked. Yes. Why are you in this place? Hinata asked. Well, we both agreed to participate in your mission. We also wanted to visit Kushichan's hometown. Village at home? Sasuke asked. As they all began to leave the village gates, Kushina began to explain, you see Sasuke. I am a member of the Uzumaki clan, along with Naruto and Mito-sama. That lived in Uzushiogakur, Kushina said. Our clan was so big that our clan alone comprised of a village about 2/3 the size of Konoha. Mito was proud to say, our clan was a very powerful clan, we were mostly feared for our sealing arts and our keke genkes. Said Sasuke, and Hinata nodded. Every Jonin flap jacket has the Uzumaki swirl on the side of the uniforms because our clan had a strong alliance with the Senju clan and Konoha. Because Hashirama the first Hokage is my spouse. Well, what would have happened if the Uzumaki clan had such strength? Sasuke asked. Well, Sasuke, we were strong living in the land of eddies. The hidden Whirling Tides village was just as strong as the hidden villages, and we were seen as a threat because we were so close to the hidden leaf that no one wanted a joint power from the two of us. But one day, in an attempt to destroy us, Uzu was attacked by the hidden mist, hidden cloud, hidden stone, and hidden sky village, Kushina said. 4 secret villages. The village of hidden sky. How was it possible that 4 villages had to band together to take down one village? Sasuke asked, stunned. Well, the second shinobi war had begun. The Raikage, the second Tsuchikage, the Mizukage, and the hidden cloud, which contained the gold and silver brothers, all desired the power that the Uzumaki possessed. Even though Suna was the one who initially formed the alliance with Konoha at that time, we had the entire Konoha alliance. The majority of the forces moved to the southern regions of the Land of Fire, which were left empty when they declared war on small fronts towards Suna's borders. Everyone nodded thoughtfully as they considered how terrible it must have been to see so many shinobi encircling your village. As the forces arrived, my people were ready. Our sealing arts aren't just for show. And our strength is unrivaled. They thought they had power in numbers and would annihilate my people without any losses, but little did they know is that my people were well prepared. Stated Mito proudly. So when the intruders arrived, my clan fought with everything they had. We the Uzumaki destroyed the hidden sky village. We slaughtered the many of the foes. Strong shinobi took down the Mizukage, the Raikage. Mito left with a smug and proud voice. Unfortunately, it was a lot of enemies for my clan to handle, facing it possibly for every 1 Uzumaki to 30 enemies. I am proud to say that my clan weakened, cutting the enemy's forces by more than half. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough and my family fell, but I know that many Uzumaki still live scattered among the nations. But we lost but most of our family. Completed Mito. After the forces abandoned taking the injured and weak shinobi, Konoha finished the war winning. But even the hidden leaf had casualties. By the end of the war, Tobirama the second Hokage had almost passed in combat. Hinata drew attention away from Sasuke and the others by asking, so the Uzumaki was a far stronger clan than the Uchiha and Hyuga? Makoto said, well, in essence yes, I would so. Sasuke turned to stare in shock at his mother. Back in school we learned that when the Nine Tails first attacked, Mito-sama was battling it by herself. When the newly established Hidden Leaf village was established, the 4 strongest clans were the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Nara clans. They made their way to stop the fighting and put the beast down, but when they got there they saw that Mito-sama had the demon fox trapped in her adamantine chains. Mito laughed. I could still remember Hashi's face when he saw me. He was astonished that me, a woman, would have the most terrifying beast locked down. Unfortunately, Madara was hasty and attempted to attack me in order to take the QB from me. Unlucky for him, he wasn't expecting me to be able to fight while keeping the QB down, so I sealed his and the Hyuga's chakra away. Before any of them could think to do anything else, I sealed the QB inside of me. Of course not all of us have the chakra chains, said Mito. Me and Kushina were more powerful than most of our clans. You see, even though Uzumaki were powerful shinobi, we have shinobi born with power far more potent and greater than the rest. Kushina and myself are two examples, just as my little Naruchan here has chakra more potent than even myself and Kushina. Meaning that she has the capabilities to surpass both of us and Tsunade. But in the end, every Uzumaki has a Kekkei Genkei. Our clan can have the adamantine chains, our third eye, which allows us to pinpoint someone's chakra from afar, healing bite, and Fuinjutsu. Although Fuinjutsu can be learned by anyone, it's like for us it's translated differently compared to others who just have to learn the characters, and thus every Uzumaki has the Fuinjutsu Kekkei Genkei. Sasuke cast a quick glance at Naruto, who appeared to be deep in contemplation. He used the word, amazing, with fresh regard for Naruto. Chizuna simply looked at the earth's surface. Sasuke questioned, so are we heading towards the land of eddies? For the first time, Chizuna said, yes, Uzu no Kuni, formerly known but now known as the Land of Waves. Everyone's eyes were on him. There is an area of the island that we cannot access that is surrounded by a barrier that no one attempt to go to, so it's isolated to the southern part of it. Everyone nodded, eventually falling silent. All three genin nodded, with Naruto taking the lead and using her dojutsu while Sasuke moved to the right, Hinata moved to the left, and Kushina and Mito trailed behind. Everyone, we are leaving Land of Fire territory. I suggest we get into formation. Hanami and Makoto will step back and keep watch from afar, as we will stay behind as you three join formation. When the group finally reached the water, they headed to a boat to travel to the Land of Waves. As soon as they landed, Mito broke away from the group and hurried back to her house. Just as Makoto and Hanami appeared to accompany the team, they noticed a puddle. Naruto activated her dojutsu and made a hand signal to everyone in the direction of the puddle. As Makoto and Hanami activated their dojutsu, they saw the chakra inside the puddle, and Sasuke and Hinata nodded. One of the brothers laughed, 3 down, 3 to go. As the group passed, 2 shinobi suddenly appeared in chains around Kushina, Makoto, and Hanami as they screamed in agony as they were being torn to death. Before any of the genin could intervene, another shinobi appeared behind Naruto. You did well, Guzu and Maizu. The final shinobi grinned. Even so, you left the children alive. Guzu said, don't worry Kajika, they're next. Prior to anyone realizing, vacuum wave from Uzumaki. As 2 of the shinobi were struck by a burst of chakra, Naruto and Hinata yelled, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Naruto's headed towards the now known Kajika as Hinata's, hitting one of the brothers as Sasuke yelled, fire style, fireball. As he approached the final brother, Hinata and Naruto's attack landed just as the Sasuke's were evaded. But before they could do anything more, a second shinobi began to laugh and emerged from behind the one Naruto had attacked. Are you lot having trouble with a bunch of kids? Said another shinobi, laughing as he entered the clearing. Ryuga, don't meddle, Kajika said. If you lot don't hurry it up, I am going to have to kill you all too, said Ryuga. As Makoto appeared beside Sasuke, both of them entering their interceptor fist style and activating the Sharingan, Hanami appeared behind the group facing the demon brothers Byakugan, with Hinata's Byakugan ready in their gentle fist stance. Finally, Kushina appeared in front of Naruto using her Hasoken fighting style. Naruto activated the second stage of her dojutsus, causing 2 Tomo to appear on her Minakengan. So the mothers went out with their kids on a stroll to their demise, said Ryuga, laughing. But his comment stopped short as a chakra chains dashed towards him. Uzumaki, Ryuga said, be careful everyone, we have an Uzumaki here. Naruto grinned and sent her own chakra chains in the direction of the man named Kajika, passing through hand seals, but before she could do so, a mist began to form. Naruto questioned Kushina for, not me Kasen. I see, Kushina said, gritting her teeth. 8 points, larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Now which one will be my kill point? Kushina exclaimed. Zabuza, as she straightened up and expelled the mist with her chakra flaring. The death of Red. The rumors must be true. Zabuza glared down at Kushina and said, I must say, it's quite an honor to meet you in the flesh, but just as you reappeared, you're going to die. Makoto take on Ryuga, Hanami take on Kajika, the three of you take on the demon brothers and I'll take on Zabuza. Naruto said, Kasen I'll help you. As Kushina said, no Naruto get back and take on the demon brothers. Uni slithered out of Naruto, growing large enough to wrap herself around him for protection and act if necessary. Makoto and Hanami immediately jumped into action, attacking the attackers. As Ryuga and Kajika retaliated, metal-on-metal explosions echoed throughout the clearing, and lightning and water-based techniques were used to launch back at the two kunoichi. Kushina looked up and pulled her sword out of her sheath, causing the chakra chains to come out. Zabuza, my blade shall taste your blood. She launched herself forward, spinning in midair, her blade making contact with Zabuza's blade, pushing him back, flipping mid-strike, standing on the point of his blade, and then he jumped out of the way just in time to skewer him. Meanwhile, in an attempt to trap Makoto in a genjutsu, Ryuga was charging up some lightning on his blade. Makoto was dodging all of the attacks, but not before he landed a lightning strike on her, drawing her breath in. As she knelt in agony, an open gash appeared on her leg, and she became enraged and made quick hand seals, Kaden, Phoenix Flower Jutsu releasing shuriken along with multiple fireballs heading towards Ryuga. Ryuga grinned. Playing with his own chakra, he began to use the lightning-infused Kiba blades to deflect the fire attack. Unfortunately for him, Makoto's body flickered behind him as her hand seals, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, struck him squarely in the back, melting into water. Hanami was attacking Kajika, who was already weakened by Naruto's blow. She cornered him, drawing him close, and attacked his chakra points. She released 8 trigrams 128 palms, and launched a flurry of attacks on Kajika. Hanami wanted this to end as soon as possible so that she could assist Makoto. Kajika was barely able to shape chakra when he fell to the ground, his right leg and left arm out. He screamed, "You wretched bitch! I am going to take my sweet time plucking those disgusting eyes of yours." With Naruto they were confronting the demon brothers in a battle as they both attacked the genin with poison on their gauntlets, launching water-style techniques, diverting Sasuke's fire style, making his jutsus useless. Just as he was about to be hit from behind, Hinata launched her attack, 8 trigrams vacuum blast, sending a powerful wave of chakra hitting Maizu in the stomach, sending him flying dead on impact. Hearing Makoto yell in pain, Kushina dodging a deadly strike and Sasuke about to be hit with a poison jab, Naruto had enough. She gathered her chakra, punching the ground, the earth shattering, breaking apart in Tsunade's glorious signature growling, "Uni help Makoto-sama." While going through hand seals, deep forest emergence. Trees erupted attacking Guzu along with Ryuga, Zabuza, and Kajika, everyone exclaiming at the sight of range of this technique, but before they were able to regain their balance, Naruto yelled again, "Forest style, frenzy plan." Large vines shot out of the trees and ground encircling on Kajika, Guzu and Ryuga, but before the last vine got Zabuza he cut it down with ease. Guzu was trapped when Naruto appeared in front of him with an angry expression on her face and a wooden spear in her hand. She slammed the spear forward, wood style, splinter destruction, killing Guzu on impact. Unfortunately for Kajika, he was trapped and his chakra was being siphoned away from the frenzy plant, but he managed to cut himself free before Kajika was able to jump away. Hanami's body flickered from behind and gave him a Juken strike to the heart, instantly killing him. Naruto smirked and gasped, "What are you going to do now?" Standing on unsteady legs, she was doing, "Your next Zabuza, hand seals." "You got a fine brat there, Red Death." "I sure do, Zabuza, but unfortunately enough talk, you're done for." A chill went through the field before anyone else could move. Naruto became defensive as she prepared to activate her own chakra after sensing the chill as the ice released. When her vines were chopped down, Ryuga was released. "So your brat has the famous Mokuden bloodline." According to Kushina, something like that. "Then she must die first." With the intention of killing Naruto, Zabuza approached him with the sword raised and ready to bring it down to Naruto. She had just completed the hand seals intended for the newcomer, but now was as good a time as ever to release it. Lightning style kill strike. Naruto held out her hand like a gun, concentrating her lightning chakra. Zabuza was close enough for her to launch her attack, but it was insufficient, much to her surprise, as Zabuza had blocked it with his executioner's blade, breaking part of it. However, that was enough time for Kushina to materialize in front of Naruto, with chakra chains sprinting in his direction. Fortunately, an ice dome appeared in front of them, and the chakra chains destroyed it with minimal resistance. Zabuza was shielded by a ninja wearing a hunter mask. Already in her massive form, Uni leapt towards Ryuga and bit him, ensuring that he would suffocate to death. With a green aura, Naruto took the risk. Forest style. Rose whip, she shouted as she sped through Zabuza and the hunter nin, punching forward whips with thorns flying out of her hand. Zabuza began a series of hand seals just as Kushina appeared in front of him performing her own hand seals, water style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Zabuza launched a water dragon with red eyes towards Kushina as she also released her jutsu, Boil Release. Soryuha Wind Dragon. A dragon of acid condensed vapor dashed toward Zabuza's canceling his water dragon with ease. Unfortunately, when Kushina finished his hand water stylia complete water prison jutsu he became overconfident and failed to recognize that she was fighting the water clone of Zabuza and that the real one was approaching from underneath. She said in a panic, covered in water, "This jutsu won't hold me long." In response, Zabuza smirked. "I don't need long, just long enough to kill you." Uni had freed the dead Ryuga and was slithering in front of the three children, cutting down his clone Makoto and Hanami while Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke were keeping the hunter nin at bay. "Naruto, my summoning chakra is about to expire. Orochimaru-sama will be notified of the happenings here. Please be careful." "Thank you Uni, we'll be fine." The hunter nin realized she had summoned a water whip without hand seals when she gathered her chakra and extended her arm out, reaching out until a water tendril was in her hand and tugging on it. The hunter nin said, "So you've mastered that jutsu without any hand seals." "I have numerous jutsus that I don't need to perform hand seals when I am in my element," said Naruto, "and you're going to be the one to receive all those jutsus." The hunter nin said, "But you're away from land so you can't use your Mokuden abilities." Naruto said, grinning. She activated her Minakengan and said, "I think it's time I get serious. I won't need my Mokuden to take you down." Just before they were going to approach the original Zabuza, Hanami and Makoto quickly used the water clones. Kushina had accumulated a significant amount of chakra, which she eventually released in the form of several chakra chains, emptying the water prison. Zabuza's abdomen was sliced by one chakra chain, and then he was impaled on the shoulder as he fled from the subsequent chakra chains. When he realized Makoto and Hanami were pursuing him, he used his final jutsu, water style, exploding water colliding wave. He ejected a lot of water from his mouth, sending waves at the kunoichi as he retreated. The hunter nin suddenly turned to face Zabuza, forming an ice mirror that allowed Naruto to flee in that direction. The hunter nin vanished with him after they were reunited. "Naruto?" Kushina inquired. "They're gone," Naruto said, and Hanami and Hinata confirmed that they all felt at ease as they made their way back to shore. Hanami and Makoto both fell to the ground after using too much chakra, and Makoto had a cut on her leg from the Kiba swords. "Is everyone okay?" Kushina inquired. "I'm just tired," said Hanami. "Me too," said Sasuke. "I have been hit. I have 2 wounds," Makoto replied, "one on my leg and another on my abdomen." As she approached Makoto and began her mystic palm technique, Naruto said, "I'll help you, Makoto-sama. We killed 4 of their comrades and injured 1. You all got the demon brothers while Hanami got Kajika and I was able to stab Zabuza. Uni killed Ryuga then the other shinobi appeared," stated Kushina. "Tazuna," exclaimed Kushina. "You will explain what is going on here right now. You never mentioned that there were going to be shinobi after you. This isn't a C rank mission. This has now turned into an A or S rank." As everyone listened, Tazuna began to describe what had been happening in his nation, including how Gato, one of the wealthiest men in the elemental nations, had destroyed it and left its citizens in danger of dying. Kushina supported departing and returning home with Makoto. Regretfully, Naruto got up and disregarded her. Naruto said, "We cannot turn our backs on people that need our help, mother." Hinata and Sasuke agreed. After giving it some thought, Hanami turned to face everyone and said, "I agree with the kids. We already took down 4 of them and they only have 2 left and there's 1 for each one of us to take on, so technically they are outnumbered." "Makoto," Kushina stammered, looking at her friend frantically in the hopes that they would call off the trip to bring the children home. "I think we can handle them. Your Kenjutsu is leagues better than Sabuza's. I was only injured because I was caught off guard. And Hanami can easily take down the other one." Kushina reluctantly consented after giving it some thought. "Okay, we'll carry on." Chapter 18. Everyone felt sadness and rage for the Wave people when they saw the villagers as they entered Wave country. Naruto questioned, is the entire village under this much duress? Some have it worse than others, we're one of the lucky ones only because we have skills, but even we can't be everything for everyone. This is why our bridge is very important for this country. Believe it or not, you guys are the hope of the village. Tezuna said. This feel wrong on so many levels. I can't fathom how much pain and suffering the people are going through, said Hinata. Before returning to his home, the others walked in silence, taking in the scene, until they eventually arrived at Tezuna's crew to issue orders. When they arrived at the house, Tezuna's daughter, Suna, welcomed them all and sat down around the table to discuss plans for how to move forward with finishing the bridge. So Gato is behind all of this. If he's hired hidden mist rogue shinobi, I wouldn't want to find out how many more he has hired, replied Makoto. Exactly, at least we know one of them is at full strength while Zabuza is injured, so I know we should have a couple of days before they attack again, replied Hanami. Hinata asked, what should we do? Sasuke asked, should we get some backup? No, we are enough for this mission. Rogue shinobi are expensive to hire, but that wouldn't be the issue with Gato from what I heard. The issue for him would be the willingness of all of those rogue shinobi to work together. He was lucky that he had all rogue mist shinobi, otherwise they wouldn't work well together, replied Kushina. Hanami and Makoto said, agreed. Still begs to ask the question, if he has other mist or any other shinobi, it would be wise to not become overconfident, said Hanami. Precisely. That is why we shall continue to train the kids while you, Makoto, continue to rest and gather all of your strength, replied Kushina. Thanks to Naruto, I should only require a couple more days. Intense training continued over the next few days, with each group being divided into 3. Hanami improved on Hinata's gentle fist technique by fusing it with her own water style. Sasuke was being taught the next level of the interceptor fist by Makoto. Finally, as she and Kushina defended the bridge builder and his team, Naruto was honing the jutsus that her uncle Tobirama had taught her. On the days when one of the other groups watched the bridge, Kushina had Naruto create thousands of clones and split them up into practicing using fuinjutsu in battle. Naruto would assist the bridge builder by providing her with timber from her Mokudan ability. In order to immediately use her Kekkei Genkais, other clones were engaging in chakra control exercises. As if they were an extension of her arms and legs, the final clones were practicing the use of her chakra chains in tandem with her Hashoken. Later that evening, after dinner, they were all unwinding over tea with Tezuna and Tsunami when Inari suddenly became enraged. What's the point? You'll all die. Gato has an army. What do you six think you can do against his army? You are just going to make things worse for us when you all leave. You have no idea what the meaning of suffering is, how much we have all gone through. Crying and whimpering. As she scowled at Inari, a crack on the table and a green aura emerged. Your grandfather decided to do something about it and stand up for his people, unlike you. All you have been doing is whimper and cry like a little kid. If that's all you want to do, then continue to do it away from the rest of us. And even though my life has gotten a lot better, it never started that way. I was hated by my village for things I had no control of, for things my parents decided without consideration that the entire Leaf village would hate me. Naruto growled as she got up and left the door. I'm going to go train. She said goodbye to the door. As Sasuke glared at Inari, Kushina was startled and looked down. Then, he and Hinata turned to face Naruto's retreating form. After getting up, Hinata left with Sasuke, saying, we are going to go train as well. Normally, the trees would help Naruto relax, but tonight she wanted to let off steam, so she made her way to the water. While Hinata made the decision to locate a stream close to a meadow in order to train herself, Sasuke followed the trail in search of Naruto. In order to gauge her progress, she intended to use water-style jutsus. After traveling until he discovered Naruto training on the ocean, Sasuke stayed to watch her from a distance to make sure she wouldn't overdo it and to support her. He was amazed by the sight of Naruto going all out with her water-style jutsus and the combination of her ice release, storm release, and boil release. In the meantime, Hinata discovered a stream and began practicing her Juken and water style. When she realized she was developing a new jutsu, she persisted in pursuing it. With Naruto in his arms, Sasuke returned to the house in the morning. Naruto put her to bed after exhausting herself with all of her training and retired to his room for a brief nap. The hunter Nin was astounded by Hinata's beauty when he saw her lying on the grass in the clearing surrounded by flowers. Hinata was shaken awake by the hunter Nin as he knelt down. Hello, I wouldn't recommend you sleep out here, you don't know who could be lurking around. The hunter Nin replied. Without realizing how deeply she had fallen asleep, Hinata instantly woke up. She questioned, "Who are you?" "Well, good morning, my name is Haku." The hunter nin smiled. Hinata said, "Nice to meet you Haku-san, my name is Hinata Hyuga." "Nice to meet you, what a lovely name you have, and may I say you have such beautiful eyes. Lavender is my favorite color." Hinata blushed and looked away a little. "Why thank you?" Haku asked, "What are you doing out here?" "Well, I was training and I guess I fell asleep without realizing." "I think you look plenty strong to me." "Thank you, but I want to become stronger to be able to fight side by side with my comrades." "I see. Hinata, do you have anyone precious to you?" "Precious to me? Well, I do have my mother, my family and my team," stated Hinata. Haku laughed and said, "Well then, I believe that when you have someone precious to fight for, that is when you become truly strong." "Do you have someone precious to you, Haku-kun?" I asked, blushing and grinning. Haku was the one blushing now. I have my father figure, he is precious to me." Hinata looked down and said, "I see. What are you doing with that basket?" "Oh, this I am looking for healing herbs. See, my father got injured, so I am looking for medicinal herbs to help heal him." "Would you like some help?" "I actually learned a bit under Tsunade-sama," replied Hinata. An impressed Haku said, "I would love some help, Hinata-chan." As Hinata headed back to Tezuna's house, she couldn't help but think of the local boy after Haku and Hinata parted ways to go to their separate destinations. Everyone continued to train over the following few days, improving their performance and jutsus even more. On the final day, Makoto and Naruto stayed behind so that Naruto could examine her thoroughly and ensure that her wounds were completely healed. Suddenly, a crash and screams came from downstairs, causing Naruto and Makoto to rush. They saw that some of the Gato's bandits had Tsunami and Inari before the blade reached Inari's throat. Naruto then activated the sealing formulas that were implanted in the house, causing sealing arrays to completely encase the two men. Makoto ran towards them, removing Inari and Tsunami away, only to have Naruto make her hand seals as she appeared in front of the men. "Boil, release, boiling blood," said Naruto, her hands releasing copious amounts of vapor as she gripped the two men's throats. They began to scream in pain, their bodies began to turn red, and the flesh began to peel like a boiled tomato. When they fell to the ground dead, she activated, Earth-style, underground projection fish, Naruto whispered as the two men were absorbed to the ground. At the rear of Naruto, Makoto was stunned and unsure of how to respond until the Tsunami spoke. "Thank you, Naruto. Thank you for saving us." Fake smile, Naruto turned back. She concluded, "I think we have to go, I think everyone else might be in danger." Makoto ran after her as Inari hurried out the door to gather the villagers. While Sasuke and Hinata were with Tezuna and his men keeping watch, Hanami and Kushina were patrolling the area at the bridge. In the final moments, Hanami made an appearance in a rotation to defend Tezuna and his men as a dense mist began to form and a water dragon began to approach them. As she gasped to see 5 enemies in front of her, Kushina materialized in front of everyone. As she cleared the mist, she turned to face Hanami, who nodded in agreement. "Hanami, Hinata, and Sasuke stand ready." Kushina muttered, "Shit." The long blonde enemy wearing a leaf Anbu mask said, "I must say I am honored to be in your presence, Kushina-sama." "Hakui, Shinga, Dashin," Kushina snarled. "So you're working with Gato yourselves?" In the midst of the 3x leaves, Shinga laughed. "Well, Kushina-sama, looks like you still live up to your feisty attitude, but unfortunately for you, the two of you don't stand a chance against all 5 of us." Kushina thought, perspiring, "He's right, I can't go all out and worry about Sasuke, Hinata, and the villagers. Where are Makoto and Naruto?" She added. "Sasuke, Hinata, and Hanami, don't deactivate your dojutsus. The middle one of the Anbus is known as Shinga. He has a peculiar jutsu where he can take control of you through activating your anger through genjutsu. You guys are immune to his genjutsu, as am I." Everyone nodded while glancing directly at their enemies. Taking a stance against the enemy, Sasuke pulled out the Kiba blades he had been practicing with for the previous few weeks. "You seem to think that you can keep those blades, brat. I will take them from your corpse," said Sabuza. Sabuza narrowed his eyes as a light rain began to fall on the bridge. He was certain that there had not been any clouds earlier, but he wasn't positive. Before he could say anything more, Sabuza said, "That seems odd." As Dashin and Hakui charged forward, a fireball jutsu suddenly materialized in front of them. After performing her clan's signature fire-style jutsu, Makoto emerged from the rain. Daishin and Hikui leapt into the air to avoid the fireball, but they heard something overhead. Water style, hard whirlpool water blade. A red-headed girl struck the two with a spear of whirling water, sending them plummeting to the ground. Makoto said, "Looks like we made it just in time." Makoto landed next to him. Hidden rain technique was a success. Naruto grinned. "Hanami, I hate to do this, but you're the best with defense. I need you to stay back and defend the villagers," said Kushina. Hanami said, leaping backward in the direction of the villagers, "Hinata can handle herself." Makoto, I need you on Daishin. He is the most dangerous of them aside from Sabuza. Naruto, take on Hikui. Sasuke, take on Shinga. Hinata, you're with the Hunter Nin, and I'll handle Sabuza. Sasuke and Naruto, those three are rogue hidden leaf Anbu, remember they are formidable. Shinga comes from a clan that cannot perform elemental ninjutsu because his clan focuses on his genjutsu ability to control the enemy through emotions. Luckily you both have your dojutsus activate and do not deactivate them. Hikui was an Anbu weapons specialist and Daishin is the only one with earth-type jutsu, so proceed with caution. "Hi," was chanted by all. Makoto's perspective. Makoto thought, I can't believe someone from the Anbu would fall this low. It appeared that he was affiliated with Danzo's group. Taking advantage of Naruto's mist rain jutsu, which is constantly zapping away at his chakra, I will swiftly end him by drawing my katana. This shouldn't be much of a fight. I was the original body flicker of the leaf, and I will continue to use it even though my nephew improved my technique. When Daishin fell to his knees, I noticed that he was performing hand seals and that earth began to accumulate on his hands. I activated my matured Sharingan and flickered behind him, slashing at him, only to flicker again at different locations, slashing at his body. Daishin yelled, "Why isn't my jutsu working?" he screamed. Knowing full well that he tried to use the Doden jutsu to harden his body in order to attack and defend against me, I grinned. Fortunately for me, he is already losing chakra, so I will now take him out. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire. I swung my katana at Daishin's neck, causing his body to fall to the ground. As I flickered behind him, I saw that the first two dragon heads had missed, but the third one had him. Lightning style. Lightning Violent Soak. I swung my katana to the ground, channeling electricity into the earth and sending it to Daishin's body, which was screaming in agony and impaled to the spot I walked in front of him. You're finished. Sasuke's perspective. This bastard keeps evading my slashes and jutsus. He must have a lot of chakra to be able to continuously dodge with ease with Naruto's jutsu active. I have to finish this soon and go help her. I could sense that Shinga was growing irritated with me because he kept dodging and hurling shuriken at me. I could also feel his genjutsu trying to enter but being blocked by my Sharingan. Since my mother has been training me, I suppose now is as good a time as ever to use these. Let's see what I can accomplish. I take out the Kiba blades, give them lightning chakra, and run a few feet before I can catch Shinga. He leaps into the air, grinning, and says, "Lightning style, lightning ball." As my second attack is launched, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Several lightning orbs strike him, and the best part is that my fireball makes contact. Unfortunately for me, the mist rain has just stopped, and I'm starting to feel anxious. I hope she's okay, but I have to rush to Naruto. As panic set in, I became desperate and put my mind into overdrive. Using the lightning chakra, I executed my hand seals, lightning style, overdrive. To increase my speed and power, I then used the lightning chakra to strike Shinga with the Kiba blades, but just to make sure he was taken care of, waves of lightning style jutsu entered Shinga's abdomen, killing him instantly. I was using too much chakra right now and couldn't help but collapse to the ground, panting. It's time to locate Naruto. Naruto's perspective. I smirk, knowing that I have the advantage because I am surrounded by water. Looks like my jutsu has taken a bigger effect on Hikui, unable to open his skulls. This should be a bit easier, but still let's not get overconfident. As I ran towards Hikui, a huge tendril gathered around my arms, giving the impression that I had elongated arms. Taking full advantage of this, I punched forward, ready to pierce him and end this battle, but as I did, a log was destroyed and replaced with Hikui. Thanks to Uncle Tobirama, my water affinity became my most powerful and easier to access. Now to get this started. Water style. Water tendrils. I said, looking around to see where he would appear. He should have a lot of chakra left based on my mist rain jutsu, but it appears that someone has figured out my attack because my mist rain is beginning to fade. I have to get this done quickly before he begins to shape chakra. Suddenly, Hikui appears behind me with a katana raised, ready to chop me in half as I enter my third stage of Hashoken. Seals appear on my legs as I kick backwards, hitting his abdomen chakra and sending him flying backward. Turning around, I leap into the air, combining my water tendrils to activate Ice Style, Ice Death. As I throw my water tendrils in the direction of Hikui, they transform into spears of ice that encircle me. Sadly, he was only momentarily stunned and avoided most of my spears. Unfortunately for him, the entire bridge is covered in water. Let's see how effective the lightning-style jutsu I took from Sasuke is, Elekiter. I was able to electrify Hikui, but it appears that was insufficient because my charged palms are slammed to the ground and lightning is flying everywhere. I watch him grab his scroll and open it as he gets up. Now that I'm feeling unlucky, I start to hurl a flurry of poisons and bonds, but he quickly unseals a sword and easily deflects them. He grins and says, "Your time's up, you wretched whore." As he rushes at me, I can see that he is low on chakra, which means he won't be able to fight for very long. It looks like I'll have to use one of my trump cards, Crystal Style, Crystal Armor, where my body begins to grow a layer of crystal protection. I follow Hikui as he begins to jump backwards, putting him on the defensive. I bring a giant hexagonal shuriken and throw it at him. He manages to avoid it, but it's unfortunate that my crystal thorns pierce his right upper leg, causing them to grow inside of him and painfully shoot up and out of his back. I use this time to practice one of my jutsus that I've been practicing. Crimson Assault, Lava Style. He notices that my hands are covered in a bright red laced chakra as I appear in front of him. I punch him in the abdomen, then the face, and finally the chest, breaking my crystal thorns and sending him flying to the ground. I couldn't help but throw myself next to him when I got there because I was disgusted by the sight of his flesh melting where his truck was and his insides were already liquefied. I turned and placed him inside a crystal pentagon prison, breaking it to make him vanish. God, what a terrible sight. I have to locate everyone else and find out where they are. I have to get to Hinata before it's too late because when I look up, ice mirrors start to appear around her. Hinata's perspective. The hunter Nin said, "Surrender, we don't want you, we just want the bridge builder." "Never, we won't allow you to hire a bridge builder while this town continues to starve." He answered, "Please, I don't want to hurt you. Since I am a Hyuga, something about him made me not want to attack, but if I don't, I know that he will defeat me and I won't fail my first mission outside of the village. I begin by using my first Jutsu, Wind Style, Air Slash. With my hands coated in chakra, I jump and spin, slashing my arms out and sending blades of air towards the hunter Nin, who easily evaded me by avoiding his own set of hand seals. Ice Style, Thousand Needles of Death. Thousands of ice needles came my way, but I can defend against them. Rotation, I think, and begin spinning to deflect the ice needles, already getting ready for my next attack as soon as I stop. 10 trigrams Air Blast. As she extended her arms forward, a gush of chakra sped through to the missing Nin, hitting him squarely in the abdomen and sending him reeling. Before he landed, he vanished and appeared behind me to strike, but he was too slow as I ducked, sweeping at him as he was falling. I had enough momentum and time to use the lesser of my family's techniques, 8 trigrams 32 palms, attacking at the missing Nin's chakra points, only to discover that most were missing due to sudden movement, but I can't believe he avoided all 32 palms. Going through a hand seal, ice mirrors began to appear. I was shocked to see how much chakra he was expelling because I knew that Naruto had used her Mist Rain Jutsu, which should have been zapping him of his chakra. "Fine, I'll have to get serious with you," he said. Kushina's perspective. "Your daughter's jutsu has no effect on me and my hunter Nin Red." Sabuza laughed, "But it looks like it does on those leaf rogues. When did you realize that Naruto was using his Mist Rain Jutsu on you? Do you really think we wouldn't be able to tell that it's a water jutsu? It's one of the 7 ninja swords and Anbu's secret technique to take care of our enemies, a cheap trick but a good one at that." I watched Sabuza make a hand seal, which dispelled the Mist Rain Jutsu. I pulled out my katana because I need to take care of him before things get any worse. Hinata's perspective. Focusing more chakra into my Byakugan, I search for the chakra points in the hunter Nin's jutsu cast. When the hunter Nin teleports to a specific mirror, more chakra points appear, but wait a minute, that's not a hunter Nin. Haku-kun. The Mist Rain Jutsu is being dispelled. Is Naruto-chan okay? I need to end this now. Is that you? His shocked expression is visible to me. How do you know it was me? It wasn't easy. I can see you had a jutsu of sorts placed on that mask to hide your identity, but once I focused more chakra into my Byakugan I could see right through it. I see. Hinata-chan, please, I beg that you surrender. I don't want to get into any sort of conflict with you. I'm sorry, but like I said before, Haku-kun, I won't let people suffer because of the greed of someone else, I said as I launched my first attack at the jutsu's center chakra point. 8 trigrams air palm. Observing Haku's departure from that mirror and landing on another, the one he was in was broken. How did you break my ice mirror? My Byakugan can let me see chakra points in jutsus and I can attack those chakra points, completely disabling the jutsus. Haku said, I see, then I'll have to disable you. I saw him pull out Senbons to throw at me, and I started to dodge by throwing air palms at the other mirrors, destroying his hiding place, only to be shocked when Naruto appeared on the mirrors and began fighting with Haku. Naruto's perspective. I can see Hinata inside those mirrors. The chakra points are prominent at the rate she's going to tire out. He's creating the mirrors just as she's destroying them, but not just that. While inside those mirrors he's using a technique that rivals my father's Hiraishin in speed. Okay, this may be that Hunter Nin's jutsu, but as I copied it earlier I can figure out its inner workings and entered this jutsu to fight him on equal grounds. Channeling my ice-style chakra, I perform the hand seal I copied the other day. Putting my hand on the glass, I start to enter the void until I am completely submerged inside the jutsu. Smirking, I teleport to his glass. I notice I can't actually activate any jutsu nor my Hashoken, but weirdly enough my Minakengen is active. No worries, I think, as I gather my strength and punch him out of the glass. In an instant I escape, taking advantage of his stunned look. I activate my Hashoken and punch him in the stomach. Unluckily for me he moved, so I only hit his side and he teleports to another glass, taking my Senbon out. I follow. We fight Senbon vs Senbon throughout the glasses. In order to restrict Hinata's movements, break as many ice mirrors as you can. I tell her that as I jump from one glass to another, eventually missing him. I leave the ice mirror, mold as much chakra as I can, and send out my chakra chains. 6 chains erupt from my back, 2 from each hand, racing towards the ice mirrors, shattering them on impact. I see that the missing Nin is about to exit his final mirror, so I jump, intercept him using my Hashoken 3rd stage, and punch him in the face with all the force I can muster, sending him flying through an ice mirror to the ground. He begins to stand, his mask breaking in half as blood trickles down his mouth, gathering my chakra. I was about to finish this with a final technique. So you're also an ice user? Do you belong to the Yuki clan? No, but I was born with various abilities. I am from the Uzumaki clan. I see clearly. Please put an end to me. I've become a broken tool. Sabuza-sama is unable to use a broken tool. When I saw Hinata appear in front of me, I froze because I didn't think he would say those words to me. Instead, I thought he would fight to the end like the others. Hinata's perspective. When Naruto punches Haku-kun, I keep smashing the ice mirrors. I was shocked to see his mask drop and his face covered in blood when I was pulled out of my stupor by his statement to Naruto. Shunshining, I appear in front of Naruto-chan. I turn to face Haku-kun and say, please stand back, Naruto. Why do you refer to yourself as a tool? You are not a tool, you are a good person. I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused you, Hinata-chan, but as I previously stated, I am a tool for Sabuza-sama. That is untrue. I am now a broken tool. As a child, I was from the Yuki clan, and during the bloodline purge, my mother married a non-bloodline shinobi when I was born. When I grew up, I demonstrated my abilities in the ice release, but my mother tried to protect me by telling me not to ever use them. Unfortunately for us, my father saw us with blind hatred and sounded the alarm, gathering the neighbors into 5 men. They killed my mother for bearing a bloodline child, and just as they were about to kill me, I activated my Kekkei Genkei Hyoden, manifesting the deadly ice spears that instantly killed everyone. His words made me cry, and he looked up at me before continuing. I was a broken boy living on the streets, unsure of how to live. In fact, I was near death when a shinobi discovered me and inquired about the whereabouts of my parents. He took me in after realizing everything after learning about my Kekkei Genkei. I promised to always be his helpful tool, and he protected me, fed me, trained me, and gave me a family. Yes, Hinata Sabuza-sama is the reason I am still alive. I adore him as a father figure, and regardless of my opinions, I will follow his instructions because he gave me many amazing experiences and allowed me to live to this day. As shinobi, we can never be the strongest, we get stronger every day, and by lovingly protecting our loved ones, we will become stronger. Haku-kun, life is more than just a tool. You can be grateful to him and love him without having to die. You yourself stated as much. Yes, Hinata, I did, but unfortunately I didn't accomplish my goal. I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused. Perhaps things would have turned out differently if we had met in a different lifetime. When Haku's head snapped to the side while he was performing hand seals, an ice mirror appeared and he vanished. I noticed Kushina-sama preparing to strike Sabuza with a fatal blow. Kushina's perspective. I send my chakra chains out in front of me. Sabuza jumps out of the way but I manage to nick his ankle, pushing my chakra to my limbs. I appear in front of him spinning while slashing down. He blocks me but leaves himself open, so my chakra chain flies to skewer him only for him to let go of his blade and side dodge my chakra chain. I am getting irritated by this man thinking he can best me. I use the surrounding water to spin. I disappear, becoming one with the water. I reappear behind him, slashing down, hitting his back. Unfortunately he swings out with a kunai, but unfortunately for him I push out my chakra chains to block the kunai before it penetrates me, making him jump. Not letting him get away from me, pushing chakra into my limbs, I go into my Hasoken stance, punching his blade, sending Sabuza flying backwards. With a look of shock on his face I perform my hand seals, boil, release. Solid fog Senbon. Releasing a barrage of acidic corrosive Senbons towards Sabuza. While he was dodging my attack I dashed to impale him with my blade. He jumped, swinging his blade down at me, attempting to cut me in half. I jumped to the right, sending another wave of solid for Senbons from my mouth. Activating my next jutsu, boil, release, boiling hands. With this it's over. One touch and he starts to melt from the point of contact. Dashing towards him I strike at him, throwing punches and kicks only to be dodged until he jumps backwards. He activates his water dragon jutsu. As it heads towards me I push out my hands at the dragon, vaporizing it, although it pushed me back a bit. Caught by surprise, Sabuza appears in front of me, slashing at me. He starts to perform a barrage of swings with his blade. I blackflip, reading myself to release another jutsu, fire style, fire dragon bullet. As I'm about to land, I take a deep breath and launch a stream of fire directly at Sabuza. He used his water-style jutsu to counter my fire, clutching my side, but I got him on his back and ankle. I can tell his movements aren't as fluid because his ankle was cut, but I'm not done. I dash at him at full speed, appearing under him with a look of surprise. I lift myself up on my hands and kick him on his chin with my Hasoken, sending him straight up into the air. Smirking, I release my chakra chains to skewer him. Hinata's perspective. As I watch Haku vanish into the ice mirror, I can follow his movements and see that he is headed directly for Kushina-sama. I'm not going to let him die, so I channel my 8 trigrams of air blast and push as much chakra into my muscles as I can. Naruto's perspective. In complete silence, I just feel a huge surge in chakra from my mother when I see that Haku creates an ice mirror and climbs inside of it. I know what he's going to do as I enter the ice mirror, follow him, and appear in front of him and Hinata, looking up, ready to meet my mother's attack. It's too late to activate any jutsu to counter. I only expel my chakra chains out. I'm in awe of Hinata's determination to keep this boy alive, and I can tell that her heart breaks when he speaks. Standard POV. With the fog dissipated, Hanami, Makoto, and Sasuke see Naruto appear in front of Hinata and the hunter Nin with a Sabuza lying on the ground. Kushina is clearly too deep in her jutsu to just cancel at the last minute, and as the red hazed chakra covers the blue chakra with such force that Sasuke screams at Naruto to get out of the way. Makoto and Hanami also dart towards Naruto and Hinata to save them from the path that Kushina is heading towards. Kushina's perspective. I'm in shock that it's too late to stop my jutsu, but I try to pull back my chakra chains when I feel impact. I'm spiraling down, knowing that I'm about to finish this Sabuza, and I can't get up anymore. I smile as I expel more chakra, but then I see Naruto expelling her chakra chains to block me. Standard POV. Sasuke screamed for Naruto, and Hanami screamed for Hinata as a shockwave blasted everyone back with a loud bang. After being sent backward, Kushina frantically gets up to see what happened to her Naruto. However, as the smoke subsides, a smiling Mito appears in place of Naruto. Taking her chakra chains back into her body, Mito turned to face Naruto and said, "Looks like I got her just in time." "Well, that was reckless, my little one," she said, tenderly cupping Naruto's cheek. "Mind telling me what's going on?" "Grandmother Mito, I have no idea. I wanted to help Hinata, but my body moved on its own to attempt to stop my mother. I understand that you intended to keep these two safe. Are they not adversaries?" Hinata, the grandmother of the long story, harbors feelings for one of them. It's a lengthy tale, in my opinion. Mito turned to face the fallen missing nin and said, I see. And who might you two be? She inquired. With Haku's assistance, Sabuza was barely able to sit up. My name is Sabuza Momochi. Haku said, and I am Haku Yuki. And what's stopping me from killing these two? Mito asked her Hinata, releasing her killing intent. Hinata tilted her head. I am sorry, but I know Haku is a good person. He didn't want any of this and he was just protecting the one who he calls as a father figure. They attacked your charge and you guys, and you expect me to let them live, Mito said, turning to face the missing nin. Not a good enough reason. I'll have to end things myself, you stupid brat. Hinata begged, please Mito-sama, don't do this. Kunoichi with soft mentality like that are the ones who get themselves killed, Mito said, aiming to kill Hinata. I'll fix your error, so move aside. Naruto was about to speak with her grandmother when her mother suddenly appeared at her side and nodded no. Suddenly, clapping could be heard from across the bridge. The short, plump person with a receding hairline said, Demon of the Mist, I would say you're nothing but a worthless shinobi from what I can see. What does this signify, Gato? And who are all these thugs that you brought with you? Sabuza asked, getting to his feet. Well, as you can see, the plans have changed. The new plans state that you will die on this bridge, face Sabuza. Sabuza and Haki said together, what? You're too costly, so I've made the decision to remove you from the payroll. Naturally, I have to pay for these thugs I brought, so I would really appreciate it if you could kill a couple of them before they kill you. Believe you can handle that. Ninja Demon of the Mist. Look at you, you look about demonic as a wet kitten, Gato said, laughing hysterically. Gato is done, Sabuza told Mito and Kushina. Well, Reds, it would seem our fight is at an end. Since I am no longer in Gato's employed, Tazuna is safe, we have no quarrel. Men kill all those men, and you lot can have all the women, and girls to do as you please, but leave that little red head with gold highlights for me, she looks scrumptious. When Mito began to laugh and clap, she herself walked forward, pushing her hand up to the sky, and released a fire jutsu that expounded only for killing intent to be felt surrounding the thugs, a strong pressure weighing down on them. Most of them had lost control of their bowels, cowering in terror. When Mito once more dispelled a mist jutsu she had placed upon the surrounding area, a red sea appeared, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was shinobi with red heads. Turning to face Sabuza and Haku, Mito said, you two are spared for now, I will finish this quickly. As she moved forward once more, her face changed from a stunningly beautiful gem to an evil expression that said, no one threatens my granddaughter. 4 red-headed shinobi appeared in front of Mito, and an aura of malicious chakra surrounded her. Pardon Mito-sama, let us take care of them ourselves. Stood one shinobi up facing the men. Disappearing to shift, one appeared north of the group while the rest took east, west, and south. Performing hand seals, a red barrier appeared surrounding the men. Every red head had an evil glint in their eyes. One man stepped into the barrier. You spoke ill of the Uzumaki clan head and its heir, and that shall not be permitted. Performing hand seals, he slammed it to the ground. A large sealing array appeared under the men as sealing formula was slithering up their legs. With each millimeter it progressed, every man was being burned alive. Toes had already turned into ashes, ankles disappeared as turned to ash thanks to the wind until there was no more from the men. Gato on the other hand was in utter disbelief, scared out of his mind. He attempted to run away, heading towards the wall, only to meet grinning evil glares from the red-headed demons, as he now dubbed them, when he was grabbed from the back of his neck. In a whisper the red-headed man stated, you see, you made a grave mistake when you insulted the princess of the Uzumaki and Senju lines and little red head with gold tips as my niece. I will now ensure that you endure the greatest amount of suffering. When a chakra chain pierced his leg, another went through his behind, through his groin, and countless chakra chains pierced him from all sides, missing vital organs to keep him alive. Gato was rendered speechless and began to cry uncontrollably. When the red head appeared in front of him, all he heard was, boil, release, boiling hands, as the redhead placed his hands on Gato's head. More horrifying screams continued until nothing was heard, and then the bridge fell into complete silence. The red-headed man said, pardon Mito-sama, but the threat has been dealt with. Mito said, not much of a threat if I would have said so myself. Suddenly, Kushina lurches forward and embraces the man while sobbing. Akane. Flashback. When Mito reached the shores that were once her homeland, she scanned the area and a new sealing array formed. Normally, you wouldn't be able to tell this sealing array was there, but as an Uzumaki, you have the ability to detect barriers, even elusive ones like these. She dismantled the barrier piece by piece, finding it odd that a barrier should be up at this time, especially after the clan was destroyed. After the barrier was removed, she kept walking along the path until she came across the ruins of her former homeland. A lump started to form in her throat, and she wanted to cry at the sight of the once powerful Uzumaki clan, but something wasn't right. Someone was observing her, but she ignored it and kept walking toward the cage building, where she would find more sealing scrolls and jutsus hidden away so she could train her granddaughter. She was imprisoned in a seal that formed a barrier before she entered the cage tower. One of the men said, "She's alone," no one else followed in behind her. "Who are you, and the reason behind your Mito Uzumaki impersonation?" "Oh, so you've heard of me. I asked you a question, either answer or die." Mito spun around, ready to give the man a full-powered Hasoken strike, but she froze as she released her chakra chains, shattering the barrier. "If you know who I am, then you should know that this little barrier is no match for me." On one side, Mito Uzumaki, the Uzumaki clan's mistress of death, was alive and in the flesh. On the other side, Mito was stunned to see so many of her clansmen Olivia, so many redheads that she was unable to stop, and even more stunned when she saw Toka Senju in the background, being held by one of her clansmen. As she turned to face the Uzumaki clan leader Moroi, the man behind her said, "Long time no see, hasn't it, Mito-sama, but I would dare say you don't look a day older than when you first married Hashirama." "Moroi, is that you? Kaya, if those are you too, then this must be," Mito whispered. "How is this possible?" "Yes, that is my son Akane, and my daughter Ano." She turned, looking at them in complete disbelief, and finally managed to say, "How are you all still alive?" She hugged her cousin Moroi as tears began to flow from her eyes. She was given tea and given an explanation of what had happened when she entered the cage tower. "You see, when we were attacked, my father seized most of the stronghold and engaged in combat, eliminating the enemy. However, they also destroyed the entire fleet at that time. We battled tenaciously until my father separated us all, claiming that if we all fought, none of us would survive and that we would all die. In order to defeat the majority of the forces, my father had gathered the Anbu and the more experienced shinobi from that era and given them instructions to create sealing arrays and barriers. Together, we created strong underground barriers that prevented any chakra detection, and we hid underground." Moroi said, "I wanted to fight with everyone, but I knew that I was still relatively young, so I stayed and protected everyone else down there. We lost a lot of clansmen. My oldest son, your own brother Mito, and the rest of my family were taken." Mito nodded and urged Moroi to go on, saying, "I was only happy that in a way Kushina was alive in the leaf. After the war we kept hidden underground until we were no longer going to be scouted, until we rose and created new barriers to alert us, slowly gathering our strength until we would leave his island." "What prevented you from visiting the leaf? The Uzumaki would have been welcomed, you know," Mito said. "True, but see, we were about to, but then Kushina passed in the Cubus attack, so we no longer had a reason to leave and thus decided to stay. When we had a group of refugees of the Yuki clan that were of my wife's clan and they didn't want to leave the safe haven that the island provided, thus we stayed." With a contemplative nod, Mito asked, "What about Toka?" "She is an oddball. A beam of light appeared a few years ago, and Toka and Aoi emerged from it. They explained that they were practicing this sealing jutsu from you, but that something must have gone wrong because they didn't remember what had happened." "I understand. Yes, that is how I am too, but you three ought to be aware that Tobarama, Hashirama, and Kushina are all alive." Toka, Moroi, Kaya, Akane, and Ano all suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "What?" was shouted simultaneously. Grinning, Mito continued to describe the events leading up to this point, from Kushina's childhood to Naruto's upbringing, as well as her accomplishments, abilities, and training. Kaya turned to Moroi and grinned, saying, "I want to go." Ano said, "Yes, as do we. You understand. I believe it's time for us to leave this sanctuary and reintegrate into society." Moroi laughed and said, "In addition, it's time I give that son-in-law of mine some nice Uzumaki trouble." Over the course of the following few days, as everyone in the village packed and prepared to leave, Mito had already informed Hashirama that Toka was alive, well, and pregnant. She had also written to Minato informing him that almost 1,000 people would be joining the Hidden Leaf Village. The flashback has ended, in the Village of Leaves. Together with Tobarama and Minato, Hashirama quickly expanded the Uzumaki Senju compound. After expanding the Leaf Village wall back with Mokuden, Hashirama built many more houses, enough for shinobi, since in the letter the retired had chosen to live just outside the compound. The elderly and civilians chose to live among the civilians in the Leaf Village because they were thrilled about the idea of living among people and being able to mingle. As a result, the Uzumaki Senju clan had 20 more members than the Hyuga, making it the largest clan in the Leaf. Returning to the land of waves. Well, it sure is good to see you, daughter, you're as beautiful as ever. When Kushina heard that voice, she turned and her throat constricted, causing tears to fall. Papa. Kushina broke down in tears when she saw her mother, Ano, other clan members she grew up with, Jenin and Chunin. She had had enough of staring at everyone. What's going on, mother? Are you all right? Who are these individuals? Questioned Naruto. Well, aren't you a beauty? You look so much like your mother, Moroi said, approaching Naruto and giving her a pat on the head. Get your hands off of me, old man, Naruto said, growing a tick mark. You're not someone I know. Naruto. Kushina shouted, don't speak to your grandfather in that manner. As she gave Naruto a hard blow to the head, she said. As Naruto looked around, he noticed a lot of red-headed people with a few black-haired ones. You're my grandfather, so you're my grandmother. Moroi and Kaya were laughing. You are, too. After the introductions, they continued to converse and exchange feelings. As Sabuza was ready to stand up with Haku's assistance, Kaya approached them and said, I wouldn't go anywhere if I were you. As I was saying, young Yuki, you aren't going anywhere, Kaya said, encasing Haku and Sabuza in her ice-style driving chains without using any hand signs. Haku took a step forward as everyone turned to watch Sabuza and Haku, who were about to use an ice jutsu. We're taking you both back to the Hidden Leaf. Why ought we to do that? Sabuza inquired. Because, as I've said, Haku, none of my clansmen will be going out with a missing nin. Kaya said, you're returning to the Hidden Leaf with us so you can improve your abilities and truly live a life without rushing around the elemental country. After glancing at her, Haku turned back to Sabuza and said, I won't leave Master Sabuza. No one said you would leave him, you shall both come, and as you're both going to be coming back with us you're going to become part of the Uzumaki clan. But I am from the Yuki clan, and Sabuza isn't an Uzumaki either. Haku replied. My dear, a large number of Yuki clan refugees arrived on our shores and married into the Uzumaki clan. You will also become Uzumaki. As for Sabuza, I'm fairly certain he can marry into the clan. Kaya grinned and said, many of our women can handle him. Sabuza was at a loss for words because this was the last thing he had anticipated. He had anticipated torture, death, and being returned to the Hidden Mist, among other things. Why are you doing this? Sabuza inquired. You took care of one of my kin. I heard what you did in the Hidden Mist, although I don't agree with how you went about it. I see it was a noble reason. And lastly, the way you raised Haku means you are a good man, for Haku has made not only my granddaughter but the Hyuga heiress into shaping themselves up to become strong kunoichi and finally have a resolve for the future, said Kaya. After Naruto helped make the town resilient before they were to leave, some residents decided to stay in the land of waves because it was close to the water. As a result, the townspeople named the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge. Haku and Sabuza Uzumaki prepared to leave with Team 7 and the Uzumaki clan before they made their departure. A group of people were waiting for Team 7 and the Uzumaki clan to return, and the gates of the upcoming Hidden Leaf village were proudly open. Tsunade ran past everyone, embracing Naruto as they approached Minato, flanked by Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and the clan leaders. She returned safely and grudgingly to let her granddaughter go, then turned to Kushina. Next time you take my granddaughter to a mission like that, reverse summon me, do I make myself clear? With a slow retreat, Kushina merely said, yes, Tsunade-sama. As Sabuza and Haku approached them, Mito said, now Tsunaheim, as you can see Naruheim is in excellent condition. Besides, she made new friends in this mission. Iskander and Esdeath approached Hashirama and Tobirama from behind, and they both gave each other a half bow. Iskander turned to Minato and said, so you're the stripling that my Heim. However, he was interrupted when he noticed a female kunoichi with short black hair who went by the name of Shizune and another with purple hair who turned out to be Enko holding up a pair of red-headed twins and the little blonde boy with Kushina's eyes tugging at Kushina's shirt. In an instant, Iskander and Esdeath appeared to greet and get to know their grandchildren. Both powerful shinobi in their own rights were reduced to mush at the sight of their little bundles of joy. As she lifted up little Menma, Esdeath said, little Rin looks exactly like Kushina when she was this little, and my goodness, this little boy, he's going to be a strong one, but you, my darling. What a sight to see more little Uzumaki grandchildren. Come to grandma, my darlings, she exclaimed as she lifted up her bundles of joy, while everyone applauded. As the day developed into the afternoon and evening, all of the Uzumaki clan members were able to find a place to call home. The civilian population, which was close to 500 people, with the exception of those who chose to remain in the wave, chose to remain in the civilian quarters and live their civilian lives. The 100 retired Uzumaki chose to live close to the compound's entrance and open a shop in the clan district, using the special skills they brought to the table to help the clan as a whole become more prosperous. There were 101 active Junin, 9 of whom were Anbu, known as Hashira, 120 active Chunin, 7 Genin, 51 children enrolled in the Ninja Academy back at Whirlpool, and, finally, the 42 children who were still very young. Everyone in the clan felt at ease and secure when they could finally breathe. The elders of the Hyuga clan were furious because the Uzumaki clan was now the biggest in the Hidden Leaf village. The three-winged main house stood in the middle of the compound as nightfall finally descended. Minato, Kushina, Naruto, and her 3 siblings, Tsunade and Jiraiya, were now living in the main wing. Hashirama and Mito, who were from the Senju side, lived on the left wing of the house. Iskander and Esdeath lived on the left wing of the house. Finally, Tobirama resided on the back wing of the house. While Kushina was on leave to care for her children and retrain herself to get back in shape before reclaiming the clan seat from Mito, Mito was serving as her clan head. Before the night was over, everyone made the decision to gather in the Great Hall, as it was now called, which was located at the back of the compound and would eventually hold all of the Uzumaki clan's weapons, scrolls, and other items once they were gathered. Along with the heads of the village clans, Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and now Iskander served as advisors to Minato the Hokage, who sat at the main table where the Senju Uzumaki assembled to introduce themselves. The elders of the Uzumaki clan, who were powerful and prepared for battle despite their advanced age, were seated on a table that was perpendicular to theirs. The 6 clan elders Sagenke, Genryusai Yamamoto, Kaide, Makarov, Bang, and Frerena were masters of all the Uzumaki clan's ninja techniques and were frequently involved in instructing the younger members. After introducing themselves, the Chunin and Junin concluded with Sabuza and Haku. The number of Kekkei Genkai in the Hidden Leaf village surprised both the advisors and the clan elders. Many of their new shinobi came from the ice, boil, storm, swift, and lava releases. As the next group approached, Iskander clarified that they were training 2 distinct groups. 9 members of an elite Kenjutsu group that used their affinities in their Kenjutsu could be regarded as being on par with, if not more powerful than, the ninja swordsmen of the mist. Their chakra-conducting metal blades were forged with seals implanted during the forging process. In contrast, the other group of elite ninja, which consisted of 15 masters, were experts in various shinobi arts. As the next 9 approached, Iskander took the initiative to introduce his Hashira from Whirlpool. The Hashira's leader, Gyome Uzumaki, specializes in earth-style Kenjutsu. Kyojuro, who wields a blaze, Gyu, who specializes in water, Tsunemi, who specializes in wind, Tengen, who specializes in wind manipulation, Obanai, who specializes in poison and has a snake contract, Mitsuri, who is our swift release but, from what I've heard, is also stuck at the monstrous strength like Tsunade. Lastly, Kanae, a wind chakra natures with butterfly contracts. As for my elite Junin, let me introduce my top 15 male members. Gojo, a male Anbu, was my group's tactical specialist. Sukuna, my Genjutsu and Taijutsu specialist. Suguru, my Kenjutsu specialist. Kento Nanami, my medical specialist. Shanks, my weapons specialist and our new esteemed Toka's husband, who is also a Genjutsu specialist. And Moroku, our sealing specialist. Aside from Toka, our family's strongest kunoichi is Azula, who has the ability to release lava. Kikyo and Kagome, who are both skilled at using their chakra to make bows. Silesia, who specializes in ninjutsu. Akame and Obanai are both skilled at using poison, but Akame stores it in her sword, which is engraved with seals. The Urza twins, Urza Scarlet Uzumaki and Urza Nai Uzumaki, both of whom focuses on Kenjutsu, and Rias, who is fierce when she chooses to use her lava release as an armor. All Uzumaki had chakra chains in addition to their elemental bloodlines, and they use the number of chakra chains that can be summoned to determine how dense their chakra is. The densest chakra to date comes from Naruto, who can expel 6 chakra chains from her back, 1 from her torso, and 2 from each wrist, far more than Kushina and Mito. The Uzumaki are only able to expel 2 chakra chains from a less dense chakra. The Uzumaki clan was in a rave that night, and the Uchihas and the other clans joined some Hyugas, which shocked them all. The Hidden Leaf village did not sleep that night, learning the hard way that Naruto's personality was genetic. There was food being passed around, sake all over the place, balloons and confetti, seal fireworks exploding in the air, music playing while many people danced, and Menma playing with his new clansmen. Uncles, aunts, and clansmen were passing the twins around. A fierce woman named Azula was ushering one specific mist demon to dance. Azula wore a sleeveless mid-thigh kippah that was open to the sides of her thighs and had mesh armor running up her body. She had an average-sized bust, a curvaceous figure, and dark red hair that reached her mid-back. She is a wicked Junin with a fierce and sadistic personality. She is an expert in ninjutsu with the lava release and a skilled kunoichi with senbons that she uses, but right now, with sake in her system, she wanted to let loose and have fun. As a result, we find Sabuza blushing and being dragged to the dance floor while grinning and eating Azula. Show me what type of demon the demon of the mist is. Cooing Azula felt her hand down. Oh, looks like you're a big boy, aren't you? She smirked with delight. Sabuza discovered that night just how strong the Uzumaki were. While Makoto and Kushina were gushing about the party, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Minato, Hashirama, Jiraiya, and Tobirama had a dark aura and menacing thoughts were gathering about the Uchiha boy, while Haku was chatting with Hinata on the sidelines while they drank tea and ate food. Nothing could ruin the mood for those two. He had ordered Uni to keep the two apart, especially Orochimaru, but the snake didn't like the Uchiha brat. He needed to dissect a snake. After returning from their honeymoon, Kakashi and Yugito continued to celebrate. As the sun rose, people were scattered throughout the streets, hunched over chairs and bars, and you could see them trying to get over their hangover. The celebration went on until dawn. As the morning went on, food was prepared for the entire village and distributed, and the healers assisted everyone in overcoming their hangover. Tsunade, the head of the Senju clan, and Kushina, the head of the Uzumaki clan, were seated in the council room, with Minato sitting with his advisors to his left and right. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss how to incorporate the Uzumaki clan, who were now living in Konoha, into daily life and make the most of their abilities to improve the village. Both Kushina and Tsunade spoke before anyone else did. With the new clansmen of the Uzumaki, as of now we have 2 seats due to the Senju Uzumaki clan represents a total of the Senju, Uzumaki, Terumi and Yuki clans. We would like to increase our seat coverage to 3 instead of the 4 per the clans that were introduced by the Uzumaki to the village. Stated Kushina. Furthermore, we would want to make sure that the 3 votes the Senju Uzumaki clan will continue to stay as 3 when Naruheim takes over as the sole clan head for our respective clans, since she is the embodiment of all those clans in one. Finished Tsunade. The clans were cautious, but the Hyuga, Uchiha, Nara, Kurama, and Sarutobi clans did not object, so the motion was approved as the advisors turned to one another. Next we will disperse the Uzumaki with the help of Iskander here to include them into our different areas of expertise, said Minato. Some will go to the Sealing Corp to strengthen our barriers, while some will go to the academy to help with the now growing children. Hashirama-sama has graciously volunteered to expand the academy to accommodate the new students. In the academy, a new teacher will help the students in introducing them into the sealing arts, which shall be sealing arts that are available to everybody, and it will be up to them and the Uzumaki if they shall let them expand their knowledge. Finished Iskander. In the Anbu, the Uzumaki Anbu and our respective Anbu will train each other in the differences of each of their skill to better themselves on different skills to strengthen the protection of the village. Tobirama said. If you all should see Uzumaki around the village drawing symbols, please don't send paperwork of pranks and let the civilians know that the Uzumaki are placing seals for times of need to protect the village. The Uzumaki have studied Minato's and Tobirama's sensei Hiraishin and thus have decided to place the sealing formula with added seals around the village where they can teleport the entire population to a safe location if the need arise. I ask of you to allow the Uzumaki into your clans to place these seals in your compounds, said Sarutobi. Iskander began by handing a copy of the seal to each clan head, introducing them to the sealing array. If you inspect the seal, the inner seal is the completion of my son-in-law's and Tobirama-sama's Hiraishins. The other lines with the crosses and infinity loops are seals that will provide a barrier to anyone near the seal in detection of hostile chakra, and allow for healing chakra to those that are injured. Stated Iskander. Thus the seals cannot be activated by anyone. This can only be activated by Minato, the Sealing Corp and the Anbu commanders in the time of war, but once activated the Sealing Corp, myself, Mito, Kushina can use them to teleport anyone touching the sealing array. Thus we encourage the clan heads to join us in teaching you how to use these seals, for in times of need we will need the combine help to safely evacuate every person in the village from harm. In times of need some of us would rather be in the battlefront protecting everyone from danger. Can we have a representative like my wife?" asked Hiyashi Hyuga, as he saw all the clan heads muttering in agreement when Iskander was done. The reason we ask for clan heads is because the person that is to be taught has to have a vast amount of chakra and an astounding amount of chakra control in order for this to work. So yes, if you believe the person that you rather have trained be someone else, then by all means send them our way and we shall inspect them and make sure they have the requirements for the training," finished Iskander. At last, everyone nodded. Next we have the problem of a genin by the name of Haku Uzumaki, formerly known as Haku Yuki, without a team and 4 extra teams with Junin who don't know the layout of the land, said Minato. 4 Junin and 13 genin entered the room. The clan heads tilted their heads slightly toward the newcomers, and the genin and Junin bowed to them. "Well, that's not entirely true," replied Makoto. "Why don't we place Haku into Team 7, creating a 5-man team, and we could just add a Junin to help the 4 genin teams," concluded Makoto. "Although a good idea, but we've never had a 5-man for a reason. That is too large a group for certain missions and would hinder their abilities towards stealth and efficiency," according to Sume of the Inuzuka clan. Hayashi said, "Although I agree with Sume, I also have to disagree. While 5-man teams are not common, it would also be beneficial to have Haku in with Team 7. Each team as of now has a healer in their ranks. Team 12 has Chino Chinoik, Team 11 has Shokusuke Uzumaki, Team 10 has Ino Yamanaka, Team 8 has Sakura Haruno, Team 6 has Mamika Uzumaki, Team 5 has Fern Uzumaki, Team 3 has Zenitsu Uzumaki, and lastly while Team 9 has Tenten Higurashi. So it stands that Team 7 does not have a healer. While Naruto is an amazing healer rivaling Shizune, but she has unlocked her Byakugo seal, which even if we wanted to enforce the rules upon her to stay back and act as support, we all know she's hard-headed and jumps into battle at the first sight of conflict," stated that. "In other words, Naruto-kun takes up too much like Tsunade-sama." Cut from Makoto. "Well, yes, she does in that regard, and this Haku has shown an aptitude against fighting and already has skills in healing, so letting him advance in healing ninjutsu while being support is why I agree with adding Haku to Team 7 to act as support and the medical nin for the team," finished Hayashi. Everyone laughed when Naruto was compared to Tsunade. Shikaku said, "I agree with Hayashi-sama. A wise move." Tobirama said, "I have to agree, the young lad would be a fine addition to my grandniece's team." "So is anyone against the idea," concluded Tobirama. Megumi Uzumaki, a sealing Junin, led Team 11, which included Nezuko Uzumaki, Shinobu Kocho Uzumaki, and Shokusuke Uzumaki, after they were accepted. Team Tides, now known as Team 6, is led by Nobara Kugasaki Uzumaki, who also specializes in sealing and employs wind ninjutsu. Mamika Uzumaki is the team's healer, and Kalua Zoldyck Uzumaki is the team's weapons specialist. Kanao Uzumaki is the sister of Shinobu and Kanae of the Hoshira. Maki Zenin Uzumaki, a ninjutsu expert, is the leader of Team Swirl, now known as 5. She is joined by Fern Uzumaki, Stun Uzumaki, and Gon Freesi SS Uzumaki. Inosuke, who has Earth Release and a summoning contract with the Javelina clan, is the last member of Team Slayer, now known as Team 3. Yuji Itadori Uzumaki, a taijutsu expert with the Explosion Release, leads aspiring Hashira with Tanjiro Uzumaki, who uses the Boil Release, and Zenitsu with Lightning. It was decided that Genma Shiranaui from Team 5, Enko Mitarashi from Team 11, Shizune from Team 3, and Aoba Yamashiro from Team 6 would assist until they had a better grasp of the Land of Fire. The next urgent issues were addressed after the Genin teams and the concerned Junin departed. Now that that's out of the way, let us discuss the next agenda, which is the upcoming Chunin exams. They are to be held here at the Leaf, and thus far we have sent invitations and have gotten responses from our allies Cloud, Sand, and Mist. We have, however, also gotten responses that they too shall send shinobi from Stone, Waterfall, Rain, River, Sound, and Grass villages. Finished Minato as everyone began to speak. As you all have concluded, there have never been that many hidden villages in one Chunin exams. This could be because of word has gone around about Naruto being the heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clans and whatever else has gone around to their ears. Finished Minato. Unkai Kurama asked, "What is your decision, Hokage-sama?" "Well, we definitely can't deny entry to the exam, we could just be speculating for nothing," replied Minato. Hiruzen said, Precisely, we will just have to take extra precautions in the exam and make sure no corner is left unprotected. At the conclusion of the meeting, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya asked the Hokage and advisors to meet with Naruto at the training grounds at the Uzumaki compound. They all used the summoning technique, and the Uzumaki clan was gathered around the clearing to witness the three legendary Sannin. Gamabunta, Manda, and Katsuyu appeared in a roaring cloud of smoke ahead. The village was present when the three-way impasse occurred. Katsuyu said, "Tsunade-sama, what can I be of service?" Gamabunta said, "Jiraiya, this better not be a ploy, do I hear? As for you Orochimaru, for it is I will eat you alive," said Manda. A smaller plum of smoke appeared to reveal Ma and Pa, the Toad Sages, as all three of the fabled Sannin stood up and Jiraiya performed another set of hand seals. "Jiraiya boy, what's the meaning of summoning us?" replied Pa. "That's right, I was in the middle of cooking dinner," finished Ma. "Lords Fukasaku, Lady Shima, Gamabunta-sama, Manda-sama, and Lady Katasu, forgive us for summoning you, but we have a request," Orochimaru responded. "And what would that be, lad?" Fukasaku inquired. "You see," Jiraiya said, "we would like Naruto to sign the summoning contract to all three clans." Completed Tsunade. Gamabunta, Katsuyu, and Manda exchanged glances. "Under normal circumstances we would not allow this, but seeing as our kin have been with the child since birth, I can't see why not. But Elder Fukasaku and Lady Shima will have to speak for the Toads," said Gamabunta. "As much as I am against it, Uni is already her familiar, and if she shall sign the snake's summoning contract she will have to be trained in the art of the snake fighting style. However, I am not to be summoned by the girl. Uni shall be her companion as my daughter. She is on her way to becoming the strongest of our kin," stated Manda. "I too will allow her to sign the Toad's summoning contract with the slugs and the snakes," replied Shima. "This brings a unique time to where our three clans can finally truly be allies under one summoner and work in conjunction to one another," finished Shima. Fukasaku said, "I agree. What say you, Lady Katsuyu?" "I wholeheartedly agree with everyone. She already has her Byakugo seal in which we can have a connection," said Katsuyu. On his way to the scrolls, Naruto signed the snakes, toads, and slugs in blood. When Manda spoke, Naruto looked up at them with joy as she got to her feet. "Now, child, extend your hand." As Naruto reached out, Manda jabbed his fangs into her forearm, revealing a snake tattoo on her shoulder. "Now child, I want you to go ahead and attempt the summoning jutsu for the toads. All you have to do is perform them while thinking of the animal you want to summon," said Fukasaku. When Naruto stepped outside the forest area, she bit her thumb, performed her hand seals, and as she slammed her hand on the ground, a large glowing blue seal appeared. Her Byakugo seal also glowed a crimson red, with a sealing array formed on her face similar to how Tsunade's formed verses. Orochimaru. As she clasped her hands to her head, Naruto wailed in agony as all three summons sensed a presence prepared to fight. A huge plume of smoke erupted, and when it subsided, they saw a giant chimera with a tanuki's body, a tanuki's legs, a white snake for a tail, and glowing yellow eyes. When a second monster emerged from the remaining plume, it was smaller but appeared to be about 10 feet tall, with fire encircling its feet and tails. It had beige fur, a diamond mark on its forehead, black feet, and flat rings on both of its tails. With a roar of great chakra, the larger monster ejected its surroundings. Tobirama and Kushina tried to reach Naruto to rescue her when the monster attacked, sending shadowed snakes at them. Other shadow snakes were able to wrap themselves around Manda and Gamabunta, while Katsuki erupted into millions of her tiny self before reforming on the other end as she released a stream of acid. However, before it hit, a dark aura absorbed the chakra when it stomped its foot on the ground. Veils sprang up to encase the summons, while many Uzumaki were jumping to avoid the vines. Hashirama used his own wood style to trap the beast. In order to create barriers with their chakra chains, the smaller of the monsters flew down and launched a powerful fire attack directly at the Uzumaki. In an attempt to stop the flying summon creature, the Anbu banded together and attacked it. "Amazing," Hashirama exclaimed. "What is it?" Mito inquired. "It's like a tug of war to see who can zap whose chakra first. It's like it knows Mokuden," replied Hashirama. When Naruto eventually released her grip on her head, she noticed that her Byakugo seal was beginning to return to her forehead and that red hair was covering her face. When the monster roared, it bent over, gasping for air, and looked down at Naruto before turning back to the villagers and taking a protective stance with one foot. The other monster flew down to stand in front of Naruto, threatening the ninja in front of them with its saber teeth. Katsuyu was about to release a massive amount of acid, Gamabunta was about to release oil for Jiraiya's combination attack, Mando was about to descend underground to attack the monster, and every Uzumaki in the vicinity was about to launch a ninjutsu-based attack. "Stop!" shouted Hiruzen and Iskander. Hashirama spoke up as everyone turned to face them. "It's protecting Naruto, it must think that we are the ones attempting to harm her." Minato commanded, "Everybody stand down." When Naruto tried to stand up, the monster stopped in its tracks and used a shadow snake to grab her and steady her. Chakra chains vanished, and the vines vanished as the monster roared. When Naruto looked up, he first noticed the beasts. "Kit." "Yes, Kurichan," Naruto thought blearily. "Don't fear and tell everyone to calm down. The bigger beast is called Nu while the smaller one is called Kalala. Nu and Kalala are beasts from the land of forest where your grandfather learned to master the wood sage arts. You can consider Nu and Kalala the guardians of the forest." They all relaxed when Naruto repeated what Kurama had said. Nu released his chakra, transforming from a building-sized beast to a small kitten. Kalala, enshrouded in flames, did the same, transforming from a giant cat to a small kitten. He saw many faces on top of the nearby buildings, but he felt no animosity from anyone. Kalala rubbed her cheek on her arm as Nu approached Naruto and began to lick his palm. "Naruto, are you okay?" hurried Tsunade, who began by searching for Naruto with her mystic palm before ceasing when it became clear that everything was all right. "I am fine, grandmother," Hiruzen asked. "What happened? Do you know how this summoning animal came?" Naruto sighed. "I was thinking of summoning Gamakichi when I heard someone calling out to me, so I answered its call, and that is when I felt my chakra go out of control. Then I remember Kurama attempting to calm me down, pouring chakra into me, but that was making everything worse. Then once Nu and Kalala was here, the pain stopped, but everything seemed to spin." Everyone gave a nod. "So, are these summonses for you?" inquired Mito. After glancing down at Nu and Kalala, Naruto turned to face Hashirama and said, "I'm not sure what you think, grandfather. We would have to go to the land of forest to make sure, but as of right now I can't seem to think of another reason as to why they were summoned. Then again, you need to be able to sign a summoning contract before summoning an animal," completed Hashirama. As she raised her arm and activated the seal on her shoulder, Uni emerged from her sleeve, nipping both fingers and performing hand seals. She slammed the ground, causing Gamakichi and Kila to emerge in a tiny puff of smoke. Naruto picked up the three summons and embraced them, saying, "I don't get it, I felt no pain or anything that time." "We can explain." Everyone turned to listen to Kalala's female voice. "We are the guardians of the forest, just as the QB stated Nu. As for why we are here, well, you are the child of prophecy, the true inheritor of the forest style, making you the true future forest sage, and we are its protectors and now your companion and summons," said Kalala. "So, you two are Old's guardians?" Shima was asked. "The ones that helped Gamamaru-sama." "Precisely to a point. Yes, it was our clan, but we are descendants of those that helped Gamamaru-sama," replied Nu. "But Hashirama is a forest sage, why weren't your clan part of his summons?" asked Mito. "Because Hashirama isn't a true wielder of the forest style, he uses an incomplete version which he calls the wood style, but Naruto has been able to utilize forest style, which is life itself, and call upon it on a whim. As you all know, the wood style is a Kekkei Genkai with earth and water, while the forest style is a Kekkei Tota," stated Nu. Everybody within earshot was gasping. "The Kekkei Tota?" Hashirama inquired. "Yes, a Kekkei Tota. The forest style combines yang and yang release with earth, water, and fire. This Kekkei Tota is life itself. She inserts yin and yang to create life and uses Mokuden to infuse fire as the binding agent. Kalala is finished. But just like how she could give it, she can take it. According to Nu, this is a devastating art. Unlike boil release and other techniques, she or anyone else has life can be given or taken in the numerous ways." Everyone nodded, and Hashirama said, "I think it would be best to head to the land of forest to train then." Nu and Kalala both agreed. "That would be wise. As a Mokuden user yourself, it would be best to have her trained to control her powers. Now that we are here, her limiter should have been broken and she won't have as much control of her chakra as she once had." "I understand. Even though we should discuss taking a full schedule of training and going on training trips after the Chunin exams, for now let's make do with the time we have and do our best," Hashirama said, adding that we should leave before the Chunin exams. "We won't have enough time for this round of Chunin exams," said Minato. No, we won't be able to get her up to where we would like to get her, but at least in these 4 months we can definitely whip her up into shape, said Kushina. That would be wise. Katsuyu responded, Tsunade-sama, I know what you three would have liked for Lady Naruto, but I feel that is no longer the case for the time being. Tsunade said, yes, I do feel you are right. But she is to be our most powerful and highest summoner, replied Manda. But until her powers are in check, I would suggest you train others and gather them as your apprentice, replied Gamabunta. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, I like her style and I'm sure I can turn that weak little girl into something spectacular. I'll take the Hyuga brat. Tsunade said, I'll take Haku because he's already a healer. Jiraiya said, that leaves me with the Uchiha brat. But we would have to wait until after the Chunin exams. We can't let Naruto leave and train on her own, we have to go and help, said Tsunade. Iskander said, I may have a solution. We wanted to get involved in her training as well. I know that Mito-sama and Kushina were doing their best to introduce her into the arts of Fuinjutsu and teach her in the ways of the Uzumaki, but I feel that we can chip into how the arts have evolved, Death said, adding that, we could simply enhance a blood clone with seals. With an evil twinkle in her smile, she concluded, in addition, I have to teach my granddaughter how to perfect my ice release. The Chunin exams are in 4 months, so everything is set. We have that much time to get them and all the other genes in shape. To demonstrate to the other villages the strength of the hidden leaf, Minato said. How many can be summoned to the forest in reverse, Kalala-sama and Nu-sama? Hashirama questioned. The two summoned beings exchanged glances. Kalala declared, we will allow for a total of 6 companions. Yamamoto walked up to the group and said, I will go and help train the future clan heir. Mito said, Yamamoto-sama, are you sure? Yes, if I do say so myself, I think I can whip my little granddaughter into shape. After all, I trained all my grandchildren, finished Yamamoto. Hashirama was about to say, all right, I would say myself, Yamamoto-sama, Death-sama, Tsunaheim, when he was cut off. I'll accompany my niece and help her with her training. Besides, my kids weren't able to pick it up and I want my techniques to be passed down, and approaching Altair remarked, after all, my sealing arts are different from the family and are all created by me. Very well, and Tobirama. Hashirama concluded, saying, Death-sama will help her with her Kekkei Genkei ice release, Altair-san will help her with her Fuinjutsu techniques, and I will help her with her forest style and introduce her to the Senju fighting style. Tobirama will help me along with helping her manipulate water. When Yamamoto said, I will help her hone her Hashokan fighting style, while having her focus on that Kenjutsu, it's atrocious, Hashirama was saying, Tsunaheim, you will help with her chakra control, medical ninjutsu, and Yamamoto-sama. Additionally, Altair and Death will assist me with her Fuinjutsu as well. Everyone gave a nod. Before Minato spoke, I've had enough time away from my daughter. I would like to give you guys a Hiraishin Kunai so that I may teleport some of the other ones of us who would also like to train her but can't stay away for 4 months. He concluded. Will that be okay? Mito was summoned. That would be fine, but allow to put a marker on that kunai, for you will need our permission seal to be allowed in, said Nu. Orochimaru said, perfect, I need to train her in the snake style as well. Hiruzen asked, what about the rest of the Team 7? According to Tsunade, I will leave a blood clone sensei. And I would appreciate it if you could enhance it, Iskander. He answered, yes, of course I can. As for us, we will send the blood clones and focus on our students, said Orochimaru. She doesn't need much training from me and Jiraiya, she's mostly mastered all our stuff, just need to add the new tidbits, stated Orochimaru. Jiraiya said, agreed. As Naruto turned to look for Sasuke and Hinata, she noticed her cousins approaching. On the one hand, she was happy that she would receive all this training, but on the other, she felt that it was too much. Mother, good luck surviving. Morgiana said, she's a real slave driver. Not to the same extent as grandfather Yamamoto. He is the hardest instructor ever when it comes to teaching Kenjutsu. Tanjiro said, you are aware that he founded the Hashira group. His physical conditioning isn't something I would want to go through again, said Yuji. Nezuko and Mamika said, agreed. So cousin, I say give it your best because I'm going to show you out, replied Tanjiro. We're going to beat you, please, in addition to Naruto. Mamika said. When all of them were surrounded by vines that sprang up, you were saying. It appears that I just defeated you all, Naruto smirked. Morgiana said, that's not fair, I'll take you on in a head-on fight. Naruto grinned as she let her cousins down and said, A ninja uses all the resources at their disposal. Sigh 1. She was knocked to the ground by someone. Menma, that wasn't nice, Naruto said. As Naruto pulled out a chakra chain to pick him up, he laughed and said, sorry, Nichan, but you were wide open. What now? Naruto said. Menma said. This, as he began to thrash them all over after sending out his own chakra chain. When everyone was ready to leave later that evening, Naruto was making her way from her main house to the compound's private training grounds, where her friends and clansmen were waiting. She was delighted to see a large, happy family, including Yugito Nichan, Kakashi Nisan, Sasuke-kun, Hinata-chan, her mother, father, grandparents, granduncle, her cousins, uncles, and aunts, and most importantly, her siblings. She heard that Haku, Hinata, and Sasuke were conversing with the 3 Sannin. Orochimaru said, so we agreed to take you 3 on as our apprentice. Hinata questioned, what about Naruto-chan? She's going on a short training trip, but me and Orochimaru will send blood clones while Tsunade will leave behind a blood clone to train her apprentice, replied Jiraiya. Exactly, we have approximately 4 months to get you all into shape before the Chunin exams, said Tsunade. Will we be included in the Chunin examinations? Asked Haku. Yes, that is why you, if you would like, shall be my apprentice. My blood clone along with Shizune, Kagura Uzumaki, will train you in medical ninjutsu and combat, while Kagome Uzumaki will train you in your Kekkei Genkai, and it will be up to you to see if you would like to learn my fighting style or the Hasoken of the Uzumaki. Tsunade replied. And you, Hinata, will be my apprentice. Hanami and Anko, my former apprentice, have agreed to take part in your training. Orochimaru stated. And you, Sasuke, are going to be my apprentice. Don't think just because you're close to Naruto that I will take it easy on you. I am going to train you to the ground. Itachi will help with your taijutsu style as well as your fire manipulation, and Rengoku Uzumaki will have you train with a genin team he's helping in Kenjutsu. Also Kakashi will also help train your lightning chakra, as well as he will also help train you Hinata and Haku, as well as the Jonin sensei should. Finished Jiraiya. Excited about receiving so much training, Sasuke asked, does this mean that we will also get a summoning contract? Absolutely not, Tsunade claimed. First of all, Naruto got the summoning contracts due to her training was far enough to consider giving her a summoning contract, while you 3 are nowhere near the requirements of getting the summoning contract. Orochimaru responded. While Orochimaru and Jiraiya could technically give you guys the summoning contract if they deem you ready by the 4 months' time, I however cannot give you the contract, Haku. It's not that I wouldn't want to, but because you need to have the Byakugo seal in order to fully meet the requirements to summon Katsuyu, said Tsunade. Haku inquired inquisitively, and how long does it take to acquire the Byakugo seal? It took me about a year to develop it. While you have large enough chakra reserves, I would say you could possibly do it in about 2 years. Completed Tsunade. Yeah, so focus on your training and we'll see if you're ready to sign the Toads and Snakes summoning contract. Jiraiya replied. How long did it take Naruto to develop her Byakugo seal? Asked Hinata. Tsunade said, well, it took her 8 months to develop her Byakugo seal. Everyone began chatting briefly when Naruto arrived at the training grounds before bidding each other farewell. Naruto said, okay, I'll summon Kalala and Nu. She bit her fingers and used one hand to perform the half-serpent and the other to perform the half-boar as she said, summoning jutsu. She then slammed both hands on the ground as a huge ceiling array, and a small kitten that resembled Kalala and a waist-high lion chimera that resembled Nu emerged. When they were teleported to the land of the forest, Esdeath, Hashirama, Tobirama, Tsunade, Yamamoto, and Altair were holding hands with Naruto, Nu, and Kalala in the center of the circle. They all marveled at the sight as the summoning smoke dissipated. They were in front of an entrance that was situated atop the largest tree they had ever seen. The roots of the tree were so large that they all stood on it, and several waterfalls cascaded down to the river below from the top of the tree. A large mountain encircled the back of the tree, and to the south of it was a densely forested area that seemed to go on for miles. Master Naruto, this is where your training will begin, as with us we shall train with you as well, stated Nu. Kalala said, but first we must meet our elder. Everyone entered and saw a creature sleeping on a chair with 3 whiskers on each side, thick gray fur covering its belly, and white fur covering its pointed ears. The monster woke up as Naruto and the group got closer. The creature declared, the lady of the forest has finally arrived. Toro-sama, we bring to you Naruto Senju Uzumaki, the one who wields the forest style and the big 3, said Nu. Toro gave a head nod. And they are. You know not everyone in the forest will take kindly to strangers. They are her family that would like to assist in her training. We allowed for them to come and help this time around. While next time they won't be permitted as of yet. According to Kalala. Toro gave a nod. Very well, then welcome to the land of forest. We expect great things from our first summoner Lady Naruto, said Toro. When everyone gave the creature a bow. And why don't you be a dear Lady Naruto and tell that fox that I still have a bone to pick with him for that water incident way back in our day, replied Toro. Inside his cave, Kurama was chuckling. Kid, I want you to perform a shadow clone but with half of your seal in the reverse position, said Kurama. Kurama, who was the same size as Naruto, appeared beside her as she made her hand sign. Kurama grinned broadly and said, You haven't gotten senile there, haven't you, you old rodent? Everyone else gasped as Toro opened one eye, and they were on the verge of being expelled when Toro burst out laughing so loudly that the tree briefly trembled. If you weren't a chakra construct, you along with your siblings would have kicked the bucket by now, said Toro. As she fell and landed on the fox's back, Naruto exclaimed, Kura-chan. How is this possible? Kurama said, God, I hate your chakra. Toro laughed, got you wagging your tails like a pup, don't it? Kurama said, shut it before I end you. Toro laughed even more. Lady Naruto, this land is sacred here. Kurama can be let out in this form of a clone due to the seal's design. This was meant to be the tailed beast's home, thus the creatures here are in proxy clans of the tailed beasts. Unfortunately humans decided otherwise. Nu was staring at Hashirama. Furthermore, we can train in a way to where Kurama can let out in combat and assist you, said Kalala. Naruto inquired, so you have a clan, Kura-chan? Yes, Kurama has a clan, as well as the one to the 8-tailed beasts, replied Toro, and technically with you signing the summoning contract and being accepted by our elder Toro, you have access to their clans as well, but you cannot summon them until you meet them, finished Toro. You do have access to my clan, stated Kurama. Nu and Kalala are part of my clan. I have other clansmen which we can later visit, but for now I suggest we get to working with your training since we don't have much time, finished Kurama. That is correct. We decided to return to the Leaf in 3 months' time to use the remaining month to do teamwork exercises with all the Leaf Genin due to the addition of Uzumaki Genin, since most of the Genin aside from the Inoshikacho are being trained individually. Hashirama replied. Over the course of the days, Naruto created 5,600 clones with Kurama's boost. On some days, however, only 2,000 because of the combined training. There were 700 clones with Esdeath. Tobirama had 400 of them. Altair had 600 of them. Yamamoto had 600 of them. There were 700 with Tsunade. Minato had 500. Iskander was with 500. 1,000 were with Hashirama, however. To increase Naruto's Kekkei Genkai abilities in Lava Release with Azula's assistance, Storm Release with Kikyo's assistance, and Himehima's assistance in training her like the Hashira, Minato and Iskander would frequently shave with Kushina, Mito, Yoko, or another top jonin. Finally, 600 were using the summons for training. Returning to the Leaf, after signing the snake contract, Hinata was learning how to fight snakes. However, we now know that she fell and then got up to avoid the next snake strike before performing hand seals in the water style, water slicer. She began to rotate water blades that were sent to Orochimaru before advancing on him with a fierce determination and a ready Byakugan. Enko, on the other hand, was hurling waves of kunai at her to encourage diligence. Even though the backlash still sent Haku flying back, he was avoiding Tsunade's monstrous strength. Like Naruto, Mito, and Tsunade, he began to store chakra to form the Byakugo seal because of his larger reserves from early training. Even though he was able to call upon some of Katsuyu's relatives after signing the slug contract, Haku was unable to call upon Katsuyu until the Byakugo seal was created. In the end, Sasuke was gritting his teeth and stuck in the underworld swamp after signing the Toad contract. He quickly discovered that it wasn't as simple because Gamatsu was his personal summons and the little guy didn't do much without snacks to ensure Sasuke's death. After 3 months, everyone was improving. Shikamaru excelled in the arts, and his mother attended every training session to ensure that he trained. Ino, on the other hand, made significant progress in her physical conditioning after receiving reprimands from her father, and she eventually began acting like a kunoichi. Sakura was learning genjutsu after Kurenai, while Kiba and Shino advanced in their clans. As Team 12 flourished under the new sense Rado Namiyashi, Yukuma was able to control her Kekkei Genkai, Chino of the Chinook clan was able to control her dojutsu and was improving quickly, and Fushin was a master at manipulating wind. Finally, under more rigorous training, the Uzumaki genin teams, which were already very impressive, continued to improve. 2 weeks prior to the Chunin exams, back in the land of forest, Esdeath said, "Are you all prepared to return to the Leaf Village?" As she assembled with everyone, a chorus of, "Yes," was heard. Along with Kalala, Nu, and Kurama, Naruto approached everyone, recalling all of her training with them as well as with Gamakichi, Kila, and Uni. In addition, she had the opportunity to meet some of the other summonses in the realm. She knew she could rely on any of them, even though no bonds were formed. The fact that Yamamoto, Mito, Kushina, and Iskander managed to create a seal that allowed Naruto to call forth Kurama using just one tail's worth of chakra without destroying it was a plus. However, given the limited time they had, that was the only thing they could do at the moment. Perhaps that could be expanded later. Finally mastering her Hashoken, Ice Release, Crystal Release, Storm Release, and Boil Release, Naruto made progress with her Forest Release while forming her Lava and Magnet Release. Her grandfather Yamamoto greatly improved her Kenjutsu and sealing skills, and she was able to learn many new techniques from her family thanks to her shadow clones. While Kalala and Nu remained in the forest, Kurama gathered in a circle to be called back to the leaf and puffed back into the seal. Everyone was excited to be home and flexed their limbs when they arrived at the Uzumaki compound's training ground. Unfortunately, they landed in the middle of the training session, and Tanjiro's strike just missed them. In order to integrate all of the knowledge that each member of Team 7 had acquired, the next few weeks before the Chunin exams would be devoted to team-building activities. While participating in the celebrations and bonfires, Naruto was able to bond with her family members during the night by sparring with her cousin Yuji and Morgiana. She also learned a lot about her family's past experiences, strength, and future plans. To demonstrate to the world that the Uzumaki had survived and were stronger than ever, the Uzumaki clan was constantly gathering power training in an effort to regain their former strength. She also discovered that she was highly respected as the future head of both the Uzumaki and the Senju, Uzumaki clan, which was made up of several clans, including the Yuki and Terumi, to mention a few, all of which became Uzumaki. She discovered that someone was always keeping an eye on her. Each of the clan's 4 strong Kunoichi Silesia, Akame, Azula, and Urza took turns protecting her and making sure nothing could hurt her. Although Naruto was grateful, she felt that she didn't require the continual watch, at least not right now. She was also extremely embarrassed when Sasuke chose to be brave and kiss her cheek the other night. She recalled that, blushing, and wondered who had been watching over her that evening. When Akame's Kenjutsu improved, she promised to teach Naruto how to use poison in her style. Time jump. When she woke up in the morning, Naruto got ready and headed downstairs. She also noticed a broken coffee cup on the floor, and that Menma was running around with one chakra chain flailing around, avoiding Iskander, Hashirama, Jiraiya, and Minato as he laughed at his dad and grandparents. Mito, Kushina, Esdeath, and Tsunade were all preparing breakfast, laughing at the men who were unable to catch one young boy, who let out another chakra chain, piercing the wall, then acting like a spider and swinging himself away from his family. Naruto grimaced as she made her way to the table, and felt Menma fall on her shoulders. "Nisan," he yelled, laughing giddy, while the men were all in a bad mood. Fortunately, Rin and Ryu were having fun with Uncle Tobirama. Sasuke greeted Naruto at the compound's gates just as she was ready to depart, escorting her to Training Ground 7, where she would meet the other members of her team. Sasuke and Naruto saw that Haku and Hinata were already at the training ground as they made their way there. Naruto grinned and said, "Now I understand why I couldn't find Haku at the compound, he had left extra early to get to Hinata's." Hinata and Haku both blushed at the remark, but Sasuke spoke before they could say anything. With a playful grin, Sasuke said, "Well, looks like we interrupted something. Looks like they were getting cozy with one another." Now, Hinata and Haku were both beet red. With a menacing smile on her face, Yugito remarked from behind, "Not as cozy as you two were when I caught Sasuke giving you a kiss." Both Sasuke and Naruto turned crimson red. Sasuke's color changed to match her hair's, while Naruto's color changed to match hers. As he tried to flee, Kakashi fainted, but not before hearing Hinata and Haku laugh. Yeah, everyone in the compound saw when Sasuke took her hand and kissed it before he kissed her cheek. Now that we're here, I wanted to talk to you all that the day is here. The Chunin exams are finally happening tomorrow, and I know you guys have gone through extensive training the last 4 months, and I couldn't be prouder of you," said Kakashi. "But just as you guys have gone through extensive training, just know that the other Konoha teams have also gone through extensive training," stated Yugito. "That's right," Kakashi said, "and you all might know how good some of the other Konoha teams, but none of you aside from Naruto might know how the Uzumaki teams are. That's if you know the full extent of their capabilities." Naruto replied Yugito. "No, actually they stop what they are doing most of the time when I am around, and I am told that they will show me in the Chunin exams," replied Naruto. "Precisely, the other teams have also gone through training. We know for sure that one of the Uzumaki teams is that Shizune-san is helping us extensively Kenjutsu with nature manipulation, while the team that Genma is helping, they are an all-around team, all do ninjutsu while having specialties within each one. Now the team that Anko is helping, 2 of the girls are taijutsu heavy with ninjutsu backup, while the third one is a kenjutsu specialist and she has a summoning contract. The last team that Aota is helping also has a summoning contract, and I would say is the most diverse due to one has kenjutsu with ninjutsu and a summoning contract, while one is weapons specialist from what I know, and the last one is only a support type," stated Yugito as she glanced around looking at the 4 genin. "Precisely, then we have Team 8, which they are a tracking team with genjutsu specialist, Team 9 is an assault taijutsu with weapons specialist, Team 10 is the toughest one with the teamwork they are known for, specially since their jutsus rely on helping cover the weaknesses, and lastly the last team that we expected to be recommended for the Chunin exams, Team 12, they a strong heavy hitter team just like you guys," according to Kakashi. Haku questioned, "What do you mean like us?" "Well, you see we have a ninjutsu powerhouse in Naruto, a support with you, taijutsu in Hinata, and a kenjutsu in Sasuke," stated Yugito. "Exactly, and 3 of you have dojutsu, a Byakugan, Sharingan, and one who has a combination of both. Like you guys, Team 12 has a dojutsu in Chino, a ninjutsu specialist in Fushin. His wind manipulation could be called a Kekkei Genkei on its own due to how strong it is. Lastly we have Yakumo, she is a genjutsu prodigy on her own, so powerful that it's called a Kekkei Genkei on itself due to if you let her start her genjutsu it's as good as over, since whatever she performs comes to real life," replied Kakashi. Hinata was asked, "What do you mean comes in real life?" "Well, if she hurts you in her genjutsu, like cuts your arm off, in reality your arm will be cut off," replied Yugito. Sasuke said, "That's not possible." "Oh, but the Kurama's genjutsu is this powerful, but Yakumo's is the strongest in generations," said Kakashi. "Yes, and that's not accounting for the other teams that are going to be sent from other villages that we have no idea how strong they are going to be," replied Kakashi. "I know that Killer Bee's team has been training a lot, especially to get back at you, Naruto," replied Yugito. Naruto grinned and raised his fist, saying, "Oh, I want to show Karui just how much better I've gotten." Everyone nodded, and the forms were handed out for them to sign. As he and Yugito walked away, Kakashi said, "Meet tomorrow at the academy for the start of the exam." As the group turned to leave, Konohamaru and his companions rushed up to them. Konohamaru said, Boss, I want to introduce to my friends." "Hey Konohamaru, of course, who are your friends?" Naruto said, grinning at the children. "Well, this is Udon, and this is Moegi, and we are the Konohamaru Corp," replied Konohamaru. Moegi said, "Yeah, we are the best of our generation." Udon said, "That's right." When Konohamaru asked, "Boss, want to play ninja with us?" Together, Udon and Moegi exclaimed, "Oh please." Sasuke said, "I've never heard of a ninja playing ninja." Konohamaru said, "Well, I've never seen a ninja with a duck butt hairstyle either. But here we are." Konohamaru shuddered when he saw Sasuke approaching him with the intention of killing him. Luckily, Konohamaru began to flee, followed by Udon, Moegi, and Naruto, when he ran into someone wearing a black suit and face paint. Konohamaru said, "I'm sorry for bumping into you." Sasuke followed suit, observing the blonde kunoichi with 4 ponytails and the person Konohamaru had bumped into. Before Sasuke could act, 4 seals appeared around the 2 hidden sand shinobi, and 2 chakra chains were slowly emerging from those seals. Konohamaru continued to apologize as the ninja-clad catsuit picked him up by the scruff. Naruto said, "I will kill you if you touch them," as she stood in front of the group. She turned to face Gaara, who had a glowing seal behind him, and said, "And the same goes for you." "What?" exclaimed Temari. Gaara. Now, with his brother watching all the time, Kankuro began to panic. Gaara said, Kankuro, you're an embarrassment to the village. Stop or I'll kill you. He vanished into the sand and reappeared beside Naruto, who merely gave him a blank stare. Kit, watch out, this one in front of you is a Jinchuriki like you, warned Kurama. Of who? Inquired Naruto. The Shukaku, the one tail, the weakest of my brothers, stated Kurama. As he halted the seals with the chakra chains out to concentrate on Gaara, Naruto said, got it. As she unleashed some wood-style killing intent, Naruto said, I suggest you keep these in check before I do it for you. And don't think I can't handle that little one-tailed tanuki you have sealed inside. Both Gaara's and Kenkuro's eyes widened in obvious shock. When Gaara eventually managed to get hold of himself, you're one that I should be wary of in these exams, said Gaara. When Naruto turned to leave with her group, it's polite to introduce yourself as we are visiting shinobi, said Gaara. Naruto said, I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki. Gaara said, I'm Gaara from the Sand Village. Sasuke was introducing himself when he was interrupted, saying, and I'm Sasuke. I don't really care who you are as you are of no interest to me, Gaara said. Sasuke was enraged by this, but he was powerless to stop Naruto from calling out to Konohamaru, Udon, Moegi, and Sasuke. Naruto said, Hinata, Haku. Everything is fine, you can leave. The Sand siblings saw two additional shinobi simply vanish in a leaf shunshin as they turned to face the tree where Gaara was. As the team approached the academy the following day, Hinata was a little anxious because she didn't know what to anticipate, and Sasuke and Naruto were prepared to leave at all costs. As soon as they arrived at the academy, they noticed a group of genin trying to get into a class with the number 101. Before turning to face the door, Naruto thought, the letter stated training gym which was at the double doors of 107. A genjutsu, she grinned and said, I thought something was up when Lee was pushed back that easily. Then, as the group behind them entered to find Kiba, Naruto yelled, look at those losers, they can't tell they are on the entrance, as if I would fall for that cheap genjutsu. Sakura looked up to see Sasuke ascending, followed by Shino. Sasuke-kun, she exclaimed as she ran, but sadly, Sasuke put his hand on her forehead and shoved her aside, only to be pushed aside. Lee was now kneeling in front of Naruto, her hand on his, and he kissed it. My dear Naruto-chan, it's always a pleasure to see you. May I be lucky to have you go out with me for dinner? Replied Lee. As he said, sorry, Lee, but I'm not interested. Sasuke snatched Lee's shirt and tossed him away from Naruto. Sasuke, who had a tick mark on his forehead and was furious, said, get lost, loser. Haku said, oh Sasuke, that jealous look on you looks good. Hinata laughed at him. And approaching Neji Hyuga said, Hinata-sama, I see you two have made it to the exam. Naruto questioned, did you have any doubt about that, Neji? Most definitely not, but just so you know you're not the only one that has been training, said Neji. There was a lot of genin when everyone eventually arrived at the training gym. According to what her father told her, there were 63 teams for this year's genin exam, which equates to 189 genin in total, which was the greatest amount ever recorded. Fortunately for them, there were 10 leaf teams overall, compared to 9 for Sand and 8 for the new village of Sound. Looking at the Iwa headband shinobi, Naruto said, what surprised father was the amount of teams that Iwa had sent. Her cousin Stark said, don't worry, Naruto-sama, we'll take care of them if they try anything. Huki and Fern, his other cousin, nodded in agreement. Zenitsu said, well, I'd like to try my hand at those Mist Shinobi. Yeah, they don't like much, to be honest. I bet I can take them on in my sleep. Completed. Well, that team in particular has the legendary swords of the mist, said Tanjiro. Sabuza would have liked to have met the new up-and-coming swordsman of the mist, said Haku. Naruto yelled, Tanjiro. He said, what's up, cousin? She answered, isn't that girl with the grass headband and Uzumaki? She does have Out Clan's red hair. And her chakra feels like ours, replied Tanjiro. As Nezuko arrived and overheard the conversation, she said, I wonder if she is a survivor from one of the few that were away when the village was attacked. As she executed some hand seals and a 5-inch tall Katsuyu materialized, Naruto said, I'll let grandmother know so she could let my mother know. Lady Naruto, how may I be of service? Katsuyu, could you have my grandmother tell my mother that there is an Uzumaki here in the Chunin exams with the grass village? Yes, my lady, of course, puffed out Katsuki. Sasuke-kun, could be heard everywhere as a blonde girl hurried to land on Sasuke while the pink-haired girl also gave him a hard beating. They had already embraced him before he could push them aside. As he approached, Shikamaru said, "I see we're all here. Troublesome." An approaching Chino from the Chinook clan said, "Looks like it." While her team also approached the Leaf Shinobi, Mamika said, "I'm really excited and can't wait to see how much fun this is going to be." "Well well well, I am sure going to have fun beating you down Senju," said Karui. Samui said, "Not before our rematch. You're on." Naruto grinned. Atsui asked, "Oh, so that's the girl that you were talking about, sis?" Naruto asked, "And you are?" He took Naruto's hand and kissed it, saying, "My bad gorgeous, I am Atsui, I am Samui's twin brother." When Sasuke saw that Naruto was blushing, he became even more irritated and threw out the two fangirls. He also removed Naruto's hand from Atsui. Hinata questioned, "Wait, are you on a 4-man team as well?" "Yes we are. We got permission from your Hokage that your team was also on a 4-man team, so that means that they had to make certain rules to accommodate us," finished Samui. "Hey rookies, I would suggest you lower your voices, there are a lot of people here that are agitated and you are making a scene," said an approaching Leaf Genin. Kiba said, "And who are you to be ordering us around?" "My name is Kabuto and I am trying to help you guys out so that you won't get any more bad rap from the other villages," Kabuto said. Kurama said, "I don't like this one." Inside Naruto. "According to Naruto, I don't either, but I can't seem to realize why." Kurama said, "Keep your guard up. He doesn't seem what he says." Naruto answered, "Thanks Kurichin." "Bad rap?" Hinata inquired. "Not well liked," replied Kabuto. "I do have some ninja info cards that I could give you information on if you all would like to know," he said. Kiba questioned, "You have information on all of us here?" "Most of the public information I sure do," Kabuto said. "Let's see, I would like information on Gaara of the Sand," stated Sasuke. "And I would like information on Naruto Senju Uzumaki." That's enough to silence everyone. Everyone was eager to hear his thoughts on the Senju Uzumaki girl. Kabuto said, "Don't give them any attention, they aren't worth it." The sound ninja sent a killing intent to the group of genin as they turned to face them. "Who are they?" "They are from a new village. I've never seen a note as a headband before," replied Shikamaru. "Yeah, see those shinobi over there, especially the mummy looking on, they may look weak but we can't underestimate anyone even if they are from a new village," replied Kabuto. "A new village?" Shikamaru inquired. He concluded, "I never heard of it." The two from the sound village jumped against Kabuto at that very moment. Before anyone could react, Naruto smirked and appeared in front of them, holding one fist and the other leg. She then released a tremendous amount of killing intent that was felt throughout the training gym. Just as she was about to punch them back, Nezuko Tanjiro, Morgiana, and Mamika appeared with chakra chains pointing at the two sound ninja. Morgiana said, "You don't mess with family. I would suggest you all put your weapons down before I fail the lot of you," said Ibiki. He went on as all the genin retreated. "If I see anyone else attempting to on their own, I will disqualify anybody and make sure you are not able to take the exams again. Do I make myself clear?" he said. All around, there was a murmur of, "Hi. Now if you are not sitting in your assigned seat in the next minute you will be disqualified," he yelled. A random genin asked, "How are we supposed to know where we seat? If you all weren't so busy chatting you would have found it by now, so get to it," he said. He opened his eyes as everyone was seated. Finally, "I am Ibiki Morino, your proctor, and from this moment your worst enemy. Now maggots eyes up front, there are a few rules to this exam and you better pay attention the first time around because I won't repeat myself. As you can see I have sentinels passing around an exam rule number 1 now, just so you now you all will begin the exam with full marks. You will have 10 points for the entire exam as each question is 1 point each, as this exam is on a point reduction system. 1 point will be deducted for each answer you get wrong. So if you miss 3 your final score will be 7. Rule 2 teams will pass or fail based on the total scores of all its team members. Rule number 3 the sentinels you see positioned around the room are there to watch you carefully for any signs of cheating, and for every incident they spot they will subtract 2 points from the culprit's score. So be warned, their eyes are extremely sharp, and if they catch you 5 times you'll be dismissed before the tests are even scored. Anyone fool enough to be caught cheating by the sentinels doesn't deserve to be here. If you want to be considered shinobi, then show us what exceptional shinobi you can be. One more thing, if any candidate should get a 0 and fail the test then the entire team fails. On your exams you only have 9 questions. In order to get the 10th and final question you must finish the written exam within the allotted time and travel to Hokage Mountain where you will receive the 10th and final question. Unfortunately this is a team exam, so that means that once you get to Hokage Mountain you have to wait for your team, only then will you be allowed to hear the 10th and finally question. To repeat myself just this once, you will have an hour and 10 minutes for the entire exam. However, you only have 1 hour here with me, and that includes travel time to Hokage Mountain. That means you'll have to be at Hokage Mountain before we enter towards the last 10 minutes to wait for your team and answer the question. That means if 2 of your members are on time and your last member will only be 0.01 second late, you all will be disqualified. Remember, when you reach the 10th question, if you get marked in black you are finished. Ibiki stated as he looked around to everyone. Start, he shouted across the room, and papers were turned over right away. These are bizarre questions, Karui thought. I don't know any of these questions. Why would they ask for Chunin material right now? Tamari thought. According to Sasuke, each question gets harder and harder as they go. Aside from me I don't think there's anyone else in my graduating class that could pass this, thought Sakura. Why did they focus so much on the aspect of cheating? It's incomprehensible that they wouldn't simply expel us right away, Naruto thought. They want us to cheat, then. How annoying. These are simple enough. Let's see if Ino and Choji understand the purpose of the test. Shikamaru. Alright, I'll teach them how to cheat if they want us to. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, while Hinata activated her Byakugan. Haku sat back as a message was inscribed on the desk, the answers being written as quickly as they were being erased. I hope that Sasuke, Hinata, and Haku figure it out, thought Naruto as she activated her Minakengan. When Hinata, Sasuke, and Haku felt the familiar little chakra spike, they looked at Naruto's direction and saw veins bulging sides to indicate cheat. While Shino had his bugs communicate the information to him, Kiba had Akamaru provide him with the answers. Sakura's answers were obtained by Ino using her mind transfer jutsu, which she then transmitted to Choi and Shikamaru. Using the Tenten's threads of her mirror, Samui wrote down the answers and sent lighting taps to Karui, Omoi, and Atsui to convey them. Gaara was able to obtain the information by using his third eye. At 20 minutes, Sakura was the first to get up and dash out the door toward Hokage Mountain. Fushin and Team 10 came next, and at 30 minutes, the final message was finished and transcribed to Haku. Naruto then got up, and Hinata, Sasuke, and finally Haku all hurried out the door in a hurry toward Hokage Mountain. Sakura was waiting for her team as they got closer, and Shino was behind them, even though Kiba was still taking his exam at the gym. Team 10 arrived first, followed by Team 7, and as other teams arrived, they all remained in their teams, waiting for the proctors to ask the last and final question. When the final 10 minutes finally arrived, only 60 of the 63 teams advanced to the final 10. Maggots, pay attention. You can see that there are 2 possibilities if you look behind you. One is true, and the other is false. We'll show you whether you got the right answer or the wrong answer after you and your team choose either or and stand inside one. Ibiki said, you're free if you decide to give up. I will ask the question and as a team you will go and stand in the answer you both will choose as the correct choice. He said, looking around, as a Jonin approached the genin. The following passwords appear in Volume 5 of the Shinobi's Strategy of the Detective Story. The flower is nectar, the moon is day, and the mountain is a river. Is it true or not? Everyone looked up and said, let's choose. As the Jonin continued to explain, but Hinata gasped, look, the clock is still running. Haku said. Teams were separated based on which answer to select, and at this point, everyone was doubting which was the right response. As they all ran to the true section, Naruto said, let's pick true. However, they soon discovered that the floor had broken and they were falling. We were mistaken, Naruto considered. How did we make a mistake? Hinata thought, I could have been certain it was the right response. After only a half second, Naruto turned to face the earth walls and said, crystal-style jade crystal hexagonal. She saw that both sides had fallen, and then something clicked in her head. When they finally relaxed, they noticed that Shikamaru had Choji and Ino trapped from their shadows, that she had Sakura and Kiba on clouds of bugs, that Shikamaru, Atsui, Karui, and Omo had used lightning-style chains to create a magnet to attract themselves to a pole was planted by Shikamaru, and that all of the Uzumaki had chakra chains planted on the walls wearing big smirks. A large crystal immediately formed from the wall as Naruto and Hinata landed, only for Naruto to hurl her chakra chains at Haku and Sasuke, wrapping themselves on them and pulling them up to the jade crystal. Naruto muttered, "If you get marked in black, you're done," as she looked down. "That's what they meant," she said, noting that 4 teams were now completely covered in black. Haku said, "Looks like they are finished." "It would appear so," Sasuke nodded. All of the genin gathered in the middle of the field after emerging from the shadowy pool. "I want to congratulate everyone on their passing. Let's start the explanation now. Your ability to gather information was tested in the first section of the exam. You would never have succeeded as a shinobi if you hadn't been able to obtain the information needed to answer the questions from the sentinels I had positioned throughout." Ibiki finished the 10th question, which asked if you were determined to persevere and complete the assignment. Anko put her hand on her hip and said, "Well damn Ibiki, so many genin, guess you're losing your touch now, aren't you?" Anko concluded, grinning, "Such a softie." Before he could continue, a swirl of fire appeared in front of him as 2 kunoichi appeared inside the swirl of fire. Azula stepped up with an equally sadistic grin. After nodding to Anko, Azula turned to the genin and said, "Well, there are a lot of new faces for me to destroy." She smiled and said, "Hey, fleshbags, congrats on finishing the first part of the Chunin exams. But now that I and Anko are here, don't get your hopes up because the worst is still to come. Listen up, maggots. You will come up, get a number, and sign these forms. Once you have a number, you will wait until we signal the bell. When the bell rings, you will have precisely 30 minutes to obtain a scroll from the desired location. The scroll will be either the Heaven or Earth scroll. After that, you will reach the gates of Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. You'll have time to catch your breath once you get there," Anko said. "The gates to the Forest of Death will open after the allotted 30 minutes have passed, and you will have 5 days to find the opposing second scroll and reach the tower in the center of the forest. Keep in mind that you need to obtain the second scroll and reach the tower in order to exit the Forest of Death. And one final note to the 2 4-person teams. When you both obtain the scrolls, Team 7 and Team Storm from Kuma will be treated to a unique surprise." Finished Azula. "However, what about food?" Choji asked. "There are plenty of animals and berries that you can eat in the forest, otherwise I would suggest you hurry it up where you will be served food in the tower," replied Anko. "How about taking a shower?" Sakura shrieked, "I can't go 5 days without taking a shower." Azula sneered and said, "Dunk your sorry ass in the river for all I care." They all waited for the bell after signing the paperwork and receiving their numbers. "Looks like we got the roof of the Hokage Tower," said Haku. "Not that far away, we'll grab the scroll and dash towards the Forest of Death," said Hinata. Sasuke concluded, "Let's not waste any time." When the bell finally rang, all of the genin leapt into action and ran to their destinations. Naruto and her group leapt towards the Hokage Tower, feeling a sealing array close behind them. They looked around and noticed the scroll on a pedestal at the end. Naruto said, "This seems too easy." As she used her Minakengan, Hinata used her Byakugan, and Sasuke used his Sharingan. "Onisan Yuji," Naruto inquired, "is he not Itadori, your cousin?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto gave a nod. "Well, it appears that your team ended up here, Naruto Omoto." As Yuji spoke, Naruto appeared in front of him with bulging veins on her face, 3 tomo on each eye, and her left leg raised above her head. "Let me break it to you, you have to fight me and avoid the traps in order to get the scroll. Only once you get past me and touch the scroll can you take it and advance to the gates." Looking back at Naruto, he said, "I can see why you're the heir to the clan Naruto Omoto, but don't think it will be easy for you to take me down." As she struck the roof, sealing arrays appeared to absorb the impact, but not before some chakra expenditure pushed Yuji back. Amazing, never expected that one to have such a blast with the seals intact. Yuji was unprepared for Hinata to approach from behind and deliver a Juken strike to his back. As a large explosion sent Hinata flying to one of the pillars, hitting it hard on impact. As Sasuke hit the wall creating a small crater, Haku on the other hand was able to land on his feet while Naruto used chakra to sustain herself where she was. Where out of nowhere Hinata and Sasuke were zapped with lightning-style chakra. "Looks like they triggered a trap," smirked Yuji. "How are you all doing?" As Naruto saw Sasuke slowly rising to his feet and Hinata spat out some blood, she asked. She smirked as she began to crack her knuckles and said, "Sasuke, Hinata, Haku, get the scroll when you find an opening, I'll take care of him." As he began to perspire, Yuji asked himself, is this supposed to be a match or a beating? Naruto gathered her chakra scapels on each hand and added her lava-style chakra. Onisan, if I hit you with one of these your body will start to melt. She smiled sinister like before, vanishing only to appear crouched on Yuji's side, palm being raised to land a hit only for his landmine fist to hit her lava-style hand. When both jutsus collided they were both sent flying to the opposite side only for Yuji to let out a lightning-style jutsu at Naruto, but she dodged it, summoning 4 sealing arrays around Yuji. He stopped to look at the sealing arrays, expelling his 4 chakra chains for the chakra chains that would appear, but before he realized Hinata had sent an air palm towards him while Sasuke had launched a fireball from behind. Jumping out of the way he found himself facing Haku, who was gathering his chakra, and punched Yuji towards the ground only for Yuji to use one of his chakra chains to grab Haku and throw him to the ground. The chakra chains from the seals appeared flying at fast speeds at Yuji when one finally grabbed him by the hand as the other ones attempted to grab his other limbs, but his chakra chains were protecting him. Explosion style. Impact. As the chakra chain that had ensnared him burst free, Yuji said, "Nice try, Nisan, but you're going to have to do better than that," he said as he vanished and appeared in front of Haku, kicking him toward the other pillar. He then ran towards Hinata and punched her in the stomach, causing her to fall to her knees out of breath. Finally, he reached Sasuke, who sidestepped the first blow and fell to his knees when the knee struck him squarely in the stomach as well. He turned to face Naruto, grinning, and was about to charge at her when he saw her grin. He heard a puff of smoke and turned to see Sasuke, a transformed Naruto clone, slashing with chakra scalpels and performing single-hand seals. She threw out, wind-style, violent whirlwind, as a giant wave of wind expelled him back, sending him flying towards the wall. This time, however, Sasuke appeared in front of him, Sharingan blazing, performing his hand signs to perform a fire-style technique. He shunshined away, but the plan was carried out when he turned to see where the genin were. The scene began to sway and Hinata behind him, leaving Yuji perplexed. She brought the scroll up to his level. "Thank Onisan," she smiled as she said them. "How?" Yuji inquired. "Genjutsu," said Naruto. "I placed you in a genjutsu when I appeared in front of you, but I am not the best with genjutsu, so Sasuke quickly came behind me and placed you in a triple-layer genjutsu he learned from his brother Itachi, which made it easier to take the scroll from you." "Damn it, I fell for a genjutsu. Well, it's not my thing, so guess you got me," he said, slapping his forehead. "Guys, 9 minutes have passed, we should start to head out," said Hinata. As they hurried to training ground 44, everyone nodded. Yuji said, "Oh well, not like I actually wanted to be here in the first place." He concluded by taking out a lollipop that he had received from one of those cloud shinobi and beginning to suck on it. "Dang, they're going to get mad that I didn't put up a fight." Naruto, who was the second to arrive, looked at the sand team that was currently waiting. The red-headed one gave Naruto a menacing glare as she looked back at him. "I am dying to knock that glare off his face and that damn weak Tanuki," stated Kurama. Naruto questioned, "Why is he so hostile?" "The one-tail Shukaku doesn't let his host sleep or else he takes control of their body and go rampage, that is why all his host eventually go mad," added Kurama. "Kura-chan, do you think we can help him some way? You could modify the seal, but that Jinchuriki allowing you to get close to him will be hard." Naruto said, "You're right, we'll have to talk to grandfather." Kurama concluded, "Look alive, we have company." When Naruto looked up, she saw that most of the people had arrived. Her cousins were approaching, and she continued to search for the other Uzumaki girl who had been spotted in the first scene. Naruto inquired, "Have you guys seen the other Uzumaki? Now the clan has tasked me to give you this scroll. It consists of a seal inside that will teleport her to Iskander-sama and Death-sama. According to them, she is the daughter of Kushina-sama, Yoko-sama, and Altair-sama's late youngest sister. Making her top priority," concluded Azula, who appeared kneeling in front of Naruto. Naruto asked, "You guys heard that?" Huki concluded by saying, "Let's not forget the exam but make sure she is safe." All of her cousins nodded. Naruto said, "Don't worry." As she performed hand seals, seeds sprouted. "Now since your gate is near hers, can you make sure you get some of these on her somehow? These are tracking seeds and I will be able to find her no matter what," finished Naruto. Kanao turned to face Killua and said, "You're the rowdiest, you do it." Killua said, "Leave it to me." Mamika said, "Just don't go overboard please." "All right, flesh bags, line up at your designated gates, the last round of the Chunin exams is about to begin," shouted Azula. You'll be disqualified if you're not lined up in the next minute. Enko concluded, grinning at Azula. Naruto tapped behind her ear as she got ready. Alright guys, let's get this done as fast as possible and meet up in the tower. Naruto and all the nearby genin jumped forward as soon as the gate opened in an attempt to outpace the other teams. Naruto called forth 300 shadow clones to scout the area as she moved. Let's go ahead and find an area we can make camp. My clones will scout and find us a scroll, we on the other hand need to rest, said Naruto. I agree, especially Hinata and Sasuke need time to recover, said Haku. Naruto touched multiple trunks while performing hand seals with her glowing hands as they landed. With everyone nodding, Naruto said, these seals will allow me to learn if we have intruders and allow me to see them inside my mind so we can rest easy. You think with these seals that we can all rest without taking turns? Replied Haku. Yes, you shouldn't worry, the seals also allow me to expand them into a barrier, replied Naruto. Hinata concluded, we don't have to finish the exam right away, we have 5 days. Sasuke concluded, that's right, I rather us take our time and not get injured. True, but I rather actually be safe in the tower. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this part of the exam. Like we're in for something big. Completed Naruto, that's why I rather finish faster. Pav of Naruto's clone, a figure in a shroud, said, well, would you look at what we have here? Another said, looks like a nice looking vixen. The last one said, she looks like a fun wild one too. As they all came out of the darkness. The first one said, don't think she'll make much of a fuss against all 3 of us. Despite being a clone, I have enough chakra to defeat the 3 genin who were assuming things about me, so I couldn't help but smirk at them. I draw my sword and activate my Minakengen. I should practice on these 3 losers, according to Grandmother Esdeath. I grinned and gestured to the 3 genin who were waiting. Boys, let's show her who's top dog around here, then we can show her a good time. First said. Oh, you think you 3 can handle little ol' me? I asked, mockingly posing as a defenseless woman. In order to create afterimages around these clowns, I infused my sword with chakra as they charged at me. It was then time to put my clan training to good use by pouring a lot of mist. I quickly and silently sliced the head of the clown to the right while piercing the head of the clown to the left, leaving the person who believed he was the hotshot alive. Got nothing to say? I asked, smirking as I saw him gather his thoughts and begin to panic as the mist cleared and he realized his allies were dead. He yells, what are you? Monster, I asked. I am incredibly amused by the situation, saying, since your friend there has the scroll, I have no use for you. I push chakra into my blade, causing it to extend into a whip katana like Mitsuri-sensei, and in a quick motion, I cut off his head. Were you the one who was trying to, how did you put it? Have your way with me. It's time to grab that scroll and deliver it to the supervisor. Primary point of view. Naruto processed her memories while grinning. But don't worry, laughed Naruto. One of my clones has secured a scroll from one of the hidden grass shinobi. Before we head towards the tower, however, we have to find my cousin, then we can head to the tower. Haku inquired, where is the scroll now? My clone sent it to the land of forest to be watched over along with our own scroll. Everyone gave a nod. Hinata, what were you going to ask me before I spaced out? Hinata inquired, do you know where your cousin is? I do, she is only about a kilometer east of us. If you guys are up for it, we can actually leave towards the tower. I have enough chakra to mask us in a hidden rain technique, but after that jutsu attempting to keep it up will drain my reserves, especially if I am to cover the entire forest. Completed Naruto. I think let's wait another couple hours, have some dinner and then we'll set out. Finished by Sasuke. Haku and Hinata both said, I agree. After a couple of hours, they packed and prepared to meet the Uzumaki member who was in the forest. Naruto pulsed her chakra a few times to check who was nearby and deactivate her seals. Kid, I sense someone coming in fast from the west side of the forest, said Kurama. I can sense them too, do you think they are coming for us? Replied Naruto. They are heading straight towards us, I don't think they want another target, and if you can feel their chakra is vile and immense, said Kurama. Naruto turned to face her team and nodded. As he prepared to jump into the forest, Naruto said, we need to move or we might have company that we might not be able to fend off. She's right, they're closing in quickly. I suggest we leave it at 2 total, and one has the chakra of a high jonin and the other of a special jonin, Hinata said, activating her Byakugan. When an enemy shinobi landed in front of them, Sasuke and Haku turned to face each other and nodded before jumping into the forest and running to escape. This tall man had 2 marks on his forehead and white hair. He said, "Naruto Uzumaki, I presume." When the second one landed behind them, everyone paused to stare at the tall, fat man with metal claws for hands and a mask over his face. "That's the brat that master wants," he said. "Aren't you Naruto? Although I despise Uzumaki, I have to comply with my master's request. My name is Kimimaro and I am here to escort you to my master. He wishes for you to join him." "Willingly," said Kimimaro. Naruto questioned, "And what if I decline?" The obese man behind them was giggling uncontrollably. "Then I will just have drag you by that pretty hair of yours." Kimimaro stated that the master said she was to be unharmed Garo. "If she makes it hard for us, I am going to have to rough her up a bit," said Garo. As soon as everyone noticed that bones were emerging from the now known Kimimaro. "Akagaya," Naruto replied, "we need to come up with a plan, otherwise I doubt we'll make it out alive." With an arm pointing at each of them, Garo said, "Oh, don't think we're going to let your little friends here leave, they'll have to die." Naruto was the first to sense that chakra was building in his hand as a blast was directed towards them. Naruto was able to execute hand seals, forest-style wood dome. As a wooden dome covered them, shattering in an explosion that sent them flying. "I'll let you take care of them unless you need a little help," replied Kimimaro. Garo said, "I'll get the brat, don't interfere." Sasuke grabbed Naruto and leapt aside as he leapt into the smoke, extending his arms in front of him and sending a chakra blast forward. Haku and Hinata jumped out of the way. When Sasuke activated his Sharingan, Hinata activated her Byakugan, looked at Haku, nodded, and ran in towards Garo. She sped up when she jumped, and when he launched a fireball technique at him, Garo sent a powered-up chakra blast at him, expelling the fireball. However, Hinata got what she wanted, throwing her hand out in the shape of hidden shadow snake hands. 4 snakes shot out of her arm towards Garo, forcing him to jump out of the way, but not before she used her other hand to launch an 8-trigram air blast technique at him, landing him face first on the ground. However, when Naruto finished using her hand seals, water-style water dragon whip, a massive ball of water began to form from the moisture, creating a large dome of water. When dragon-shaped whips were unleashed upon Garo and Kimimaro, Hinata and Sasuke jumped out of the way, and Kimimaro covered his face with a shield of bones. When Garo was only able to cover his face with his clawed hands, a veil of chakra surrounded him. "I'm ready for the demonic ice mirror teleportation when you guys are ready," I said, tapping onto the seal Haku. Sasuke and Hinata, "You two head over, I'll make sure to keep them back," Naruto said, tapping her seal. Sasuke said, "No, I won't leave you behind. You don't understand, we don't have a chance against them. I am going to use the forest to help us and my more destructive jutsus. I can't perform them with you two in the battlefield. I need to have you all away from my line of sight," said Naruto. Reluctantly, Sasuke agreed and began to move in Haku's direction when he saw a chakra blast hit him in the stomach, causing him to bend over in agony. The ice mirror shook when Kimimaro appeared behind Sasuke, kicking him and sending him flying before he could make hand seals. Garo then grabbed him again and fired a chakra blast at Sasuke's face as he managed to put both of his hands in front, barely covering himself, while he was sent flying. When Hinata appeared, Kimimaro punched her in the stomach, landing 2 consecutive blows on her face that knocked her out. Kimimaro then grabbed her hands and stabbed them to the tree, saying, "This should keep her pinned." When he bent forward to avoid Haku's kick, Kimimaro twisted his hand and sent a bone bullet at Haku, who shunshined away. "Let's see how well your Shikatsumyaku Kekkei Genkai stacks up against my ice release," said Haku as he transformed into a hunter and pulled out 2 Senbon needles with each hand. When Naruto saw Hinata pinned and Sasuke sent flying, he became enraged. She then summoned 6 balls of wood from the ground, gathering the water around her to protect her like water tendrils. When she punched forward, a trail of flowers grew and traveled straight towards Garo, ending up surrounding him. At that moment, he felt a sense of calm engulf him, lowering his guard. Then, his shinobi skills kicked in, and he sensed a massive amount of chakra gathering beneath him, jumping just in time to avoid being killed by wood spikes that sprouted. During that moment, Naruto leapt into the air, collecting one of the water tendrils. She then punched forward, sending the one tendril, which had been turned into a spear, towards Garo, cutting him on the side. He winced as he looked up, and he shunshined away as thousands of ice spears fell from Naruto's second tendril where he had been. A few meters to the right, he didn't realize Naruto had followed him in a red chakra shroud. She used her Hashokan landing attacks to attack Garo, and each time he landed, Garo willed himself to jump up and send a chakra blast at Naruto. Her hair was flailing, and she opened her mouth to send a Kyuubi-backed scream of condensed chakra at the blast, nulling it completely. Naruto then ejected the wooden balls to envelop him in wooden spikes, but only one was able to pierce his shoulder. He dodged the others, breaking them with his clawed hand, and grunted in pain. As she teleported above him leg up and used her grandmother's signature technique, the heavenly foot of pain, Naruto flashed in front of Garo, punching him up into the air. This caused the earth to shatter, with trees falling over dust clouds and Garo falling straight to the ground like a meteor. Naruto landed away from Garo, making her hand seals, water-style submarine reflection. Naruto stated as she jumped high in the air, water gathering formed the moisture in the air, creating a compressed sphere of water. When Naruto shot her jutsu, the compressed sphere shot out as a beam heading straight down towards Garo, but she wasn't finished. Then Naruto then expelled her wind style violent whirlwind, as a stream of air shot out of her mouth, creating a wave of wind enhancing her water style's destructive force. Behind her, Sasuke finished his hand seals, lightning style thunderclap, overcharging the submarine reflection while Garo was powering up his chakra blast to launch it in hopes of cancelling out Naruto's technique, but to his regret the water jutsu backed by wind and lightning demolished his chakra blast, allowing him only a second to dodge the technique. Enraged, he started to launch chakra blast in multiple successions. Naruto saw this and dodged, channeling her chakra in her arms to form a chakra scalpel version of her wind style chakra, wind style air cutter. Swiping her arms in a cutting motion, she sent blades of wind cut the chakra blast in half, causing explosions. As Garo searched for Naruto and intensified his chakra blast, clouds of smoke were produced. Naruto began to channel her chakra after noticing this with her Minakengen. Sasuke used a fireball jutsu while executing his hand seals. Kimimaro Shikatsunyaku, on the other hand, was withstanding the ice release while Kimimaro and Haku were supporting one another. While Kimimaro continued to attack with bone bullets to deflect the ice needles, Haku used the hidden mist jutsu to launch them from the sides, both of them expertly utilizing their distance. Kimimaro smirked as he fired a few bone bullets at Hinata, saying, "I'm surprised your ice release is doing fairly well against my Kekkei Genkai. Normally mine is superior to yours." However, Haku then materialized and formed an ice mirror to shield Hinata. Haku vanished into the mist and then reappeared behind Kimimaro with an ice sword ready to cut him through. Kimimaro deflected the sword attack by launching his backbones into spikes. "You keep getting distracted protecting that brat." Hinata's perspective: "It's unbelievable that I was knocked out. In order to assist Haku-kun, Sasuke-kun, and Naruto-chan, I must gently remove this kunai from the tree." Using my Byakugan, I observed that Sasuke and Naruto were engaged in combat with Garo. While Haku was battling his opponent and had no openings, Naruto was getting ready for a major attack. "I have to assist him," I screamed as a large cloud of smoke appeared after pushing my chakra forward and pushing out the kunai while silently performing hand seals and summoning jutsu. Sasuke's perspective: "Damn, this guy is weaker than us in combat, but he's keeping us away from his dumb arms while regenerating quickly. How is he doing this? What on earth is that?" When my Sharingan captures Hinata's snake and summons Mr. Aoda, my focus is drawn to a large cloud of smoke. A smirking Gamatsu would also like to have some fun. I execute my hand seals, summoning jutsu, while the forest is engulfed by my own massive plume of smoke. Haku's perspective: "I'm becoming really annoyed with this porcupine and his endless bones. He covers himself with those dirty bones when I attack. I can see that I am hurting him, but not enough to make me feel like I can defeat him. He is undoubtedly strong. However, I am also powerful, and I will now unleash my powers." Path of Haku and Hinata in battle. When Haku turned to see Hinata next to an 8-foot snake, her hands were glowing green to heal, and Kimimaro was abruptly struck and sent flying by a large tail as a hissing sound was heard. Haku blushed and grinned at Hinata's determined gaze, thinking, "My beauty." Hinata said, "Haku-kun, are you all right?" "Yes, Hinata-chan, I am." "How are your hands? Here, let me heal you." As she lifted her hands to reveal the wound gradually but steadily closing, Hinata said, "It's okay, I'm already healing." "Look up, he's back, Aoda." While Hinata appeared in front of Kimimaro with the words, 8 trigrams air palm, and launched a compressed blast of chakra at him, Aoda looked up, gathering chakra, and slithered up the tree appearing behind him. Fire style, serpent bomb. Aota then unleashed a serpent-looking fire jutsu at Kimimaro. He was about to sunshine away from the two attacks when Haku appeared above him, saying, "Water style, water prison." Haku grinned, saying, "Thanks to Naruto-san, I was able to create this prison going through additional hand seals." When Hinata saw that Kimimaro was furious that he was unable to get out of Haku, he began to sprout several bones in an attempt to demolish the water prison before he was overwhelmed by the attacks. Pov of the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. With a sly smile, Naruto completed her hand seals and focused her chakra in her clapped hands before launching her attack, storm style. Laser Circus. A beam of chakra gathered in front of her arms and compacted, sending several beams of chakra toward Kimimaro and Garo. Knowing she had to get at least one, Naruto grinned. "I got the fat one," smirking. "And now for the other one." She focused and saw that Kimimaro had been struck by all of the concentrated attacks. "Naruto dodge," Sasuke yelled. When Naruto felt her stomach open, she widened her eyes and realized too late that Garo had somehow escaped her point-blank attack. "You bitch, the hell with what the boss wants, I'm going to kill you right here and now." Garo yelled as her claw pierced her stomach, giving the impression that she was beaten, ragged, and unkempt. "How?" she asked herself. "I saw your body limp with my dojutsu." Garo said, "Blood clone, you stupid brat. Although you did get me, I'll kill you and all these other brats for that." Sasuke's perspective. "Naruto no," he yelled, his Sharingan exploding to the mature stage as he ran in blind rage. Gamatsu also ran to assist his summoner in eliminating the intruder, drawing the katana and infusing it with water-style chakra. Naruto's perspective. "How dare you threaten my friends?" I exclaimed, losing control of my feelings and giving into my fury. I let go of my gravity seals, which causes a concentrated chakra wave to surround me. Garo's claws began to melt as my body instinctively poured out my boil release in an armor. I moved away from his claws, allowing the wound to heal quickly. Garo was so stunned that he failed to notice that I was standing right in front of him. He had a melted claw, a broken jaw, and a dislocated shoulder after I punched him hard, causing a crater to form and a tiny shockwave of chakra to be released, sending him hurtling towards the trees. Seals also appeared on my arms and legs. When I kicked him, sending him flying back to the ground and causing another crater to form with trees falling on him, he was shocked to see me. The seal on my leg glowed dark blue. I also witnessed Sasuke launch his thunderclap arrow and Gamatsu launch his condensed water blast at Garo. Pov of the Hinatas, Hatu battle. When the smoke cleared, Kimimaro pulled his spine out into the shape of a whip and said, "You have ran my patience dry, I am going to kill you now." Hinata and Kimimaro were both in awe of seeing Naruto perform. Both Haku and Hinata turned at the sinister feeling that was building in front of them. Standard Pov. Garo cried out as a blast of chakra destroyed trees behind him, his shoulder, arm, and part of his side as Naruto charged at him with as much chakra as she could and punched him in the shoulder. When the smoke cleared, Naruto noticed that Kimimaro was holding a whip made from his spine as she glanced up at the trees, sensing a sinister vibe. Kimimaro said at Garo, "Guess you're not as strong as we hoped." Naruto was sent hurtling back by Garo's backhand, but Haku managed to catch her. When Garo generated his shoulder, side, and a portion of his arm, Gamatsu, Sasuke, and Aota landed beside her. "Tisk, looks like you're definitely imperfect. What a waste of space," replied Kimimaro. Hinata questioned, "How did he generate like that?" Bones sprouted everywhere as Kimimaro slammed the ground, directly in their direction. By activating her seals, Naruto produced floating ceiling arrays that released chakra chains to form a barrier that shielded them from the attacks of the bones. Furious, Kimimaro and Garo hurled chakra blasts and bone spears at Naruto's shield, which was preventing them from accessing anything. When she abruptly disappeared and appeared in the sky, the ceiling arrays glowed, encasing the surrounding battlefield in chakra chains while smirking. Naruto was unknowingly constructing more floating ceiling arrays around the entire area. She grinned at Kimimaro and said, "You may have the ground changed in bones, but I have the rest in chains." Before Kimimaro could react, Naruto's chakra chains engulfed him, draining any remaining chakra and preventing him from regenerating. As she vanished, Kimimaro swung his spine whip up to the sky, preventing Naruto's chakra chains from impaling him. She vanished in front of Garo and punched forward, causing a spear of wood to pierce him clean through the stomach as it splintered, exiting from multiple locations, forest-style, splinter destruction. Similar to Mitsuri-sensei, she unshed her sword and thrust forward, turning it into a whip katana. He stabbed Naruto on her shoulder, kicking her down, and the chakra chains dissipated, causing her to fall to the ground. Naruto was faster than Kimimaro, using the chakra chains to jump and dash from all angles. Unfortunately, Naruto became overconfident in her abilities and failed to anticipate that Kimimaro would transform, turning his skin dark and his bones sprouting even more, disappearing. Hinata exclaimed, 8 trigrams air palm, as she used her technique in conjunction with Sasuke's in an attempt to amplify his jutsu. As he launched his own jutsu from the opposite side of the battle, Haku exclaimed, water style, water severing wave. Kimimaro cursed as he tried to avoid each technique in turn, launching bone spears at Sasuke and bone bullets everywhere. Kimimaro appeared in front of Sasuke and used his bone-sprouted fist to punch him in the chest, barely missing his lung. He then kicked Sasuke, sending him flying, and grabbed Naruto's leg, lifting her into the air before swinging her down to the ground and slamming her hard. Gamatsu then used a water-style jutsu to slice Sasuke when Kimimaro expelled a bone, causing him to puff back to the summoning world. Kimimaro released Naruto and leapt back as Aoda leapt from the ground and used a fire jutsu. While Sasuke, Hinata and Haku kept Kimimaro occupied, she got up and went through hand seals, slamming her hand on the ground. A large sealing array formed, crackling with lightning, and she poured as much chakra as she could. When Naruto finally leapt in a dash behind her, giant chakra chains appeared out of nowhere surrounding Kimimaro in an attempt to kill him. Kimimaro dashed under his bone graveyard to escape the chakra chains, but Naruto was unfazed. Everybody get on the tree now. As Naruto clasped her hands and gathered a lot of chakra, Haku, Sasuke, Aoda, and Hinata all ascended the trees. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. She screamed as the jutsu dismantled every bone in an instant, falling from the sky and encasing most of the bone graveyard. She was barely conscious and struggling to get up when she saw Kimimaro running towards her in a fit of rage. Her friends were behind him, but she knew they wouldn't make it in time. When he stopped, he looked up, raising his arms to block a heel that came down on his right arm, leaving a crater on the ground, blood coming out of his nose, ears, and a gash on his head. When he looked up, he saw Tsunade running towards him with murderous intent. He was halfway down when a chakra arrow struck his neck, causing blood to start gushing out and cupping his neck. Tsunade's fist struck Kimimaro, causing him to be thrown from the ground. Her punch appeared to hold him in place, but instead he was thrown through the forest with his right shoulder non-existent. He just managed to get away when 4 Uzumaki Anbu showed up. One of the Anbu said, "Check on Lady Naruto." He concluded, "Good shot, Suguru." The 3 other Uzumaki Anbu said, "Hi." Suguru Goto said, "Gojo, should we patch them all up?" Gojo said, "Have Nanami patch them up." "Hi," said Suguru. As Tsunade continued to punch the ground where she sensed Kimimaro's chakra until she felt it was fleeing, they all sensed another crater forming. "Tisk, fucking bastard, come back here, don't tell me you're scared of lil ol' me," she yelled. At her statement, everyone started to perspire. Sukuna, Shanks, and Moroku, deal with that intruder. I can still sense his chakra, he's a fast one, he's heading south. Gojo replied. They all said, "Hi." The little piece of Katsuyu that was with Naruto the whole time said, "Naruto-sama, I'm sorry but I had to relay everything to Tsunade-sama." Naruto questioned, "What about my team?" "They are being taken care of. I applied a healing seal tag to them, they are out of danger." "It's just you that I am worried about," replied Hanami. Beside her, Tsunade materialized, moved Hanami, and began to heal Naruto. She sobbed as she said, "Why are you so reckless? When Katsuyu relayed everything to me I rushed, why didn't you summon her or your other summons?" she inquired. Naruto said as he fell asleep, "Grandmother. I'm sorry, I tried my best." As the other Uzumaki Genin Teamsa Iskander, Minato, Hashirama, and finally Tobirama arrived, Tsunade kept healing Naruto. Minato asked, "Relay." Silesia and Akame approached Sasuke, Hinata, Haku, and Aoda as they were explaining the circumstances. "We retrieved the body of one of the attackers, Hokage-sama. According to Akame, it looks like Naruto-sama performed a preservation seal on him as well so we could extract information from his mind," completed Silesia. Iskandar gave a nod. Yamamoto emerged from the shadows and called out, "Rias." "Sir." Rias Grimori Uzumaki emerged, kneeling before the towering elderly Uzumaki. "Extract every bit of information, you hear me?" Yamamoto ascended to a tree's trunk while passing through hand seals. Yamamoto said, as the trees began to glow and a ceiling array formed, creating a sort of mirror that began to show the arrival of Kimimaro and Garo and the fight that took place. What none of you know is that life like these trees keep memories. Nature around us records the passages of time. Following their viewing of the memories taken from the forest, Yamamoto said, so they were after my granddaughter. As he released the killing intent, the ground beneath him cracked, and the intent vanished as quickly as it had appeared. No matter Guillaume and Gojo, you two are the strongest in your respected teams. You shall watch over my little Naruto. Do I make myself clear? Guillaume and Gojo both knelt before the elderly Uzumaki leader and said, "Hi." Yamamoto asked, "Do you have both of the scrolls?" As she began to stand up, Naruto said, "Yes, grandfather, we do." "Good, now head towards the tower. Silesia and Akame will take point blank while Guillaume and Gojo will take rear. Stop at nothing," said Yamamoto. Before anyone could speak, Yamamoto vanished into the seal itself, and a sizable ceiling array formed beneath him. Iskander said, "Father isn't one to stick around, he's more about action." Hashirama said, "It's okay, he's concerned about our granddaughter, just as I am." Finished Tobirama. "Agreed, he's actually heading towards where the enemy left." "Will Naruto be alright?" Sasuke asked. "She's just low on chakra, but I am doing my best to replenish her reserves," said Tsunade. As soon as her whole body began to glow, Hashirama said, "Suna, let me handle that. You already healed her, I can replenish her reserves much faster with Mokuden." She then knelt down and placed a glowing green hand on Naruto's chest, saying, "See, all done. How do you feel, my little one?" Hashirama grinned. Naruto grinned and said, "I feel like a brand new grandfather." "Naruto, since those two left you in this condition, I think it's time to put you through my physical training regimen again," told Tsunade. "I'm sorry, grandmother," Naruto said, lowering her head after going pale at the thought. "I was arrogant and didn't believe they were that strong, so I played around and ended up being the one who had to struggle to defend myself." "What have we taught you about underestimating your opponents, Naruto?" Minato said, "You should never overestimate or underestimate anyone." Tobirama scolded him, saying, "That would only get you killed, like it almost did." "It's not her fault," Sasuke tried. "Don't get involved. Those two were at most high Chunin, possibly Jonin, but Naruto had the ability to defeat them, and she would have if she hadn't chosen to test her skills," scowled Tobirama. "Agreed, when it comes to enemies that come with the intent to kill, you kill first then ask questions later, you only attempt to test abilities in controlled environments." Iskander replied. "Like the grass shinobi you encountered, you played around with them because you knew you could." Tsunade said, "The Chunin exams should have never been considered controlled environments, which led to you becoming arrogant, and this is the outcome," she concluded. Embarrassed, Naruto remained silent, unsure of what else to say or do. Let her reflect and learn from her mistake. After all, that's what being a shinobi is all about. Hokage and advisors sighed with relief as Silesia came to her aid. Sukuna said with a gleam of evil in her eye, "Agreed, besides when the Chunin exams are over, I think the Hashira Corpinus of the Eddies will put her through the proper training an heir of our clan should be proud of. Isn't that right, Kagome and Kikyo?" As the two impassive-looking women emerged from the shadows, they both said, "Agreed," as they surveyed their surroundings. "Why are you two in this place?" Iskander questioned. The Hashira Corp and the Eddies along with the clan were alerted with the chakra spiked from Naruto-sama, and we were sent to investigate, otherwise you'd have the entire Uzumaki clan inside the Forest of Death. According to Kagome, you wouldn't want Tengen or the Urza twins in the Forest of Death, would you? Kikyo finished. "Agreed," concluded Iskander. "Now, I want you to return to the clan and inform them that everything is good. We'll go back and inform them of everything that happened here and that Yamamoto-sama is handling it in his own manner," Minato said. As the four mentions faded into the background, Tobirama said, "Now Silesia, Akame, Guillaume, Gojo, you know your task, now get to it." Tsunade gave Naruto a tight hug and said, "Okay, you four go to the tower and finish this exam, no more playing around, do you understand me?" "I'm having trouble breathing, grandmother." As her grandmother's massive mounds choked her, Naruto attempted to scream. Everyone's attention was drawn to Naruto's statement, "I'm sorry, but I can't go to the tower just yet." "And why not?" Tsunade whirled, clearly upset. "We need to go and get Karen because of this." As Naruto put it, "You know you can't send Anbu after her because that could put the leaf in the wrong line of sight." Agreed. You have 4 guards if anything should happen. They will not interfere with the exam but they will step in if anything gets life-threatening or if unwanted complications arise, Iskander said, nodding to the 4 shadows as everyone nodded in agreement. Iskander said, and I make myself clear without any fuss. Naruto said, yes, grandfather. Minato gave her a 3-pronged kunai and said, take this. He attempted to go on, I know you have powerful help right now but should anything happen, I'll call you over, daddy, and infuse chakra. I get it, I finished Naruto for him. They all smiled and shunned the light. Naruto's perspective. Now, in order to feel for her chakra, I knelt down and buried my fingers in the ground, pulsing my chakra green aura, which engulfed me and gave Kurichan and me a pleasant, calming feeling. Sensing the entire forest, I was able to see everything that was happening in the entire forest of death, catching glimpses of other battles taking place to others sleeping searching. Finally, I was able to pick up her chakra, activating my Minakengen. She's 8 kilometers to our east now, and her teammates aren't actually her teammates, they are total jerks to her. I growled, telling the others, let's go, as I ran toward Karen. Standard Pav, is she okay? Morgiana asked, who must we screw up? Kahlua asked excitedly. Those fools will regret the day they meddled with the Uzumaki clan, I'll take them out and show them who's in charge here. Inosuke shouted. Quiet down all of you, remember we all have our scrolls, we must do this quickly before I take us to the tower, said Naruto. You mean to take us? Fern inquired. Well, I sent a shadow clone back there to mark an entrance and go directly to the tower. I'll know the task is finished once it disappears, said Naruto. All right, but how does that benefit us? Stark inquired. Shinobu began. Well, simple, she's going to use the flying Raijin technique. Kanao finished by interrupting Shinobu, saying, to teleport all of us. As she watched the scene unfold, Naruto landed on a branch with his Minakengen blazing and said, alright guys, we are nearby, mask your chakras. As the two moved forward, seizing Senbon needles, Naruto said, Haku, and Fern, I need you two to take out the 2 grass nin as stealthily as possible. Inosuke said, why can't we just go in there and kill them? Hinata said, watching with her Byakugan, because they have receivers and are in communication with somebody. Exactly, Naruto said. Fern poured wind chakra into her Senbons, driving 3 straight through the other grass nin's head, while Haku vanished in a shunshin and materialized behind the grass nin, stabbing the Senbons in the neck to create a false death. She said, oh well. No, Kami, I can give you my scroll, so please don't kill me. Karen screamed as she retreated from the 2 shinobi that had just materialized around her. Fern then got to her feet and dashed in Karen's direction with a sinister gleam in her eye. Then Karen heard something being destroyed, and all she could do was scream. Fern said, well, that takes care of that. Karen's eyes widened as she looked up and saw that she was surrounded by a group of red-headed people. She also noticed that she had 4 very powerful signatures, and the golden tips on her hair really helped her stand out when the person with the largest chakra reserves walked forward. Naruto asked, Karen Uzumaki, I presume. Karen said, who wants to know? I am Naruto Uzumaki, heir to the Uzumaki Senju clan, said Naruto. Clan Uzumaki, I belong to a clan. Silently, she inquired. She said, yes, you are part of the Uzumaki clan and we are here to take you home. Naruto nodded and smiled gently. Karen said, but I'm not from this village. Don't worry, my father the Hokage, and our clan will deal with it and find a way to make it seem like you perished here, besides it's not you'll stand out in the clan. Naruto said. So all of you are members of the Uzumaki clan? Karen asked, glancing at each of them. Even those who are hiding? She inquired. Sukuna emerged from the shadow and said, my looks like you're a good censor. Silesia said, I would say so. Could you bring her to the compound, Akame? Naruto inquired. I apologize, but I am unable to defy Yamamoto-sama's orders. I'll be with you until you get to the tower, Akame said. After Naruto poured chakra into the 3-pronged kunai, Minato instantly appeared battle-ready. He stood up after making sure there was no enemy. Naruto, what's going on? Father, well, you see, we have Karen, but Akame or the others don't want to go against grandfather's orders to take her back to the compound, she said. Minato said, so you called me. The Naruto nodded sheepishly. He sighed and concluded, I don't see why not if this gets me in your mother's good graces. Looking at the new girl, Minato said, Karen, am I right? Karen nodded as she glanced up at Minato. Good, why don't you come here and grab a hold of my hand? Minato replied. Karen followed instructions after glancing at everyone. Is he dead? Karen pointed to the grass nin who was lying down and asked. No, but he will simply be sent home if he wakes up. I believe, Haku said. He's Uzumaki as well, replied Karen. His name is Hideo Jugo Uzumaki. Everyone turned to face one another. Dad? Questioned Naruto. I am taking him with us. Iskander can run some analysis to confirm, said Minato. He grabbed Jugo's shoulder and said, Good, now prepare yourself, we are going to flash over to the Uzumaki Senju compound. Naruto turned as soon as they were gone. Okay guys, make a circle, I will flash us to the tower to be done with this part of the exam. The 4 guards joined the crowd as they were all teleported close to the tower. The 4 guards vanished back into the darkness as soon as they thought they were where they were meant to be. Okay, I think this is where we all part ways and go to our entrances, said Nezuko. Or maybe we can all just open up our scrolls together and be done with it at the same time. Mamika replied. Hinata questioned, that isn't against the rules, is it? They all turned to shrug at each other. One person from each team is turned around. Team 7's Naruto, Team 3's Tanjiro, Team 5's Fern, Team 11's Shinobu, and Team 6's Mamika moved forward to open the scrolls, read their ceiling, and toss them to the ground. When Yuji Itadori, Maki Zenin, Megumi, Nobara, and Orochimaru emerged from the smoke, several clouds of smoke appeared, and the genin were all poised for an attack. Orochimaru grinned and said, Call me impressed. All the Uzumaki made it. According to Inosuke, well, of course we're all strong. Well, I know my goddaughter is, but I am surprised you can do more than scream with that mouth of yours, replied Orochimaru. Nobara smiled and said, Anyway, congratulations all of you. Do any of you know the meaning of the symbols inscribed on these walls? Asked Zenin. Every genin gave a nod. Yuji stated matter-of-factly, Neither do we, so many Orochimaru-sama will tell us. Everyone gave the ground a facepalm. Orochimaru looked at the kids and sighed, asking himself, why did I get paired with a bunch of idiots? Orochimaru looked at everyone who was surrounded by attention and said, well, this test was to test how well you see a difficult mission all the way through. Simply put, opening the scrolls was against your mission, and if you had tried to open one, the one that was to be summoned were ordered to knock you guys out and disqualify the team. Furthermore, these symbols heaven stand for your mind, and earth is for your body. If qualities of heaven are your desire, acquire wisdom to take your mind higher. Orochimaru paused. Are you all following along? Kaluuya Zoldyck asked, can you please explain further? Fern interrupted Orochimaru as she was saying, well, if intelligence is our weakness, then you must make sure that you work hard to learn all the information and skills to prepare for your mission. Sounds a lot like you, Stark. As the others began to chuckle. I wouldn't laugh if I were you, since this next one pertains to you. Said Orochimaru, if earthly qualities you lack, train your body, prepare to attack. So if your weakness lies in your physical strength, Fern, then you have to make sure that you work on your physical conditioning every day so it will improve all the time. When heaven and earth are open together, the perilous path will become righteous forever, meaning if your mind and body are working together as one, then even a dangerous mission can become an easy one. Orochimaru concluded. Now, since we are still on the first day of the Chunin exams, you have the rest of the time to rest, train, or whatever your heart desires. You just aren't allowed to leave. When everyone entered, they all found their rooms together and rested until the second part of the Chunin exam was about to end. Naruto-sama, my team is going to start heading down to the stadium. We'll see you down there, said Tanjiro. I'll be heading down there myself, Naruto replied, just waiting on my team. In addition to the 3 legendary Sannin who served as the instructors from the visiting villages behind the Genin teams, Minato the 4th Hokage stood with all of the instructors from the Hidden Leaf village on either side of him, flanked by Hashirama, Iskander, Tobirama, and Hiruzen. Proctors for the exams stood to the sides, supervising all of the new genin, but they were impressed by one specific genin, Naruto, as she walked in front of her team with her head held high. Hashirama surveyed the teams with joy and delight. Never would I have thought that so many young children would be in one room in the spirit of competition from each nation. 2 teams for sound, 2 for cloud, 4 for sand, 2 for mist, 3 for sand, and 9 for the leaf village. According to Askandar, Tobirama stated, a total of 22 teams. I am surprised, out of 63 teams we have 22 teams left. Although I am surprised that many passed the forest of death, to be honest, said Hiruzen. Enko said, okay, listen up, maggots. Our Lord Hokage will now explain the third part of the exam, replied Azula. My predecessor will first give us a little about the exam history, Minato said as he took the stage, gesturing to Hiruzen. I want to explain a few things about the third exam before I tell you what it comprises. Pay close attention, you all need to comprehend this. I'll reveal the real reason for these tests. Why do you think our nations collaborate with our allies to administer these tests? It's crucial that you comprehend its actual meaning in order to improve the shinobi's skills and strengthen ties between allied nations. The tests are, in a sense, they depict conflicts between nations that are allied. According to our history, every nation with which we currently have an alliance was formerly a neighbor and engaged in a never-ending struggle for dominance. Champions were arbitrarily chosen to fight on behalf of their nations at a mutually agreed-upon location in order to prevent each other's military might from being destroyed. The Chunin exams started out that way. These tests also give shinobi the opportunity to defend their country's honor while engaging in life-threatening combat with other ninja. Numerous prominent individuals and leaders from different nations are invited to attend this exam as guests, and they may look to hire shinobi. More importantly, those rulers will observe your battles and note each ninja's strength as well as how each nation is progressing. This exam may determine the direction of your ninja work going forward. Strong nations receive a deluge of job requests for their ninjas if there is a gap between them. On the other hand, employment will decrease in nations that are considered weak. It is crucial to demonstrate the military might of our village because the stronger our country, the better it is able to negotiate with its neighbors. This test is an opportunity for the country to demonstrate the strength of its shinobi and, consequently, the strength of the nation. The strength of the villages is the strength of the shinobi, and the shinobi's strength is only attained when it is forced into a life or death situation. This exam has significance because it is one in which your life is at stake, and it is for this reason as well as the strength of the country that your predecessors battled for. It is a dream worth pursuing. Hiruzen concluded, the third exam is a battle for your life, with your own aspirations and the pride of your village at stake. Now I am the proctor for the third and final exam. But before we continue we must conduct a preliminary as this is the largest of the Chunin exams in history, thus to date we must cut the number in half. Only for 18 pair of fighters will compete in the finals, said Gekko Hayate, a Jonin, before the genin could respond. He coughed in between sentences. What do you mean only 18 pairs will compete? Exclaimed everyone in the area. The Hokage erupted in murderous ki. Silence. Minato yelled. We have stated previously that many high-ranking officials come to watch you fight and see what the best of each village has to offer. According to Tsunade. Orochimaru said, exactly, which is why we can't bore them with genin battles. So we must lower the number to the best of the best in order to impress the high-ranking personnel. Jiraiya replied. As stated, Team 7 from the Hidden Leaf will be the first four to select a number of opponents. Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Haku Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki advance. As each genin selected their numbers, Gekko Hayate declared, the matches have been decided. The matches will be as follows. Gekko listed the fighters as follows. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Ameno of the Sand, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Tsuroi of the Cloud, Hinata Hyuga vs. Dosu of the Sound, and Haku vs. Koji of the Sand. Now that everyone knows who they are fighting, please get up onto the second floor, and the first contender Naruto Uzumaki Senju and Ameno from the Sand please remain, said Gekko. After everyone had left, the Sannin and the advisors joined the fourth Hokage to watch the fight before the senseis ascended to the second floor. The fights will continue until one of the opponents is killed, or I will step in if I think it's over. You will also be disqualified if I call it and you don't stop. Do I express myself clearly? Hayate asked. Then begin. As soon as Hayate shunshined away, Naruto took her stance, and as Ameno ran towards her, she performed her hand seals and appeared behind her. Snake lightning. Naruto thought that was it and got ready for the match to be called as lightning began to form on her left hand, snaking around her before shooting out and hitting Ameno in the back, sending her flying. Ameno revealed a water jellyfish on her back that was already repairing the damage, saying, you think you're all high and mighty because of your lineage. You're just a sorry pitiful excuse of a senju. Naruto simply gazed as her rage overcame her. What did you say? Seething, Naruto asked. Ameno had already prepared a sand buncheon that was emerging from beneath the ground toward Naruto, ready to use the praying mantis scalpels to defeat her, according to what you heard. As Naruto stomped on the ground, seals appeared on her arm and illuminated the area around her legs. She ran to Ameno and said, "Let me show you what I'm capable of." Ameno smirked as she prepared to use the chakra scalpels, but Naruto vanished in an afterimage that appeared next to her kneeling in the gut. A wave of chakra could be felt leaving her back as she doubled over, and Naruto used her finger to lift her up by the chin before palm striking Ameno on the side of the head, knocking the poor girl out on impact. Hayate declared, "The match is over. Naruto Uzumaki Senju is the winner." Tsunade declared, "That's my girl." Yes, but did she really need to harm that poor girl with such force? Jiraiya inquired. It couldn't be helped. Iskander grinned. Naruto's chakra is currently out of control. She used far too much chakra even though she believed she was just using the Hashoken. Finished Hashirama. What do you mean that she lacks chakra control? Minato inquired. Tsunade said, she is currently adding more Byakugo seals. By adding more, what do you mean? Asked Tobirama. Before the Chunin exams we realized she had 10xs the amount of chakra than I do, and with the Kyuubi's chakra it's only amplified even more, said Hashirama. In order to assist her, we chose to have her make 2 more Byakugo seals on her forehead, totaling 3 diamond marks. I'm glad we took that route after the Forest of Death incident, Tsunade said. Hashirama said, agreed. Why were none of us informed about this? Minato inquired. Because during her training she was amassing large quantities of chakra to her seals with the help of nature energy, and thus we expected her to be done amassing her chakra by the time the Chunin exams started, said Tsunade. According to Tobirama, then this must mean that she's been fighting handicapped. Yes, but she's almost done with her Byakugo seals. I sense it, Iskander concluded. So you were aware of this? Queried Jiraiya. Yes, I was the one that asked Lady Mito, and between us and Hashirama-sama and Tsunade came up with the plan, replied Iskander. How near would you say it is? Orochimaru asked, grinning menacingly. Iskander said, I would say maybe 2 months. However, if she could just return to the realm of the forest, she could finish sooner. Tsunade said, if not to Shikatsu Forest. During this period, Haku easily defeated Koji, an Ameno team member, and Sasuke defeated Toroi from Kumo, a bubblegum ninjutsu genin. Hinata was blown back by a whip of the blonde girl's hair, which sent a high-frequency whirlwind of air against Hinata during the ongoing battle between Yodo of the Sand and Hinata. Hinata flipped in midair while executing ninja art, hand seals. There were numerous hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes erupted from Hinata's 2 hands, aimed directly at Yodo, who had to cover her ears because they were so sensitive, and evaded the technique by swinging her hair at Hinata, who was revealed to be a water clone with several paper bombs that detonated. With Yodo behind her, Hinata said, "You're in my field of divination." Yodo attempted to flee as she turned around, but Hinata launched her attack. 64 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Yodo and 64 palms were sent crashing, but Hinata was not finished yet. I am not weak as the Hyuga clan's heiress. Vacuum palm, 8 trigrams. Sending a wave of compressed chakra at Yodo, she was struck in the abdomen, sent crashing towards the wall. Hayate concluded, the match is over. Hinata Hyuga is the winner. Kakashi received a signal from Minato. As soon as Kakashi noticed, he grabbed Naruto and Haku and fled, leaving Minato, Iskander, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hashirama, and Tobirama to supervise the remaining preliminary tasks. Sasuke asked Hinata, what's going on? Nothing you two need to worry about. Just clan business. Orochimaru replied, I will be your sensei for the remainder of these preliminaries. Back at the Senju Uzumaki compound, Minato, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Iskander, Hashirama, and Tobirama appeared beside Kakashi, Naruto, and Haku. Yamamoto turned around and said, it's about time you lot decided to show up. Seriously, I have better things to do. Like taking a nap, replied Freren. Minato looked up at the 7 people who were clocking in front of them and said, let's get on with it then. The clan elders Yamamoto, Genkei, Kaide, Makarov, Bang, and Freren were seated to the right of Mito and Iskander in the Senju Uzumaki clan seats, while Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade were seated to the left. Now when we arrived we stated that we had clan members that we notified who were out of the village of the change in where we would reside. Plus these individuals are what you all have as your root members under Danzo. Iskander continued. So you have the Eddies, and the Hashira. Plus these 7 individuals, responded Tobirama. Correct, stated Yamamoto. These individuals were trained specifically by Bang, Makarov, and Genkei, concluded Yamamoto. We call them the Family Eddies. Freren continued. The leader is Mu Uzumaki and his second-in-command Kuin Ren Uzumaki along with his sister Kugyoku Ren Uzumaki, Miran Uzumaki sister of Mu Uzumaki, Lolo Uzumaki, Razel Uzumaki, Petra Uzumaki, Masrur Uzumaki and Makila Uzumaki. She concluded. Kuin had medium-length hair with a red goatee, Kugyoku had 2 ponytails with bangs and a top half-done ponytail with a soft princess-like face, and the man named Lolo had short hair with a scruffy beard and a scar next to his mouth. All 9 family took off their masks to reveal crimson hair. The leader had long mid-back length hair in golden armor. Myron, however, wore tight golden armor and had long hair. Razol's face was scarred and she wore pigtails. Both Makila and Petra wore their hair in long ponytails. Makila wore silver armor, while Petra wore golden armor. Masrur, who had short hair and a piercing under his lower lip, came last. Tobirama questioned, okay, and why have they barely shown up now? Because they were out of the village initially to gather intel on the remaining villages plus to scout to see if we had any other surviving Uzumaki living elsewhere that we could retrieve, said Kaide. In which they have succeeded in finding at least 2 other Uzumaki at this time, stated Yamamoto. One of our clansmen is in the village hidden in the rain. We were unable to make contact as he was heavily guarded and well hidden, stated Mu. Furthermore, I don't think he would be willing to come back as an ally at least. He concluded. We found another girl, who was also part of another village known as the village hidden in sound. She goes by the name of Tayuya, concluded Myron, but she will be an enemy in the very near future. She said. Mito questioned, what do you mean? The hidden sound village is planning to attack the hidden leaf village, said Masrur. Minato questioned, are you sure of this? I believe your spy master, Master Jiraiya can attest to that along with the Akatsuki, said Mu. Everyone looked at Jiraiya, who was lost in contemplation. It is as he says, but not enough information has been gathered to make assumptions of an invasion as the hidden sound is too small pose a threat. I doubt they would risk an invasion on Konoha, he stated. Tobirama questioned, and what is the Akatsuki? They are an organization that's up and coming full of S-class shinobi who are looking to take down and capture all of the Jinchuriki, but at the moment I am certain they lack the resources to implement this plan, thus they are gathering resources, said Jiraiya. Iskander asked, what reports do you have? The Hidden Sound Village is planning an attack on Konoha plus the Hidden Sand is allied with them. Furthermore, when word got out that we of the Uzumaki clan have resurfaced and joined the Leaf Village, it seems like the Land of Sky has resurfaced as well. Mu was speaking when Minato raised his hand. Minato paused as an Ambu in a hawk mask materialized behind him. Sorry Mu for disturbing your report. I called for the Shinobi Council to arrive at the compound in which. The hawk-masked Anbu said, they will arrive in the next minute. Hokage-sama. Hiyashi Hyuga of the Hyuga clan, Shibi Aburame of the Aburame clan, Murakumo Kurama of the Kurama clan, Shikaku Nara of the Nara clan, Inoichi Yamanaka of the Yamanaka clan, Shuza Akamichi of the Akamichi clan, Sum Inazuka of the Inazuka clan, Makoto Uchiha of the Uchiha clan, Asuma Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan, Clara Chinoik of the Chinoik. Hashirama stood up and made 11 wooden seats for the clan leaders, occupying their seats. I have gathered everyone here due to the fact that we have clan members who have come back with some reports that we would like to have everyone informed of all at once. Mu, can you start from the beginning and report the invasion? Said Minato. Yes, Lord Hokage, as I was saying. We found a clan member at the Hidden Sound village which we were about to retrieve, but she was loyal to the leader of the village, so we made no attempt to contact her. Then myself and Myron learned that the Hidden Sound village is attempting to attack the Hidden Leaf village and are allied with the Hidden Sand. Among that we learned that the Hidden Sound village has a new ally in the Land of Sky who have resurfaced when they found out that the Uzumaki clan has also resurfaced and joined Konoha. Concluded Mu, but they also have allies with Hoshigakure village hidden among stars, Kusagakure village hidden in the grass, Tsukigakure village hidden under the moon, Land of Silence, and they picked up remnants of the Yukigakure village hidden among snow with the leader still being alive, Dodo Kazuhana. Concluded Mu. Everyone let out a murmur. Naruto said, but I killed Dodo. Lady Naruto, it appears that you were deceived as what you killed was a reinforced blood clone, said Myron. Sukuna said, well, I think we have a nice fight on our hands. Knight Urza said, I think it'll be fun, want it sister. Scarlet Urza said, agreed. As she began to gather fire-style chakra around herself, Azula exclaimed, I haven't been able to let loose in a long time. I'll annihilate the lot of them. She concluded with a menacing smirk. We can show them why they call us the three vixens of death, said Kikyo. Kagome concluded, I can almost taste the frostbite on those hidden snow scum. Shikaku Nara said, as wonderful as it sounds that you are all very excited about this battle, we have to discuss how we are going to deal with all of this. My clan will reinforce the protective seals around the hidden leaf to make sure we have countermeasures in place, but unfortunately due to the Chunin exams we can't quite exact seals that would have been perfect for the invasion. Iskander said. I concur. However, we need to consider strategies to avoid as many casualties as possible, Mito said. Yugito Senju said, we can consult with the hidden mist and the hidden cloud. Yes, we must inform the Mizukage and the Reikage of these discoveries. However, I fail to see how the hidden sand could allow someone to be persuaded to turn on us, said Inoichi Yamanaka. Maybe if I told everyone that Shino is actually the leader of the Hidden Sound Village and that he controls the Zero Tails. And Gengo, the leader of the Enlightened Ones, is one of his subordinates, Petra Uzumaki said. What does Zero Tails mean? Sume Inuzuka asked. According to Yamamoto, the Zero Tails is what you can call a tailed beast. Esdeath said, but it's not technically a tailed beast. What do you mean? Shuza asked. According to Kaide, this spirit is made to live by the ideal twisted thoughts of people who have manipulated spirits and chakra and created its form. It is not a living entity like the tailed beast, but rather a malevolent spirit created by dark thoughts and feelings of the downtrodden people. However, unlike a tailed beast, it will only serve a malevolent one and incite hatred and devastation so that its power only increases, she concluded. Makoto asked, so how do we kill it? You can only overpower it, said Esdeath. That is without instilling any hatred, otherwise you risk it siphoning out your chakra. She concluded. And the more hatred someone bears for their enemy the stronger the Zero Tails will become and harder to kill, finished Kaide. That means we have to purify our chakra and attack it without any emotions in combat. According to Kaikyo. How is that done, though? I who have trained my men to throw out their emotion, even I know that at the end of it all hatred is the one emotion that remains above all else in combat. Danzo concluded. No shinobi has the capability to do that. We all harbor some sort of emotion no matter how much we train them to throw it out. Yamamoto said, we don't know. Bunshin no Jutsu Kage. Why don't we have the oldest of beings on this planet? Naruto exclaimed as 8 copies of himself in a massive plume of smoke materialized. The Narutos slammed the ground while making hand gestures. The Senju Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga compound was covered in a large plume of smoke. As the smoke cleared, 3 large figures appeared alongside smaller ones. Katsuyu of the Shikatsu Slug clan, a large, dark black bird with a white face and glowing eyes known as Wan Shi of the Land of Forest, a kid version of Kalala and Nu, the toad sages Ma and Pa of Mount Myoboku, the great white snake sage of Ruchi Cave, and, lastly, Kurama, who was up to her shoulders. Lady Katsuki and Nu, Kalala said, Lady Naruto, how may I help you? I don't believe we began the lad's senjutsu training in order to be called, have we? Asked Ma. No Ma, maybe we were summoned for a different purpose, completed. I would like to know why I specifically was summoned, Lady Naruto, said Wan Shi. Lady Kalala and Master Nu, it's been a long time, too, Lord Wan Shi. Said Pa. It's been a long time, Elder Toads. It has also been a long time, Katsuyu-sama, Wan Shi said. According to Katsuyu, it has, Lord Wan Shi. Well, aren't I surprised that this girl was able to summon all the powerful clans in existence. The sage with the white snake replied, let alone having all 3 major clans of snakes, slugs, and toads brought together like this has never been done before. She concluded. Nu said, as it is Lady Sage. May I ask why we have convened at this particular time? Asked Pa. Lord Fukasaku, Naruto summoned you guys because we have an invasion on our hands, and we learned that the enemy has supposedly in their possession an entity known as the Zero Tails, replied Jiraiya. Oh, the Zero Tails. That evil spirit is back, said Wan Shi. It's just that slimy leech. Kurama said. I concur. Wan Shi said, I apologize for any offense, but the tailed beast, along with the toads and snakes, would be its beacon to siphon. It siphons negative chakra in humans. How do you know for sure? The white snake inquired. Because we of the Land of Forest learned to combat with our instincts while snakes, Toads, and the tailed beast like it or not rely on emotions during combat just like humans. According to Wan Shi. How about the slugs? Fukasaku inquired. We slugs, like Wan Shi stated, don't rely on emotion, rather we rely on instincts and duty and leave our emotions aside to fulfill our master summoner's objective, said Katsuyu. But the Zero Tails isn't your only concern, replied Nu. Minato questioned, what do you mean? He is saying that there is a connection between the box of ultimate bliss and the Zero Tails. In the end, the Zero Tails always feeds some of that vile chakra for its companion inside the box of ultimate bliss, a demonic, bird-like creature known as Satori. The darker the thoughts, the rowdier the chakra gets, necessitating its siphoning by the Zero Tails. Hissed Wan Shi. I assume you two have a history together. The White Snake inquired. You'd be right. I, the Great Toad Elder, as he is now known, the former Snake Sage, the Slug Sage, and the ancestor of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans fought and defeated that wretched Satori the last time he was out with the Zero Tails, said Wan Shi. How likely is it that the demon with the Zero Tails will reincarnate or be alive right now? Questioned Naruto. Naruto-sama, I ensured that Satori was vanquished in the most horrifying manner imaginable, but in the end, he was sealed back into the box of ultimate bliss. However, he must now have recovered. Because the Zero Tails provide the box with its chakra to open the lock, if the Zero Tails is reborn, it will only take a few minutes for Satori to be reborn, Wan Shi said. Members of the Shinobi Council and the Senju Uzumaki clan were deep in contemplation everywhere in the compound. Well, looks like I have a lot of planning, plus we must make it a priority to make sure that Zero Tails never gets reborn, and if he is we must exterminate it immediately, said Shikaku Nara. Only Katsuyu-sama and we of the Land of Forest could defeat Satori if he were to come back to life. Wan Shi said, the other players would have to concentrate their attack on the Zero Tails. Is he so strong that you are the only one who can beat him? Questioned Naruto. No, Naruto-sama, the problem is somehow Satori is able to predict movements based on negative emotions, thus he evades even the smallest Senbon needle thrown at him, which the Great Toad Elder struggled to get even one finger on that demon. But I and the Slug Sage were able to land jutsu and acid attacks on him with ease, which caught Satori off guard, said Wan Shi. Naruto said, I see. When will the assault take place? Did Esdeath ask. The attack as far as we know scheduled on the final fight of the Chunin exams, said Mu. Minato said, so basically in about 6 weeks. Do we know whether seals will work on Satori and the Zero Tails, Wan Shi? Kaide asked. Everything functions exactly as it does on the tailed beast on the Zero Tails. But when it comes to Satori, I remember seals being used in the past, but imagine that they would as long as your fear or bloodlust isn't aimed at him at the moment, said Wan Shi. Can we rely on your clans for support? Minato said, then we have to devise a strategy to safeguard the Hidden Leaf and our allies and avoid any casualties. Minato questioned the called upon clans. Fukasaku said, the toads will help. Katsuyu said, the slugs will help if asked of us from either Lady Naruto, Tsunade-sama, or Shizen-san. Tsunade and Naruto nodded. The White Snake Sage declared, if I don't agree, that blasted White Snake Uni will be a thorn on my side. The Land of Forest will only help if summoned by Lady Naruto, in which the entire Land of Forest shall be summoned to help, and I would like nothing more than to take Satori down once again, that's if he's summoned, said Wan Shi. My kid has my full power so she doesn't need to worry, said Kurama. Tsunade signed in relief as she stood up and approached Naruto, placing a glowing green hand on his forehead. It's almost complete. I thought you had something to do with it. Tsunade asked Kurama. Don't worry, woman, during these conversation I added a large amount of my chakra to those seals. I would say she has about 2 days remaining. Kurama replied. Tsunade said, thank you, Kurama. With her own Byakugo seal gleaming on her forehead, Kushina approached Naruto and said, 2 days, that means that we can train you to the ground. You have one too, Mom? Naruto asked. Why, yes, after what happened we decided that for those that could activate the Byakugo seal would become a family forbidden technique, replied Kushina. The summoned clans dispelled themselves back to their world as Orochimaru and Hiruzen arrived at the compound and began to catch up. With a sinister twinkle in his eye, Orochimaru said, now little one, the finals are upon us, you have 6 weeks to train. Who is she battling? As he approached them, Danzo asked. Orochimaru said, she's fighting Fu of the village hidden in Waterfall. Esdeath said, the Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails. Yugito said, sounds like an easy battle then. Simple conflict. I don't see how she would be an easy fight, asked Naruto. Well, unlike you, Naruto, some of us don't belong to prominent clans, and some of us have grown reliant on Biju Chakra, so we use their abilities a lot in battle. Which, in my opinion, this girl does because she consistently spreads those wings, Yugito said. According to Esdeath, grounding her and suppressing the tailed beast chakra would make the battle easy. She concluded. Naruto said, sounds a lot easier said than done. No worries Naruto-sama, we the Hashira, and the Eddies will partake in your training. We must get your Kenjutsu and other skills up to par and befitting of a future clan heir of the Senju Uzumaki clans, replied Gyome. Gojo said, agreed, so no need to worry. Naruto grinned and said, but we won't have time for so much training. Oh, but you can implement shadow clones with some reinforced seals, so don't worry, we'll have you make plenty of clones in order to gather enough experience, said Esdeath, so don't think a granddaughter of mine will be weak. She concluded. Exactly. I'll have a shadow clone help in your snake style and train you along with Uni, replied Orochimaru, since I am going to train my new little apprentice. He concluded. As I will use a shadow clone. Jiraiya replied, my original self will train up Sasuke for what's upcoming. Tsunade looked over at Haku. You better be ready because no apprentice of mine is going to lose to the other two, do you understand? Haku turned pale. Yes ma'am. Minato said. Everyone is dismissed, as she approached the group. Alright, sounds like we have to come up with a training schedule to see how Naruto gets trained best. He said. Well, to start off she's going to be trained at the Land of Forest, said Hashirama, it's the best option to prevent from any spies from gathering data on her. He concluded. Agreed. Said, I believe my niece is ready for the next phase to learn my personal seals in which my unfortunate kids were unable to learn. She went on. Everyone began creating a training schedule while they awaited the completion of Naruto's Byakugo seal. Naruto would receive Kenjutsu training from Kushina and the Hashira, who would also teach him chakra chains and some of the Hashira's sword techniques. As Azula, Kikyo, and Kagome, Esdeath's three vixens will instruct Naruto in their Kekkei Genkai, lava style, ice style, and storm style in addition to the chakra-focused attacks that Kikyo, Kagome, and Suguro specialize in. Naruto will receive training in wood style and chakra manipulation from Hashirama and Tobirama. Naruto will receive specialized training from Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya regarding the summoning clans. Naruto will receive training from Altair using her personal seals in advance. Naruto will receive training in his own methods from Minato and Akashi. At last, Naruto will receive seal training from Yamamoto, Mito, and Frieren. Naruto will only use up to 2,000 clones, it has been decided. 1,000 will only be utilized by Hashirama, Tobirama, Esdeath, and the three vixens. 200 for each Kekkei Genkai, for a total of 800, with the final 200 being used for nature chakra manipulation to improve control. Minato and Kakashi will use 200. Yamamoto, Mito, and Frieren will train 200 clones. Together with the original Naruto, Kushina and the Hashira will train 200 clones. Each Sannin will use 100 clones, for a total of 300. Altair and her specialized seals will use the final 100 clones. Jiraiya will teach Sasuke frog skills and how to battle alongside toads in the meantime, along with Itachi and Shisui. Along with Hayashi, Hisashi, and Hanami, Orochimaru will continue to instruct Hinata in the art of the snake. Lastly, Tsunade will instruct Haku in slug techniques using Asabusa, while Kento Nanami will teach seals and Suguru Geto Uzumaki will assist with ice release. The Sannin have made the decision to teach their new apprentices a variety of fundamental styles. In order to improve overall, they would rotate and impart what they could. Haku has a higher chakra reserve, which Tsunade thinks Kento Nanami can help with seals. Regretfully, Haku has already begun working on his Byakugo seal, which took Shizune 3 years to master. The last 2 weeks will be used to train Haku in slug combat skills if he can gather his Byakugo seal by the end of the month. Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.